presents Quiet Please, which is written and directed by Wyllis Cooper and which features Ernest Chappell. Your Quiet Please story for tonight takes its name from the title of the series, Quiet Please.
There are books left, many books, and I suppose I have read them all. I remember things, too. I remember a long white road between the shoulders of the hills and the distant clusters of the live oaks against the uplands beyond, and the wide, light blue of the sky. There was a wind that wandered the edges of the hills that brought the salt smell of the sea so that it mingled with the loamy scent of the grass and made a perfume that I have not smelt in so many years. There was a great plain where the hills fell away in tumbled, rocky magnificence. A plain all cut into green and brown and yellowing squares, and a little stream with bridges of stone that strolled its way across the wide plain and sparkled at last into the distant western ocean. There was life on the hills and on the plains. The field beasts that moved serenely through the pleasant grasses and rested at noon under the shadowed kindness of the green-gray oaks. There were men and cheerful women in the white-walled houses where the road curved, and the children that played noisily and sweetly in the cottage dooryards are long since dust. Shall I tell you of the graceful beaches where the sound of the surf was a measured, majestic melody we thought would never cease? Shall I speak of the great ships prone upon the breast of the ocean, the ships that are seen no more? Would you hear of the wind-whipped nights and the lightning in the forests and the gentle rain in the dawn time? Would you remember and not forget? I remember. I alone remember. This was a temple. And this a place dedicated to the arts. And there where the waves fed up on the beach, the shattered walls of stone we made remain to mock us. And there where the white road was is the desolation. The winds die down, and the sun wanes, and the moon is sickly. Yet I remember the lights on the hillsides and the stars above them wheeling their ancient way across the sky. There was a day when I could name them all. They seem very far away tonight. Antares and Betelgeuse and Aldebaran, Arcturus and Vega and Procyon. In these days, Orion, the mighty hunter, draws away from us, and the glory of Berenice's hair is dimmed in the heavens. I would welcome the sound of the thunder again on the horizon, but all the manifestations of nature are ended, and only the twilight of eternity remains above the bleakness. I would welcome the voice of a hungry wolf even this night, or the hiss of the serpents that once we hated, that once we trampled upon. I would welcome even the voice of old Krog and listen with delight and laugh happily to hear him tell again the schemes he dreamed that brought us to this end.
It is true that men cannot live without wars amongst themselves. Why should not we be the ones to win the war? Every man plots against every other, and men speak of honor and laws and fair fighting. But if a war is to be won, then do away with fairness and honor, and let us win and be the masters, and they the slaves.
Yes, I could laugh to hear that voice, and to see those hard black eyes glitter again in the light of the little lamps. I could take old Krog and lift him up and say, look upon your work, old Krog, your work and mine and the work of all of those who could not live without wars. But Krog is dust and may not speak. And for a little time while I live, the dust shall speak its final words to those who would listen. It was a fair world, our world. And I would not have you believe that all who dwelt in it were like old Krog, plotting wars and seeding the countrysides with discontent. We knew love, too, and all the virtues. Some of them we even practiced. I am old now, and my speech is set in somber ways. for I've looked on somber things for long. But there was a time when I was young in this very world, and my speech was the speech of the young of every world, careless, gay, happy. And there was one whose speech was like mine, young and gay, and very dear to me, Morna. There was a night on the shores of a lake when there was music and laughter and light somewhere in the distance, and we sat alone together. And I remember I would speak, but Morna laid a hand on my lips and laughed and spoke.
Quiet.
And for a long time there was only the music, and we watched the stars.
Tor, you love me.
Silly question.
Do you?
What do you think?
Know what I think?
What?
I don't think you love me very much.
You don't?
If you love me, you'd kiss me.
Well, lean over this way.
Why, you conceited creature.
You're the one who wanted to be kissed.
Well, I don't anymore.
All right. Just for that, you're going to get kissed. Come here.
Oh, look out. You're mussing my hair.
Quiet, please.
Oh, you do love me.
There just aren't any words to tell you, Mona.
Oh, my darling.
When the music began again, and we sat silently, and the stars moved above us.
The stars are so beautiful tonight.
They're not all stars.
What? What are they then?
Some of them are planets.
Oh, Marty.
Sure.
Tor, do you suppose there are people on some of the other planets?
Probably.
Earth. That's the nearest one, isn't it?
I think so.
Do you suppose there are people there?
I wouldn't know.
People that look like us and have music and nights like this.
Nobody on Earth could have a night like this.
You sweet. No, I mean it, Tor. Do you suppose they have houses and automobiles and wonderful stores like ours and they have babies like we do and everything?
And they're probably 80 feet tall and have 6 arms and 16 eyes.
Oh, no, not
And
Tor.
someday they'll come roaring out of space at us in terrific big spaceships and disintegrator guns and death rays.
And we'll say boo at them. And they'll all turn around and go right back where they came from.
Maybe they will. And maybe they won't.
What would we do if they invaded us from Earth, Tor?
Fight?
I hope we're not alive when it happens.
Yeah, so do I.
Or maybe they'd be nicer.
Don't kid yourself about that.
I wonder what they call our world.
Why, probably the same thing we do.
Mars?
Well, sure, why not? After all, it is Mars, isn't it? No, we were not 80 feet tall either. We did not have 6 arms or 16 eyes, and we didn't dream of conquering your world either. We were like you. We were human beings, too. And we lived and loved and worked and died. Very much as you do. Look upon your own Earth if you would see us as we were. Stand at your window tonight and look out upon the lights of your fellow beings' homes. Look upon the faces of your sleeping children and see the reflection of ours. Let your mind's eye wander across your oceans, beyond your mountains. See all the lights of the world and its darknesses and the sun rising again beyond. Let your thoughts dwell upon the people of your earth, and you shall know us as we were. Neither happier nor sadder, neither better nor worse. Old Krog, the prophet of war, muttering away of disaster, might be one of your own. Morna, with her golden hair and her laughing eyes, might be the girl you passed unseeing in the street this afternoon. And the triumphal arch to a long-dead general brooding above a little park in the city where children race and shout might be the one that stood in the city in another world, 100 yards from where I speak to you. And here, no stone remains upon another. Old Krog has said that wars are inevitable. Have you found it so? In the years when I was a reporter for a great newspaper, I sat in his study and heard him speak to us, and through us to all our world.
Is written from the standpoint of the winners of the wars. And thus wars are essential to the progress of the race. Had our enemies won in the last war, then their cause would have proved the just one. And we, by losing, would have been in the wrong. For future events would then have shaped themselves upon the basis of their winning. And the decision would have been irrevocable. Future history would be changed. Our nation's bid for leadership forgotten. And thus it will always be.
Then there was silence in the room for a little time. And at last I spoke. Dr. Krog, I said. Dr. Krog.
Well, son?
Dr. Krog, 50 years ago we fought a war. Were we right?
We won. And by winning, we charted the course of history in the 50 years since. Had they won, the last 50 years might have been very different.
And which is right?
What is right, son? And what is wrong?
And then another war came against another nation, and the ones we had defeated before were alive with us. And old Krog made notes in a great black book that was one day to be published to all our world. But no man's eyes of his have seen it. But the sands are running out. Let me speak of the things that have perished. Our cities where people worked at 100 occupations, in the muddied brown slums of the cities and the great green parks. Go out tomorrow in your own city and set your feet upon the smooth concrete of the sidewalk. See the gleaming windows and marvel at the wonders within them that you men have created. Touch the garment of a passerby and joy to know that this too, this humble thing man has created. And know that I too have done these things. And that I have seen man destroy them. And that I helped. Do you know the good black smell of the mold of the earth in springtime? Will your heart leap at the first green shoots of the bounty that lies in that earth? Have you seen the lilies and heard the bells of your churches? The bells rang in my world once. The flowers bloomed and men laughed and sang and hated. We have run our course, the course we chose, back to the ineffable dust from which we sprang. There was another time when Morna and I had been married for many years, and the war that had raged across our world had at last flickered out and died. We sat long at table that night, silently, each of us dreaming of a world purged by fire and sword, and full again of the promise of peace and perhaps happiness.
I'm glad you didn't have to go, Tom.
I suppose I shouldn't say so. But I I am, too.
You're not a coward, Tor.
I don't think I am, Warner. But
Now we can get started all over again.
we need so many things we haven't been able to get.
I can hardly wait to go shopping.
I bet. Well, at least we can afford them.
Some of them. It's just a shame, isn't it?
What?
I hate those people. The things they've done to us. All those boys dead and our cities smashed.
Well, they lost the war, though.
And we killed plenty of them.
Yes, we did.
We should have killed them all.
Quiet, please, dear.
All right. You're always saying that, though, to shut me up.
Well, it helps, doesn't it?
Well, I suppose.
If we could have only said it to them when the war started. Quiet, please. They'd have gone away.
We said it all right, only in a different way.
Yes. They'll be quiet for a long time, some of them. And some of us.
Who's that?
I know a good way to find out.
Well, you go. I've got my apron on.
Well, hello, Tor.
Dale. Why, you... Dale, when did you get back?
Just now.
Who is it, Tor?
It's...
I'm Warner. I'm home.
Oh, Dale, you walked right.
Sure. Hey, don't break my rib.
It's great to see you, boy. Oh, it's what... Oh, excuse me.
Well, I wondered when you were going to pay attention.
Well, I was so glad to see you. I'm sorry.
Well, I want you to meet my wife.
Dale, how wonderful.
Why, you old son of a...
Ray, this is my sister Morna,
How do you do?
and her husband, my brother-in-law, Tor.
How do you do? Why, you darling. I'm so glad.
Thank you. Thank you. It's so nice to know Dale's people.
Well, come in. Come on.
Come in. Oh, I'm so glad to see you, Dale. And Ray.
Go ahead, Ray.
Thank you.
We haven't heard from you for so long, Dale. We were beginning to get worried.
Oh, I was all right. Didn't get a scratch.
Huh?
Say, face looks about the same. Where's old Shep?
He died last summer, Dale.
Oh, I'm sorry about that. He was the greatest dog in the world, Ray.
Well, sit down. Sit down. Have you had supper?
Yes. Sure.
Wouldn't you like some coffee, Ray?
Oh, I would love it.
I'll make some fresh.
No, this will be fine.
Oh.
I'm finding it hard to get used to coffee again.
Well, how was the war, Dale?
I got all the war I want.
Oh, the coffee, dear. Thank you, sister. Oh, God.
She hasn't had much coffee the last 7 years.
What? Why, you poor thing. Why not, Dale? Why hasn't she had coffee?
I'd better tell them, dear.
Tell us.
What?
Well, Ray was one of our enemies.
What do you mean by that, Dale?
Was she?
Yes.
Should we go, dear?
Thanks for the coffee, Warner. Tor.
Where are you going, sister?
More.
Sit down, sister.
Do you think I'd throw my brand new sister-in-law out of my house? Come on, let's go make some fresh coffee. Lots of it.
And in the early hours of the morning, I was awakened by Morna's sobbing. I put my arm around her.
Oh, that poor child. He actually thought we were going to turn her out. Oh, sure, how can people think such dreadful thoughts of us? And she's so sweet.
No, I have never solved the problem either. Why people can love individually and hate collectively. And the children of Ray and Dale were very dear to me. No different from the other children who played with them in our yard, who went to school with them, who read history with them. I suppose it's only strangers we hate, for Ray was a daughter of the nation we had fought bitterly with. And yet when our friends became acquainted with her, they too grew to love her. And some of those who wept most bitterly at her funeral were the ones who at first had pointed her out as the enemy woman. Well, Krogh said wars are inevitable. Perhaps they are. There has never been a year in all the 1,000 centuries of our recorded history when there has not been a war in some part of our planet. And always history told us men have been striving for a means to end it. A war to end war, they said. A war to end war. They achieved it. They ended everything. Wars had grown more and more destructive. And at last men laid wicked fingers upon secrets that were not for men to know. Men have always pried at the locks that nature has set upon her deepest secrets, seeking the power that was never intended for them. And step by tedious step, they came to the final awful knowledge, to the very corridor of creation and of destruction. Ours was a fair world, I said. There was beauty in everything. Beauty in the mornings and in the red sunsets. Beauty in the long, low hills and the mountains that bore themselves majestically aloof above us. And beauty, too, in the humble things of our world, the simple, unnoticed things that haunt my memory tonight. The turning wheel, the flight of a bird, the sound of a train whistle in the night, the rustle of wind in the trees. And, unforgettably, the voices of people. The voice of old Krogh.
Now we have the supreme weapon. There is no defense. And the weapon will bring us undisputed mastery of all the planets.
But why should we be masters of the world? Why should any one people be the masters? Is it not written how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity? Men said that, cannot men practice it? And the voice of Morna.
There will never be any more war after this next one, Thor. Every one of our enemies will be destroyed. And we'll live happily ever after.
No, Morna. There never will be war again. There never will be anything again. For now, Morna, men have plotted against the green hillsides and the towering mountains. They have declared war upon the flowers and the grass and the forests. They have made our planet an altar on which to sacrifice us all. In the voice of Dale.
I'll not go to war again. If they bring it to me, I'll fight. But they'll have to bring it to me.
They brought it to you, Dale. They brought it to your very home, to your doorstep, to the gay little blue and white curtains at your windows. And you died before you knew it. And the voice of Ray, the displaced person, the alien in a strange land.
Who is my enemy now? Dale was my enemy once, and you, and Mona. And now you are my own people as surely as if I had been born among you. Who will be my enemy when this new war is done?
You will have no enemy, Ray. For there will be none left to hate or to love. Fortunate for you that you died before the war came. Your last sight was of the faces of those who loved you. And my own voice speaking to you at long last. Remembering the thoughts we had of you, of towering 80-foot giants swarming down upon us out of the cold black reaches of space, seeking to prey upon us and conquer us and at last destroy us. Did you have thoughts of us as demons, too? Did you think because we were another world, we must be monsters ravening for your blood? We were not. We were people like you. Older, perhaps, but with the same instincts you have, the very same. We gloried in the summertime and the white winters. We loved individually and hated collectively as you do. We lived. We fought. we died. Your astronomers have watched us for so many years, speculating on the possibility of life here. Well, there was life. Great cities, wide, peaceful farms, tall dams holding back the might of great rivers, great deserts flowering in the spring with all the dazzling lavishness that can be packed into a brief span of life. We had rivers and oceans and lakes, forests and deep valleys, great monuments to our dead, giant buildings to house our living. We had music and books and great schools and statesmen. Your astronomers tell you of the canals that cover our planet. I saw those canals created. I saw the solid earth splash and boil beneath me. I saw the mountains melt into rivers of molten fiery stone. I saw the great tawny mushrooms of cloud erupt from the floor of the ocean. And I smelt destruction near at hand. Yes, there will be no more wars on our planet. There is only silence and cold and dust that was once a people and a civilization. There is only one man, I, Thor, the last man of Mars, to say the last words. The two moons that circle our planet are rising now. Phobos and Deimos, fear and madness. Death himself marches back to the black draped cavern, and he pauses beside me to lay his icy fingers upon my arm. This is the end of the world and the people that you might have mistaken for your very selves. Honor us at last with your silence at the end. And pray, friends of Earth. Pray not for us, for that is too late. Pray for yourselves. Quiet, please.
Written and directed by Wyllis Cooper. The man who spoke to you was Ernest Chappell.
And others in the cast were Floyd Buckley as Krogh, Vinton Hayworth as Dale, and Lotta Stavisky as Ray. Morna was played by Claudia Morgan, Mrs. Ernest Chappell. Music for Quiet Please is by Albert Berman. This present series of Quiet Please comes to an end with this broadcast after more than 2 years. We've enjoyed bringing these stories to you. Thanks for your comments. My personal gratitude to my friend and associate Bill Cooper for his writing, counsel, and cooperation. Here he is, Bill Cooper.
Thank you for listening to Quiet Please. Thank you, Chappie. Thank you, Bill McClintock. Thank you, Bert Berman. Thank you, Bob Doherty. And thank you, all you people. I hope we'll meet again sometime.
The Quiet Please theme is based on the second movement of the César Franck D Minor Symphony. So for the last time, this is Ernest Chappell saying, quietly yours.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Radio City Playhouse, Attraction 9. Radio City Playhouse proudly presents Betrayal, Another story by Ernest Chappell, author of Ground Floor Window and Whistle Daughter Whistle. Irv is played by Bernard Grant, and the production is directed by Harry W. Junkin. Here is Radio City Playhouse, Attraction 9, Betrayal.
Streets look a lot different at 4 in the morning than they do in the daylight. I mean, it's quiet, and you can't see the old papers and the orange peel in the gutter. I checked it off my beat about 4. I'd gotten rid of the blue straitjacket at the precinct and was heading for that nice, lumpy bed in my room. When I turned off 117th Street, I spotted this kid sitting on a curb leaning against a street lamp. I guess I look funny in civvies, or else he didn't hear me come up, because he jumped about 3 feet.
What do you want?
Nothing. What are you doing here?
Minding my own business.
Oh,
Are
fresh
you?
kid, ain't you? Where do you live?
I forget.
Ain't it kind of late out for you?
I got all night.
Well, I haven't. Now quit horsing around. Where do you live?
Why don't you chase yourself around a block and holler fire?
Get up out of there.
Blow, bud.
I said get up.
Hey, let go of my arm, you big crumb. Why don't you pick on somebody your own size?
Come on now, kid. You better get home.
What's it to you?
Look, you don't want to get into trouble.
Go ahead, call a cop. All they can do is take me downtown and shove me in a children's shelter. That don't bother me none.
Know the whole story, don't you?
Huh?
Never mind. Well, how long do you expect to sit in the gutter?
Look, mister, why don't you leave me alone? I didn't do you nothing.
Well, you just can't sit there. Come on.
Hey, let go. Where are you taking me?
Look, if I'm going to argue with a pint-sized Humphrey Bogart, I'm going to do it over some breakfast. I'm hungry. Another all black. No sugar, Charlie.
Throw one black.
Well, kid, how about it?
How about what?
You, where do you live? What's your name?
Shiv.
Shiv, huh? You carry one?
Yeah. You can look. It snaps open.
Hey, that's quite a frog sticker.
It's legal. The blade's 1/8 under 4 inches. I measured. That's why they call me Shiv, see? Because of the knife. I got my name on the handle on the other side.
And how about the rest of it? Shiv what?
I forget that, too.
One black, Irv.
Hey, Charlie, you ever see this kid before?
Me? No. You done something?
He's got lockjaw.
Lockjaw. What do you know?
Look, kid. Shiv, I ought to turn you in so they take care of you down at the children's shelter.
I wouldn't tell them nothing either.
All right. Look, I'm crazy, but I'll make a bargain with you. If I put you up tonight, will you go home tomorrow?
Well...
It's that at the children's shelter. You'll be there for a couple of days at least.
You wouldn't pull nothing, would you, mister?
Oh, I'll give you Charlie here as a reference.
Well, okay, it's a deal.
Thanks. Come on.
Oh, wait, mister.
What now?
How about a piece of that pie before we go?
Okay. Hey, Charlie, 2 apple pies a la mode. Okay, inside.
Gee, this ain't bad. You live alone?
Solitary confinement.
Yeah. Hey,
What's the matter?
you got a real icebox in the corner.
It's empty, so relax. Here, you take the couch.
Okay by me. Boy,
Hey, get off of there with your feet.
what's the matter? My shoes wouldn't hurt nothing.
That couch may have pansies on it, kid, but it don't need no fertilizer. Come on, off with the shoes. Okay, now the other one. Hey, when's the last time you washed your feet?
We went swimming last week down at 100th Street.
Only a week ago, huh?
Well, we unscrewed a hydrant last night. Should have seen it. Looked like Niagara Falls or something. I didn't take my shoes off.
Yeah, I'll bet. They look like they grew there.
Boy, guess I am tired.
How about breaking down, Shiv? What were you doing on dawn patrol down there?
It's my old man. If I don't get home by 10, he slams me with his belt. Figure it's better to stay away.
It wouldn't occur to you to get in before 10, huh?
That early? The gang's just starting. Some of the guys don't go home all night.
And what keeps them that busy?
You know. All sorts of stuff. Depends. Last night we were supposed to have a war. The Panthers, that's us, against a gang from the Bronx. We would have licked them hollow.
You got beat.
Nah. Some lame-brained cop showed up blowing his brains out on a whistle. By the time we quit running, we couldn't find him again.
Spoil the fun, huh?
Sure. We had it all fixed.
Uh-huh.
Guys up on the roof with light bulbs, air guns, everything. We would have murdered him.
And suppose somebody gets hurt?
So they get hurt. Shorty had 4 stitches last week. He's a leader.
The Bronx gang get him?
Yeah. Shorty was walking along, see, when he sees his kid from the Bronx all alone. It's a little kid, so Shorty jumps him.
So, naturally.
Only them Bronx rats are hiding around the corner, and boom, they're all over Shorty. That's the kind of dirty fighters they are.
Filthy.
They would have carved Shorty up good, only a cop came along and chased him. That was the first time he was ever glad to see a flatfoot.
You, don't like flat feet?
You kidding? I never seen a cop yet who wasn't yellow clear down to the sidewalk.
Uh-huh.
All the time breaking up stickballs. They never let anybody have any fun. Bunch of cross-eyed crumbs. I wouldn't trust a cop as far as I could throw a hippopotamus. Anyhow, what are you doing sticking up for him?
Why shouldn't I?
You think a guy like you would want to steer clean of the cops.
What?
You don't have to worry about me. I won't say nothing.
Wait a minute. What are you talking about?
I seen it when we come in the room.
Seen what?
Well, I figure nobody wants to get chummy with the cops when he packs a rod in his coat pocket.
A rod? You...
What's the matter with you?
You thought I was, Come here, Shiv.
What is it?
Take a good look in the closet.
Holy smokes.
1 suit, blue serge, complete with brass buttons and badge.
A cop?
Commonly known as New York's finest.
Shorty finds out I stayed with a cop, he'll take me apart.
Well, I won't tell him if you don't.
They'll kill me, that's what. It'll be murder.
Well, the kid finally scared himself to sleep. I guess he kind of felt like the lamb that lay down with the lion. I get plenty tired protecting the taxpayers for 8 hours, so it didn't take me long to fall asleep. I was dreaming of sidewalks made out of foam rubber when a shaft of light from the window hit my eye. I woke up just in time. Where you going, kid?
Just out.
All right, kid, put it back.
Huh?
The watch, put it back.
What do you mean? What watch?
Mine, it's in your pocket. Do you put it back or take your pants apart?
I wasn't going nowhere with it.
Just stepping out in the hall to see what time it is.
Oh, yeah, the light's better out there.
Oh, kid, you got enough brass to coat a 4-poster bed. Hand it over.
I was going to bring it back. Here. It's a cheap watch anyway.
Oh, I'm sorry. Next time I'll have it gold-plated. What'd you want to do that for anyway? I ought to take you in.
I just wanted to show it to Shorty and the rest of the guys. None of the Panthers ever swiped a cop's watch before.
They're slipping.
I'd have brought it back, like I said. Just wanted to show it around. Gee, I wouldn't swipe nothing from you. You've been okay for a cop.
Shiv left the watch and beat it out the door like someone was chasing him. I looked in the closet to see if he lifted the badge off my spare blouse for a souvenir. Everything seemed to be there, so I went back to bed. That night before I went out on the beat, I stopped by the desk man, Sergeant Gold. He's kind of a stubby guy with gray hair. He looks like he might have pulled in Henry Hudson's sailors for disturbing the peace.
Another day, another dollar.
What do you mean, day?
All right, night. What's the matter? You got trouble?
Sure, all the time. If it ain't a crap game up an alley, it's pulling a drunk out of a doorway before he freezes stiff. You can have the 8 to 4.
I did, when it was 4 hours longer.
Yeah, I know. You was in the force when they wore stand-up collars.
23rd Precinct? What's eating you?
Nah, nothing. Maybe that kid I picked up last night.
Kid? You didn't bring in no kid.
I put him on my couch for the night. He'd make a clam of conversational.
What's his name?
I don't know. He calls himself Shiv because he carries one big enough to slice steak off an elephant.
Wait a minute. Is he a small kid that looks like an underdone weasel with long hair in his eyes?
I would have been an alley cat.
Yeah, well, his old man gets hauled in here about once a month on a drunken disorderly.
Oh.
Name's Walter or Walters or something. I could look it up. The kid comes down to pay his fine.
Yeah, that figures. Well, so long. I gotta go out and protect the taxpayers. I checked out and started wearing my arches down on the concrete. Not much doing. Pull an old lady out from under a cab and shipped her off to Lincoln Hospital. Broke up a fight in Broadway. And about 11 o'clock, I turned down 120th Street. There was a bunch of kids sitting on a stoop, and I spotted Shiv on the top step and started over. I just wanted to find out if he got home all right, but somebody let out a yell.
Hey, it's the cops.
As far as I could see, they melted into the ground. About a half an hour later, I was passing that little alley next to the First National Bank.
Hey.
What the devil?
It's me, Shiv.
What do you want?
I wanted to explain about before. Thought you might be sore or something.
About what?
About me calling Chicky on you and Ron.
Oh, I figured it was you. What was that, the Panthers General Staff?
Sort of.
You sure look guilty of something. What was up?
Nothing. I was afraid you was coming over to talk to me.
Ah. Well, what do I owe the pleasure of this to?
I only wanted you shouldn't get sore. Don't have to get funny about it.
All right. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Well, I gotta get going again. You want to walk with me?
Yeah. No, I can't.
The Panthers?
They wouldn't trust me none if they saw us. You understand that doesn't mean I don't want to.
Okay, Shiv. See you around.
Sure,
Irv? Where'd you pick that up?
I seen it on the back of your watch.
It got to be kind of a habit. Shiv would wait in the alley and walk a couple of blocks with me. Only the kid was careful never to get seen under a streetlight. He was still afraid of being caught trading with the enemy or something. Once we was talking baseball or something, and Shiv must have forgot because we came around a corner onto Broadway, and across the street, the whole Panther General Headquarters was spread over the stoop of 3427. They must have spotted us because the first thing I know, Shiv was holding on to my arm, hollering.
Let go of me, cop. I didn't do nothing. Let go, you flat-foot crumb, you brass monkey.
I wasn't even touching him, but he broke away from me like as if I had a death grip on him. He waited for me outside the precinct station that night.
Hey, Irv.
Aha. Houdini, the escape artist.
Oh, I didn't mean nothing.
Did it go over big with the Panthers?
You wasn't sore or nothing, was it?
No. There's nothing I like better than being called a crumb. Unless it's a brass monkey.
That ain't nothing.
Practically a compliment.
Take it easy, will you? I only said that 'cause the Panthers seen me. Like yelling kill the umpire or something.
Okay, we'll let the whole thing drop. You hungry?
Yeah, sure.
Well, come on. What's the matter? You're out late again.
The old man's on another bat. Figure I ain't gonna walk in on him and have him think I'm a snake.
Is he working?
On and off. We ain't had nothing to eat in our house for a couple of days.
Yeah, how about you?
I do okay. You know, snitching stuff off the grocery store.
Hey, you better not let me catch you lifting anything.
You wouldn't turn me in, would you?
I'm serious, Shiv. If you need money, you come to me, see?
Well, I don't do it no more. I've been going up to my aunt's teeth. Only she cooks like a cement mixer.
You stay at your aunt's, see? I don't like that sticky finger stuff.
Take it easy, Irv. I didn't take nothing big. Besides, I don't have to take that from you.
What?
Well, I mean, we're just friends or something, see? When you start handing me big-time advice, it spoils everything, like you was a teacher or a relative.
Okay, if you want it that way.
And besides, just because I figure one cop ain't so bad, it don't mean the rest of them ain't no good low-down crumbs.
Sounds like a communique from the Panthers.
Shorty made me a lieutenant.
A commissioned officer, huh? Congratulations.
They only got two of them, me and Bernie.
Okay, Lieutenant. Here's Charlie's place. Unless you got scruples against eating with the enlisted men. That's the way it was. The kid sort of tolerated me like I was his personal exception to the general rule about cops. After that, I couldn't get nothing off him. About what he did in the daytime, I mean. I guess he went to his aunt's for meals. I never asked him. Once I tried to talk him out of the Panthers.
Why don't you go dive in a sewer? You think I'm one of them milk-fed petunias that runs home to Mama after school? Look, I don't ask you to quit the cops, so you lay off the Panthers.
So I did. After that, the kid was even more careful, in case, perish forbid, anybody should see him with me. Once I offered to take him to the polo grounds when the Dodgers were in.
You mean it? For the doubleheader?
Sure, I'm a hot sport.
I sneaked in last year to the stadium. There's a place around by the
Not anymore. They fenced that one in.
Oh, the dirty crumbs.
Money man. They got a quaint idea you should pay to get in.
Not me. It's against my principles.
Yeah, I figured. Well, you want to go?
Sure.
Okay, I'll pick you up at the 8th Avenue subway, 116th Street. Well, what are you shaking your head for?
Look, suppose I meet you up there on top of the bluff.
Okay. Far be it for me to damage your social standing. The top of Coogan's Bluff it is. I'll be wearing a white carnation in my buttonhole. Just whistle twice and give the password. Then for a while I didn't see the kid. I got to looking for him in doorways, down alleys. I even checked the children's shelter downtown and the juvenile court. I didn't hear anything about him until one night when I came in off my hitch to sign out. It was pouring down, sheets of rain. I was sweating under the heavy raincoat and hood. I just got it off and started to stretch when Sergeant Gold called me over.
Hey, Arthur, come here a minute, will you?
Sure, Sergeant. Hey, how do you get a desk job on a night like this?
Never mind. Did you hear we had a warehouse cracked on 135th Street?
Yeah?
Karen spotted him and got himself shot in the leg.
Hey, that's tough. How is he?
Well, he's in Lincoln Hospital. He'll be all right. That ain't what I called you over for. They found this in the warehouse alley.
A knife, huh?
It's got writing on the handle, Irv.
Yeah. Yeah, I see. You want me to bring him in?
Figured you'd know where to find him.
Anything else?
You don't mind. I mean, I could send somebody else.
That's all right, Sergeant. I'll bring the kid in. I stood outside the station, watching the rain driving against the green lights. I didn't know where to find that crazy little jerk. Wasn't anybody much on the streets. A couple of cabs come by. Once in a while, somebody under an umbrella. I went over to the house where the kid lived. The landlady was scared, trembling when she saw me outside, and she let me in the room with a passkey. The kid's old man was lying across a cot, colder than a dead fish, with the whiskey smell strong enough to walk on. I poked it with my nightstick. And he just muttered.
Come on, Peter. Go away.
Hey, come on. Come to.
Go away. I'm sleeping.
You're stiff. Come on, sit up.
Hey, what's the idea?
Now, stay up.
The idea... Hey, what is this? You a cop?
Yeah.
What do you want? I ain't done nothing.
Where's the kid?
Huh?
The kid.
What kid?
For crying out loud, your kid, Shiv.
Him? I don't know. Go away.
Stay up there. Come on.
Quit shaking me, will you?
Where is he?
Told you I don't know. What do you want him for?
Oh, never mind.
Ain't surprised. That kid's no good. No respect for his father, see? All the kids are no good.
You don't know where he
Whole
is?
generation no good. Is he in trouble? I'll beat the ears off him, little no good devil.
Yeah, I'll bet.
I'll tear him apart. No respect for his father.
You're sure you don't know where he is?
Told you I don't know, and I don't care if he never shows up. It's a pain in the neck. Go on, let me alone. I'm going to sleep, see? Beat it.
I told the landlady to call the station if he showed up. It was beginning to show daylight when I got back on the street. I called into Sergeant Gold and went home. My feet hurt more than usual, and I guess I felt pretty rotten. I just about made it up to the stairs of my room and opened the door. Huh? How did you get in here?
That lock wouldn't stop a campfire, girl.
What'd you come here for?
I just ain't seen you for a while, that's all.
Yeah, I'll bet.
How you been?
Why don't you cut it out?
What's the matter? Can a guy ask how you been?
Shiv, I saw your knife tonight, that one with your name on the handle.
You did? That's funny. I lost it a week ago. That's right. It dropped right out of my pocket.
They found that knife in a warehouse alley, Shiv. Right next to where a cop got shot.
I lost it playing stickball, that's it.
Oh, cut it out. It was the Panthers, wasn't it? They got pretty big. Decided to quit snitching bananas off of fruit stands. Graduated to a warehouse job, didn't they?
Listen, Irv, I didn't want to go see, but I was a lieutenant. They would have said I was... I didn't want to go see.
Who had the gun? Who did the shoot?
I don't know.
Yeah, you don't know.
Remember, Irv, you told me to come to you when I was in trouble, you remember?
Yeah.
That's why I come. Irv, I only got one friend anywhere. That's why I come to you.
Wait a minute.
I gotta get out of town, Irv, before they find out. I gotta have some money. I'll pay you back, honest I will. I'll get a job somewhere. Lots of places hire kids.
Hold on, Shiv.
You're gonna lend me the dough, aren't you, Irv? Like you always said, if I needed anything.
You shouldn't have come here, Shiv.
I couldn't have gone home, Irv. The old man would have beat me up with an empty bottle, and my Aunt Myra would have just prayed at me. I knew you'd help me, Irv. You got to.
You shouldn't have come.
You're gonna give me the dough, ain't you? Ain't you, Irv? Irv.
I'm gonna take you in, Shiv.
No.
I got to. Besides, if I don't, somebody else will. You see that, don't you, kid? It's the only way, Shiv.
Let go of my arm.
I got to.
I should have known.
Listen to me, Shiv.
Let go, I said, you low-down, stinking, good-for-nothing cop. I should have known you cheap, crummy, no-good double-crosser.
Shiv!
What kind of a friend? Come to him for help and right away he squeals. What are they going to make him for this, an inspector or something?
Calm down, will you?
Let me tell you, I won't make the same mistake again. There ain't no cop living who ain't rotten right down through. I'll bet they make you a commissioner or something.
You shut up a while and listen.
I
said listen. Maybe you think I like pulling you in for the juvenile court.
Supposed to be a friend.
Sure, a friend. But what do you think my job is? You think I get paid for nothing? I'm supposed to see that nobody gets hurt in my beat. I'm supposed to pull people out of fights and make sure nobody gets mugged in the alleys. I got to see that nobody cleans out a store when nobody's looking.
You're breaking my heart.
You think it's easy being a cop? It's a job like anything else and ain't such a good paying one at that. What, kid? It's the only job I got, and I got to do it right. Maybe it's crazy, but that's the way I work.
If I had maybe $1,000,
No,
I bet you...
Shiv. No. You come a lot closer to making me forget the job than a cheap hood with a roll of dough. But I wouldn't do different if you were my own kid brother. You gotta go in. Can't you understand that?
Cop, that's all. Once a cop, always a low-down heel.
And that gang. Next time the Panthers pull a job, maybe somebody will shoot straighter. There'll be a first-degree charge, and by that time, maybe you'll be old enough so you can end up in a regular court. What the devil kind of life is that? Can't you understand?
I understand, all right. I thought there was one decent cop, a guy who'd stick by a friend, but I was a sucker, see? I was wrong. I hope that flatfoot that got shot dies. I hope he dies, and I wish it was you.
I went down a couple of days later to see the kid at the children's shelter. He was out playing basketball with a slew of kids in for everything from truancy to armed robbery. I get in to see the social worker, and she talked to me a long time about Shiv, only she called him Burton. Then they brought the kid into the office and left me alone with him. He just stood there a long time without saying anything. And finally he got curious.
Well, what do you want?
I just come to see how you were.
I'm fine, just dandy, so you can go.
They caught Shorty and the rest of the Panthers. Most of them are in the Center Street jail.
So?
Look, kid, do you need anything? I mean, a toothbrush or something?
Nah, thanks.
They treat you all right?
Yeah, I guess so. A lot of questions.
Look, the social worker told me you'd be up before Judge Carroll. Now, that's the lady judge. I'll have to be there, too, see? So between us, maybe it'll be all right.
Don't do me no favors.
Oh, what do you want to be so tough for? Sometimes you get me so mad I could... You sure you don't need anything?
I'll make out.
Okay, then. Goodbye. Shake? No? Okay. So long.
Irv.
Yeah?
Look. A kid in the yard. He told me... I mean, where they gonna send me? They gonna keep me there all the time?
Oh, no, not too long, I guess.
This kid said they throw away the key, see? He told me they beat the ears off you all the time. Would they do that, huh? The kid, he'd been up before. He told me that... I don't want to stay there all the time, Irv.
Oh, hey, take it easy. It ain't that bad. I've seen it up there.
I wouldn't tell nobody else. I'm scared, Irv. What are they going to do to me?
You'll be okay, Shiv. You'll be okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess so. I guess I can take it.
I gotta go, kid.
Yeah. Irv.
Yeah?
You can... I mean, if you want, you can write me a letter.
Oh, sure, Shiv. We'll make a lot of plans for later. I mean, for after.
Yeah, I know. Only don't give the police station for a return address.
No?
I wouldn't want the other guys to know I was getting letters from a cop.
Well, that's how it is. Shiv is upstate at the state school. He writes to me about once a month. Grubby, tough letters. And I send him stuff. The other day, Sergeant Gold called me over to the desk at the station.
Hey, Irv.
Yeah?
I got a check here for you.
A check?
It's a reward from the insurance company for catching a warehouse thief.
Oh.
$100.
$100.
Don't you want it?
You know what I feel like, Sarge? Judas. That's what. Judas.
You gonna cash it?
No. Oh, yeah. I'll keep it. I'll keep it for Shiv. $100 is $100. Even if it is blood money.
You have just heard Betrayal, as written by Ernest Chappell and directed by Harry W. Junkin. The part of Irv was played by Bernard Grant. Shiv was Edwin Bruce, age 12. Other players included Arthur Q. Bryan and Alan Stevenson. The music was composed and conducted by Dr. Roy Shield. Radio City Playhouse is supervised for the National Broadcasting Company by Richard P. McDonough. Next week, the story of Michael and Margaret, the story of their dreams and their love, entitled King of the Moon by Joseph Schewel. We warmly invite you to join us next Monday for Attraction 10, King of the Moon, on Radio City Playhouse. Robert Warren speaking. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please. Broadcasting System presents Quiet, Please, which is written and directed by Wyllis Cooper and which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet, Please for tonight is called Rain on New Year's Eve. It's raining again. Pretty near New Year's, and it's raining again. Back east, it's probably snowing different places. Or maybe the moon's out, shining on the snow, and people are saying, why, it's so bright out you can read a newspaper. You can't read a newspaper by moonlight, only the headlines. Maybe if you take your newspaper out in the yard and stand in the moonlight, you might find a headline with my name in it. It's been there before. Well, anyway, so there's moonlight. Here, there's rain. Like it was that other New Year's Eve. That's what the rain makes me think of. As if I ever thought of anything else. Listen. listen to the rain. I was sitting in my office in the writer's court out there after we'd been on the picture for 2 or 3 months. Writing it, that is. They'd been shooting for about 3 weeks, but I was still on the picture because we had a producer that couldn't make up his mind, and the director was one of those guys, sort of road company Hitchcock, you know. He makes the picture up as he goes along. Only there has to be a writer filed away someplace where he can find him when he runs out of ideas, which is not more than 11 times a day. So I'm dying. I go on the set and I find actors there I never heard of, speaking lines I never wrote, in scenes I couldn't figure out. Then the director would get me in a corner and put the arm on me. This thing doesn't seem to quite gel, old man. You know? And me and my little typewriter go to work to unscrew things while the overtime and the gin rummy games go right on. Great life, that. Well, so I'm sitting in my office and the rain is on the roof and the gas heater is frying my ankles while the draft from the window is giving my neck the deep freeze. Mary Lou, my secretary, comes in from her little cubbyhole next to mine.
When do I get to do my Christmas shopping, Mr. Ramsey?
You don't get to do your Christmas shopping, Mary Lou.
Yes, I know. I didn't.
What?
Christmas was 2 days ago, Mr. Ramsey.
Was it? Well, Merry Christmas.
Are we ever going to finish this picture, for heaven's sake?
Well, I'll tell you, Angel. Mr. Doty, the great director, is getting $3,500 a week.
I know it.
And, my dear, Mr. Doty has not got $3,500 a week for a long, long time, see?
Mm-hmm.
So Mr. Doty, the great director, is going to make $3,500 a week just as long as he possibly can, and characters like us can, you know what.
That man.
I have a different word for him, sweetheart. But as I was saying, if we leave it to Mr. Doty, this here picture ain't never going to be finished. 100 years from now, somebody will come upstairs here and they'll find an old man with a long white beard beating out the 59th revision of scene 456. And in the next room, a little apple-cheeked old lady.
Oh, cut it out.
Yeah.
Oh, when are they going to finish it? No kidding.
New Year's Eve.
Well, maybe there'll be champagne and stuff on the set.
Yeah, no doubt. For the expensive actors and the producers and the fine, upstanding director. For you and me, a nice bottle of 60-cent claret imported from right over there on Ventura Boulevard.
You're so funny.
On the contrary.
Well, I'm getting awful sick of this, Mr. Ramsey. We've had to work every single night for the last 4 weeks. Do you realize that?
You kidding? Do I realize it? Go get me some coffee, will you, kid? I gotta stay awake for Mr. Doty.
Coffee. I bet you and I could be elected president of Brazil, all the coffee we've put away.
Answer the phone.
It's Doty.
Well, we gotta be dignified.
Oh, Lord. Mr. Ramsey's office. Who's calling, please? Oh, yes, Mr. Doty. He's here.
I'm always here. Ramsey. Yes, Mr. Doty. What seems to be the trouble? I see. Yes, I see, but Mr. Doty, Well, that'd mean rewriting practically all the... Well, yes, I know. I mean... But what do you gain that way? What? 2 monsters? Well, what's 2 monsters got that 1 monster hasn't? Oh, yeah, sure, but who scares who? Whom, I mean. But, Mr. Doty, I saw a picture once with 2 monsters in it, and it was silly. What? Oh, you directed it. I'll be right over. Skip the coffee, Mary Lou.
2 monsters?
2. Count them 2. And I'll lay you 6-2 and even, but by the time I get to the stage, you'll be hollering for 3.
Take your raincoat. It's raining pitchforks.
Maybe one of them will stab me. I better tell you about this monster stuff. This was a horror picture, you see. Kind of the poor man's Frankenstein. Yeah, they couldn't get Karloff, naturally, and they couldn't use the Frankenstein monster makeup because Jack Pierce over at Universal invented that. I guess Universal owned it. So they had me dream up a monster. And boy, did I dream one up. There's an old book called... No, I guess I won't tell you what it's called. Well, you don't want to take those old books too seriously. So I kind of swiped this monster out of the book. Well, you'll never see the picture, I suppose, so maybe I better tell you a little about him. No, I guess I won't either. He was the most horrible monster I ever saw, no kidding. And what the makeup department did with my sketch and my description. Oh, boy. Just one thing I'll tell you about him, and you can figure out the rest for yourself. He didn't have any face. You take it from there. But don't kid yourself. He was a thing. They got Ollie Tharp to play the goon. Nice fella, quiet, always grinning, modest. Good actor. Last guy in the world you'd expect to play a monster. Oh, yeah, sure. Karloff did the Frankenstein thing, and he's the mildest-mannered guy in the world. I remember him on the Son of Frankenstein set years ago in his monster suit all gray and green, showing pictures of his new baby to people. That's a laugh. Well, I guess monsters are human sometimes, huh? Yeah, maybe humans are... Yeah. Well, all right. I spend 3 hours listening to Mr. Doty run off at the mouth with the whole company having the screaming memes over all this nonsense. It's 5 minutes to 12 when he finally decides to quit and everybody goes home. They're all burned at Doty, but they'll wake up in the morning and remember the overtime and they'll feel better. Me? Writers don't get overtime. So I get back to the writer's court and the light's burning in the window and Mary Lou is snoring away with her face in a stack of carbon paper. She wakes up and asks me a question.
How many monsters now?
We got 4 now, say, including me. So the next morning it's not raining anymore. The sun is shining bright, and you can see snow on top of the mountains, and it's a very nice day. And monsters are pretty hazy in my mind as I pick up my copy of the Reporter and head for the rickety stairway to my palatial office. I'll tell you how much good the sunshine did me. I was whistling as I climbed up the stairs and opened the door.
You might as well turn off the whistle. Mr. Doty's looking for you.
And now what?
He says it's very important.
Yeah, 2 more monsters.
Your coffee's on your desk.
Steaming cold, no doubt.
I just brought it up. Give me 15 cents.
Well, it's your turn to buy this morning.
I bought yesterday.
All right, all right. Hello, no, he isn't here yet. Go ahead.
Mr. Ramsey's office. Yes, Mr. Doty.
Morning, Mr. Doty. How are you? Oh? No kidding. Why, that's fun. What? Oh, of course. Yuck. Yes, sure.
What's up?
Why, sure, Mr. Doty. Yes, sir, I'll be right over.
What?
He has to finish the picture definitely by 12 midnight, December 31st.
Oh, that's what you said last night.
Well, I was kidding. You know how it goes in the story.
I forgot.
Well, I mean the way it was originally. You know, this monster only has power the last hour of the year.
Oh, yes.
Remember, it was a New Year's party, the whole picture?
It's been so long ago, I forgot how we started.
Well, don't you remember our big payoff scene? She thinks the monster is her wicked uncle?
Who thinks?
You know, the babe with the teeth. The goon girl with a blue dress.
Oh, yes.
Remember, she thinks the monster is her uncle, and she tries to rip his mask off, and it ain't a mask?
Something like that.
And the house is on fire, and he grabs her and runs inside the house, and our hero busts in after her and rescues her. Some way I never had a chance to figure out.
Well, how would he do it without his glasses? He'd fall over the stoop.
What stoop? There's hundreds of them in pictures.
Drink your coffee and go see Mr. Doty. Maybe he's changed his mind.
No, he can't change his mind. The front office put the big fat arm on him, or else. Whoopee, baby, 3 days and we can sit down and rest.
Away from this place.
You can say that again. Tell him I ain't here. Well, sir, that sunshine looked better than ever to me. But when the big door of the stage swung shut behind me, the sunshine sure disappeared. Well, Mr. Doty was an unhappy man. Well, 3 more days, and there wouldn't be any more of those $3,500 is. And he didn't like it a little bit. And guess who he took it out on?
This is the worst story I ever had to work with. It positively smells bad.
I didn't say. It's your story, Mr. Doty. All I got left is a monster, and he'll probably turn out to be Santa Claus or somebody.
Did you listen to me when I told you how to do it?
I didn't say. I listened to you, Mr. Doty, and now look what we got.
Now I have to give up my beautiful idea of having 3 monsters instead of 1.
Because then we'd have had to reshoot practically the whole picture, and you'd have made another $1 million. I didn't say that either.
So, if you think you could possibly dredge up your original script, I think I can possibly make it into an acceptable B picture. Although that's a task even for a director like me.
Mr. Doty doesn't realize what an unconscious humorist he is. That guy could make a B picture out of the signing of the Declaration of Independence, even if he had the original cast.
So get to work. Get to work and do something. Have I got to do everything around here? Get a move on you.
Oh, I got a move on me. Even if you think I disliked that guy up to now. What? He did to me the last 2 days.
You've got to get some sleep somehow. You've been on your feet for almost 2 days, Mr. Ramsey.
Yeah. Where were we?
Scene 168, long shot interior mansion night. From the top of the stairway, a figure appears indistinct in the shadows. We sense, rather than see, the twisted evil form of the monster as he peers over the balustrade. From the foreground right, the butler appears and starts slowly up the stairway. As he reaches the 4th or 5th step, the camera starts to move in to follow him. We crane up the stairs, and the camera holds on the last 3 steps as the butler reaches the top. Cut to... Hey, wake up.
I'm sorry. Where were we?
Ramsey, you've got to get some sleep. Lie down for 10 minutes.
Gee, I'd sure like that.
Mr. Ramsey's office.
I'm not here.
Yes, Mr. Doty.
All right. All right. Hello? Yes? Sure. I'll be right over.
Oh, Mr. Ramsey, I was...
You know what, Mary Lou?
Well, put on your coat. It's raining again.
You know what?
What?
I wish I was a monster. You know, I was a tired little fellow. I didn't have any Thanksgiving. I ate a bent ham sandwich in my office that day because Mr. Doty had to have 3 new scenes Friday morning. He called me at the office to see how I was doing. He just finished his Thanksgiving dinner. I didn't have any Christmas. I locked the door of my office and baked my brains out on a whole new sequence Mr. Doty had thought up. All around me, people were drinking whiskey and chasing each other through the corridors and up and down the stairs. I didn't have any Sundays, and I didn't have any evenings. I, my friend, damn near lost my mind. All the time, Mr. Doty. Wow. Heck, no wonder that by New Year's Eve I was ready to hire a man with a cleaver to extirpate the guy. But I didn't. Nope, I sure didn't. At 9 o'clock, he called me over to the set again. Could I rewrite some dialogue? Well, I crossed him up on that one. I threw out the hash he'd made of my original dialogue and substituted what I'd originally written. It played okay. After 7 different takes, all exactly alike. I went back to my office in the rain.
Mr. Ramsey's office. Yes, Mr. Doty. Yes, Mr. Doty. I'll tell him. Mr. Ramsey.
I heard you.
He needs you right away again.
Okay.
Oh, you poor thing.
Only another couple hours. Hope I can take it.
Take your raincoat. It's raining cats and dogs.
You're telling me. That time it was a little piece of action he couldn't get through his ivory head. I explained it in words of 1 syllable, carefully avoiding the 4-letter ones. He thanked me, old boy, and I went out into the rain again. Rain. Oh, what rain in California can do to you. I heard of a fellow that jumped into the Los Angeles River once after a week of rain. Ordinarily, he'd break his ankle, but he drowned. You know, it just comes down steadily. Well, I know I could probably be a lot more graphic than that, but that's all there is to rain in California. It comes down steadily. Ice cold. Steadily. Yeah. Of course, it always stops about the time you've decided to start out on foot for the east. The sun shines and poinsettias bloom and the hills are green. Oh, man, it's wonderful. I guess they have the rain like hitting yourself on the head with a hammer. It feels so good when you stop. Yeah, that's a bum gag, but I was a pretty beat-up character. 3 more times that New Year's Eve. In the rain. The guy getting meaner and meaner each time. Well, at least it was going to be over pretty soon. It was 10 minutes to 11 when I came into the office and Mary Lou took my coat from me.
You've just got to get a little sleep, Ramsey. Now, you sit down at your desk and put your head down and catch 40 winks.
Thanks, Mary Lou. Oh, if I had to see that man just one more time tonight, I would be responsible. I'm not kidding.
I know. You go to sleep.
Well, kid, you're as all in as I am.
Well, at least I don't have to face him.
He's got to stop at midnight. As soon as he's through, should you and me go someplace and have a New Year's drink?
I don't know whether I could keep awake.
Well, let's try, huh?
Okay.
Anybody ever tell you you're a nice gal?
Couple of people.
I could marry a gal like you.
Don't kid people, Ramsey.
I'm not.
See how you feel when you wake up.
I think I love you.
I wish you meant that, Ramsey.
I do. Kiss her from me good night.
Ramsey, you're sweet.
Kiss me good night. I'm sorry.
Go to sleep.
So I went to sleep. And I dreamed. Even when I was asleep, I couldn't get that guy Doty off my mind. I dreamed I was on the set. I dreamed they were shooting the last scene, the one where the monster comes closer and closer to the camera till that head of his without any face fills the whole screen. You know how it is in dreams. You're here, and then all of a sudden you're there, and you're one guy, and then you're another, and it's all mixed up. Yeah. I could see the set, and I could hear Doty call out.
What? Rolling. Action.
Then I could see this faceless monster coming out of the shadows. Slowly, right up to the camera where George Robinson was standing, as tired as everybody else. And I thought to myself, if the audience had any idea that little old milquetoast Allie Tharp was inside that monster rig, they'd bust. And in the dream, I saw Doty jumping up and down in one of those silly rages of his, and he yelled,
Cut! Get back there and fly over. You've got about as much minute as Ramsey over there.
Even in my dreams, he was picking on me. And so they started all over again. My dream got kind of mixed up all right there, and I sort of seemed to be following the monster because I could see Doty's face right in front of me as the monster moved in. When Doty yelled, cut again, the monster and I didn't stop. I just sort of seemed to follow him right on, farther and farther. I saw the monster's big, hairy hands grab Doty, and Doty screamed, and the monster's hands were fumbling at Doty's neck. Doty was fighting, and I saw Doty bite the monster's hand. It was so real I could almost feel it. And then everything got black in my dream, and there were a lot of bells ringing, and that's what woke me up. So I raised my head, and of course, there I was in my office. And I pulled myself out of it a little, and I knew what the bells were. They were Bells ringing in the new year. The rain was hammering on the roof, and it was tomorrow. So I got up and hollered for Mary Lou. Mary Lou! Hey, Happy New Year, Mary Lou. And she didn't answer. I stepped through the door into her little office. And she was lying on the floor behind her desk. And the look on her face was something I never want to see again. It was a look of the most awful horror anybody could imagine. The kind of look you'd expect to see on the face of someone who'd been literally frightened to death by a monster who had no face at all. So I stood there. After a few seconds, I heard people yelling outside, and I heard somebody yell that Holly Tharp had killed Dodie. Somebody else said, no, Holly Tharp was dead, too, with a broken neck in his dressing room. And my hand hurt. When I raised my hand to look at it, right across the thick of my palm were teeth marks. Deep, bloody teeth marks where Dodie had bit me when I strangled him. So you see, that's why I say never take any of those old books too seriously. Remember I said I wished I was a monster? Remember what the book said? The monster only possessed his murderous power for 1 hour, the last hour of the year. New Year's Eve again, and it's raining. Got anybody you want murdered?
You have listened to Quiet Please, which is written and directed by Wyllis Cooper. The man who spoke to you was Ernest Chappell, and Muriel Kirkland was Mary Lou, Pat O'Malley was Dodie. Music for Quiet Please is composed and played by Albert Berman. Now, for a word about next week's Quiet Please, here is our writer-director, my good friend, Wyllis Cooper.
I have a story for you next week about a man who was haunted. It's called The Little Visitor.
And so, until next week at this time, I am quietly yours, Ernest Chappell. Quiet Please comes to you from New York. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents Quiet Please, which is written and directed by Wyllis Cooper and which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet Please for tonight is called Sketch for a Screenplay.
I got to thinking this afternoon about Hollywood. There's a lot of people who don't care much about Hollywood, and I suppose they got a right to feel any way they wanted. But me, I always sort of liked the place. Not Hollywood, the town especially, but what people in pictures think of as Hollywood. All the way out to Fox and Metro and the Selznick lot. All the way back to Paramount and RKO and Columbia. Out to the Valley to Universal and Warner's and Republic. All Hollywood, the picture people. Even Hollywood itself. I wonder if the loafers still clutter up the sidewalk outside the Theater on Vine Street. I wonder if the hardest working newsboy in the world is still on the corner of Hollywood and Vine. Wonder if Roland's still at the parking lot back of the Equitable. And that bartender at the Derby that always used to put the bite on you for $50. Hollywood Boulevard at Christmas time. Santa Claus Lane with the gold and silver trees and the lights. And in the summer, when it's 11 o'clock in Hollywood but it's 3 o'clock in New York, That makes it time to have a bottle of Carte Blanc in the bamboo room. Yes, you get quite sentimental over Hollywood. Especially when you're not there. And you're not ever going back. I got to thinking about a screenplay this afternoon when I was thinking about Hollywood. No, it isn't written. I doubt it ever will be written. But I amused myself all afternoon thinking about it. Walking over to Harry's office with a batch of pages under my arm that Lillian had just typed up all nice and neat on the yellow paper. Maybe Milk Grocer Norman Foster would be strolling back to the writers' building, griping about changes their producer wanted, and bring it back at 3 o'clock, boys. Then Harry would be sitting there with his feet on the big desk, drinking Coke. How many times? How many times? So sit down in a big easy chair with the light in your eyes. And after a while, Harry finishes his Coke and takes his feet down and shuts his eyes.
All right, what you got, Fred?
I just got a few pages, Harry, just the opening, you see. Only a few scenes, but I think it sets the mood of the thing.
Go ahead, let's hear it. Read it to me.
All right. Long shot, the Chateau Park, summer, day. Shooting from a height toward the chateau itself, which stands at the edge of the woods where the low hills rise against the horizon. In the foreground, near a formal garden in the center of which a fountain plays, is a marble statue of a Greek goddess. And through the trees behind the chateau, we can dimly see other sculptured figures. The chateau itself is huge, gray, many-windowed, and its conical turrets rise bravely against...
Okay. Everybody knows what a French chateau looks like. Go ahead with the story. I gotta go to the barber shop.
A little breeze from the south moves restlessly through the branches of the trees, and the haze of midsummer is on the distant hills. And over the scene comes the sound of children at play.
Is this about kids?
Kids? I suppose it is, Harry. I suppose it is. I remember those summers, those long, happy summers when I was a child. The park and the chateau were magic places then. And when the twilight fell across the broad woodlands and the tiny lights sprang up in the tall windows above us, we used to sit, the three of us, and dream of Bayard and Roland and Du Guesclin and all the paladins of France whose male ghosts were very near to us in the gathering dusk. Paul.
And Roland blew his horn again and again, but the king was far away, and he did not hear.
And Madeleine.
And Roland and all the army died in the pass of Roncesvalles, because King Charlemagne did not hear the horn of Roland.
No, Madeleine. They died, but Roland didn't die.
Oh, the book says he died.
No, Roland did not die. Did he, Fred?
The colonel says he didn't die. The colonel says Roland lived forever.
Where is he then?
Roland waits for the day when France needs him. Then he will come.
And the colonel says if we listen on a night when there's no moon sometime, we can hear Roland sounding his horn. Maybe see the flash of his sword Durandal in the starlight.
Oh, do you believe that, Fred?
I don't know. Do you, Paul?
No, of course I believe that. I have heard the horn.
Oh, you dreamed it.
I have heard it.
It is nice to believe that.
About the horn?
About Roland living and being ready always to come to the aid of his people.
I would like that. I would like to live always.
Not forever, Paul. That wouldn't be fun.
Yes, it would. To help people when they've given up hope.
It would be fun that way, Fred.
I don't want to live forever.
Oh, I don't think anybody really wants to live forever. Not even Roland, maybe.
I remember that afternoon, the three of us under the great oak tree, and the sun red and gold beyond the hills. Children together in the good days before the great plague came out of the east and swallowed up the youth and happiness of France.
Is that all this thing's about, just kids?
Scene 36, close three-shot, Madeleine, Paul, and Fred. I'm wearing my going-away clothes, and in my hand is my valise carefully tagged with my name and destination. It's a year later and more. The first chill winds of autumn are sweeping the leaves from the trees in the park, and the frost has touched the flowers in the formal garden where we stand before the silent fountain. There are tears in Madeleine's eyes, and a suspicion of them on Paul's cheeks. For this is goodbye again.
You will come back next year, won't you, Fred?
Of course you'll come back, Madeleine. Stop crying.
Stop crying, you said.
I am not.
Fred, she'll miss you.
You don't know how I'll miss you, Madeleine. Paul.
I Why can't we keep you here always?
My mother? You know.
I wish you could stay.
You'll come back, Madeline.
Do come back, Fred.
I will, Madeline. I promise.
Go away, Paul.
Go away.
Please, Paul.
Goodbye, Fred.
Goodbye, Paul.
Come back.
I'll come back.
We'll be waiting.
I know.
Till next summer, then.
Till next summer.
Fred, you won't forget us.
Never, Madeline.
We love you, Fred.
And I love you, Madeline.
Come back to us.
I'll come back to you, Madeline.
We'll wait, Fred.
You wait for me.
I'll be like Roland, Fred. No matter when you come back. 100 years from now. I'll be waiting.
And over the scene comes the sound of a distant horn. Not the distant horn of Roland, protector of France, but the strident horn of the motor car that was to take an American child away from the scenes of his happiest years and set him on his journey home. And as the two children embrace, wetting each other's faces with their tears, we fade out. And then I thought of the next few years. Fade in. New York Harbor and the Statue of Liberty. Dissolve to a confused, tearful greeting at the pier. Close up. A preoccupied, garrulous mother. And close up, an embarrassed, preoccupied stranger called father. And moving shot, a train streaking westward in the night. And montage, a sad-eyed boy staring out of a train window, a fountain playing in a formal garden in the sunlight. Cone-shaped towers against an evening sky. A girl waving goodbye from the iron gates of a chateau in France. A giant figure in armor brandishing a golden trumpet. And on the soundtrack, distant, distant voices.
Come back, Fred.
We love you, Fred.
Come back.
100 years from now, I'll be waiting, Fred.
Let me see that script, Fred.
Go ahead. Read it, Harry.
Insert. Diploma from the University of Illinois. Know ye all men by these presents that Frederick Arthur, Bachelor of Arts, seal of the university. Full shot, city room, daily newspaper. As Fred enters the room, the camera follows him to the desk of the city editor, where he stops respectfully. The camera moves into a close two-shot of Fred and the editor. The editor at last looks up.
I was editor of the college paper my last year in school, and I did a column on sports for the Havana paper.
Dissolved to typewriter and hands at work. The camera moves into a close close-up, and we read...
By Frederick Arthur.
Dissolved to close-up. Fred at telephone.
All right, Senator, I'll see what I can do about it.
Dissolved to medium shot. Group at bar, favoring Fred. Fred raises his glass and drinks.
Here's to Hollywood, you unlucky people. Hollywood and $1 million a week writing movies.
Dissolved to close-up. Fred's hands at a typewriter. Dissolved to full shot. Carthay Circle Theater at night. With searchlights stabbing up into the sky at the premiere of Fred's first picture success. Great crowds of movie fans in the bleachers as the stars leave their cars and parade into the theater. Fred, in a brand-new dinner jacket surrounded by picture personalities, walks proudly into the theater. Insert. The clock on the Utter McKinley building. The great brass pendulum swings back and forth relentlessly. Reminder of death and time.
And the image of the girl waving goodbye is dim. And her voice far away.
We love you, Fred. 100 years from now, I'll be waiting.
And an insert of the calendar that reads September 1939, and double exposed against it, Marching men in gray uniforms, Stukas dive-bombing a road. And a man in a rumpled gray uniform howling at a mob. And voices shouting, Sieg Heil! Sieg Heil! Stock shot of the French tricolor being lowered. Newsreel shot of a man weeping in the street. Insert poster in a Hollywood office. The poster reads, Wanted for murder, Adolf Schickelgruber. Newsreel shot. 3 men in uniform before the Arch of Triumph in Paris. One with a little mustache, a fat man, a club-footed man. And they're smiling. Double exposure. Superimpose the face of a weeping girl. And over the picture, the sound of a horn. Echoing from the pass of Roncesvalles. And again, the face of a weeping girl beside a ruined, shell-torn chateau in France. And a word. One word.
Waiting.
Now a stock shot of the studio gates closing from the outside and a quick montage of a raised hand, of a train full of soldiers in new, ill-fitting uniforms. A long line of men and a doctor with a needle. Marching men again, and a tower, and airplanes idling in a broad field. That was the old 501 at Lawson Field, the first of the airborne, the men who rode the storm. Bill Ryder and Bill Yarborough, first lieutenants, and Colonel Bill Lee and Bill Miley. Men with high jump boots and the curled-up wings of the paratrooper above the left blouse pocket. The tower, and hanging face down in your harness and sweating out the ground. And jumping from the mock-ups and learning how to land. Endless hours packing parachutes. And nights across the state line of Phoenix City, beer and shooting galleries, and the shout of Geronimo when the MPs showed up with the pickups. Sweating out the ground on the first jump. The jump master's voice over the roar of the plane.
Stand up! Bogdan!
Checking the chute of the man next to you while the next man tried all the buckles, patted all the bulges on your pack. And the jump master again.
Go!
And the clatter of heavy jump boots on the metal floor and men flinging themselves into the green space outside. And the sudden emptiness of the plane. And then your hands against the side of the door and the jerk that set you spinning. And then silence. And the plane scudding away. And the all-alone feeling with nothing to hold you up but a canopy over your head. No heaviness, no weight, nothing. Freedom. And then the green earth rushing up at you and the sudden vision. The girl's face in the blue above you. And the ground and the chute dragging you till you yanked the bottom shrouds and it fluttered down. Behind you, Bill Ryder yelling, Get out of that harness, you're infantry again. And the good feel of a Tommy gun in your hands and the earth underfoot. And somewhere a horn calling you. And slowly, the scene fades out.
Long shot. Port of embarkation. Staten Island. Night. An ice-covered ferryboat struggles across the blacked-out harbor to the end of the pier, and soldiers hurry up the gangplank to the dimly lighted interior of the pier. A voice calls out a man's last name. He answers with his first name, and up the gangway to the bows of the ship. Jump boots on the companionway ladders. Jump boots dangling from the upper tiers of the bunks. Lights, warmth, and great pots of coffee. Dissolved to long shot, convoy, day. A dozen ships wallowing in the bitter North Atlantic swell and a grim gray cruiser standing hardly in their wake.
And a horn, sounding desperately across the heaving ocean. I sit in Harry's office as he reads the screenplay I dreamed of this afternoon. He looked up at last, but he doesn't see me in the easy chair with the light from the window in my eyes. I know what Harry sees. Harry sees the boy that looked like him. The happy, talkative kid that was Harry Jr. The boy that I last saw here in the office when he was talking about how USC was going to beat Notre Dame next Saturday. And I know what Harry's thinking of. He's thinking about a laughing, talkative young Marine corporal who made one too many landings with the raiders. And the white Star of David out there on that island with a name nobody can pronounce. And Harry turns back to the screenplay and reads silently for a little while. And then he looks at me.
They won't go for war stories anymore, Fred.
And I don't say anything for a second. But I think. Yes, they will go for war stories, Harry. Yes, there's still a lot of people that haven't forgotten. Go on. Read the screenplay, Harry.
Long shot. An airfield in England. Night.
Yes, I remember that. St. 47's as far as you could see. Clear night. The stars up there. Us in our jumpsuits, us with our Tommy guns, our knives, and our grenades. Waiting.
Close shot. Men loading in airplanes.
I remember that, too. I remember the floor of the plane cluttered with red packs of ammunition ready to dump out. They looked gray in the half-light. Men with sweaty faces climbing aboard and sitting down in the bucket seats side by side like people in the Wentworth Avenue streetcar, not speaking. Tightening their belts and sweating. Sweating out the takeoff.
Medium shot. Control tower.
I remember the green light flashing for the plane behind us as we passed the tower.
Long shot. Formation of airplanes in flight. And high above, more planes, and more. And the sound of them was the sound of doom. And the contrails from the planes above stretching out white against the stars like a dozen Milky Ways. Medium shot. Interior. Airplane. Night. The men stand up in the dark.
Stand up. Hook on. Check equipment. And the green light goes on from the cockpit. And nobody yells Geronimo, but out we go into the blackness below in night jump in wartime. And God knows what we'll find on the ground.
Close up. Harrod Cooper, door of flame.
Close up with me as I brace my hands against the door jambs. The darkness is sickening and heavy below me. The sweat gleams on my face under the tight helmet. And I feel for the bearing in my emergency chute. The man in front of me trips and goes out wrong. Somehow the static line holds. He doesn't break free. The jumpmaster slashes at the webbing with his knife and is away. But when I jump, I'll be too far away from the rest, and the jumpmaster yells at me to hold it, but he's too late. I'm imprisoned in the dark blackness between heaven and earth. Alone. Alone in the dark, and my heart bursting. I shouted in the darkness, but there was no answer. No answer but the muttering of the planes as they faded away into the night that wrapped itself around me like a cloak. And I gave myself up to die there in space. And I think I prayed. And I heard the sound of a horn blowing urgently. I crashed through the branches of a tree, and a greater blackness came over me.
Dissolve to medium shot. Forest, early dawn. From a tangle of underbrush, a man slowly rises to his feet. I got out of my parachute harness somehow. I was alone. And as I raised my head to reconnoiter... Close shot. German soldier. He lies half hidden behind a tree, and he is lowering his rifle after firing a shot. He waves to other soldiers off scene. Close shot. Paratrooper. The American throws himself behind a fallen tree. He peers anxiously through the bushes. Montage. German soldiers. In a series of short flashes, we observe German soldiers, rifles and machine guns poised, completely surrounding the American. Close shot. The American. He looks out from his concealment, searching the area carefully. Suddenly, there is the crackle of a twig, and he leaps to his feet, his Tommy gun at the ready.
Yes, of course, Harry. You guessed it.
A young man and a young woman.
Paul and Madeline.
That's too much of a coincidence, Fred.
It was Paul and Madeline.
Well, Fred?
We said we'd
changed much. In rough-fitting clothes, they looked a little older, a little thinner. And the cross and Lorraine on their coats told me what they were.
We knew you'd come back, Fred.
Of course, old boy.
What can I say to you?
You might kiss me.
And I kissed her. And her lips were cold as ice. It was morning, and the enemy lay close to us, and perhaps...
Oh, Fred, we have missed you so.
We needed you, Fred.
And Paul took my hand and smiled at me.
You heard the horn of Roland, Fred.
I've heard it a great many times, Paul.
You have not forgotten how we talked about Roland.
No, I haven't forgotten it. How did you find me?
Don't you recognize the place, Fred?
I know.
This is the woods behind the chateau where we all live.
I wouldn't have recognized it.
Well, we played cowboy and Indians, Fred. Remember?
I remember.
Come, Fred, we have got to get you out of here.
Well, but...
The Germans? They can't hurt us, old boy. This is our home, don't you remember?
Follow us, Fred. This way.
Has it been... rough?
Yes. It has been rough, Fred.
Come, Fred, we must hurry.
Medium shot. The woods.
With the three of us struggling through the lonely unkept paths that once were clear and clean in the springtime. Paul ahead, then Madeline, then me. More and more pathways, some of them new, some of them mere traces of footprints through the woods. My two friends always ahead, always leading.
You came back.
Of course I came back, Madeline.
We knew you wouldn't forget us.
Come on. Come on.
Then I followed again. Twice I heard German patrols not too far away from us, but we went on and on, till I'd lost all sense of direction. And I said, how much farther? Paul stopped then.
This is as far as we can go with you, Fred.
But what... what do I do now?
You came back to us, Fred. You will know what to do.
I know, but... Madeline.
Come, Madeline. Goodbye, Fred.
But Paul. Will I see you again?
Yes.
You'll see us again. Oh, Fred.
And Madeline kissed me. It was growing dark again, and the road that led past the chateau was directly in front of me. I knew my way from here. But Madeline kissed me in the twilight there. And again, I heard the distant call of the horn. And I turned away from her and went out. And she waved once when I looked back over my shoulder. And then she and Paul were gone. And I knew at last, Harry, why they couldn't go any farther with me. Read the next scene, Harry.
Close shot. Clearing. 2 graves with rude headboards. The camera moves in to a close-up and we read the inscription, Madeleine Duclos, French resistance fighter, executed by order of the German commandant. Paul Duclos, French resistance fighter, executed. You can't do that, Fred.
There's one more scene, Harry.
Camera moves up and over the 2 graves to a third. We read the inscription on this headboard. Private Fred Arthur, American parachutist, killed in a single-handed attack on the headquarters of the German commandant.
And over the scene comes the sound of children at play. Madeline and Paul and me.
Listen to Quiet, Please, which is written and directed by Wyllis Cooper. The man who spoke to you was Ernest Chappell.
And Lana Stavisky was Madeline. Paul was Frank Thomas. Harry was played by James Monks. The original music for Quiet Please, as usual, is composed and played by Albert Berman. Now, for a word about next week, here is our writer-director, Wyllis Cooper.
My story for you next week is called Send Not to Know, which is a quotation that you already know half of. If you don't know the rest of it, you will next week.
And so, until next week at this time, I am quietly yours, Ernest Chappell.
March is Red Cross time, the time when your American Red Cross asks your cooperation and support. The Red Cross has three major responsibilities this coming year: disaster relief and rehabilitation, a national blood program so that the whole blood and its derivatives may eventually be made available free to all, and services to veterans and their families. But Red Cross services will not end there. You'll find the Red Cross lending a hand in building up health and ensuring the safety of the community, teaching simple bedside care, bringing the ways of good nutrition to expectant mothers, veterans' brides, the blind and the deaf, as well as others in the community, teaching how to give temporary relief to the injured, how to rescue a person from drowning, how to avoid accidents common in everyday experience. These are traditional Red Cross services offered in your name. Remember, in all it does, the Red Cross depends on you. Give generously and give to the 1948 Red Cross Fund. This program comes from New York. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents Quiet, Please, which is written and directed by Wyllis Cooper and which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet, Please for tonight is called Some People Don't Die.
My name is Dewey Lancaster. You probably have never heard of me unless you're vitally interested in the subject of prehistoric cliff dwellers, and practically nobody is. There are a few cliff dwellings in the United States that I don't know about as well as their original inhabitants did. Pathetic, Mesa Verde, all the big ones, most of the little ones. They're quite interesting. Quite. Now, when I tell you that this particular one is called Mesa Encantada, don't look superior and say you know where the Mesa Encantada is. Because the Southwest has more enchanted mesas than there are main streets in the United States. And the chances of your finding this particular one is about 7 million to 1. And you don't want to find it anyway. I'll say you don't. Let's cut out all the preliminaries and say that it was several years ago, 6 to be exact, that I first came to Mesa Encantada. Muriel and me, my wife. I recognized it at once. How? Well, I'd seen pictures of it in various cliff dwellers' houses. Sure, other people saw some of the pictures, too, but I was the only one that recognized them as pictures of a particular mesa. And I'd been quietly looking for it for several years. I just stood there and looked at it, with the sun about a foot off the horizon, and nothing between us and the sunset but a million giant saguaros. Just me and Muriel and Fermin, my Yaqui Indian helper. It was pretty impressive, rearing up out of the desert about 1,000 feet, and that peculiar shape, and the walls sheer red rock,
so smooth you couldn't imagine a possible foothold all the way to the top. I was pretty happy. I just stood there and looked, and all I could think of to say was, well. Well, I said, here we are. Muriel didn't say anything. Fermin did.
Que sí, como no.
Matter, Fermin. Don't you like it?
No, amigo, I do not like him one nickel.
No, come on now, Fermin, just because they call it enchanted.
This place many more enchanted than you think, amigo. This baddest place in whole country.
Ah, you people always say that.
Not me. I never say him before, didn't we? This Cholo, he gets scared pretty easy when something is where old people live one time. But you never hear Fermin say nothing from being scared to these places ever, Emma. Caramba, que no, amigo. Only this place I don't like, boys.
It'll look better tomorrow morning, Fermin.
Maybe to you, amigo. But you don't look at me from the morning, I tell to you.
What?
You pay me off, senor amigo. Not me, I don't stay, pues.
Oh, come on now, Fermin. Stop it.
No mirror, amigo. Fermin, when he is scared, he don't kid you about him. I think it's más mejor you come along with me and not be here forever.
Now, listen, Fermin.
No, I got my ears shut. I don't stay here, not Fermin. I take my money and I go from this.
Well, how are you going to go? I'm not going to let you take the car.
Pues I walk. My pay, por favor.
Fermin, listen.
You come with me.
Don't be silly. I've been looking for this place for a long time, son, and I'm not afraid of it. Come on, be reasonable.
I am more reasonable than we think, senor patron. You and senora can stay, and I do not like it. But me, tengo mucho miedo. No quiero estar aquí. Please to pay me my money.
What are you afraid of, Fermin? You've been with us at a dozen of these cliff dwellers' places.
That's right. Look, the senora isn't afraid, Fermin.
But I am.
Of what, for the love of Mike?
Of what is up there?
You know what's up there, Fermin. Broken pottery, a few skeletons.
You're not afraid of the dead people, are you?
Pero estos difuntos no son muertos, senor.
You're crazy, Fermin.
No, senor.
What did he say, dude?
He said these dead ones aren't dead.
What do you mean by that, Fermin?
Some brujos.
Wizards?
Que sí.
Well, now, look, Fermin, I'm a pretty good wizard, too. You stick around here tonight, and if any of these wizards come around, I'll put my own special variety of hex
Senor,
on with...
you speak to Fermin, not to some fool cholo. Mira, senor, Fermin has been with you long many years, so do not try tell him that kind of stuff for why he knows better.
Yes, I guess you're right, Fermin.
Senor.
I'm sorry.
Senora, you know Fermin is not superstitious Indio, pues? So you listen. This very mal país. How you say baddest? Senora, you are my father and my mother. I do not want for you have bad death. Only not just you. También your soul. These brujos take her too also. Please, you come away from here with Fermin before I am too late.
Well, thanks, Fermin, but we're staying.
I see. Then I go.
Fermin, now don't be silly.
Con permiso, senora. It is not I who am being silly. Adios, patron. Adios, senora.
Fermin.
Go after him, Dewey. He'll get lost sure as anything. We're 30 miles from the town. Stop him.
Fermin! I caught up with him in the gathering darkness, and we stumbled across the desert together for half an hour, tripping over the straggling roots of greasewood bushes, snagging our faces and hands on the cholla patches that seemed to lie in wait for us. And I used every argument in my catalog. Finally, I got mad. All right, Fermin, if you want to desert us, I said. And I told him where he could go. I can still see the bulk of him, stocky and sturdy against the stars that splattered the sky. And I can still hear his voice. And remember the sadness in it.
No, senor. It is not I that will go there. They will take you there yourself. You and the senora. And the day will come when you will remember what Fermin has told you.
And the day has come, and I remember you, Fermin. As you turned and moved away to become a part of the night. So I came back to the place where we'd parked the car close under the shoulder of the mesa. Muriel had turned on the headlights, and they were a beacon for me as I plodded back. And when I got there, Muriel was gone. At first, I thought she just wandered over for a moment. When she didn't come back after 15 minutes, I started to look for her. I looked for nearly the whole night long, shouting her name as I stumbled all the way around the towering mesa. It must have been only a little while before dawn that fatigue dragged me down to the cold ground for a brief sleep. And I was awakened almost at once, it seemed, by the sound of a great gong that began in my dreams. It persisted until I forced my eyes open and saw that the sun was rising. And she was not there. I was alone at the foot of the enchanted mesa. In the quick daylight, I took the car and drove in ever-widening circles around the base of the mesa, sounding the horn and shouting Muriel's name until the needle on the gas gauge warned me to continue on foot. I examined every inch of the mesa itself through my binoculars. And far at the top, 1,000 feet above me, I could see the man-made wall and the windows of the old cliff dweller's mansion. But there was not the slightest sign of life anywhere. I was the only living thing on all these thousands of square miles of desert. So, in despair, as the sun was declining again to the west, I drove the car back to the giant saguaro where we'd parked the night before. There was no mistaking the place, of course. I got out of the car and walked toward the smooth red precipice. And there, leaning against the rock, was a ladder. A ladder of mountain ash wood. The rungs lashed onto the uprights with rawhide strips that looked to be 1,000 years old. And hanging on a rung just above my head, a beaten silver Navajo bracelet studded with turquoises. Muriel's bracelet that I bought for at Acoma, the village in the sky, 2 years before. Well, what would you have done? I didn't think of Fermin's wizards, his dead men who were not dead until after I'd climbed all the way up the ladder, till after I'd retrieved Muriel's bracelet. And I remember thinking that perhaps this ladder indicated some racial connection between the cliff dwellers of ancient times and the modern Zunis, who used ladders such as these to climb up to the second-story entrances to their pueblos and lock their doors by hoisting up the ladders behind them. Perhaps Muriel had found it, lying under a mesquite bush, and had dragged it over to the mesa. And then I remembered, out of my scientific musings, where was she? Where was she? That was when I discovered the doorway. A black doorway leading into the mesa. The passage beyond, dark. So now I knew where Muriel was, and I was a little annoyed that she'd beaten me to the discovery, and I was irritated that she'd not waited for me. I called her.
Muriel!
No answer. I called her again.
Muriel! Are you in there?
Then there was a scraping sound behind me, and I looked back at the doorway just in time to see the ladder slipping away from the ledge. I leaped for it, but I was too late. It crashed to the ground. So now you've done it, Muriel, I said to myself. Then I was an angry man. I started on the passageway in the dark, and I called her name again.
Muriel!
The man's voice answered out of the darkness.
I'll take you to her, Mr. Lancaster.
Who are you?
I'm sorry I startled you, Mr. Lancaster. My name is Kino.
Well, who are you? Where's my wife?
I live here, Mr. Lancaster, and your wife is safe for the moment, at least. Come along with me, please.
No, the race of the cliff dwellers had been extinct for a long, long time. We have only surmises as to what became of them, what they called themselves, what they looked like, where they came from, and where they went. Our unsolved mysteries. And here, in this place, crowned with perhaps the most ancient of all the cliff dwellings, was a man who spoke as perfect English as you and I.
Yes, I am one of the cliff dwellers, Mr. Lancaster. We here in the Mesa de los Miradores, we are the last of our race.
Oh, I thought this place was called the Mesa Encantada.
We call it the Mesa of the Watchers.
Well, why?
You see, there is a stairway here.
No, how could a man, a cliff dweller, if he really was one, how could he be speaking perfect English to me, here in the heart of 1,000-foot mesa far out in the desert? How could that be? I wondered if I were dreaming.
No, you are not dreaming, Mr. Lancaster.
Can the man read my mind?
We can do many things, Mr. Lancaster. And you must not be surprised at my speaking English. Many of us can speak several languages. You see, from time to time, we send our people out into your world. We have been doing that for hundreds of years.
You've been out then?
Oh, yes. As a matter of fact, I was in your Navy during this last war. Aviation radioman 3rd on the Lexington.
Oh, I don't understand this.
We don't expect you to, Mr. Lancaster.
Well, where's my wife?
I'm taking you to her. Be careful, the stairs are steep.
And the stairs were steep. Too steep for more conversation, although you can understand how anxious I was for information, for news of Muriel. I followed a man who called himself Kino up, higher and higher. And in the brief pauses to rest my aching legs, I managed to put in a few questions.
Is my wife all right?
Oh, yes. She's quite all right.
How long can we stay here?
For a long time. Shall we start again? There is still some distance to go.
I am a trained mountain climber, but those stairs were almost too much for me. Kino, though, wasn't even breathing heavily. I had to stop oftener and oftener, and though I thought I was trying his patience sorely, he remained calm and courteous.
There are about 1,000 of us.
I hope we'll get a chance to study your people and their customs.
Yes. You may do so.
I'm amazed that there are people here. Living people, I mean.
Yes. I'm sure.
My assistant ran away from us last night.
Yes. The watchers saw him.
He said you were wizards up here. You know, wizards?
Yes. I know. Shall we go on? It's only a little way now.
The last few hundred steps nearly tuckered me out. But at last I staggered out onto a kind of platform at the very top of the mesa, a platform of living rock surrounded by a parapet carved out of the mesa itself, perhaps 4 feet high. The wind was cool up there, and the desert seemed a long, long way below, and the stars were very close.
This is the place of the watchers, Mr. Lancaster. I wish you a pleasant good evening.
Yes, but what...
And a huge slab of rock swung into place over the trapdoor we just come through. I was alone again, on the peak of the mesa of the watchers. And far below me somewhere, 1,000 primitive men and women went about their several ways, uncaring that a stranger watched the night for them. But I wasn't alone after all. For a voice, an old, dry voice, spoke to me in the cold darkness.
Kenner?
It was a voice in oddly accented Spanish. And I looked around for the one who asked me, who is that? I could see no one, but I replied,
Un americano, que se llama Dewey Lancaster.
And I said,
¿Quién es? Who are you?
And a dry-as-dust voice answered me.
Soy Don Alvanuez Cabeza de Vaca. A sus órdenes.
What?
Sí. Es verdad.
Have you ever heard of Cabeza de Vaca? The Spanish explorer who tramped from Arizona to Kansas and back with his black servant Esteban in 1537? In 1537. And I heard his voice 6 years ago. But I couldn't see anything but stars and the blackness of the desert down below. And what kind of tricks were Kino and his cliff dwellers playing on me? I lost my head for a second. I yelled at the top of my lungs.
You're trying to scare me? You can't scare me!
But they did. They scared me nearly to death. Nearly. The first way they scared me, the dream. I dreamed that I'd fallen asleep and awakened again. Awakened to the man Kino standing over me.
Get up, Mr. Lancaster.
Well, it's about time.
Yes, indeed. It is about time.
What are you trying to do to me? Where's my wife?
Your wife? Why, you'll see her very soon. Don't worry about her.
I want to see her now.
Not now.
Are you going to let me out of here, then?
No, Mr. Lancaster. No, I think not. We didn't ask you to come here. You see, You mustn't be surprised at the kind of welcome we give you.
Well?
We have customs, you see, of our own.
And through my mind in my dream raced all the stories I'd heard of Indian cruelties and tortures. And in my dream I shuddered at those thoughts, and my voice wasn't very steady as I spoke in my dream. Well, if you're going to kill me, do it quick.
I am not going to kill you, Mr. Lancaster.
You're not going to torture me either.
No. You must merely receive the kiss of Mokeen.
And I thought I heard the dry, crackling voice of old Cabeza de Vaca, muttering something behind me. But Keno spoke again.
Stand still, Mr. Lancaster.
And at his quiet, smiling words in my dream, I was suddenly powerless to move. Powerless to move away from the flat, ugly head of the great rattlesnake that Keno thrust before my face. I tried to scream. I had no voice. The sound of the snake's rattle filled my ears. Its eyes bore into mine, and the little darting, forked tongue flickered close to my eyes. And then there was the sound of the gong again, and an intolerable pain in my upper lip, and my dream resounded in the darkness. The second time they scared me. I awoke, and the pain on my lip was something unendurable. And I knew it was no dream. I remember a sense of surprise that I was still alive, though I knew death was not far away. And a voice spoke to me in the first rays of the morning sun.
Huey.
Muriel, where have they been keeping you? And then I saw the mark of the snake, the kiss of Mokeen on Muriel's lip, too. And I cried out. Muriel! The snake!
Yes, Huey. I have kissed Mokeen, too.
They killed
No, friend, no. We have not killed you.
Well, what?
No, indeed, on the contrary. Now, my dear friend, you are one of us.
What are you talking?
Let her tell you. She knows.
Muriel, what is he talking about?
We're worse than dead, Huey.
Well, what do you...
Mokeen has kissed us. And now, we can never die.
So, that is right. You are watchers now, like me. And like Cabeza de Vaca, there.
And that was the third time he scared me. I looked past his pointing finger, and there against the breast-high parapet was what I thought at first to be a mummy. A tiny, fragile, dried-up skeleton encased in leathery, ancient skin. And at his feet, a great, shining, silver-mounted conquistador's helmet and an ancient sword. And slowly, the desiccated mummy turned its head to us. And the skull of a long-dead man, and the eyes were pinpoints under the naked brows. And the grisly mouth opened. And the dry-as-dust words came out.
Sí, compadre. Nosotros son todos los misadores. Bienvenido, compadre.
Yes, it was truly Cabeza de Vaca. No, Muriel and I can never die either. Well, I know, I tried. I could tell you first-hand stories of the conquest, stories I had from Cabeza de Vaca himself. I won't. I won't tell you how I escaped the place so I could tell the rest of the world about the last of the Cliff Dwellers and the enchanted mesa. Here, 16 floors above the street in a hotel room in a great city, I had the word from Keno yesterday. He said they'd followed me. They knew where I am. He said I'd better come back. On account of Muriel, he said. Well, they can't kill her, of course. But these people of the Mesa are true sons of their cruel ancestors. So I'm going back. Muriel and I and Keno then Cabeza de Vaca will be there for a long, long time. Maybe they'll let us out to see what this world is like 100 years from now. If we're good. And if the world is still here. Good night.
You have listened to Quiet, Please, which is written and directed by Wyllis Cooper. The man who spoke to you was Ernest Chappell.
And Sid Cassell played Fermine. Muriel was Anne Seymour. And Ted Osborne was Kino. William Adams played Cabeza de Vaca. The music for Quiet, Please is composed and played by Albert Berman. Now for a word about next week's Quiet, Please. Here is our writer-director and my good friend, Wyllis Cooper.
For next week, I've written you a story about a man who wasn't satisfied with his lot in life and who tried to change it. It's called Little Fellow.
And so, until next week at this time, I am quietly yours, Ernest Chappell.
Quiet, Please comes to you from New York. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please.
The American Broadcasting Company presents Quiet, Please, which is written and directed by Wyllis Cooper, and which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet, Please for today is called Summer Goodbye.
The last stoplight, the last traffic light, is where Sepulveda Boulevard crosses Ventura at Sherman Oaks. The next one's nearly 40 miles northwest at Camarillo. So we felt pretty sure there'd be nothing to stop us for a long time. And even though they weren't very far behind us then, I knew most of the side roads. I wasn't sure they did. I thought of the road that branches off the Hidden Valley Road that goes the other way from Lake Sherwood. And I thought of the East Potrero Road that goes down to the Coast Road. Finally leads deviously over through the sand dunes of Onemi. I was afraid they might know that way. And then I remembered Las Vergenas Canyon. I remembered the little house way up under the hills, the place we used to call Shangri-La. And I was sure they wouldn't know that place. Now, you need a place to hide out in. And the back of your car is loaded down with 2 satchels full of money that used to belong to somebody else. And there's bright, fresh blood on the handle of one of them. The last days of summer in California. The time when you know it's summer goodbye. When the rains are sweeping down from the northwest where they've been gathering up over Juan de Fuca. Drenching the forests in the north, turning to snow over the high Sierras. Drifting southward to kiss summer goodbye and turn the long brown hills into green pastures. When the little brooks would fill up and overflow their banks. The sleepy Los Angeles River would come to life again down in the valley. Roads would disappear in the mud. The last days of summer. Then I knew if we could hide away somewhere till the rains came, they'd be hard put to follow us. Maybe there'd come a day when we could pull out again. And that money that used to be somebody else's would be ours. Madeline's and mine. And not in California either.
It's raining up in the ridge right north. We'll get it almost any day now.
It certainly doesn't look like it now, does it?
Oh, you can't tell in California.
Sooner the better.
That's right. The way it's been all summer. We get up in the canyon there, you know. I'm afraid of fire.
Yeah, we had no fires all summer.
It only takes one.
Turn around and see if you can see anybody.
No, nobody. I think they got tied up in the traffic back there at Van Nuys Boulevard.
Yeah, I hope so.
Me too.
Keep a sharp eye out for motorcycle cops, too.
Big joke if we got stopped for speeding.
I feel sorry for anybody that tries it.
Me too. I wonder what about that one that was carrying the satchel.
Nothing to wonder about.
I guess not. I got my hands all dirty from that satchel, too.
We can wash when we get up there.
I hope there's nobody up there.
So do I. Be too bad if there is.
No. You think you can get out if it starts to rain?
Hope so.
That road will probably go all to pieces.
Well, all the better for us.
Oh, I wouldn't want to get stuck.
We won't. Take another look back.
Nobody yet.
Man, I think we're getting away from them. If we don't get stuck behind a truck or something. California drivers.
Be careful, you're doing 75.
Well, I have to do better than that.
How much farther? Where we turn off, I mean.
4, 5, 6 miles, maybe more. That road there over to Canoga Park?
Listen, Noel. You hear anything?
What?
Silence.
I hear them. Long ways off, though. Hang on, we're going places.
I hope we don't blow a tire.
Don't cut it out. Fat chance.
What?
Hitchhiker. See him? Blue denim pants, khaki shirt.
Take the next car, mister.
Yeah.
You're going awful fast, Noel.
Well, so are the boys behind us.
Noel.
What?
What do we do if they catch up with us?
They won't catch up with us.
But what if they do?
Well, if they grab us,
Well?
they'll top us.
Stop us? What do you mean?
Put us up on a platform with a rope around our necks, honey. Pull the platform out from under us.
Hang us?
Yeah, that's what they do to people that murder other people, honey.
I didn't murder anybody, Noel.
You were with me when I did.
Yes, but...
You didn't try to stop me. You grabbed the satchel he was carrying.
My hands. I didn't have a chance to wash them. I wish...
Wish what?
Now, the hitchhiker.
Yeah, it looks just like the one we just passed. Wish what?
What?
Wish what?
Oh, I wish we hadn't done it.
You want to keep on living in that shack down on Temple Street?
I wish we hadn't killed him.
Yeah, we had the honey. We wanted the money. He didn't want us to have it. Forget it.
I can't forget it. No, I think they're getting closer.
Can you see them?
There's too many curves in the road.
We'll be at Brent's Junction in a minute where we turn off.
But what if they follow us?
I don't think they will if they don't see us turn. They'll go right on out Ventura Boulevard.
And if they stop and ask somebody?
Well, if they follow us. Is that gun loaded?
You only fired one shot.
I'll see the safety's off.
We're really gonna fight it out if they...
Well, there's nothing else to do, honey. We're dead pigeons anyway.
It's a beautiful day.
Yeah.
To die.
We won't die, baby.
Die with the summertime.
We won't die. Look, there's the turnoff.
They're closer, too, Noel.
Hang on, here we go. Out of the way there, Mac. These hitchhikers, the woods is full of them.
Poor fellas.
Listen, if you're going to feel sorry for anybody, feel sorry for us.
I know, but they all look so...
They all look alike. Blue denim pants, khaki shirts.
No.
What?
I was just thinking. Suppose they stop and ask one of those hitchhikers.
They won't. Hey, wait a minute.
What are you going to do?
Talk to that fellow a minute. Hand me the pistol.
No.
Shut up.
Are you going to...
Stick your head out and yell at him.
Yell what?
Ask him to come here.
pick him up.
No, you're not.
Do what I tell you.
Oh. Where is he?
Back up a little ways.
I don't see him, Noel.
He was right there. He was standing by that live oak tree.
Well, he's gone.
Well, he can't. Listen.
No, we can't wait. Go on.
But if he...
Go on. They're right behind us.
Hang on to your hat, baby. We made it around the corner at Brent's Junction, down the Las Vergenas Canyon Road. As we passed the big yellow sign, no smoking or fires beyond this point, we heard the sirens of the police cars screaming their way on up Ventura Boulevard away from us. And we breathed a long sigh of relief, slowed down at last to a respectable 30 miles an hour in the dust among the sunflowers. Down the winding road, past the alfalfa fields and the side road that leads down to the creek. Down the winding road past the steep little path that leads up to Las Vergenas schoolhouse. Sedately on past the barn where the dog comes out and bites at your tires. Down the winding road under the trees. To the clump of eucalyptus at the corner of Clarence Brown's ranch. And sharp turn left past the high wire fence. To the clump of scrub oak where you turn off. Across the fields at the bottom of the hill. Up to Shangri-La. Around through the willows. Down through the sandy little creek bed that's a roaring torrent when it rains. Across the fields. And take down the bars and the gate. Up toward the hill. Through the woods to Shangri-La.
Look, Noel.
What?
My gracious, are there hitchhikers everywhere?
Way up here, too? Where's he going? There's nothing up this way except the house at Shangri-La.
He's got the same kind of uniform on.
Blue Levi's, khaki shirt. No hat?
No. Wait, stop.
What's the matter?
Listen, Noel. What if it's the same man?
What? You're crazy. How could he?
I don't know how he could, but it was a policeman or something.
I'll take the gun.
You're going to pick him up? You're going to stop?
I'm going to stop.
Look where you're going! What's the matter now?
We're stuck. No good. No good. We're stuck. Listen, go on up there and get that fellow to come and give us a hand, will you, Madeline?
What if he...
Tell him we'll give him a ride.
All right.
Hurry up. The longer we sit here, the deeper we'll be in the sand here.
All right.
Make it snappy. I want to get out of here. I'll give him a ride, all right. You think if I can get him and Madeline to push...
No.
Now what?
No.
Yeah, what's the matter?
He's gone.
What?
He's gone. I can't find him anywhere. He was standing right there by the big rock and there isn't a sign of him. Oh, no, I'm scared.
Well, I was scared, too. You think not? Well, try it yourself sometime. Try murdering a man in broad daylight. Try carrying away 2 satchels full of money with a dozen people watching you. And try racing across the countryside with a frightened woman in a fast car and 3 carloads of cops right behind you. Get stuck in the sand 20 miles from no place. Somebody watching you and then disappearing when you go looking for him. Sure. Yeah, sure, you'll be just as scared as I was. Late summer afternoon, hot and lazy. The smell of eucalyptus trees around you, not a sound to reach you.
Not a sound except the scrape of the shovel as you dig and dig and dig at the sand that keeps shifting under the wheels. And your wife standing there with a gun, keeping watch for you don't know who. And the afternoon shadows growing longer and longer, and a little breeze coming up to rustle the leaves and make you think you don't know who's creeping up on you. Ready to throw down a gun on you and say, "Come out with me, kids, let us hang you for robbery and murder." And you know all you want is to get up there to that deserted old house and stash away the satchels of money and just lie low till the rains come and a copper stay in the station house. And the curtain of rain hides you as you creep out and up the highway to a boat that's going to take you and the money and her away someplace where they'll never find you. Oh, you got plenty to think about while you're digging and the shadows crawl on the hillside toward you. You wonder if you'll ever be done and get out of there. You want to try it sometime? Don't, friend. Oh, yes, everything's got to end sometime, and at last the back wheel's free, and you get back in, and you ease yourself out of there. And it's dark now as you take that winding little old trail up between the hills. It's so hard to see, even in the daytime.
I keep feeling that there's somebody watching us, Noel.
Listen, you keep your ideas to yourself. This is tough enough in the dark.
Well, I wish you'd turn the bright lights on.
And have everybody within 20 miles seeing
You
them.
said nobody lives up here.
Yeah, we'll be all right with these lights. You can't get off the trail.
Unless we fall down the hillside.
We won't fall.
Keep feeling somebody's watching.
Will you cut it out?
Sorry, honey. I'm scared.
Well, there's nothing to be scared of.
I know, that's what...
A deer. Deer all around here.
So his eyes in the light. They look like...
I know what they look like.
Somebody's staring at
It was only a deer.
How much farther is it, Noel?
Only a little way now. You remember this turn, don't you?
I don't remember anything except I'm tired and cold and hungry.
Yeah, I'll give you something to remember when we're living on some nice, warm island down the South Pacific somewhere. 6,000 miles away from here.
If we ever get there.
What'd you say?
If we ever get there.
We'll get there.
No.
Well?
Do you think that hitchhiker could be a cop?
Nah.
Well, who was he?
Some bum. Listen, that wasn't the same guy. You crazy?
Well, I don't know. He sure looked the same.
Well, that's silly. How could he get ahead of us all the time? I was doing 75, 80 miles an hour. He was walking.
Maybe.
I can't hear you.
I said maybe he was walking.
You're crazy, Madeline.
Well, maybe he had a motorcycle or something.
Well, how could he get past us? We'd have seen him if he passed us.
Well, maybe he knew some shortcuts.
Oh, cut it out.
Look out!
What? Just a snake in the road.
Did you run over it?
Yeah.
I heard it's bad luck to kill a snake.
Kill a snake, it brings rain. That's what we want.
I hate to see the summer go away.
Not me. Summer, goodbye. That's what I say. And good riddance. I want rain.
I wish we'd get there.
Yeah. That's just up this little slope, honey. And then we can rest.
I'm worn out.
Me too.
We've had a day.
Yeah, I'll say.
I sure want some coffee.
No coffee.
Why not?
Fire. I'm going to build a fire up here.
Why? Afraid of setting the grass on fire? Afraid about that sign?
What sign?
Sign that said no smoke and no fires beyond this point.
No, not that. Somebody might see it. Anyway, you ever see a brush fire up here in the canyon?
No.
You don't want to see one, believe me.
I guess not.
There's only this one road to get out, see?
I know.
And we drive right into the hands of the cops.
Yeah.
After it rains, it'll be all right.
Doesn't feel much like rain now. Say, isn't this the place?
Oh, I think it's a couple of 100 yards more. No, wait.
There's that rock shaped like a bell.
Sure, that's right. My gosh, I nearly got lost.
Well, you couldn't go much farther. The canyon ends right past the house.
Sure. Hey, looks different here at night.
Hope nobody's up here, no?
There isn't anybody, don't worry.
I don't know. That fella was so...
Ah, forget it, will you? Yeah, this is good. We'll park here. You go ahead and unlock the door. I'll get the stuff out and bring it up. Flashlight in the glove compartment.
You go unlock it.
Scared?
Well,
Stop it.
All right, I'll try.
Go ahead, honey. We're all alone here. And this will be all over in a couple of days, and it's a hope for the South Pacific. Go ahead. I'll be right behind you.
All right.
Watch out for snakes.
I will. No.
What's the matter? Where's that gun?
No.
What's the matter? Is there somebody?
No. The house. It's gone.
The house is gone, I said. The house is gone, she said. And the house was gone. I saw it 3.5 months before, and it was there. Little frame cabin, 3 rooms, a little porch and a chimney, big as life. I know it was there then. But in the darkness, that night, it was gone, friend. Oh, no, I checked it with a lone eucalyptus tree that stood alongside the porch. The tree was there. The house was gone. There wasn't the slightest sign that the house had ever stood there. Nothing dug up, no debris of any kind, no sign there'd ever been a house there. In the dim starlight, in the middle of the night, with my wife and me looking at it, me holding a satchel full of money in one hand and a loaded cocked pistol in the other. And top that, friend. Madeline started to cry. Well, I'll be...
You took us to the wrong place.
I wonder if I... No, I couldn't have. I know every inch of that trail, Madeline. You recognize the rock that looks like a bell yourself, didn't you?
Didn't I what?
Recognize it.
I thought I did. But where's the house?
I don't know. Somebody must have torn it down and taken it away.
Doesn't look as if there ever was a house here.
Yeah, you can't see in the dark. This is the place, all right. This is Shangri-La, Madeline.
I'm scared. Let's get out of here.
Get out of here and go where, darling?
Oh, no. Why did we do it?
Oh, for the love of... Here, give me that flashlight.
I tell you the house.
Give me that flashlight. What's that over there?
Where?
Looks like somebody's had a campfire here. Yeah, that's what it is.
No, let's go.
The fire's old. Old fire. The people that tore down the house probably built it to burn up rubbish. That's why we don't find anything.
I'm scared, Noah.
Shut up.
What are you going to do?
Yes, there's nothing else to do. Go back and sleep in the car.
With those bags? With the one with the blood?
The blood. And the money, baby.
I won't be able to sleep a wink.
You said you were so tired.
I expected to sleep on a bunk in the house. Noah, what became of
It's been torn down, I told you. You talk as if I owned it or something.
Well, I don't go for it.
Look, sweetheart. We're 2 jumps ahead of the cops. We're loaded with 2 bags of money. They saw us knock off that guard. What do you want to do? Go to a hotel up in Santa Barbara? Don't be a jerk.
I'm sorry. I'm making a fool of myself, no.
That's a kid. That's a good kid.
Hope we don't have to stay here very long.
It'll rain. Any day now. Summer's over, baby. Now, come on back to the car. I'm out on my feet.
I wish...
I wonder who it was tore that place down.
Hope it wasn't that man we saw.
Cut it out. He's 1,000,000 miles away from here.
Well, I hope...
There was a rifle shot. I wonder...
What do you think?
Get in the car, Madeline.
I don't...
Get in the car.
I told you that, man.
Cut it out. I don't hear anything. Maybe it was somebody out taking a pot shot at a deer.
I tell you...
Get inside the car.
No, I don't want to.
You heard me. If anybody... What?
Oh, look. On the hill behind you.
What? Where?
The man.
mist was drifting over the stars, but I couldn't mistake him. Khaki shirt, blue Levi's, with no hat. Rifle in his hand. I shouted at him, but he didn't even look down at me. He raised his rifle and fired. Immediately, there was an answering shot from somewhere off in the hills below us. Madeline was lying alongside the car crying. I stood there. Just stood there unable to move. And he started down the hill toward us. And then a sudden flurry of shots in the distance. And like a character in an old-time silent movie, he stumbled and fell down the hill toward us. I could see the spreading stain across his khaki shirt in the starlight. I took a step toward him. He didn't even look at me. Painfully, oh, so painfully, he drew himself up on his knees, aimed the longest time, and fired one shot.
Madeline!
Madeline, I yelled. And all I could hear in the dark was her bubbling, rasping breath, and when I reached her, her sweater was black with blood. She could only gasp. I raised the pistol and aimed it at the man who had murdered my wife, and I pressed the trigger once, twice, 3, 4 times. And then I stood up again, and I saw the bullets hit him in the starlight. But he didn't even cringe. Silently, deliberately, he reached in his pocket, pulled out a match, and struck it. Bent down to set fire to the summer dry grass. And in half a second, the scene was bright as day. The racing fire roared at me. I hardly had time to snatch up Madeline and hurry into the car. Start away back where we came from. There was nothing else to do. Down the twisting canyon trail, a car pursued us. I drove faster and faster. After a dying woman in the car with me, a devastating fire was leaping at us. Down through the fence. Down to the sandy creek bottom. Fire always at our heels. And then, just as we crossed the creek, the rain began. The blessed rain that was to have saved us now that we'd bidden goodbye to summer. And at the corner, there by the ranch, the police car was waiting. And Madeline was dead. I told them, under the guns, and I could see they didn't believe me. I babbled about the rain, how it had put out the fire, how the house was gone, and they laughed. And then when it was morning, when it was broad daylight, we went back up the canyon, up the twisting trail, where there was no sign of fire. Me and the police. And when we got there, in the daylight, there was the house. Just as it always had been. And there hadn't been any fire. Not the night before, anyway. One of the police officers told me about it. Remember, or maybe you don't, 27 years ago, there was a fellow murdered a couple up here in Las Perhenas Canyon, he said. And he hid away up here. 27 years ago, he said. The posse came on him at night and they killed him. But he managed to set the grass on fire that night. It burned out the whole countryside, he said. He was a bad man, he said. Right up here. I remember him so well. A hitchhiker he was. Wore a pair of Levi's and a khaki shirt. Remember him very well, he said. So do I.
title of today's Quiet Please story is Summer Goodbye. It was written and directed by Wyllis Cooper. The man who spoke to you was Ernest Chappell. And Kathleen Cordell played the part of Madeline. Music for Quiet Please is by Albert Berman. Now, Wyllis Cooper for a word about next week.
Thank you for listening to Quiet Please. My story for you for next week is called Northern Light.
And so, until next week at the same time, I'm quietly yours, Ernest Chappell. Quiet, please. Quiet, please.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents Quiet Please, which is written and directed by Wyllis Cooper and which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet Please for tonight is called Symphony in D Minor.
Personally, I believe in the law of the jungle. I believe that the fight goes to the strong, to the one that's smarter, to the one that ought to win. I've made my way in life that way. You can't tell me anything different. I never got past high school myself. I had too much to do to waste time going to college. Yet I did it. I've got just about everything I ever wanted. What I haven't got yet, I'll get. The only thing I ask of anybody is get out of my way. Either that or get out of my way. One-sided or wheel off. That's my motto. Friend, I may take a wheel off just for good luck. Let's not have any misunderstandings about me. I'm tough, and I know it. I got nothing against you. If I had, you wouldn't be just sitting there listening. You'd be out of luck, like a certain party is going to be one of these days very soon, which I'm going to tell you about shortly. Look, friend, don't get the idea that just because I'm tough, I'm not smart. Because I am. Because I'm going to show you shortly just how smart I am. You want to hear? Good. Last night I was a guest in his house. A very interesting evening. You see, he's a psychologist, a very smart man, degrees, honors, knowledge. A beautiful wife. And black glasses. Yeah, that's right, he's blind. Very convenient for certain parties. For example, a party named Carol, his wife. For a party named Ray. It's me. See what I mean, friend? You don't? Well, you will shortly. He was sitting on a blue Davenport. Oh, I didn't tell you his name, Johannes. I'll just call him Johannes so you'll not get too much of a line on him. I wouldn't want anybody to slip him any information he shouldn't have, you know. Well, he was sitting on the blue Davenport. Carol was upstairs finishing a radio script. Yeah, she's very smart. But she'll have to stop that after she marries me. I don't want any wife of mine working. So anyway, Johannes and I were sitting there, batting a breeze, as you'd say in the quartermaster corps. I was bored, but Johannes wasn't. He just keeps right on talking.
Different whether you believe it or not, Ray. It's a scientific fact. And I have occasion to use it a great deal.
It's bunk. Like all the rest of this psychology racket.
I'm not going to try to convince you.
Oh, you can't convince me.
I could, though.
Look, Johannes, I don't believe in it. And even if I did, I know you can't hypnotize a person against his will.
You think so?
I know so.
You want to try a little experiment?
No.
Well, there's no point in it. You're sure a man can't be hypnotized if he doesn't want to be?
Sure.
Well, I won't argue with you. Look, hand me that push button on the extension cord there by the desk.
This?
By the desk.
This is the only thing. Is that it? Here.
Thank you.
What's it for?
It's a gadget I have. Listen.
What's that?
Make you sleepy?
Oh, it hurts my ears.
Might make you sleepy. Has a very interesting sound. Listen to it carefully, Ray. See if it doesn't give you a kind of heavy, drowsy feeling. Make you want to just lie back and shut your eyes and think about sleeping.
It's a lot of bunk.
So many people find it's an ideal way to go to sleep. It's better than sleeping pills. It's better than a soft feather bed. Just relaxes your mind so you can't think of anything but just going to sleep.
I wish you'd turn it off.
I can go to sleep in 30 seconds with it if I want to. You could, too. You could sleep right away if you wanted to. If you'd relax. That's it. You're getting sleepy already, aren't you?
I am not.
Nothing like sleep. Nothing like relaxing back in that nice, soft, easy chair and letting your head fall back and taking deep breaths. Deep breaths the way you do when you're asleep. Take 5 deep breaths, Ray. See what happens.
It's a lot of nonsense.
No, it's good sense, Ray. Try sleeping. Make you feel better. Shut your eyes and listen to that sound. Relax. Breathe deeply. Take it easy. And sleep. And sleep. And sleep. And sleep.
And I was so bored I just dropped off to sleep a minute while he was mumbling away. I wasn't asleep a minute, but you know how it is. You get bored listening to somebody yada-da, and, yeah, you know. I woke up when Carol opened the door and came in. I got right up out of my chair. She startled me, I guess. I never was so glad to see anybody. I was bored with Johannes. And the funniest thing happened. Johannes whistled, and I walked right over to Carol without thinking what I was doing, and I kissed her. Now, why the devil did I do that? I said, kind of stupid, because I was scared right in front of him. And Johannes nearly had a fit rapping.
Said you couldn't be hypnotized, Ray.
What are you talking about?
You were out like a light, my friend.
I was not.
And I gave you a post-hypnotic suggestion that when I whistled, you were to kiss Carol.
Are you kidding, Johannes?
Of course I am not kidding. You're the most natural hypnotic subject I've ever been across. Why, you can be hypnotized at the drop of a hat without even knowing it.
Now, what do you think of that? Well, I'll tell you what I think. I think this character, Johannes, is smarter than I thought he was. But not smarter than I am, certainly, but he's smart. Even though he doesn't suspect anything, and even though he can't see, I have got to be careful. Haven't I, Carol? I'll see you tonight about 7:45, huh? It sure is too bad your husband can't go to the theater with us, isn't it? I go in, I sit down, and I look at Johannes. I give him a very large, affable hello. I say, well, how you doing, Svengali?
I hope you didn't mind that little experiment last night, Ray.
No, it was very interesting. And instructive, Johannes.
Yes, it was. Very instructive.
Yeah, I should say so. I'm going to watch out for you. I don't want to be stretched out over 2 chairs with people breaking rocks on my chest. I saw that once when I was a kid in a vaudeville show.
Oh, I don't do things like that.
I sure hope not.
Yeah.
Hey, now.
You asleep, Ray?
Yes. I'm asleep.
You went to sleep very easily this time, didn't you?
Yes. You told me last night to go to sleep whenever I heard that sound.
You didn't like the sound.
No, I didn't. But I do now. It puts me to sleep.
You know you're to do anything I tell you to do.
Oh, yeah, sure.
If I told you to bark like a dog, or sing for me, open up and tell me the truth about everything.
Oh, yes, Johannes.
What about Carol?
I'm going to take her away from you, Johannes.
That's what you said last night.
Yes, I remember.
Do you love her, Ray?
Not especially. But she's pretty, and I'd rather have her than to have you have her.
She's my wife, Ray.
I know.
Why, Ray, don't you think it's rather reprehensible to steal a man's wife? Especially a blind man who doesn't know what's going on?
Oh, no, I don't think so.
Well, it is.
I guess it is if you say so, Johannes.
Does Carol love you, Ray?
She says she does.
Yes. I used to love her myself. Quite a great deal, as a matter of fact, Ray.
That's too bad.
But after what she told me last night and now, I realize that she's been playing me for a sucker. Hasn't she?
She sure has.
You think I should love her now?
No.
Well, I don't.
Good.
Ray, what would you do if your wife ran away with another man?
I haven't got a wife, Johannes. Yet.
But if you did have one who played you for a sucker the way Carol's played me, would you kill her?
Of course I'd kill her.
All right. Ray, you kill Carol.
All right. When?
Well, now, we don't want to get me mixed up in this little act of simple justice, do we, Ray?
Oh, no, of course not.
Well, then, we'll have to do it some time and some place when I'm not around.
All right, Johannes. You say when and where.
How about your place?
All right.
As a matter of fact, you and Carol weren't really going to the theater tonight, were you?
Oh, no, we're going out to a nightclub where we can be alone for a while.
I see. Well, couldn't you stop by your place tonight?
All right. Stop by my place tonight.
Now, let's see. You're a music lover, aren't you, Ray?
Oh, yes.
And you have a phonograph.
And lots of records.
Help me to the piano.
All right. There. Feel it?
Yes, yes.
Sit down.
Let's see. You know this. Symphony in D Minor by César Franck.
Symphony in D Minor by César Franck.
Well, when you get to your place, you put this symphony on the phonograph.
All right.
And when you come to this part...
When I come to that part...
You go and strangle Carol.
I go and strangle Carol.
Murder her.
Murder Carol.
That's right. When you hear this.
All right, Johannes. When I hear that, I murder Carol.
All right.
What are you playing, Ray? Oh, it's you, Johanna.
Sounds like a funeral hymn, a little. Doesn't it, Carol? Wake up, Ray.
This is better than going to the theater someplace. Isn't it, dear?
But I don't like being here, Ray.
It's all right. Don't you like listening to music?
I like listening to music, all right, darling, but do you realize there isn't any music?
What?
The machine stopped, sweetheart.
Oh. Well, I'll start it again. Kiss me first.
You turn on some more lights first.
Isn't it bright enough in here?
Creepy, Ray. I keep feeling as if something's going to happen.
Oh, don't be silly. What could happen?
Nothing, sweetheart. I just feel that way.
All right. That better?
Much better. Now you can kiss me.
Thanks. Oh, your lips are cold.
I tell you, I feel scary.
Stop. Let's listen to the music.
I love Cesar Frank.
And me?
And me.
Okay.
Oh, it's so beautiful.
Listen.
Never mind who this is. Just go to apartment 1603A at the address I gave you, and you'll find the woman murdered and the murderer there with her. That's right. Never mind, I know. Go at once, officer. You don't want to keep them waiting.
Oh, it's so beautiful. You could die to that music.
Carol, I love you.
Ray, I love you.
Car 32, apartment 1603A, 444 Stewart Street. Investigate. Car 32, apartment 1603A, 444 Stewart Street. Investigate. That is all.
Who is it?
Police officers.
What?
It's police officers.
Wait just a minute. What do you...
We had a call to investigate. What do you got all the lights off for?
Huh? Somebody blew out a fuse, officer.
I did, eh?
Right in the middle of a record we were playing.
Yeah.
The Cesar Frank D Minor Symphony.
Hey, Curly, flash your light in here. Are you all right, lady?
Certainly I'm all right.
Well, that ain't the way we got it.
Well, that's the way it is.
Listen a minute. Your telephone, mister. No, wait. I'll get it.
Oh, what the devil?
What in the world, Ray? Johanna?
Oh, well, the lights are back.
Oh. I'd better turn that off.
Wait a minute, Carol.
Somebody's playing a joke on you, mister. I hope.
Who was it?
Somebody wanted to know if the lady was dead. I said she certainly ain't. I says they was playing a Frank D. Minor's sympathy and the fuse blew out. And then he hung up.
Johannes.
You want me to go lock him up? You know him?
No. Carol. I remember. Quick, turn off the record.
Oh, what's the matter?
Turn it off.
Hey, now, what are you going to do over there? What? What are you busting the records for, Mac?
Why, excuse me, officer. I just remembered something. Something a man didn't have time to tell me to forget. You see, even the smart boys forget. If he told me to forget that post-hypnotic suggestion of his about murdering Carol when I heard that music, he'd have been all right. I'd never have known the difference. He'd have had another chance at me. But he forgot to tell me. And so, he doesn't know what I know. He doesn't know what I'm going to do. Carol's in there talking to him now. Carol opened the window. Sure, I told her all about it. She's in it with me. She opened the window. A poor blind guy, a blind would-be murderer. Nobody will wonder much if a poor blind guy made a mistake and fell out a window. It's a long drop. Everybody will be so sorry. His poor wife. And me. And him, I bet. That's what you get for being too smart for your size, eh? Give a quarter to hear the line of talk that's going on in there now. Carol is sweet as pie. Johanna's thinking fast while she sets it all up. You'd never suspect a thing. Oh, man, we're in. Give a quarter to know what they're saying in there. Must be good. That must be rich.
I won't fail the next time, Carol.
Oh, no, Johannes.
He didn't kill you, so you have to kill him.
Whatever you say, Johannes, I'll kill him.
It'll be a little poetic justice, won't it?
Oh, yes, Johannes.
You know that Frank D minor theme, Carol?
Oh, yes. It's beautiful.
The one that was to be a signal for him to strangle you.
Oh, yes. The one that goes... Da, 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 da.
That's it. Whenever you hear that melody, Carol, you'll murder Ray.
Whenever I hear the music, I'll murder Ray.
Whenever.
Whenever.
You'll take a knife and stab him.
I'll take a knife and stab him.
When you hear... Come in. Forget it, Karen. Wake up.
Why, hello, Ray.
All over. Too bad, Carol, wasn't it?
It's a shame.
Well, he never knew what hit him.
And we're both out of it nicely, darling.
Ain't it wonderful?
Oh, I just shudder to think what would have happened if that fuse hadn't blown out, Doc.
And if I hadn't remembered. Well, I'll never have to worry about that music again. It's so pretty. I hate to think what might...
Ray.
Huh?
I'm still afraid of it.
Oh, don't be silly.
I am.
Oh, stop it.
I never want to hear it again.
Well, you're going to hear it.
Ray, please.
Oh, listen, baby, we might as well get this straight now.
Ray, please.
Listen, darling.
Ray, darling. What have I done?
The title of tonight's Quiet Please story was Symphony in D Minor. It was written and directed by Wyllis Cooper, and the man who spoke to you was Ernest Chappell.
And Charita Bauer played Carol. James Van Dyke was Johannes, and the police officer was Pat O'Malley. As usual, music for Quiet Please, including the theme by Cesar Frank, is played by Albert Berman. Now, here is our writer-director, Wyllis Cooper.
They were all creations of my own again, nor did they represent anybody living or dead. As you already know, this is the last broadcast of Quiet Please on this network. I'm grateful to Bob Berman, our engineer, and to Al April, our very good sound effects technician, for their 63 weeks of help. For the further adventures of Quiet Please, I recommend you read your newspaper next Sunday.
And so from now on this network, I am quite quietly yours, Ernest Chappell.
This will be the last broadcast in the present series of Quiet Please. In its place for the next 4 weeks, Mutual will present over most of these stations a new series of dramatic programs dealing with atomic energy. Be sure to be with us at this time next week and the 3 weeks following for Mutual's new series on atomic energy. This program was heard in Canada through the facilities of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. This is the world's largest network, the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please.
Mutual Broadcasting System presents Quiet, Please, which is written and directed by Wyllis Cooper and features Ernest Chappell. Quiet, Please for tonight is called Take Me Out to the Graveyard.
Which one, I said? Which graveyard? Well, we got a lot of them. The new one, the old one, the Catholic one, the potter's field.
Oh, any one will do, driver. I'm not particular.
You kidding, mister?
No. Just take me out to the graveyard, that's all.
Well, you drive a cab 12, 15 years like I done, you get some funny ones. Drunks that want to take you home with them. Guys that tell you to take them to the Who's It Hotel when you're parked practically in front of it. Dames that want you... Yeah, you get some funny ones, but this is the first time I run into this kind of character. Well, so I'm driving a cab to make a buck, not to argue with people about where they want to go. So I think. Lakeside Cemetery. That's the farthest. I can rack up a couple of bucks, and maybe there'll be somebody out there who want to take a ride back to town. Get in, mister. Nice day, I think.
Yeah, beautiful. I always say this time of the year is the prettiest.
Yeah, so do I.
Good time of the year to die.
Huh?
I said this is a good time of the year to die.
Yeah, for my dough, no time of the year is a good time to die.
You gotta die, though.
Yeah, but it ain't good.
I don't know.
I don't either. I ain't died yet, but I can't get very enthusiastic about it.
That's why I wanted to go to the graveyard.
Why?
To die.
You ain't nuts, are you, mister?
Nope. What's your name, driver?
Judith Peterson.
My name's Booth.
Pleased to meet you.
B-O-O-T-H.
Yes?
So you can tell people when they ask you.
Tell what people?
Well, you know, policemen, coroners, whoever asks.
I already asked you if you're nuts, didn't I?
Well, I'm not.
Well, then you better take down your sign.
No, I'm perfectly okay, Julius.
Well, something's wrong with you if you talk that way.
No.
Do you hurt? Like in your noggin or something?
I never felt better in my life.
You want to look out. You might really die.
I know it.
How do you know?
Well, that I couldn't tell you, Julius. I just know it, that's all. And I'm not particularly upset about it.
My gracious, I am.
Think nothing of it, Julius.
Now, you stop talking crazy then.
I'm not going to argue with you, Julius.
And don't die.
Julius, you stick to your driving and let me worry about the dying, will you?
You ain't worrying. You're all the time grinning. I can see you in the rearview mirror.
Watch the road.
You ain't afraid of getting killed, are you?
No, I'm not.
I didn't like the way you said that there.
I'm sorry.
How are you going to do this, Mr. Booth?
Die?
Yeah.
I don't know yet.
Well, what if you don't?
I will.
Hey, listen.
What?
What about me?
Oh, you'll be all right, Julius.
You sure?
Positive.
Well, that's something.
You know, it is a beautiful day.
You changing your mind?
I can't change my mind.
Hey, do you work on the radio or something?
Why?
Oh, I just thought maybe it was one of them fellas that think up these mystery kind of stories. You know, at night and you was practicing on me.
Sorry to disappoint you, Julius.
I don't get it.
You will.
You live here in town?
No.
Stranger, huh?
That's right. A stranger on his last taxi cab ride.
I begin to get an idea about you, stranger.
You What?
I sure am.
What kind of idea are you getting, Julius?
Listen, mister. No suicides in my cab.
I'm not going to commit suicide, Julius.
No, you better not.
But I am going to die.
Listen.
What are you stopping for? This isn't the cemetery.
I know it ain't, but this is as far as you're going.
What do you mean? I hired you to
Get out.
Now, look, here,
Nick, get out, Mr. Booth. I ain't riding any loose nuts to any cemetery with suicide on their mind.
I told you I am not going to commit suicide.
I'll say you ain't. Not in my cab, at least. Outside, mister.
You say so. But it's certainly...
And the clock says 40 cents.
Okay. Keep the rest of it. You know, you're not going to make it come out any difference this way, Julius. I really wasn't going to die in your cab.
Look out! Yeah, he was right. Neither one of us saw the gasoline truck that hit him. How do you figure that? He called it, didn't he? Said he was going to die. Why was he right? Well, like I said, pretty nearly anything can happen to a cab driver. Only it hardly ever happens twice. So it's a couple of months later, and I'm bucking the line at the corner of Adams and Fulton, and this girl comes out of the store and walks towards me. She's wearing black stockings. Don't seem like gals wearing black stockings these days. She steps towards the cab, so I reach out the window and unbutton the door, and I say, "Where to, lady?"
Take me out to the graveyard.
What'd you say, lady?
I said the graveyard, the cemetery.
Lady, you kidding me?
Why should I kid you, driver?
What cemetery do you want to go to, lady?
Oh, is there more than one?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, you pick one out.
I turned around the seat and I looked at her. She was just an ordinary looking gal, 26, 27. She had on these black stockings. I looked at her a minute. I said, "Lady, listen.
Yes?
Are you sure you want to go to the graveyard?"
You certainly am. Why?
I don't like to go to the graveyard, lady.
You don't?
No, lady.
Well, that's all very interesting. But I want you to go to the graveyard. So will you please pull down your flag and start? Now, please, please.
It never occurred to me for the longest time that she called me Julius. How does she know my name? Hey, how do you figure this one, huh? But I don't like any part of this. One trip to the graveyard started just like this. Look what happened. Well, I figured I'll run out of gas for this thing. I've done before when I had you don't want to take you where you want to go. I just opened my mouth to say it to her, and she says...
And don't tell me you're out of gas, Julius, because I know better. I can see your gaze.
Lady, I was just going to tell you
The
that...
graveyard, Julius.
What are you going to do with a thing like this here? I don't like any little bitsy part of it. I tried to jump a red light with a cop standing right there looking at me, and it turns green. Yeah, with the black stockings just giggles and laughs. She was the cheerfulest woman I ever seen. She leans over and talks in my ear.
Oh, hurry, Julius.
I wanted to say, "Why, lady?" You know what? I was scared of how she'd answer me. Up Adams to Maine, out Maine to Knoxville, out Knoxville on the way to the graveyard. After a while, she said something. I was thinking. I said, "What'd you say, lady?"
I said, can't you drive faster?
I thought I was saying, "Lady, they got speed laws in this here town." That wasn't the way it come out. The way it come out was different. I know it come out different because of the way she answered me.
Because I have to get there quickly. Because I've got to die.
How scared can you get? I missed the street car by about 6 inches. I swallowed my heart back down and drove about half a block before I spoke to her again. I said it very careful. I didn't understand you, lady.
What?
I didn't get you. What you said.
Oh, I said I've got to die.
I thought that's what you said.
You see, that's why we have to hurry.
You don't want to go to a hospital? See, I'm trying to make myself 100%. rationalized this thing. He said, you don't want to go to a hospital, huh?
I'm not sick.
Well, so it's about wanting to die, then.
I didn't say I want to die. I said I have to die.
This wouldn't be a gag, would it? No, it wouldn't be a gag.
Certainly would not.
No, you wouldn't know about this guy.
What are you talking about?
There was a guy a couple of months ago. His name was Mr. Booth.
Well?
He got in my cab, and he wanted to go to the graveyard.
Oh?
And he said he was going to die.
Did he?
You mean, did he say so, or did he die?
Yes.
He done both, lady.
What? You see?
Lady, get out of my cab.
I will not.
You're not going to die in my cab now.
Well, I will if you don't get to the graveyard pretty quick.
You get out.
I won't do it. I hired you to take me to the graveyard.
You talk just like that Mr. Booth did.
Did you make him get out of your cab?
You're darn right I did.
What would you have done if he hadn't got out?
I just throwed him out.
Well, you can't throw a woman out.
No. But I can just park here till you get out.
But I won't get out.
You will, too.
No, I won't. I'll die right here in your cab.
Lady, please don't do that.
Then you get along to the graveyard. You better hurry, too.
Please.
Get a move on. There isn't much time.
Lady.
You better take my name.
Why?
You know why.
So as I can tell the cops who you are.
Who I was.
Okay, lady, but I wish you wouldn't.
It's Henrietta Gilbert.
Miss Gilbert, would you please?
Drive on.
I'll get in the jam, Miss Gilbert.
Drive on.
Doggone it.
Hurry.
Why couldn't you take another cab?
Because this is the right one.
What do you mean?
I knew it as soon as I saw it.
This thing look like a hearse or something?
To me, it does.
Well, it ain't.
That's what you think.
I don't see what you're so cheerful about.
Why shouldn't I be?
Well, if you're going to die...
Well, goodness, I can't help it, so why cry about it?
Well, sir, I turned around and I looked at it. That was where I made my mistake. I turned right around again, and where that streetcar come from, I'll never know. Oh, I didn't miss that one. Oh, sure. She was killed. No, I wasn't hurt at all. It was cut on my part. You could hardly see it. It cost me $26 to get my front axle straight and the grill work welded, and a trip to the license commissioner's office. Of course, I didn't tell him what I told you. I didn't want to lose my license and get sent to the goofy house for signs. You believe it, though, don't you? You will. Yeah, there was another one. A couple of weeks later. An old man. Says, take me out to the graveyard. I said, no. He called a cop. On the way, he asked me to stop at the cigar store and get change for a $10 bill. When I come back, he's laid on the floor. Dead. Dead. I took 3 weeks off and stayed home. The first night I took my cab out, a soldier in uniform stopped me. Yeah, sure, you know what he said. He didn't get him to the graveyard either. I don't know what it was. What happened to him in the war. I just heard a funny noise. There he was. That time was kind of rough on me. Oh, his license inspector, a fellow named Rice.
You know, you're in a jam, Julius.
I haven't done nothing, Inspector.
Nothing anybody could hang on you so far.
I didn't do a thing.
4 people have died in your cab. Is that nothing?
One of them didn't.
Huh?
He was outside the cab.
Now, look, let's not get into any technicalities.
All right.
Okay, let's hear your story.
I already told it to you, Inspector.
Well, you don't expect me to believe that. Malarkey, do you?
Well, I believe it.
You do, huh?
Well, I was there when they all happened.
And they all wanted to go to the graveyard.
I told you that.
Yeah, I know you did. And they all told you they was going to die.
I told you that, too.
All right, all right. Now, I want you to tell me one more thing, Julius. How did they know they was going to die?
I don't know.
Huh?
I don't know.
Didn't you ask them?
I never thought about it.
Why didn't you?
Oh, my gosh, Inspector, would you think of that when somebody tells you something like that?
I don't know. Never happened.
It sure happened to me.
What? Oh, yeah. That's what you say anyway.
It's true, Inspector, just as true as I'm sitting here.
Julius.
Sir?
You didn't kill them people, did you?
No, I didn't. Sir?
I just said, Oh, I ought to suspend your license.
No, don't. Please don't, Inspector.
I ought to.
I gotta make a living.
You don't have to kill people.
I don't.
Will they die?
Everybody dies.
Yeah, but not in your cab.
What?
I mean they oughtn't to die in your cab.
Well, that'd be all right with me, Inspector.
You can't figure out any reason, huh?
Well, if I could, would I be taking people to the graveyard?
Hey, you got something there, Julius.
I know it.
But, of course, if people tell you to take them somewhere, you have to take them. City Ordinance 809B, 19...
I know it.
I can't figure it out.
Me neither.
Must be something in your cab.
What?
Maybe your cab's haunted.
Don't be. I don't think so.
Sure you don't say anything to him?
Well, I ain't beef about taking him to the graveyard.
I mean, besides that.
No.
You don't put no hex on him or anything?
I wouldn't know how. What am I going to do, Inspector?
About what? Oh, you can't do anything about these people. They're all dead, ain't they?
Yeah, they sure are.
Yeah, but don't do it anymore.
Don't do what?
Or I'll suspend your license.
What, Inspector?
Don't give me an argument now, Julius.
I ain't Inspector. Listen,
One more, and I snatch your license.
But I tell you that
Listen, Julius.
What?
There must be a reason for it.
But what, Inspector?
Where's your cab?
Outside. Why?
I got an idea.
Now, listen, Inspector.
What?
I thought you was...
Was what?
I guess you ain't, though.
Yes, I am.
Now, Inspector.
Driver.
Sir?
Take me out to the graveyard.
Okay, so what could I do? Well, he's a license inspector, ain't he? Okay. How do you feel, Inspector?
I feel okay.
Goody.
You can drive fast if you want to. I'll square a pinch.
No, Inspector.
Go ahead.
I go fast, I bump into something, you get your skull busted. That's all, brother.
You won't bump into anything.
Yeah, you ain't kidding.
You heading for the cemetery?
Well, you call a cab, Inspector.
I don't feel anything.
Stay that way, will you?
When did these people tell you they was going to die?
Different time.
I'll tell you if I feel like it.
Yeah, you do that, and I'll stop.
Yeah, that'll be all right.
And then I'll run.
Well, I feel okay.
Just keep that way, Inspector. That's all I ask.
This here's a nice cab you got, Julius.
Yeah, it used to be.
Hey, Julius.
What?
This here cab smells funny.
I don't smell nothing.
Well, I do.
Now, listen, Inspector,
No. It's nice.
No.
Flowers.
Huh?
Carnations.
You feel okay, Inspector?
Sure. And roses.
Listen now, sir,
And something else.
What?
Lilies.
Oh.
By golly, that's right.
Oh.
Lilies.
Oh, boy.
Say, Julius, how far are we from the graveyard?
Oh, we're getting closer. You still feel okay?
Oh, I feel wonderful. Just smell them lilies and things.
Yeah, I'm glad I can't smell them.
Just like a greenhouse.
Oh, he's not.
Or like a funeral.
Say.
Hey?
Did you say lilies, Inspector?
Yeah. Why?
I can smell them, too.
How much further, Julius?
We're pretty near there, Inspector. How do you feel?
Elegant. How do you feel?
Awful.
I ain't dead yet.
Don't say that, for God's sake.
What's the matter, Julius?
You sure you feel all right?
Oh, I feel swell. Only them lilies smell awful loud.
Doggone it, there ain't no lilies.
You smell them, don't you?
I sure wish I didn't.
Look, Julius.
What?
There's the cemetery.
Oh, boy, we made it.
Well, don't stop.
Well, why not?
Go on in.
No, sir.
Now, listen, Julius.
I don't want to go in.
I hired you to take me to the cemetery.
On the cuff.
Go on in.
Look, I don't like graveyards, Inspector.
Go on in.
I don't want it.
Go on.
Well, now we're here.
Yeah, sure are.
We're here, so let's go back.
Yeah, wait a minute.
Where you going?
Hey, this is a pretty cemetery, Julius.
Well, come on. Come on, and let's go back.
Yeah, it sure is pretty. I'm glad we came.
Come on, Inspector.
No.
Well, why not?
Don't be such a sap, Julius. I'm going to stay here.
What?
I'm going over here and go to sleep.
Hey! That's a grave.
Well, what's the matter with that?
But you ain't dead, Inspector.
Oh, yes, he is, Julius.
Sure he is, Julius. Why, sure, Julius. There's nobody in a cemetery at night, Julius, except dead people.
Sure, Julius. Sure, Julius. That's right.
Well, I ain't dead. Yeah, they was right. I guess I'm dead, all right. I took myself out to the graveyard. Oh, yes, I'm still driving the cab, sure. I only make one trip, though. Always out there. I'll probably be picking you up one of these days. You feel all right? The cab's waiting right outside. All you gotta do is say, take me out to the graveyard. See you later.
Listen to Quiet, Please, which is written and directed by Wyllis Cooper. The man who spoke to you was Ernest Chappell.
And Mr. Booth was played by Don Briggs. Miss Gilbert was Evelyn Juster. The inspector was Ed Latimer. Music for Quiet, Please, as usual, is composed and played by Gene Perazzo. Now, for a word about next week's Quiet, Please, here is our writer-director, Wyllis Cooper.
3. That's next week's story. I've always wanted to write a story with a number instead of a title. 3, of course, isn't written yet, but it might be interesting. Listen next week to 3.
And so, until next week at the same time, I am quietly yours, Ernest Chappell.
Quiet, Please comes to you from New York. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please. Broadcasting Company presents Quiet, Please, which is written and directed by Wyllis Cooper and which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet, Please for tonight is called Tanglefoot. Back in the old days, when GI didn't mean general issue, it just meant galvanized iron, I used to be a plumber. There are no cracks about leaving tools in the shop when you go out on a job. Because if a plumber took along all the tools he's liable to need on a job he don't know nothing about till he gets there, he'd need one of those moving vans to tote him. Just the same, what you can do with a 14-inch Stilson wrench and a mitt full of oakum, you'd be surprised at. This place where I work, well, you ever smell a plumbing shop? And I tell you what you smell. Oakum first thing, like creosote. That's what you start with. Linseed oil, that's in the red lead you use on the joints and stuff. You smell a hot lead where the kid's melting down scrap lead into little pigs you can put in your bag. Galvanized iron. Yeah, sure, you can smell galvanized iron. Go past the bins where they keep the L's and the T's and the street L's and the customs and the unions, all sizes, and 40-teen sizes. You can smell galvanized iron, all right. Then there's the smell of rats that live back behind the bins. Gasoline burning in the blowtorches and the furnaces. And the thing I remember best of all, the smell of the flypaper. My heavens, there seemed to be flypaper every place. I don't know, maybe in the old days there was more of it, or there was more flies or something. Seemed like every place you went, you run into flypaper. Remember that smell? Like varnish with sugar in it? Like taffy that got spoiled? Kind of a fascinating smell in a sicky way. Think about it and you kind of think, yeah, no wonder the flies liked this smell and went for it. Smell? Sure, flies can smell. They got smellers that'll make a bloodhound jealous if you know it. And flies got lots of things. Yeah, you got a jillion eyes, 6 fancy legs, wings, and a trunk like an elephant. Only little there. Proboscis, they call it. Huh? Yeah, not the flies. They can't talk. Boy, how do you think that? I know a lot about flies. I'll tell you about it. I can see it today. There was people living upstairs above the plumbing shop where I worked. That was in the summer 1915, I guess, quite a while ago. Their back porch hung over the back porch of the shop. Made kind of a shed where we used to thread pipe, melt up scrap lead, stuff like that. And Ricketts, the horse, he used to be tied up back there in the alley with a wagon. When he was working back there, it was quiet and shady and hot. All you could hear was Ricketts stamping his feet and switching his tail at the flies, and maybe the foo of the gasoline furnace. Whoever he was working with talking kind of lazy and slow in the heat. And boy, was it hot. I and Herbie, we was threading 3/4-inch black iron pipe.
You want the boat excursion tonight, Buck?
Yeah, what boat excursion?
Crawfish Club. On the Percy Swing tonight.
No, I thought it was tomorrow.
No, tonight.
Yeah, that's good enough. Get another length of pipe.
Hot in it. 91's around the shade. In the shade.
Hot for old Ricketts out there in the sun.
His head's in the shade. What's he hollering about? Flies, I guess. You should put the fly netting on him.
Yeah.
Look out, don't step in the fly paper.
Fly paper every place. That Bert Kincaid, he's nuts about fly paper. Doggone stuff. It's all over the place.
That's where you're throwing it.
You throw it up the pipe. I'll take care of the fly paper. You think with all that stuff around there wouldn't be so many flies?
Flies are smart.
How do you mean? Smart?
Not fly paper.
Fly paper's always full of them.
And them's the dumb flies. Smart ones look at it and smell it and fly away. Land on people, horses. Take a bite. Live longer.
I wonder how long flies live.
I don't know.
Too long.
Any more lengths of pipe we ain't threaded? Here. I wonder what Sarge think about. Eating?
That's what I'm thinking about. What time is it?
I got that fancy new wristwatch of yours.
Busted.
That's pretty near noon.
Gonna go home, do you?
You wanna go with me?
I wasn't hinting.
Heck, you wasn't. Well, no flies on you, but. Oh, Mom made some ice cream she left for me.
Your mom home?
No, she went up to Peoria's this morning. P.A. Bedner's got a sale or something.
Well, I could stop at Ruins and get some boiled ham or something. We could make sandwiches.
Oh, we got some.
Oh, I could get something there. We're eating off here.
Yeah.
12 o'clock.
Let's go.
You ever hear anything start so simple and easy and not meaning nothing? That don't mean anything? Yeah, you get it in a minute. You get a lot of stuff you don't expect. It all started that way, always threading pipe and kicking flat paper around and stuff. We ate up the ice cream at Herbie's house, stood in the kitchen. It was kind of cool. And gosh, I hated to go back to work.
I hate to go back to, but I'd like to lay down and take a nap or something.
Yeah, Bert Kincaid, can you?
Yeah. Wish that was a fly.
Yeah. Go bite Bert Kincaid.
Only thing that's wrong with him is he's a boss. Flies don't have bosses. Want some more ice cream?
Yeah, we sent for your mom.
No, she don't like ice cream. Don't you want some more?
No, I'm full.
Thanks. We can set a couple minutes more. It's only 20 to 1.
Yeah.
Well, I was thinking about flies.
Are you crazy about flies today?
Well, I just got to thinking about it.
What became of your dog?
I think that's right. It's happy. I like to get under the coal shed to keep cool.
Maybe you handle that myself.
Wish I had a pet fly.
You're crazy.
Got a pet fly. Passing the rope on them, leading around.
Well, these little bitsy rope you left on it.
This would be a great big fly. Big as a dog.
What kind of a dog?
I like that old collie, Masterson.
A fly that big bite you, you'd be ruined.
Looking at a fly with a magnifying glass the other day.
I've seen one once.
Got the meanest looking faces I ever seen.
Great big eyes.
Jillian eyes. Look at you from all over. Always washing their faces like a cat.
They carry germs.
Oh, sure. Germs, though.
Gee. That big fly'd sure be something.
Sure be a swell tougher.
Look, you could tame him.
Oh, I'd tame him all right. Maybe the fly tamer. Be as big and strong as a bull. Have to put a big chain on him.
And fly away with you.
Maybe I could train him to take me places. Fly, you know.
Yeah, you should think him of an educated fly.
Flies are smart.
Fly paper catchers and good old Tanglefoot boy.
Have to have an awful big piece of Tanglefoot to catch this old boy. Ain't that much Tanglefoot in the world.
There ain't no fly like that in the world either.
Oh, boy, if there was.
Didn't you hear the whistle? Come on, 1:45.
Yeah. I know what you'd feed a fly that big.
Have to feed him people, I guess. Come on, let's go. I remember it was pretty near 3-4 months later. It was just getting kind of the first days of fall, and people were starting to burn dry leaves along the curbstone. Herbie and me was fixing a hot water heater for Frank and Edith Gibbons, the telegraph operator, live out there where Washington runs into Court Street. Kind of cool that day, I remember. Mrs. Gibbons, she was jawing at us because she said we were so slow. She wanted that hot water heater fixed right this minute. She wanted to take a bath before the chicken pie supper at Christian Church. She had to put the icing yet on 2 double food cakes, and would we please hurry up? She was all of a tizzy. Well, finally Henry come with a reducer tea we was waiting for. Mrs. Gibbons, she went out to the kitchen to look at the cakes, and don't go banging things around and make my cakes fall, she said. I said, yes, ma'am, for about the 42nd time, and she shut the door. I laid down my ball-peen hammer. I said, whew.
Me too.
Why can't women leave you alone?
Well, I got the union after her. She thinks she knows so much about plumbing.
No, at least it's cool.
What's the matter?
Yeah, I got my elbow in the flypaper. My heavens, what she still got flypaper around for?
Yeah, let me do it.
Oh, gotta take off the skin, too. Yeah, squirt me some gasoline on it. I got guck all over me. Ain't been any fly for 3 weeks. Any more gasoline?
I know where there's a fly.
Huh?
I know where there's a fly.
Well, why don't you swat him?
Well, 2 reasons. First, I kind of like this fly.
Like him?
Raised him from a pup.
Herbie.
Raised a fly from a pup? Second thing is, you want to swat this fly, you better have a baseball bat.
What?
This here fly is 8 inches long.
Huh?
Hand me the red lens.
How big?
Maybe 9. Where you going?
Miss Gibbons.
What are you calling her for?
Miss Gibbons, call up the asylum. Herbie Butterworth has seen flies 9 inches long.
Here, under the coal shed. Come on, Teddy. Here, Teddy boy. Here, Teddy. Come on, Teddy. Come on out there, boy. Here, Teddy. Come on, Teddy. Here, boy. Good dog. Come on, Ted. Ted. You hear me? Come on out of there. Come on now. Ted. Come on, boy. Teddy.
He's asleep, maybe.
Well, with me hollering that way?
Well, maybe he ain't there. Maybe he's up.
Too, I can see him. He's laying down in there. Here, Teddy. Here, Teddy.
Well, reach in and pull him out.
Come on, dog. Come on. What?
Huh?
He's dead.
You ain't ever seen anything, I mean, that a fly killed? No, I don't mean killed by putting insurance on him like that. I mean, well, murdered by a fly.
This here fly is 8 inches long. Maybe 9.
This here fly killed Teddy, that was Herbie Butterworth's dog, that was a hound dog that weighed 42 pounds on John April's scales the day before. This here fly, he just up and killed poor old Teddy. But maybe Teddy was scared to death by the fly first. Because nobody in the whole great big wide world ever seen a fly that was 8, 9 inches long. Nobody but first Herbie and then Teddy. And afterwards, me.
I ain't found him yet.
Maybe he got froze to death.
Kind of scares me, Buck. Don't it you?
He comes up to me, I'll bat him on the head.
He'll come flying up to you. Come flying up. You won't even see his wings. You know how a fly's wings is, you can see through them.
Maybe he's froze to death. Flies can't stand cold weather. They die.
They don't always die. Sometimes they go into, what is it, a coma? When they get warm, they come to again. And then they're hungry.
Well, I think he's dead. Because we ain't heard about anybody croaking, with a mystery. Not since Teddy. Hey, I can still see that dog.
Try not thinking about Teddy.
Maybe you ought to leave some fly paper around. Big hunks of fly paper.
I got fly paper all around the coal bin there where he was.
Heavy enough?
It don't have to be so heavy. He lands on a hunk of Tanglefoot. It'll get all stuck to the hair and hair. Hair on his legs. Flies got hair on their legs.
Real hair?
More like bristles, like spikes, kind of. He get fly paper stuck in his legs, his wings. He ain't gonna go skittering around much.
Maybe he's dead.
Sure hope not.
Hope not?
Well, I kind of liked him. Till he ate up Teddy.
I'd be just as satisfied if I never get to see him. He must be quite a sight, though.
Like looking at a fly through a magnifying glass.
Sure glad he only got to be 8, 9 inches long. Hate to lose him. I could put him in a circus or a sideshow or something. Make $1 jillion. Take him up to Chicago. People would come from miles around.
To a zoo, just about. A museum like that one. Where is it, New York?
Yeah, he was quite a thing. He used to eat mice. I went and caught mice and let him have him. I want to see what he'd do to a dead mouse.
Oh, thank you kindly. I've seen what he'd done to Teddy. How'd you get him so big, Herbie?
Huh? Secret, Buck.
And so?
I bet if he'd lay an egg, the egg would be bigger. I mean, the pup would be bigger than he was.
Flight egg.
Bigger than a hen's egg would be. Bigger than maybe a turkey egg.
Maybe he's dead.
Yeah.
He comes after me. I'm going to shoot him, my old 12.
You couldn't hit a balloon with a bull fiddle.
You hit him all right.
Hello, Louise. How'd you do? Hey, who's that, Buck?
I don't know. Just moved to town from someplace in Ohio, Iowa, someplace.
Louise
McKinney, something like that.
Where'd you know her?
Met her at Empire Hall, that dance the other night.
What dance? Social Athletic Club?
Uh-huh.
Well, night. See you at the shop in the morning.
So long. It's cold, ain't it?
Yeah, gonna snow. Feels like snow.
More busted water pipes.
Yeah. So long, Buck. Say, at Louise, what's your name? That's something, ain't it?
Yeah, I feel like that there type.
I like it.
Say, Herbie.
What?
Listen.
What?
Listen, that great big fly of yours.
Yeah?
On the level now. Is there a great big fly?
Huh?
Couldn't you just be... Well, I just thought about it all of a sudden. I've never seen this here fly.
You mean you think I'm just fooling?
I was wondering.
I was just making it up.
Was you?
No. I wasn't making it up.
I just wondered.
Listen, Buck. I never made that up. Listen, I wish there was. I wish I'd never started making flies grow big. I would have stopped when I got one this big.
I don't know whether to believe you or not.
Listen, Buck, when I think what that there fly... Remember way back last summer when we first talked about it? You said, what would you feed a great big fly?
Yeah.
Remember what you said?
What?
You said people. People, you said. That's what you'd feed them.
Oh, yeah.
Listen, Buck, he already had a dog. That we know about. What if he ain't dead by now and all is cold? He must be...
Must be what?
Hungry.
3rd of December, 1915. Yeah, 76543, the 3rd, the night Herbie and me talked like I told you. I remember because on the 7th, the Boy Scouts had a movie at the Capitol Theater. It used to be the Standard Theater. And there was a kid with a bugle blowing it out front. That was the 7th. That was the night Bert Kincaid phoned me up from the shop, and Mayor Watson came over from kind of next door and told me Bert was calling me. And I was over. Bert, he said, you and Herbie Butterworth go right away to these people, these McKinleys or McKinleys or McKinleys, whichever it was, because their friend or something was wrong with it, and they was hollering, they was freezing. And I should go right on over, and Herbie would meet me there. He was already on the way with the rickets and the wagon and the tools. So I said, all right, and I went home and put on my overshoes and my army sweater, and I went over there. See, the place was only 2 doors away from where Herbie lived, there by the Garfield School. That's why he was there already, see? I never even bothered to knock on the door. I just went around to the cellar door with my Coleman lantern, and I come on down, and Herbie was there already sitting on the cellar steps, so I just about fell over him. Not looking very happy. Say, I said, I thought there was freezing to death here in this house with a busted furnace. It's not cold down here. It's warm, I said.
I fixed it.
Huh?
I fixed the furnace. The valve was corroded, and I put a new one on. I fired up. It's all right.
Well, what you sitting on the cellar stairs for, then, if it's all fixed? What you sitting around here for?
Well,
What are you looking so crabby about? Anybody ought to be crabby? It's me. I walked halfway across town. I'm about... What you so crabby about?
Huh? She's down here.
Who?
Louise, you know, the McKinley gal, or whatever her name is.
Where? Oh. Yeah, that's why I ain't welcome two's company. Three's
Shut up.
Gonna make some time, huh?
Shut up. She'll hear you.
Where is she?
I went back there in the preserve closet.
What for? Gonna bring you a jar of apple butter?
The old man makes elderberry wine. He got some bottles back there he bought from Ohio or Iowa or whatever it is. 3 years old.
I sure like elderberry wine.
I know it.
Well, I tell you, Herbie, I'm a good guy. I'm your friend, Herbie. Seeing you got everything fixed up, I'll beat it.
You don't have to go.
I never stood in the guy's way, Herbie. I'll go out into the cold and the snow.
Ain't no
I'll
snow.
go right home and read V.C. Allensworth's editorials in the Times, and I'll leave the coast clear for you.
You don't have to do that, Buck.
Just as soon as I have one drink of elderberry wine.
Knew there was a catch in it.
Now I'll go right away, honest, Herbie. Hey, you've been telling her about giant flies and things.
Cut it out.
That thing's dead.
I guess
If it ever was alive. You got the makings?
Got some tailor-made. Need those?
Yeah, much obliged. Ain't you smoking?
Nah.
What's she doing, making that wine?
The old man probably hid it for herself.
You give her a good smacking if you find she's smoking. Probably give you a good smacking, too, huh? Why'd you yell at her?
The folks will hear upstairs.
Louise!
Shut up. Hey, Louise, shut up, Buck.
Come on, let's go help her.
Nix.
Louise, you want some help?
Buck, the people will hear you.
In here? Hey, Louise. I thought maybe you needed some... Louise? Louise?
Buck, what's that?
Herbie.
What's the matter, Buck? Buck, what's that? Louise.
I could recognize her by her clothes. By her clothes, that's all. You never saw a person that let a fly... No, you never did. Herbie and I did. A big... not 8-9 inches long now, down in the hot, stuffy cellar. 2 feet long. And fat and kind of logy it was, dopey, like after you had a big dinner. And Louise... Herbie, he fainted, and I... Back there by the furnace pipes. I could see them eyes. And Chilean eyes. And that trunk like elephant. It kind of buzzed and wiggled its eyes at me and rubbed its face with its... and paused like a cat washing its face after dinner. And I tried to holler, but all I could hear was this buzzing, that's all. And then it kind of stumbled out from the pipes and it jumped and it come right past my face and it flew kind of sagging, kind of out of the corner of my eye. I seen it. It flew right out into the furnace room and the furnace door was open and the fire... You don't want to hear anymore, huh? There's only a little bit more. You've come this far with me, so... Well, they put us both, Herbie and me, in jail. They said we murdered Louise, but nobody could murder anybody like that. And there wasn't any other evidence, so... See, the fly was dead. Disappeared, and there wasn't anything to go on. So they had to let us go. That's pretty near the whole story. Ain't it, Herbie?
The egg?
Oh, sure, I pretty near forgot about that egg. And about the egg. Bigger than a hen's egg. Big's a turkey egg. Back there in the dark behind the pipes.
I didn't see it. Buck seen it.
But I never told anybody about it. Did I, Herbie? Nobody but you.
And when they left us out of jail, we come back here looking for it, but it was gone. There was kind of a scrunching back there, and we looked, and sure enough...
Larva. They call it in the books.
You know...
And we took it away with us. And sure enough,
this one grew bigger than its father, or its mother, or whatever it was.
And everyone since then has got a little bigger and a little hungrier. Ain't that so, Herbie?
Yep. Hungry all the time. Never let him out to hunt.
Wait. Look at him. Ain't he a dinger? First real live bet fly you ever seen. Here, Louise. We call him Louise. Look at them eyes. Zillions of them. Look. He unrolls his trunk. Ain't that cute? Nice, clean face. See the sharp bristles on his legs? Biggest fly in the world. Bigger than a collie. Bigger than a Shetland pony, I bet. And hungrier, too. Come on, Louise. Wake up. He's awake, Buck. Uh-huh. Okay, Herbie? Okay. Go on in. No, you I'm talking to.
You, he says. Go on in.
Go on in. Louise is hungry. What's the matter? Can't move your feet? Sure. You stuck in something? Used to call that stuff flypaper. We got a different name for it now. Yeah, no use trying to get loose. You're stuck for good. And Louise is hungry. Only hurt a minute, that's all. Careful, Louise, honey. Don't get your feet stuck in the man paper. Tanglefoot. It was written and directed by Wyllis Cooper, and the man who spoke to you was Ernest Chappell. And my friend Herbie was played by Jack Lescoulie. As usual, music for Quiet Please is by Albert Berman, and the sound by William J. McClintock. Now for a word about next week's Quiet Please, here is our writer-director, Wyllis Cooper. Okay, Bill?
Thank you for listening to Quiet Please. We've got a story for you next week. The strange title of The Hat and the Bed and John J. Catherine.
The Hat and the Bed and John J. Catherine. Next week. So till next week at the same time, I'm quietly yours, Ernest Chappell. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please.
The American Broadcasting Company presents Quiet, Please, which is written and directed by Wyllis Cooper, and which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet, Please for today is called Tap the Heat, Bogdan.
I'm Bogdan, and I can lick any man in the house. I'm Bogdan Petrovich. That's my name, and I'm from Synagoga, and I can lick any man in the house, especially Irishers. In Synagoga, we lick them all. Irishers, Austrians, everybody. We don't kid around in Synagoga. You remember a town in Synagoga called Sarajevo? It's my hometown, Sarajevo. And when I'm a little kid, I go to school with Gavrilo. Gavrilo Princip. I thought everybody know who is little Gavrilo Princip with the glasses and the bombs. Huh? Why, he blowed up that Archduke Pontiac Ferdinand in Sarajevo right where they have the big war. We don't like people in Synagoga. We don't like nobody, see? And I don't like you. What you say? What means Synagoga? It means black mountains. That's the kind of mountains we got in Synagoga. Big, black, mean mountains. Houses hang on side of black mountains. Boats climb around. Got brigands hide in mountain. Cut people's heads off. Wear 2 big guns in belt. Got knife that long. You don't monkey around in Synagoga. What them fellas laughing about? They laugh at Bogdan. Hey, you fellas, you cut out that laugh and I break your head. You hear me, Bogdan? You be quiet. Yeah, that's better. What you drinking? Beer. Beer's for babies. Bring me Schlivovitz. Bring me bottle Schlivovitz. That's better. Here. You drink some Schlivovitz. Make you joke. I have to be a man to drink Schlivovitz. Look here. See? That's how I drink Schlivovitz, boy. Sure, I'm strong man. Have to be strong man. Come from Synagoga, drink Schlivovitz, make steel, kill people. Huh? Sure, I make steel. Sure, I kill people. I'm a man. And I hate Irish fellows. Huh? Sure, I tell you why. On account of this fellow Manus O'Dwyer. Nah, you don't know Manus O'Dwyer. Manus O'Dwyer dead. Manus O'Dwyer awful dead. And you know who make him dead. He not ever gonna say some more tap the heat, Bogdan. He always say, you Bogdan, you bad word. You tap the heat. He say, you big bad word, bohonk. You tap the heat. He not ever gonna call me bohonk no more, not from where he is. No, sir, not me. You see this? You know what that is? That man is so wild. Hey, stop the music! Yeah, that's better. Sure, that man is so dry. That piece steel, that man is so dry. Then they look nice. Sure, you buy me some more Schlivovitz, I tell you all about man is so dry. Then how he turned into a little piece steel. That's the boy I like, Schlivovitz. First, I'll tell you about Maya Wieczorek. Maya Wieczorek is a Polish girl from Przemyśl. Her folks live down 4 blocks the other side, Commercial Avenue. Her father's name is Kazimir. He got one leg shot off in war in 1916. Her mother's dead. Maya's got blonde hair. Maya's got bluest eyes I ever see. Maya's young and got mouth like ripe cherry. Then she got littlest feet in South Chicago. Now you know what? I think one time Maya Wieczorek is in love to me. I think so, I just guess. But yeah, am I in love with Maya Wieczorek. I say, Maya, you're married to me.
Yeah. I'm not going to marry you, big fellow, you.
I say, why not married to me, Maya?
Yeah, I'm going to marry speaking man better English than you. You think I want to be married to big bomb, make steel, and drink Schlivovitz all the time?
And I say, I learned good English, Maya. I learned, say, now is the time for all good men to come to the aid of their party. It's just like on State Street, Maya.
I'm not going to marry a big, ugly man that always talk how he kill people all the time.
And I say, Maya, I only kill 4 people. And that is back in Synagoga. I forgot their names all but Ivan Klimovich. And if you say so, I don't kill nobody here, Maya Wieczorek.
I think you are no good big bomb, Bogdan.
Hey, you know what? She kissed me on my face. That Maya Wieczorek was I love. Only I didn't keep my promise I make to Maria Vichorek. I just killed one man, though. Man is so wild. I never see Irisher before. I think he's some kind foreigner. He talk funny. I don't like him, but he don't care. He laugh all the time. Sometimes he sing songs. He sing pretty good. I go down to Maria's house this night. I stand outside and listen when I hear something through the window. You know what I hear through the window? I hear Maria so dry.
Come on. Give us a kiss, Maria. You'll never miss one.
No, manners. I don't give kisses.
Well, don't you ever give kisses to that big lard-headed bow-hung boyfriend of yours, then?
What lard-headed boyfriend I got?
That big left-footed Bogdan. The one on the electric furnace. I top the heat better like nobody. I top the heat.
Please don't talk like that, Manners.
Well, you don't love him, do you now, Alana?
What's Alana, Manners?
That is a term of endearment. It's frequently indulged in by the people of Ara, my dear. When they're speaking to the woman they love.
Alana.
Aye, Alana. Also a Kushla McCree.
And what's a Kushla McCree?
Pulse in me heart, Alana. 'Tis only used in conversation when one's speaking to the woman he loves.
Do you love me, Manners?
Well, why else would I be asking you for a kiss, then?
Oh, don't you ask all girls for kiss, Manners?
That I do not. Only them I love. Will you give us a kiss, then?
I'm afraid to, Manners.
Afraid? And what are you afraid of, will you tell me?
Bogdan.
Bogdan? Huh. Why, I'll take that big ham-handed steel pusher and I'll twist his square head off with my little finger and I'll throw it in his face.
Whose face you gonna throw my head at? You leave my girl alone, you Irisher, I'll bust you up in little square pieces. That's what I said while I was climbing through the window. Huh? Well, he don't throw my head in my face, but he give me two black eyes. He pretty near pulled my ears off my head. And you know what? That Maria, she laugh. She laugh at Bogdan. So that's why I make up my mind I'm gonna kill Manis O'Dwyer. Nobody laughs at Bogdan.
Steel is made of iron to which is added other ingredients. Carbon is the essential ingredient and is added to the iron ore during the melting process. The mass of molten metal in the furnace is called a heat, and the process of pouring the mass from the furnace into the fire clay-lined ladles is called tapping the heat.
I don't work no more in the steel foundry. I quit. I used to work in the steel foundry over in Hammond. I quit. I don't want to work no more. Mother said, why he not there anymore, so why I work? Mother said, why he dead? Ain't you, Mother? Sure. There's all that left, a big, strong Mother said, why? Little steel ingot weigh maybe 2 pounds. You see, they don't have open-heart furnaces anymore in steel foundry where I work. Got big electric furnace. Not have to have so many men when you got electric furnace, I guess. Or something, I don't know. Lots of people don't like electric furnace, but I like pretty good. I like progress. That's the word. Sure. Me, Bogdan, I like this progress. Manus O'Dwyer, he is kind of Peruchnik, foreman. He's tell everybody what he's going to do. He fire people all the time and hire more. But he leave me alone in foundry. He big, strong Irish fella, but he not big and strong like Bogdan when Bogdan is at work. Bogdan got too many things to hit with. Billet, steel, hunks, limestone, scoop shovel, big, long steel rod with hook on it. Plenty things to make Bogdan stronger than Manus in foundry. So he leave me alone pretty much. Just holler, Bogdan, when you going to top heat? Then I top him when he's ready, see? That's my job. Bogdan tops heat. He's Laugh all time, this Manos O'Dwyer. When he's not singing about dark mountains and roses. He sing pretty good. Me, I don't sing much. I work, I drink, I fight. That's enough. But I'm not satisfied with my job. I want a better job. I talk one day to Manos O'Dwyer. I say, Manos, you mad on me?
Why did you be mad at you, Bogdan? I haven't your face into a pulp, and I'm just the boy that could do it again. So why should I be mad at you?
I thought you was mad on me.
When I get mad at you, Bogdan, you'll feel the weight of me fist on your nose. That's the way you'll know. What do you want, then?
I don't want to top the heat no more.
Would you like to be vice president in charge of, maybe? Or would you like to be private secretary, maybe, and run a typewriter like?
I can't run no typewriter.
Maybe you'd like to go into the paymaster's office and count the shillings for us.
I don't want to be no monkey in office.
Well, where do you want to be a monkey, then, Bogdan? Maybe you'd rather be a chimpanzee or a gorilla.
Yeah.
Maybe I could get you into the zoo and shy. You'd be a very neat orangutan if you had a tail.
I'm not no monkey.
Yes, you are a monkey, Bogdan. I made a monkey out of you the other night with your girl.
No. I want to run electric crane.
You do?
I can run electric crane.
Listen, Dickie McDonough, that runs the crane on the day shift, was 31 years learning how to run it, I'll have you know. And Margaret Pemberton, that's on the night shift, it was 12 years just getting to be an apprentice.
I know how to run an electric crane.
Not on my floor you run no electric crane, me boy. Galloping up and down over men's heads with a ladle full of white-hot running steel and splashing it all over us all.
I can run an electric crane.
Get back to your job, Bogdanishka, or whatever your bohunk name is, and don't be bothering me with your ambitions and such. Go on now. Go tap a heat, Bogdan. Go away, I'm busy. Scratch
Nobody gonna talk that way to Bogdan Petrovich, you know that. You did find that out, didn't you, Manos O'Dwyer? Look at Manos. Manos just old ingot steel. Just special heat, all white hot in big tea kettle, just iron, carbon, limestone, vanadium, and man. That's all he is. Manos O'Dwyer that hit me on the eye and take away my girl Marya Vachorik and not let me run electric crane. Better not monkey with Bogdan.
The electric furnace is differentiated from the open hearth furnace for melting steel is shaped much like a giant tea kettle. And when the heat is ready to be tapped, the entire furnace is tipped up on trunnions and the molten white-hot steel is poured from the spout into a ladle in the soaking pit below.
I don't want to see you never no more, Bogdan.
What's the matter, you, Marya Vachorik? Bogdan not good enough for you.
Bogdan just too bad man for me. Bogdan never gets to be foreman. Bogdan never gets to be nothing. You think I want to be married to poor Rafnik all your life?
You don't love me no more, Marya.
I never said I love you, never.
You did, yes. You give me a kiss.
What's a kiss?
You give kisses other fellas are.
I kiss everybody I want to.
You kiss that Manos O'Dwyer.
Then none your business I kiss Manos O'Dwyer.
It's my business.
Why is your business if I kiss Manos O'Dwyer?
Because if you kiss him, I bet I kill.
Ha, you kill him. Shut
Swear, Marya.
What's the difference if I swear? You make me mad, you make me laugh.
Well, don't say chocolate.
I say chocolate every time I want.
Marya, I love you.
Bogdan, I don't love you.
You think you're going to marry this man?
I'm going to marry him.
You're going to be a widow.
You do that, I'm going to call the policeman. They're going to hang you. Oh, I'm not afraid, though. You try hurt Manos, he'll give you some more black eyes. That's what he do.
Marya, please love me.
Yes, I love Manos.
I hate Manos. I kill him.
You better sneak up him when he's not looking when you try to kill him. It's the only way you can do it. He's going to break you in 2 pieces with hands.
If you're not going to marry to me, you're not going to marry to that Manos O'Dwyer. You wait and see, you widow, you.
The
The temperature of molten steel ranges from 3,000 to 4,000 degrees Fahrenheit, in which condition it flows like water. Organic matter brought into contact with molten steel simply vanishes in a brief burst of flame and is absorbed into the metal itself.
Was the truth in her eye ever beaming that made me love Mary, the rose of Italy?
Oh, Manos, you sing so sweet.
It is a song of my own country, a Cushla Mafee. And it makes me homesick for the darkling mountains above the evening waters.
Dark mountains in Ireland? Black mountains?
Sure. There's mountains and hills of any kind you can put your mind to. Mostly green under the sun and the rain. Grey in the twilight. And when the shadows of the night fall on Tralee, the mountains are sure enough black.
Black mountains. Mountains of death, Manos.
No. Mountains of beauty and... What's the matter, darling?
The Black Mountains. Bogdan tells of the Black Mountains in his country, too, in Synagogue.
Oh, forget Bogdan.
He hates you, Manos.
What could he do to me, then?
Manos, when Bogdan taps the heat...
Yes.
What do you do?
All right. I stand not too close and watch.
Does he stand close?
Oh, he's not an easily frightened man. He stands close. Well, it's Bogdan that digs out the fire clay plug in the furnace spout so that the hot steel can pour out. And that's not a job for a man who's afraid.
Tell me what it is like, Manos.
Well, the great gears grind and the big furnace tips up and the gas flames are licking away at the ladle down in the smoke.
And how hot is it?
With the temperature of the steel, of course, 2,000 or 3,000 degrees.
Yes.
Now, Bogdan stands with a kind of a pick at the spout of the kettle, and he picks away at the hardened clay. And soon enough, the little red nose of the first flow breaks through. Then there's a roar, and the white-hot steel pours down into the ladle.
Oh,
and the sparks leap up into the air from the surface of the liquid steel, and they fly about and burn holes in the men's clothing. And there's the smell of burned earth and hot steel. And men stand fascinated each time it happens. For it's like a glimpse into the mouth of hell. And no man ever tires of it.
And are they afraid, these men? Bogdan.
No, Bogdan's not afraid.
What if men fall into the steel?
That doesn't happen.
Never?
Well, once in a great, great while.
And what happens then?
He's never seen it. But they say there's a flash of yellow flame and never the sound of a man's crying out, and he's gone. Then his people take a little dab of the steel in which he died, and that they take and hold the funeral services over the steel. Or for the man as part of it.
Oh, no.
Oh, now, let's talk of things more pleasant. Or, shall I sing you the Rose of Tully
And what
again?
do they do with the rest of the steel?
Well, it's buried, too, for a man as part of it, and there's no telling what would happen if the steel were to be used. Now, shall I sing again, Alan?
All I want is more Slivovitz. I don't feel good. Bring me more bottle of Slivovitz. Bring beer for my sissy friend here. Hurry up! He ought to drink Slivovitz. It's for man. Man like Bogdan. That man is so dry. He married Maria Betrayal. Here's Slivovitz. Yeah, that's better. He married Maria Betrayal, and now Maria Betrayal is a widow. Just the same like Bogdan says she's going to be. She widow. And out in cemetery is coffin with only little piece steel inside it. Little piece steel like this little piece of steel. And inside little piece steel is... Listen. You hear something? Shut up, you everybody! You don't hear? Put your ear down by the little steel ingot, fella. You still don't hear? Why, Mother's singing. Mother's a wire. Hear him just as plain from inside little steel ingot. Sure, I hear him lots of times. Don't scare me. I sing right along with him. See? Gazing above the dark water, 'twas there I met Mary, the Rose of Tralee. We sing pretty good together, Mother to me. Mother said I couldn't hurt him. Maya said I couldn't hurt him. But Maya's a widow. Poor Maya Vichorik. Manus, how you like, Manus? You don't monkey around with Bogdan. Bogdan pretty smart guy. And he don't like nobody. Bogdan don't even like Maya Vichorik no more. Dad don't even like me.
Manus Dwyer, 33, a foreman in the No. 1 foundry, was instantly killed today when he fell into a 15-ton ladle full of molten steel. The only witness to the tragedy was Bogdan Petrovich, a laborer who lost 3 fingers of his left hand.
The fingers I pushed him with my left hand. I bumped my hand against the edge of the ladle. It was hot. Not so hot like the steel that was flowing into it from the big tea kettle, though. Not so hot like where Manus Dwyer. We topped the heat. The big fat river of steel that comes out the spout, he splashed down. You listen, you hear only the gears making noises while they tip the kettle up higher to get all the steel. You hear whistles where crane is scooting down above our heads to lift up ladle and make it along the flasks. You hear all kinds of noises in foundry. You hear Manus Dwyer talk in your ear.
Bogdan, you're awful close to the edge there.
Then you hear yourself say, I'm not scared. You hear yourself say, you scared, Manus Dwyer? When whistles make noise, you look through black goggle at Manus Dwyer. And you see he's only man, and that is steel down there. And you laugh at Manus Dwyer. Manus Dwyer, he holler.
What are you laughing at, you big bull hump?
Then you hear yourself say, I see something floats on top steel down there. And then you look through black goggle, you see Manus Dwyer lean over and see what you point. I put my left hand on his shoulder and I holler, there, see? And he leaned far over and whistle blows real loud and he looked up away from me. I give him just a little gentle shove and he'd fall. Just like a match, fella. He go, make flamies out. Never see him again. So you hear me holler, hey, hey. Yop, bop, Manus falls in steel. And all men come running, we shut off pouring, and nobody can do nothing. No more Manus Dwyer, not see him at all. Only I can smell him little bit above smell of steel and burnt clay. And in all big noises in foundry, I can hear. Listen. Put your ear down by steel ingot is all that's left, Manus Dwyer. See if you hear.
Come on, Bogdan. Time to go home.
You go away, you old woman, you.
It's time to go home, Bogdan.
I'll go home when I get ready.
Come, Bogdan.
Yeah. You know who this old woman is? You don't, huh? You tell the man what is your name, old woman.
Come home, Bogdan.
Tell him your name, he wants to know.
I'm Maria Vichorik Dwyer Petrovich.
You see. She says she was never going to marry to me. I want some more Slivovich.
No more, Bogdan. You have had enough for tonight.
I say I want... Hey, Maria, you said you was married to me, huh?
I said I wouldn't marry you.
Maria knows what happened to Manus. But Maria can't prove it. Can you, Maria?
But you will die.
Manus didn't kill me.
Mano swell. Mano swell.
You think this little old steel ingot gonna kill big, strong Bogdan? Come on, Manos. Let's sing. The pale moon was rising above the green mountains. The sun was declining.
The widow of Bogdan Petrovich, former steelworker, who was killed last Thursday when a small ingot of steel he was keeping for a souvenir fell from a shelf above his head and crushed his skull, will make her debut tonight at the Idle Hour Theater as a singer. Mrs. Petrovich, the former Maria Vichorik, will present a group of Irish songs, including the popular ballad Rose of Tralee. Mrs. Petrovich will be remembered as the widow of Manos O'Dwyer, who was killed.
The title of today's Quiet Please story is Tap the Heat, Bogdan. It was written and directed by Wyllis Cooper, and the man who spoke to you was Ernest Chappell. And Lotta Stavisky played Marya, J. Pat O'Malley was Morris, and Carl Emery told how steel is made. As usual, music for Quiet Please is played by Alfred Berman. Now, for a word about next week, here is our writer-director, Wyllis Cooper.
Thank you for listening to Quiet Please. My story for next week is called Be Whose Valentine.
And so, until next week at the same time, I am quietly yours, Ernest Chappell.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please. American Broadcasting Company presents Quiet, Please, which is written and directed by Wyllis Cooper, which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet, Please for today is called The Evening and the Morning. They're all gone now, aren't they? That was the last car going out the gate, wasn't it? There's nobody there but the gravediggers. Can we walk over there for a minute? Please? It's getting dark, isn't it? Is that what's bothering you? There isn't anything here that'll hurt you. My grandfather always taught me not to be afraid of cemeteries. They're sad places, he always said. They're sad and they're lonesome. But there's nothing there to harm you. I'll only be a minute, really. I'm not going to break down or anything like that. There's something I have to do. No, I won't run away. You're not worried about that, are you? Well, after all, you've got a gun. You could shoot me if I tried to run away. I couldn't very well attack you suddenly, could I? Not with these handcuffs. Of course not. So let's walk over there for just a minute. Please?
Don't you think you're overdoing it a little bit, Dean?
I'm sorry if you think so.
I do think so.
Please, may we walk over to the grave?
Listen here. You don't have to impress me, you know. I was good enough to bring you out here and take the responsibility for you.
And I'm very grateful to you for that, Mr. Thorpe.
You know, if some of her friends had seen you here, you'd have stood a good chance of getting lynched.
I know that.
I was sympathetic, and I listened to you, and it was against my better judgment that I brought you out here.
I'm more than grateful, Mr. Thorpe. If I could have come out here alone, I would have.
We haven't started letting confessed murderers run around loose yet, especially to attend the funerals of the people they've killed.
May we walk over to the grave, please?
Come on.
Thank you.
You're not doing yourself any good this way, Dean.
I'm not trying to, Mr. Thorpe.
What do you want to see the grave for? How can you stand looking at it? Haven't you got any heart at all?
I killed her, didn't I?
They won't have any trouble hanging you for it.
I expect that.
Well, what do you want, then? Why do you...
This isn't easy, Mr. Thorpe. It was hard enough doing what I did. And coming out here... Well, it has to be done.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I loved Alice, Mr. Thorpe.
You did?
I did.
And you murdered her. Here, where are you going?
A flower, that's all. I want a flower from her grave.
Put that back.
No, I won't put it back, Mr. Thorpe.
I tell you...
No, please don't ask me to put it back. This is a very precious thing, this flower.
What are you talking about?
Why, this is why I murdered Alice, Mr. Thorpe. It's very good of you to walk back with me instead of riding. It's really a great favor, Mr. Thorpe, and I might as well tell you well, I would have insisted on walking if you hadn't agreed so readily. Insisted. You see, if you hadn't consented, I'd have just stayed there. And it would have been awkward for you because I think I'm stronger than you and I could have resisted you. I don't believe you would have used your gun. Even if you had threatened me, I wouldn't have moved. So I'm very grateful to you. Because it's important for me to walk back.
It's the last walk in the open air you're likely to have.
Yes. I suppose it is.
You're a strange character, Dean.
You're rather unusual yourself, sir. Walking peacefully down a dark road with a murderer all alone.
You may not have noticed, but I've got my hand in my coat pocket.
So you have.
And in my coat pocket is a gun.
Of course.
So let's not get any ideas because I've been stupid enough to humor you a little.
I have no intention of trying to escape.
Thank you.
Did you ever walk along the cemetery road before?
No.
I have. I know every inch of it.
Morbid?
No. First time was with Alice.
The woman you killed?
Yes. I walked back with her from her husband's funeral a year ago.
So now you're walking back from hers. Did you kill him, too?
No. Don't you remember? He was killed in a motor accident.
Oh, yes. Francis, that was his name.
Francis. Yes.
Were you, in love with Alice then?
I think I've always been in love with Alice.
I see.
But Alice loved Francis.
I begin to see a motive now.
Motive?
For murdering her. She was still in love with her husband. She wouldn't have you, so you killed her.
No.
What?
No, that wasn't my motive.
What was then?
I remember walking along this same road, Alice and I, a year ago. Just a year ago, day before yesterday. It was the same kind of evening, too. Cold and misty. Threatening snow like it is now. We'd stayed there at the cemetery after everybody else had gone. Alice and I. And now we were coming back home.
Francis would have liked the flowers, wouldn't he, Dean?
Yes.
So many, many flowers. Such beautiful ones. So bright and lovely. And the cold rain on them, and pretty soon the snow.
Alice.
Francis and the flowers. All alone. Dean, let's go back for a little while, can't we?
No, we mustn't do that, Alice, dear.
Just come to me, Dean. I'm alone. All this time I thought I couldn't help thinking that it's some ghastly joke. That Francis isn't really dead. It's a dream, maybe. Now, oh, Dean, he is dead. And I'm alone.
Alice, dear, don't. We've got to face it,
But Francis is dead. All I've got left is a flower from his grave.
Alice, you're not alone. Well, I know I'm not. But you're not alone while I'm... Alice, you're not alone.
Look, Dean. The little yellow flower. The little yellow moss rose that Francis always loved so much. He was born and he lived and he loved me and I loved him, and now there's nothing left but this.
Alice, will you listen to me? Alice, will you stop this? It's no good carrying home a flower from there. Why, it's just a little symbol that'll break your heart all over again every time you look at it.
But it was from his...
No, don't say it. Don't carry home any reminders from that place, dear. I know this is hard, but now is the time for you to make decisions now and not years from now when you should be forgetting. That little rose, it'll always remind you, it'll always hurt you. It'll do terrible things to you, Alice. Throw it away.
Throw away Francis' flower?
It isn't his flower, Alice.
But I need something to remind me.
Do you need anything to remind you of Francis, Alice? You have your memories of 5 years of being married to him. You have all the things he wrote, the music he loved. You have so many precious memories, dear. You're going to trade them all for a memory of a mound of flowers on a November day in the rain.
Why, I remember Francis when he came home from the war.
And the day you were married, I remember.
He was so tall.
I remember both of you.
And the time we went to Canada, and it snowed.
You remember Francis, not the flower.
And the springtime in the country with him. And the times he helped me wash the dishes.
Throw the flower away, Alice.
Here, Dean. You throw it away for me. I want to, but I'm afraid. Throw it away, Dean. And let me keep Francis in my heart.
There's an old elm tree beside the road, the biggest old elm tree you ever saw. We'll be walking past it in a few minutes. I'll show it to you, Mr. Thorpe.
You certainly talk as if you loved that woman, Dean.
I did love her. I do love her.
Well, why did you kill her then?
Because I loved her. And because she loved Francis.
I said that was it.
No. You're right in what you said, but you're forming the wrong conclusions, Mr. Thorpe.
How?
You think that I murdered her in a fit of anger because she refused to marry me.
Of course.
Well, that isn't true.
I don't understand you.
I'll explain it all to you.
It doesn't need much explaining to me.
I'll explain it.
Well, what happened? Did your idea about throwing away the flower work?
Yes, of course.
But you're carrying away a flower from her grave.
Yes.
Why?
Perhaps I want my memories of Alice to be that grave out there in the rain.
Adding to your own punishment.
Yes, that's part of it. I realize that I must pay a price for what I've done. I do that gladly. And I mean that. I mean, I'm really glad to pay it. But I hope you will believe me. I want to punish myself even more. But I haven't finished. I've got one more thing to do. That's why I begged you to let me come to the funeral. And why I plucked the flower from her grave.
You're over my head, Dean.
Well, bear with me, Mr. Thorpe. It's only a little while. That's the big elm tree I told you about. You see it? There's a little street light just beyond it.
What about it?
There's a bus stop just beyond it. We can wait there for a bus if you like.
Yes, I see somebody waiting there now. I think it's a good idea. I'm tired. I wish you'd tell me, though, why you did do it, Dean. Not that it'll make any difference. Not with your confession and all that.
Mr. Thorpe, are you superstitious?
Me? No. It's nonsense.
No, it isn't nonsense. A great many superstitions are founded on fact. A great many.
I don't believe in ghosts, if that's what you mean.
You know, Francis was a writer.
Yes?
A writer of supernatural stories.
I didn't know that.
He had a very thorough understanding of superstitions, beliefs of all kinds. He had a large library of source material on that subject.
Did he believe in ghosts?
He was a rational man, Mr. Thorpe. And my very good friend.
All right.
I saw a good deal of Alice in the years since Francis was killed. In the first few months when she was having to reconstruct her life, when she was having to reconcile herself to the fact that she was alone, that Francis was drawn out of her world, I spent a good deal of time with her. And I was gratified that she was taking it very well. She did the house over completely, with the exception of the room he'd used for study. That she left exactly as he'd left it. A typewriter, a stack of paper, the pottery jar full of sharpened pencils, half a pack of cigarettes, and a torn match package. Even the wastebasket crammed full of torn sheets of paper, exactly the way he'd left it. That, she said, was to be her living memory of Francis. And always when I came to visit her, we sat in Francis' study. And talk was mostly of him.
His publishers called today and wondered what about the book he was working on.
What about it?
I told him it wouldn't be finished.
He only had a few pages to go, as I remember it.
It won't be finished.
I don't think you ought to do that, Alice.
I want it that way, Dean.
Do you still feel...
I'm very glad you made me throw away that flower. That's what you mean. It was an ugly thing. Bringing it away from there.
Yes.
I'm very content now. It's been hard to make myself realize that, it's not really so bad when there are people around. But at night, alone by myself, I think I've cried myself out, Dean.
I'm glad
You've been an angel.
Well...
You have.
Well, you see, Alice, I love you.
I know you do.
Well, that's all I can say, Alice. I love you. It's a horrible thing to have to say to the widow of my best friend, but...
Widow?
Well, Alice...
Widow, you said.
Well, but Alice...
You call me his widow. I'm not.
Stop.
No. Get away from me. I'm not his widow. Do you hear me? I'm Francis' wife.
Where's that fellow that was waiting for the bus? Did he go away? Did you see him?
Yes, I saw him.
So she did get mad at you, huh? Well, don't you think you were rushing things a little, Dean? Don't you think you should have waited a little longer before you put in a word for yourself with his widow?
His wife. No, Mr. Thorpe, I always knew that Alice would never marry me. I knew too much of the deep love and affection that existed between those two. And I knew that I would never have a chance with her. But in all honesty, I couldn't help confessing to her.
She said she knew how you felt.
Yes, she did.
Well, I don't see where this story's getting us, Dean. Besides, here's your tree, and I'm going to sit down and wait for a bus. Wonder where that other fellow went.
Francis loved music, although he couldn't play a note. Alice in the old days would sit at the piano nights when he found himself struggling with an idea that wouldn't come out. Francis always said that if he could listen to Alice playing long enough, the tougher situation would unravel itself. I think that was a fact. Many a night I've sat in the living room listening to her at the piano while Francis listened from his study. I remember one thing he used to love. Alice played it so often for him. People used to laugh and call it their theme song. And one night, not very long ago, I dropped in to see Alice. After a while, she sat down at the piano and played it. I hadn't heard it for so long. It still sounds wonderful to me.
I felt so lonesome tonight.
It's an unpleasant night.
Like it was a year ago. Out there and...
You weren't going to think of that.
I can't help it, Dean.
Play something else.
No. I wonder if Francis is lonesome, too.
Alice.
No. I've been dreaming about him, Dean.
Well, I suppose that's natural.
He's always trying to tell me something. It's so vague. But he's lost. And he wants me so.
You're morbid tonight.
No, I'm not, Dean. I thought I was getting over missing Francis, Dean. But I'll never get over it. I thought I'd forget him. But I can't forget him.
You must forget him, dear.
No, I won't forget him. He's my husband. I love him. I love him.
Alice, dear, you mustn't.
Oh, Dean. I want him so. You've never lost anyone, Dean. You don't know how it is. And now, these last few weeks, I know how Francis wants me.
You're not being rational, Alice.
But I love him, Dean. Oh, isn't there some way?
No, Alice, please.
No, I mean it. Dean, listen.
Well?
Francis had so many books. Wouldn't there be something in one of them that might tell me how to bring Francis back to me?
Alice.
Or some way I could find him, Dean.
Alice, sit down and stop this.
Dean.
Well?
Dean, do you love me?
You know I do.
I'll never marry you.
I hope that someday...
No. It's a sacrilege to think it even. I'm Frances' wife. I'll be Frances' wife forever. Forever and ever.
Oh, darling.
No, wait. Dean, as surely as I'm sitting here, I swear to you I'll always love Francis.
Yes.
And I can't live without him.
What do you mean by that?
I've thought about it. I've thought about it until my head hurts. You think I'm losing my mind, don't you?
No.
Dean, I won't marry you.
Yes, you said that.
But do you want to earn my everlasting gratitude? And Francis' gratitude, too.
I don't understand you.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
I won't do it.
Dean, listen. If I kill myself, that'll be a sin, won't it?
Yes.
And I won't go to heaven and be with Francis,
No.
will I? Then will you do it?
Alice, you've lost your mind.
No. You said you loved me. Then prove it. Give me back to Francis.
That's a great story, Dean. That's a great story.
Yes, it is. Isn't it?
It's not the story you told when they arrested you.
No.
So you shot her because she asked you to.
No.
What do you mean?
I went away from the house that night. I was very disturbed. Sleep? I couldn't sleep. About 3 in the morning, I telephoned her. We talked for a long time. She was much calmer. She agreed that she'd been very foolish. And we'd talk it over again later in the day. I took 2 bromides and slept till noon. And then in the afternoon, she telephoned me, woke me up. Come over right away, she said. Come over now. Hurry. When I came in, she was holding a book. She seemed perfectly calm, but had obviously been crying for a long time. She was exhausted. What's happened, Alice? I asked. What's the matter?
Sit down, Dean.
What is it? What's that book?
It's one of Francis' books from his reference library.
Oh?
Dean, when you left last night, I got to thinking some more about what I'd said first. That maybe there was something in one of Francis' books that would tell me how to bring us together again.
Alice, I thought that...
Still, I went in there and I looked at a lot of books. Some of them I couldn't understand. But I found one. I found this one.
What is it?
Dean, you murdered Francis.
I what?
You murdered his soul.
Alice, what are you talking about?
Do you remember the flower from his grave?
Why, yes. Yes, of course.
Look at the book.
Dictionary of Superstitions and Mythology. Bonarget, Paris, 1927. Well, what about it?
Page 101. I've marked it. Read it.
Flowers. If a flower be plucked from a grave and afterwards thrown away, the place where the flower falls will be haunted. Alice, what is this?
It's true, Dean.
It's superstition, for heaven's sake.
It's true.
Oh, now, come now.
It's true.
How do you know?
Because I went out to the cemetery road. And I went to the elm tree where you threw the flower away almost a year ago.
You went... When did you go out there?
This morning. While it was still dark.
This morning?
And it's true. I know. Francis is there. Chained to that spot forever and ever. Oh, Dean, what are we going to do? We did it, you and I. What are we going to do?
And what did you do?
I did what I thought best.
You mean to say you believe in a stupid superstition? You mean you murdered the woman because of...
I came out here to this tree with Alice, Mr. Thorpe.
You did?
And I knew Francis was here, too. He's here now. You saw him, didn't you? The man you thought was waiting for the bus.
Here, where are you going?
I threw away a flower from his grave here a year ago. Now, here's your flower, Alice. I've kept my promise, dear. Alice and Francis together now. Forever.
You don't believe that.
Listen.
Today's Quiet Please story is The Evening and the Morning. It was written and directed by Wyllis Cooper. Ernest Chappell was the man who spoke to him.
Dan Bess Johnson played Alice. Martin Lawrence was Mr. Thorpe. As usual, music for Quiet Please is by Albert Berman. Now, for a word about next week, our writer-director, Wyllis Cooper.
Thank you for listening to Quiet Please. For next week, I have a story which I call One for the Book.
And so, until next week at the same time, I am quietly yours, Ernest Chappell.
Now, a listening reminder. A great number of our citizens are unaware of the insidious rackets that are constantly challenging our law enforcement agencies. You can hear about them on David Harding Counterspy. Tune in Counterspy this afternoon on your ABC station. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please.
The American Broadcasting Company presents Quiet, Please, which is written and directed by Wyllis Cooper and which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet, Please for tonight is called The Bond. You would think that a man going home after more than half a year here in a little town in France would be happy. I came over here in November on one of those post-war jobs. I've been here in Vignecourt ever since. The house here was built in 1341, and the old cemetery out near the abandoned airfield can tell you how many generations of Rocheforts have lived and died here. It was, of course, the oddest kind of coincidence that I, Andrew Pierre Etienne Rochefort, whose family had been American since the days of Lafayette, should return to his ancestral home. I am the first Rochefort who has stepped inside this house since the First World War, when Colonel Paul Marie Rochefort died at Chemin des Dames. Madame Simone, who owns the house now, has been a most satisfactory doyenne to me and to Ahmed Ali ibn Musa, my Algerian assistant, even if she does have difficulty comprehending my French, and I hers. I have succeeded in having the ancient piano tuned. There's an American cook here in town who was a piano tuner in civilian life. And Ahmed Ali and I have spent some pleasant evenings, alternately at the piano and in long and complicated discussions of Christian and Mohammedan theology.
Ahmed shares with me an inordinate admiration for the works of Ravel, and in particular the one called Pavane pour une enfant défunte, Pavane for a dead princess. You remember? I remember that this night we'd been talking about the curious quality of fatalism that colors the whole life of the Mohammedan.
It's all prescribed for us, the prophet said, before we're born, you see.
But you do admit that individuals can alter the patterns of their own lives and of others, don't you, Ahmed?
We only think we alter them, Andrew. Whatever we may do is merely bringing to life the cosmic play script that is already written for us. We're bound by the script as actors are. As a matter of fact, we are actors, playing parts in a drama.
Or a comedy.
Yes, or a comedy that we've never rehearsed. That unfolds for us, minute by minute, hour by hour, day by day.
Yeah, it's reducing life to a pretty uninteresting formula, Ahmed.
Oh, no, by all means, no. On the contrary, I find it provides me, at least, with a consuming curiosity to see what's on the next page.
Well, it certainly simplifies things, doesn't it?
It occasionally provides a surprise.
Such as the fact that I'm not going to play the Pavane again for you tonight.
What is written is written.
In that case, I'll just cross up the prophet and play it for you then.
Gentleman is in some kind of trouble and needs me again.
Can't he get through one evening without calling for help?
I'm sorry. I'll really have to go, you know.
Well, all right. See you in the morning, then.
Right. Good night.
Ahmed.
Yeah?
Was that written, too? Turn out the lights, will you, Ahmed? Thanks.
Right.
That? Who are you?
Moi? Je suis la princess.
What?
I am the princess.
Now, wait a minute.
I'm sorry. I heard you playing my song, and I wanted to see you. You play very nicely.
Well, thank you. Where are you? I can't see you.
I'm right here. I can see you.
I'll turn on the light.
Oh, no.
What? Well, why not?
Well, if you turn on the light, I'd have to go away.
Go away? Go home, you mean?
home. It's where I'm staying.
Did you run away from your mother?
No. I don't have any mother.
Oh.
Could you play some more, please?
Why? What would you like to hear?
My song, please.
The one I was playing?
Yes, please.
Why do you call it your song?
Because I'm the princess. I think.
You have a name, though.
Oh, yes. Joan. In French, it's Jean.
That's a very pretty name.
Yes. Please play.
All right. There now.
Oh, it was beautiful.
Well, thank you.
I must go now.
Wouldn't you like a chocolate bar to take with you?
I don't know what that is.
It's nice to eat.
No, thank you.
Well, maybe your folks would like it.
I don't have any folks. Do you have?
Me? Oh, yes. I have a wife.
You don't have a little girl?
No. Not yet.
I could be a little girl if you wanted me to.
You could.
Maybe you wouldn't want me to.
Well, I don't know, Joan. I haven't seen you yet.
Well, someday you can see me. If you really want to.
I'd like to very much.
But now I have to go.
Would you like me to go with you? It's awfully dark out. And it's late.
Oh, no. I'm not afraid of the dark. I will kiss you now.
In the dark, I felt the touch of the child's lips on my forehead. And I was conscious of a sweetness and a sadness that was almost a physical blow. And she spoke again in the darkness.
Oh, what?
I called to her. Joan, wait. Wait, child.
Play my song some other night and I'll come back.
And then the door closed, and I was alone. I sat for a long time in the dark, thinking of what the war had done to so many thousands of children. Nameless, homeless, hopeless. And it was a long time before I began suddenly to wonder. This little girl, this little princess spoke English. Where did she learn that? And where did she learn the name of the song? Why was she afraid of the light? And I I smiled to myself as I thought vaguely of a little girl ghost. But my dreams when I'd gone to bed in the dark were of a little girl who skipped by my side and called me father, but who faded into nothingness when I reached for her hand. I questioned Ahmed about her. He knew nearly all the unhappy, skinny children of Vineyard Court.
None of that description, Andrew. I'm sure I remember.
I asked Miss Lewis, the Quaker girl at the little hospital.
No. I'm certain I've never seen a child that answers to that. You say her name is Joan?
Joan. That's right. I've never seen her.
Well, new children appear almost every day. I'll watch for her, Andrew.
I watched the children of the town from my office window. I found myself paying only half-hearted attention to the ponderous trivialities the town dignitaries brought to my desk. I found myself listening for a certain voice in the clamor of children playing somberly in the street. You will pardon me, I am sure. I've always considered myself a practical, down-to-earth person. And I wish you to consider the effect such an occurrence has upon such a man. You can understand, I am sure, that I was forced to two almost inescapable conclusions. The first, that I had seen a ghost, I discarded at once. Almost at once. The second, that I had had an extraordinarily vivid dream. This conclusion I accepted. But Ahmed...
I'm not so sure you're right, Andrew. There's a way, you know, to make sure.
I had almost forgotten that.
Play my song some other night and I'll come back.
It wasn't merely curiosity. Something about this sweet, childish voice had aroused sentiments in me that I didn't know I possessed. Margaret and I have been married 7 years. We had resigned ourselves to the fact that we should probably always be childless. But Joan, the homeless, fatherless, motherless waif who had come to me in the darkness, might she not be the child Margaret and I wished we could have? I determined to try to bring her back. Yes, I admit I felt foolish as I sat down in the dark at the piano. And I placed my flashlight beside the keyboard. I was to regret that. It was very dark and very quiet as I began. Won't bring her.
Oh, but I'm here.
Joan.
It was so beautiful.
Where did you come from?
I just came in.
Where have you been all this time, child?
Oh, out there.
I've been looking everywhere for you.
But you didn't play my song?
I was afraid it wouldn't bring you.
Did you really want me?
I wanted you very much.
I'm very glad. I was afraid nobody would want me.
Joan, where do you live?
Well, I'm not sure.
Well, what do you mean by that?
remember very well.
Well, but... Well, Joan, haven't you any parents?
Parents? No.
Are they...
Well, they're not dead. They're just not.
I don't understand you, dear.
Why did you call me dear?
Well,
Is it because you love me?
Why,
Is it? Do you love me?
yes, Joan.
Do you have a little girl of your own?
No.
I wish I could be a little girl.
Well, perhaps you could.
I could call you Montpere.
Why, yes.
And I would have a mamma, too.
Oh, yes.
I would like it. Oh, I would like it very much.
Shall I turn on the lights now so we can see each other?
No. You couldn't see me if you turned on the light. Are you afraid I'm not pretty?
I'm sure you're pretty.
I don't know.
You'd have blue eyes and dark hair.
Yes.
And you'd have a pretty little snub nose.
With freckles?
With freckles.
Is that the way you want me?
Exactly.
Would my mamma love me, too?
As much as I do, darling.
You might not love me if you knew all about me.
Oh, yes, I would.
I would love you and Mamma very much. All my life I would love you.
Then it's settled. Now, let's have a look at you, shall we? I picked up my flashlight and pressed the switch. I called, Joan! Joan! But there was no answer. I sprang up and flicked the wall switch. The bare bulb hanging from the ceiling threw every object in the room into bright relief. I was alone. And as I stood there, dazed in the sudden brightness, I heard a small sound. I need not tell you of the bitterness in my heart when I realized what I had done. I need not tell you of the agony that sent me racing into the night outside, calling frantically for the child. I needn't tell you of the doubt and wonder, and the wild thoughts that clutched at me. Was it a dream? It couldn't have been a dream. Was it a ghost I had seen? I couldn't bring myself to believe that. And yet, I took leave of absence. Lackmann and I and Miss Lewis searched every corner of the town. We took long trips into the country, delved into ancient, deserted houses, questioned hundreds of people.
There is another single place to look, Andrew.
It was a dream, Andrew. But I knew it couldn't have been a dream. And though my friends tried their best to dissuade me, I could not give up my search. Night after night, I sat at the piano. But never the sound of a softly opening door, never anything but silence and solitude and an overpowering sense of guilt. And I fell ill. Ahmed and Miss Lewis were with me a great deal.
Can we drink this, Andrew?
Watching me, nursing me, stilling my delirium. At last the fever passed, and I opened my eyes to the same dingy, ancient room in the house of my forefathers. Then, lying alone in my bed at night, I came to the final, inescapable conclusion. not exist. Joan had lived in this house in some other time. Joan did not exist. This was a haunted house. And I remember how I wept alone in the dark one night, thinking how I had banished her from me forever. I whispered her name in the darkness. Joan.
I was afraid you didn't want me, really.
You did come back.
Do you want me?
I don't know how we can do without you, darling.
I know. I heard you crying in the night.
I did cry, Joan.
I know. I cried, too.
You know what I thought? You know why I cried?
Yes. You thought I was a ghost.
But you're not.
No. Father.
And you are going to be our little girl.
You're sure you want me?
More than anything else in the world.
Would you swear it?
Yes.
No matter what happens?
No matter what happens.
And you'll always love me?
Always.
And you won't mind if you can't see me for a little while?
Whatever you say, Joan, I can't lose you again.
And if I'm different when you see me?
How old are you, Joan?
Why, I'm not old at all.
You're... I don't understand you. Of course you're not old.
No, I don't mean that.
My darling, I don't understand.
Well, you see, you have to take me the way I am. If you really want me.
Of course. You sound like a grown-up when you said that.
I know what is written.
Joan.
Then you take me for your very own, no matter what happens.
And I spoke with all the deep sincerity of a man entering into a solemn compact involving the lives of three people. I do, Joan.
I will love you as long as I live.
Now turn on the lights and let me see my little girl.
No.
Why not, darling?
Because if you turn on the light, you can't see me.
But why can't I?
Why? Because I'm not born yet, you see.
Joan.
But I will be. I'll be your really, truly own little girl.
But is this true, child?
Yes. It's true. Now I can tell you the rest of it.
The rest? What?
You said I would be your little girl. No matter what happened.
Yes. I meant it.
You have to mean it. You said it. I couldn't tell you before.
Tell me what? Darling, what?
Oh, Father, I loved you so much, and I deceived you. I wanted you to be my father.
Well, what is it? Child, what is it?
I'll be your little girl. But not for so very long.
Well, what do you mean by that?
It is written, Father. I have to die when I'm 8 years old.
And it was the next morning that Ahmed brought me the cablegram from Margaret. He read it to me.
Our daughter, born this morning, 7 o'clock. 7 pounds, dark-haired, blue-eyed loveliness. How do you like Joan for a name? Love, Margaret.
You would think that a man going home after 8 months in a little town in France would be a happy man. Going home to see a newborn daughter. You'd think so, wouldn't you?
And directed by Wyllis Cooper. And the man who spoke to you was Ernest Chappell.
And Joan Laser played Joan. Donald Briggs was Ahmed Ali. And Ann Seymour was Miss Lewis. Albert Berman played the music for Quiet Please. Now for a word about next week, here is our writer-director, Wyllis Cooper.
Next week, after more than 2 years, this series of Quiet Please comes to an end. And for our show next week, number 107, I'm giving you a play based on the title of the series, Quiet Please.
And so until next week at the same time, I am quietly yours, Ernest Chappell.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please.
The American Broadcasting Company presents Quiet Please, which is written and directed by Wyllis Cooper and which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet Please for tonight is called The Hat, the Bed, and John J. Catherine.
When I talk to you about John J. Catherine, I'm talking about me. I've got into more battles about my last name. I have had to make it clear to at least 4 million people that Catherine is my last name, not my first. And in the process, I have accumulated more numerous contusions, fractures, superficial abrasions, black eyes, and bloody noses than can readily be counted by one person. Now, disregard my personal adventures in the field of fisticuffs for a moment, and attune your shell-like ear to the singular story of the hat and the bed and me. However, don't get carried away to the extent of thinking of me as Kitty, or Kate, or any of the other diminutives of my last name, or I am quite likely to rap you smutly over the sconce with a stage brace. I much prefer, if you must be familiar, to be addressed by my usual sobriquet of Gentleman Johnny. However, I am just as happy when you call me Mr. Catherine. Just wanted to make myself perfectly clear. My profession is that of a stagehand. To continue our brief gander at my personal history and to orient you somewhat concerning myself, I've carried a card in the IATSE ever since the actors' strike, which more or less dates me. As a matter of fact, and strictly between you and me, there was a time when I entertained certain ambitions myself. When I left Rockford as a young man, valedictorian of my class at Rockford High, I studied with Christensen in Chicago for 4 months. Then the lamented Thomas Wood Stevens once said that I had legs like Bert Lytell's. And though I have devoted my energies to another phase of the theater for these many years, I am still able to offer slight competition to these young upstarts who people the stage today. Indeed, I very often linger after an evening performance to try my slightly decrepit wings, alone in the house at midnight. Nay, I will win my wager better yet, and show more signs of her obedience, her new-built virtue and obedience. See where she comes and brings your froward wives as prisoners to her womanly persuasion. Why, there's a wench. Come and kiss me, Kate. The Bard, Taming of the Shrew, Act 5, Scene 2, Petruchio speaking to Katharina. I could go on for 3 days.
Before you go on for 3 days, Mr. Catherine, suppose you step over here and give these boys a hand with the scenery for the next act, huh? And make it snappy, Mr. Catherine? That a boy, Mr. Catherine.
Oh, that this too solid flesh would melt. Hamlet Act 1, Scene 2.
John Catherine been telling you how he'd have wowed him in Grand Rapids if he'd stuck to his first love, the theater? Don't you listen to it. First thing you know, he'll have you talked into angeling a production of Shakespearean repertory in somebody's cow barn for the summer, starring John J. Catherine as King Lear, Macbeth, Shylock, and assorted King's Henry. And I'm not going to let anybody spoil the best stagehand I ever saw to make a fourth-rate ham actor out of him. Not that he isn't a fourth-rate ham actor already. Me? I'm Evelyn Pierce. I produce plays and things. And I think John J. Catherine hates my viscera. I don't mean to be mean to John. I like him. But we got work to do putting on a play. And that's the stagehand's business. Oh, hello, John. Back so quickly?
Miss Pierce, I quit.
Again, John?
For positively the last, final, definitive time, Miss Pierce, I quit. I am done. I resign. I will take it up with the union if need be, but I unequivocally, is that it?
Mm-hmm.
Unequivocally resign. Is that clear, Miss Pierce?
Quite, John. But why, if you please?
That set dresser.
What set dresser?
That man, that unspeakable man that goes around putting things on things, flowers on tables and telephone books on stands, candlesticks on the mantel. He put my hat on the bed.
Oh.
And so, Miss Pierce, I
unequivocally resign.
It is so. Fare you well.
Where are you going, John?
I said I quit, Miss B.
Where are you going?
I'm going to the mortician's. I'm going, Miss Pierce, to the mortician's to talk over certain details.
Details of what, John?
A funeral, Miss Pierce.
A funeral, John?
My funeral, Miss Pierce.
I don't quite understand you, John.
Miss Pierce, are you unaware that a hat placed on a bed is a sure sign of death? Please omit the flowers, Miss Pierce.
I wish you people would... Oh, John Catherine.
Hello, Miss Pierce.
Aren't you dead, John?
No, ma'am. Did I wake you up?
As a matter of fact, you did, John. Is there something I can do for you?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, Miss Pierce.
Well, what? I was taking a nap.
You were asleep?
I was. I'm tired.
I didn't get much sleep last night.
No?
Nor the night before either. Sleep that knits up the raveled sleeve of care. Macbeth, Act 2, Scene 2.
Death's Counterfeit, Act 2, Scene 3.
It scares me.
What scares you? Macbeth?
Sleep. I'm afraid to go to sleep. Oh, I'm so sleepy.
Well, can I do something for you, John?
I could tell you about my dream.
Well, John, really, I'm afraid.
So am I. Something's got to be done.
You want me to do something? You mean you want to come back to work, John?
I want to tell you about my dream, Miss Pierce.
Well, come on in.
Well, thank you.
Sit down, John.
Thank you.
Wait till I light a cigarette. Cigarette, John?
I don't smoke, Miss Pierce.
Oh, yes, I forgot. Well?
I hardly know where to begin.
I haven't got much time.
I know. Neither have I.
Go ahead, John.
Well, the hat, you know, and the bed.
It's only a superstition, John.
That's what people say.
I didn't know you were superstitious.
Well, I don't know whether I am or not. I'm so sleepy all the time I can't remember things. I don't know what... Oh, I don't know.
Now, see here, John.
Yes, ma'am. I'm just afraid of dying. Are you afraid of dying, Miss Pierce?
I've never thought of it specially.
Mm-hmm. Well, I don't want to die. You see, I know what it's like. Kind of.
Now, John, if that's all...
No, listen. I was really scared when I left the theater last night. I really did call up a mortician to arrange things, you know.
Said you were.
I couldn't get him on the phone. So after a while, I lay down as one who wraps the drapery of his couch about him.
And lies down to peaceful dreams, Thanatopsis, William Cullen Bryant.
Thank you. But I didn't dream, peacefully or unpeacefully.
Thought you said you did.
No, ma'am, I just went to sleep.
But you said you dreamed, John. You said you wanted to tell me your dream. That's what you said.
I know. When I woke up, it was real late. Really late, I mean. Very late. It was dark. Black dark. I could hardly see the light from the window. Couldn't see it at all, as a matter of fact. Black dark, and I was so thirsty. I had to have a drink of water. My mouth was just parched.
Sleeping with your mouth open.
I suppose. Well, after a while, I couldn't stand it any longer, so I got up. Now, the bathroom's here, you see. My bed is like this, and the dresser's over here. And there's a chair.
Mm-hmm.
I got up, and I couldn't find the light switch. I knew I could find my way in the dark to the bathroom, all right, and I did. I got my drink of water, and my goodness, it tasted good. And then I started back to bed. When I came back, the bed was gone. There wasn't any bed. There wasn't any chair where I knew the chair was. And the dresser was gone, too. There wasn't anything in the room.
John, you were dreaming.
No, I wasn't dreaming. I wandered around there in the dark for ever so long. There wasn't anything in the room, I tell you. My gracious, Miss Pierce, I can walk 3 steps from my bathroom door right to the edge of my bed. It's a little low bed. I'd bump it with my knee. It's a little room, Miss Pierce. You can't walk around there in the light without bumping into something. The chair or the dresser or the bed or the little table. I forgot where I keep my collected plays of Shakespeare right kind of by my bed. Where the light is. I couldn't find the light. I couldn't find any light.
I don't understand it, John.
Because of the hat on the bed.
Oh, John.
That's right.
Just because you had a bad dream.
Wasn't a dream.
You said you wanted to tell me your dream.
Only way I could think to describe it. But it wasn't a dream. Just a big empty place. Dark, black dark, empty. I've been very badly frightened, Miss Pierce.
What happened when you waked up, John?
I wasn't asleep. It wasn't a dream. It was a kind of preview of death, Miss Pierce.
Oh, no, John. A dream. Now, don't sit there and shake your head, John. I've had dreams like that myself. Extraordinarily vivid dreams that leave me wondering when I wake up whether I... John, you're not listening to me.
Oh, I'm so sleepy, Miss Pierce.
Well, you're not going to sleep in my house now.
I won't go to sleep, Miss Pierce. I'm afraid to go to sleep.
Afraid of dreaming.
I don't know what I'm afraid of.
Well, cigarette, John?
I don't smoke, Miss Pierce.
I forgot.
It's all right.
Well, it is an extraordinary experience, isn't it?
Yes.
Well, well, why'd you come to tell me about it? Did you... I'll be glad to have you go back to work if you want to. You want to do that?
No, I don't think so. I just wanted to tell you about it.
Why, me especially, John.
Oh, gracious, don't you know?
John, I'm very flattered, really, and you know,
you
but...
You don't know?
Of course not.
Well, you were there.
I was there?
Yes, Miss Pierce.
I've never heard anything so absurd in all my life. What was I doing there?
In the dark? What were you doing? Why, I don't know what you were doing. You were just there.
Now, John, that's absurd. How do you know I was there? You said it was dark. You couldn't see anything.
You were there, Miss Pierce.
John, I don't know what you're talking about. You're drunk or...
I don't drink, Miss Pierce.
And I wasn't at your house either. You know perfectly well I wasn't.
It wasn't at my house.
You said...
I said I came out of the bathroom and I thought it was my room. But it wasn't. It was just a great, big, dark, empty space.
John, when was all this?
Why, last night.
Oh.
I went right home from the theater, you know, and I went to bed like I...
When you saw the hat on the bed and you came to me and said you quit?
Of course. Last night,
John.
Yes, ma'am.
It was Thursday night you quit.
What?
3 days ago, not last night. 3 days ago, John.
3 days ago?
Where have you been for 3 days, John?
Why, I guess I've been dead.
John, I think you'd better get the... What are you staring at?
Miss Pierce, you got your hat on the bed.
All right, John, come on.
Come on, where?
I'm going to take my hat off the bed, John.
It's too late now.
Too late?
Sign of death.
Oh, stop that nonsense. I'm going to put on my hat and get back to the theater. That play I'm trying to do will die the death.
Don't talk that way.
Stop it. Come on. You go back with me. Go back to work if you want to. Now, you see? See, I've got my hat. Now, let's go. Time to go, John.
Something will happen to us, Miss Pierce.
What, get run over by a taxi?
Don't talk that way.
Oh, stop it, Catherine.
Miss Pierce, you know I don't like to be called by my last name.
Sometimes I'm not sure whether that's your last name or your first.
You're not to talk to me that way, Miss Pierce.
All right, then. Stop acting like an old maiden. Come along if you're coming.
I don't want you talking to me like that.
All right, just stop talking nonsense then and come on with me. Coming? I said, are you coming with me?
No, I'm not coming.
John, I've got
You're not going either.
Now, look, this is silly. Why aren't you?
I'm afraid.
Well, you're not going to stay here.
Please?
No, come on now. Get up and come with me.
Don't you go either.
John, are you all right?
I'm afraid.
What am I going to do with you?
The hat on the bed, that was a sign of death for me, and I died a little the other night, whenever it was.
You had a bad dream.
And now your hat was on the bed. That's a sign of death for you.
That's ridiculous.
You're going to die.
Now, John, I've listened to just about everything I'm going to listen to. You just get up out of that chair and come on.
No.
Yes.
Please.
John, would you like it if I left you here?
No.
Look, John, it's 2:30, and I've got to be at the theater at 3. Here, I'll put this nice pillow under your head. Now, won't that be nice and comfortable, John?
So sleepy.
Sure, Johnny Captain. You'll be all right. You just stay there nice in the big chair, and I'll go to the theater, and then I'll come back. You'll see.
Don't get killed.
Of course I won't. I'll be all right, Johnny Captain. And you'll be all right, too, right here. Go on. Go to sleep, John.
I'm afraid to go to sleep.
Poor guy's all worn out.
I'm afraid.
Well, you sleep, boy. I'll be back around 10 o'clock.
Nice and in bed.
John.
The hat.
Oh, good heavens, it's 2:45 already. Oh, darn, I won't answer it. Oh, I'm late already, I tell you. All right. Yes. Oh, hello, Tony. Yes, I'm on my way to the theater. I haven't got a minute to talk. Yes. Yes, I'll be home about 10, I hope. Matter of fact, I think you better. I'll tell you when I see you. Yes, here at the house. Well, I might have somebody I want you to get rid of. Wait. No, he's asleep. No, I'm not living a life of sin. This is one of the stagehands from the John J. Catherine, no less. That's right, the distinguished Shakespearean actor and quoter. I don't know, potted, I think, or else he's losing his buttons. Too much King Lear, I guess. Oh, no, I'm leaving him here to sleep it off. Oh, hats on a bed, all that stuff. Oh, he's all right now, as long as I'm not here. Look, Tony, I'm late. Suppose you meet me here at the house around 10. Sure. If he's still here, I'll let you throw him out. I'm going to run. Goodbye. I'll see you tonight. Bye. You all right, John Cassidy? You sleep? Just. Poor fella.
What was this? Where? Oh, Miss Pierce's house. Oh, I'm so thirsty. What time is it? Quarter to... I can't read my watch. Where's all the lights? Oh, where do I get a drink of water? Oh, tangled up in the blankets. Hey, where's Miss Pierce? Miss Pierce! Trussed up hand and foot like a fowl, like a pullet, like a capon. Miss Pierce! Oh, yes, she went out. What am I doing here? Oh, I remember. My gracious, I have to get out of here before she comes back. My mouth, I shouldn't have had those cocktails before I came over here. I should know I can't drink. What I need is a big, cold drink of water. Nice place you got here, Miss Pierce. Nice place you got, although I can't say I like philodendrons. Where's your kitchen? I want a drink of water. I wish I could find a light. Here it is. Oh, 11:45 it is. I better be getting out of here after I get a drink. Kitchen. Mighty little kitchen. Nice little kitchen. Now, where's the glass? Here we have glasses. Oh, man. Nothing like cold water. Thank you, Miss Pierce. Thank you very much, Miss Pierce. I find your drinking water excellent, although it could be just a spot colder. Miss Pierce, I dislike you intensely. I do not love thee, Dr. Fell, a reason why I cannot tell, but this I know and know full well I do not love thee, Miss Pierce. Although the why is not in my mind, in the mind of John J. Catherine, my friends, who might be the idol of millions, nay, billions, if Miss Evelyn Pierce, the eminent producer, would give him a chance to tread the boards. Tread the boards in sock and buskin. Hand me my sock, varlet. I prithee trust my point, and I will reward thee with a cup of sack. Cup of sack of cups. Trust my points, whatever that is, Wamba, and I will reward thee with a cup of sack. Yes, Sir Walter Scott must have been a little stiff when he wrote that. Thou hast looked upon the wine when it is red, Sir Walter. Thou hast looked upon it when it biteth like a serpent and stingeth like an adding machine. Yeah, thou art very funny this night, Sir John J. Catherine. Albeit a trifle corny, sirrah. I've got to get my large, bulky carcass out of here before Miss Pierce comes back, or else Miss Pierce and I will get in a fight, and then I won't get my job back. Much less get a job as a broad-cheddar and sock and buskin. Remind me to ask Miss Pierce what is a buskin. I know what a sock is, Miss Pierce. A sock is what I'm going to give you in your pretty teeth if you don't stop being so mean to me, to Sir John J. Catherine, the sock and buskin man from Rockford, Illinois. Egad, not to mention, forsooth, Bassanio, my head hangeth over. I am now undrunk. Well, I would, my fair and fair-to-middling friend, I would that thou wouldst spiel to me whether this beldame hath perchance a small flagon of bourbon concealed on her about the premises. For I would drink of same and restore myself. Anon. Is there no way, as Pierre Louis has the little girl say to Demetrius? Is there no bourbon? What drinkest thou, Pierce? No scotch, no cremivette? No vintage wine? No. Aha. I see you. I see you, John Jameson's excellent pot still, product of which our Miss Pierce will miss not a jot or a tittle out of a bottle which I will tipple. Thank you, Miss Pierce. You have a regrettable habit of leaving hats on beds. But here's to you. That is meat and drink, not to mention pie in the sky. Je vous remercie, Miss Pierce. No, Mademoiselle Pierce out here remarked in his flawless French. Thank you. I will have another dollar for the same, Miss Pierce. You one delightful old bag, old sack, old cover sack. Arigato, Pierre-san, he remarked in flawless Japanese. And for this short snort, which will cure my hangover completely. Short. I will say in my flawless double talk, framis on the scrivener. Now, I will replace the somewhat attenuated bottle from which I have received back my body and my soul, reading from left to right. And before I retire into the stilly night, I will favor this large and intelligent audience with a selection from the Bard. Not Ben Bard, he is a comic. The Bard of Avon, situate by an odd coincidence hard by the banks of the river Stratford, or vice versa, as the case may be, in sunny England, which I will favor you with a large, jagged hunk of Shakespeare. Or as my ancient and deceased friend, what was his name in the chauve-souris many, many years ago, was wont to say, Shakespeare. Russian for Shakespeare. I crave your attention. Mr. John J. Catherine as Macbeth. Is this a dagger which I see before me? The handle toward my hand? Come, let me clutch thee. I have thee not, and yet I see thee still. Art thou not fatal vision, sensible to feeling as to sight? Or art thou but a dagger of the mind, a false creation proceeding from the heat oppressed brain? I see thee yet in form as palpable as this which now I draw. The lights went out. Where's the lights? Miss Pierce, turn on the lights. Miss Pierce isn't here. Where's Miss Pierce? Yeah, I'm going to get out of here, Miss Pierce. You come in your nice house in the dark, find me here all full of your liquor. Yeah, where's the door? I can't find the door. I can't find... Where's the chair? Where's the door? Miss Pierce! Please, Miss Pierce! I'm lost again in the dark. Miss Pierce, has happened again. You did it to me this time, Miss Pierce. You put your hat on the bed and you made it dark in your house, too. Miss Pierce, I'm lost. This is no dream, Miss Pierce. Where are you? Where am I? Where's the door? Here's the door. Where does it go? Why, I know where this door goes. This is the door that... Miss Pierce, where does this door go? No. Where did it? You went and you put your hat on the bed, you did. You put your hat on the bed. You put your hat on the bed. That's a sign of death, Miss Pierce, putting a hat on the bed. Where? Hell, I can't see. Oh, I know where I am now. Oh, I was so scared. Never mind, Miss Pierce. I know where I am now. There's a chair. Hello, chair. There's a little table. Good evening, little table in the dark. I beg your pardon, table. And I'm all right now, Miss Pierce. I'll get out just as soon as I can find the door in the dark, Miss Pierce. Oh, how I hate Miss Pierce. I'm going. Oh, here's the bed, isn't it? The bed, yes. The bed, Miss Pierce. That's where you threw your hat. Hat on the bed. Sign of death, old Lady Pierce. I guess I'll just lie down and take me a little rest. Why, your hat's still here on the bed, Miss Pierce. Sign of death, Miss Pierce, leaving your hat on the bed. Sign of death for sure. Silly old Miss Pierce, leaving her hat on the bed. Why, Miss Pierce, you left your head inside your hat.
title of tonight's Quiet Please story is The Hat, the Bed, and John J. Catherine. It was written and directed by Wyllis Cooper. The man who spoke to you was Ernest Chappell.
And Miss Pierce was played by Nancy Sheridan. As usual, music for Quiet Please is by Albert Berman. For a word about next week's Quiet Please, here is our writer-director, my good friend Wyllis Cooper. Okay, Bill?
Thank you for listening to Quiet Please. Next week's story is called La Fille aux Cheveux Laids, the girl with the flaxen hair.
And so until next week, and La Fille aux Cheveux Laids. I am quietly yours, Ernest Chappell.
A listening reminder. A united America makes a strong America. That's why each of us should work to rid our community of racial and religious prejudice. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please. Broadcasting Company presents Quiet Please, which is written and directed by Wyllis Cooper, and which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet Please for today is called The Little Morning. Thank you very much for picking me up. I didn't thank you before. It's very good of you to pick me up. That's all right. I've been waiting there quite a while, there where the road turns off. It was cold standing there.
Gets cold at night here, especially by the ocean there.
I was going to start walking. Couldn't remember where I was for a while. All I knew was I was cold. Then I was just about to start walking, and you came along.
Long walk. I thought it was a canyon.
I never walked it before. Always drove in my car.
Long walk.
I guess it is.
Yeah.
Nice car you've got.
I like it.
I used to have a car.
Yeah?
Dodge convertible.
They're nice.
Yellow with white sidewall tires. Very pretty.
I used to have a yellow car.
Yeah, they're nice.
If you're cold, there's an old blanket there in the back.
Oh, I'm all right. Thanks.
Must have been quite a party.
Party?
Weren't you coming from a party?
No, not me. No, no party.
Thought maybe you were walking back from Malibu or something.
Oh, no.
Live over in the valley?
Me? No, Pacific Palisades. That's my home.
I used to know a fellow lived up there. Toledo Drive, is that right?
Well, there's this Toledo Drive.
Right across from Arthur Lake. You know, Dagwood?
I know the place. Got a tennis court.
Boland, his name was. A radio fella.
Yeah, I know him. My place is kind of up above it. Napoli Drive.
I don't know it.
Lantana on the lawn, the purple flowers, you know.
Is that what they call them?
Yeah.
You in pictures?
I used to be.
Thought you looked kind of familiar. What's your name?
Scott.
Scott?
Francis Scott.
I don't recall the name. Funny. Does seem kind of familiar, though.
Thinking of Francis Scott Key wrote the Star Spangled Banner, maybe.
Oh, yeah, sure. Going up in the valley. I live in Woodland Hills, Cresty Street. I'll drop you off at the boulevard, though, if you want me to.
Thanks. I'm not going that far. Thanks.
You know?
No, just up this side of the Topanga post office, where old Topanga Canyon turns off.
I could take it down that way, I guess. Get back to the boulevard over Mulholland Drive. Come out by the actor's home up at Calabasas.
Oh, no thanks, really. This time of the morning, you want to get home?
It's all right.
Thanks. Really.
Well, okay. I work at Douglas Aircraft over in Santa Monica. Night shift. Oh. Drive over to Topanga Canyon here 5 days a week this time of the morning. Know every turn. That's so? Except last year when we had the fire. Oh. Yes. Worst one we had in years. Worse since that one 4 or 5 years ago when the Woodland Hills Country Club burned down.
Yeah, I know.
I had to come over Santanella to Sepulveda, and then over Sepulveda to the valley, and then on out. Inconvenient.
I suppose.
A lot of beautiful homes burned up out here.
I remember.
Not here. Up farther toward Fernwood. Up toward the summit.
I remember.
You said you were going up toward Fernwood.
Yes, that's right.
Did you have a place up there?
No. A friend of mine did.
He get burned out?
She. Yes, she.
What?
She was killed.
Oh. Why, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Movie gal?
Yes. Yeah, she was in pictures.
What was her name?
Rosita. Rosita Sandoval.
Sandoval. I don't think I knew her.
No, I suppose you didn't. She wasn't very important. Except to me.
What?
We were going to be married.
Oh. Gee.
Today.
Gee.
My birthday.
Gee, that's really rough. Scott, did you say your name?
Scott, that's right.
Scott. Francis Scott. No, I guess not. I was thinking that. Say, that is tough. I'm awful sorry.
It's all right.
What'd you say?
I said it's all right. I'm going to see her.
I'm sorry. I thought...
No, I said I'm going to see her.
You...
She'll be waiting for me at the cabin. Let's see, it's my birthday.
But you said she...
Down on Occidental Boulevard, right off Olympic. That's where I met Rosita. 2 months before my birthday last year. You've never been in a cartoon studio, I suppose, have you?
Like Mickey Mouse?
Rosita and I worked there. I was an animator at the studio. Rosita was a painter.
You said...
What?
Excuse me for interrupting.
Part of the studio where we worked was... Well, it still is. There's a long, low extension on the studio. We always called it a deck. Kind of like the deck of a ship. My office was next to the end, next to George's. And then was Arnold's office. Then Rosita's. The animators, well, they don't usually have much to do with the inking and painting department. But I got to know Rosita.
I don't know much about cartoons. It's not important.
I was an animator, I said. I made the sketches for the action of the picture. Key sketches. And then the in-betweeners make the rest of it. Rosita painted cells.
I see.
The individual action drawings on celluloid.
Oh, that's the way you do it. I always wondered. Well, that's why I don't think I recognized your name or hers in pictures, see? Vaguely familiar, though.
So I used to get my name on the credit cards at the beginning of the picture. You know, you've seen them. Story by George Gordon, animation by Arnold Gillespie, animation by me sometimes. Art direction by Bernie Olivka.
Said your name, Francis Scott. Guess maybe that's where I saw it. On a title card.
Credit card.
Credit card, I mean. These cell painters don't get credit, is that it?
Hardly ever. Rosita used to talk about someday she was going to see her name on the screen. Art direction by Rosita Sandoval.
That's where I've seen your name, all right. On credit card. You said you're... This Miss Sandoval, is it? She got burned to... She was in the fire up here in Topanga last year?
Yes. She died.
Huh.
I remember my birthday last year.
Where's Rosita? Are you warm enough? Gets cold along here this time of day.
No, I'm all right, thanks.
Got a half pint in the glove locker here if you...
Oh, no, thanks. If I'd see Rosita in a little while, I wouldn't want to, you know.
Yeah. Going to see her. I mean, they bury her... I mean, up here in the canyon?
Beg pardon?
Mean you're going to, visit her grave?
Oh, no. No, I'm not going to visit her grave. No, I'm going to see her.
Well, you said she...
It's my birthday today.
I see.
It's starting to get light.
What?
I say it's starting to get light. It stays dark down here in the canyon, but the sky's getting lighter. Morning.
Oh. Yeah.
Sun will just be coming up when we get up at the Topanga post office.
Yeah, just about. Daylight saving gets light an hour later.
Stays dark a long time down the canyon.
That's right. Say. You said you were going to see her.
That's right.
But she...
I remember my birthday last year. First birthday Rosita and I had together. That was my birthday, I mean.
Is that so?
We went down to Olvera Street. You know, the Mexican street down in L.A., down by the old plaza.
She Mexican? I mean, was she Mexican?
Way back, several generations. You know how it is in Los Angeles. Mexican names, Sepulveda, Bandini, Carrillo. I think they came from Guadalajara. You ever been down to Olvera Street?
Funny. I've lived here 12 years, ever since we moved out from Crookston, Minnesota. Never been down there. Heard a lot about it, though. Funny. I've got a friend who lives in New York 18 years. Never been to the Statue of Liberty. Right there in front of him, never been there. Like me.
Olvera Street's a pleasant place. Like a street in old Mexico. Mariachis singing songs, guitars, singing Rancho Grande, Ajaisto, Cuatro Vidas.
Mexican songs.
Old Jose Herrera's candle shop. The wishing well where you throw pennies in and make a wish to come back. And all the smells.
Yeah, I bet.
Oregano, chili, saffron.
I like Mexican food all right.
We went to La Golondrina.
Restaurant, huh?
It's in the oldest place on Olvera Street. Built as a wine cellar when Olvera Street was just a ditch. Wonderful old place. Great food, atmosphere. Not a tourist trap at all. Waiters, the waiters sing for you. They dance the jarabe, zapatilla.
Half dance. Yeah, I know. I've seen it over in Canoga Park.
You ought to go there sometime. You married?
The wife and I don't get out much. Working nights, you know how it is.
Rosita and I went to La Golondrina that night. Night before my birthday. Stayed there till closing time. Then it was my birthday. Fun. A year ago this morning. It seems a million years ago. I suppose. We're all by ourselves in the corner opposite the bar, just the two of us. The place was practically all dark. We didn't even know what time it was. Just Rosita. Rosita didn't know it was my birthday. I hadn't told her. And I remember we were sitting there a long time just looking at each other. Candlelight, candles stuck in wine bottles, burning low and dropping towel on the tablecloth. Perfume candles, Jose Herrera's, Babers. Not saying anything for the longest time. I remember the waiters whispering over in the corner up by the bar. I said, what are you going to give me for my birthday, Rosita?
Your birthday, Francis?
Sure. It is now. 3 o'clock in the morning on my birthday.
Oh, you didn't tell me it's your birthday.
I'm telling you now, honey.
Why didn't you tell me before?
Forgot it.
What do you want for your birthday?
You.
Why, sir.
No kidding, darling. How about it? Will you marry me?
Oh, you.
be a nice birthday party. Will you?
We couldn't get married today.
We could stay up the rest of the night, then go over to the city hall and put in for a license and the examination and stuff. And in a couple of days,
3 days.
I can wait. If you'll say yes. It's on my birthday.
Your birthday?
May 15th, 1918.
Oh, you should have said so before.
Why?
They would bring Manolitas for you.
Who?
The thing here. Moises, the Henny, and the others.
Well, what's Manolita?
The little morning.
You being Mexican now?
In Mexico, in the old days, they used to come to your window on the morning of your birthday and sing Las Manolitas.
Oh.
Yes, Senora Castillo de Vondo's daughter was here a long, long time ago. When one of the guests had a birthday, the kids would all come around your table in a little procession with lighted candles, and they sing to you. It's a sweet custom.
I wish
you had, too. Lighted candles. And they blow them out at the right time in the song.
What right time?
The part that goes... Let me see now. El terreno de la esquina me quisiera hacer favor de apagar su linternita mientras que pasa mi amor.
Beautiful.
And that's where they blow out the candles.
Why?
If the watchman at the corner wants to help me, he could try. Just blow out your little lantern when my sweetheart passes by.
Wonderful, darling. You know it all?
Well, I've heard it all my life, every birthday.
Oh, sing it for me for my birthday.
Oh, no, not you.
Well, nobody will care. Go on. Darling.
Well, it's really supposed to be sung to a girl.
I don't care. Sing it to me. And then I'll learn it and I'll sing it to you on your birthday. Rosita. Yo te amo.
Ay, querido. Yo te amo. Estas son las mañanitas que cantaba el rey David, pero no eran tan bonitas como las cantan aquí. Despierta, bien despierta, mira que ya amaneció, que amanece, rosita blanca de Rico. Despierta, bien despierta, mira que ya amaneció, ya los pajarillos cantan, la luna ya se metió. Qué bonita, mañanita, como que quiere llover. Así está la mañana, cuando empezó a querer.
Rosita. Darling.
Ay, qué bonita mañanita.
Beautiful, beautiful morning.
Beautiful morning.
No, we didn't get married on my birthday. I've always regretted that.
You didn't get married at all?
No. The summer went on and we had so many plans to make, so many things to think of, so much to do. I've regretted it.
I know.
It's a beautiful song. That Margarita. Beautiful.
I don't understand Spanish, but the tune's pretty.
It's all about the beautiful little morning, the birds singing, and the moon hiding its face. Kind of like it is now. We made a little agreement, Rosita and I. Every year on my birthday, she'd sing Margaritas to me. Every year, she said. So we'd remember that morning. Cuando te querer.
when we began, that was kind of a tough break, huh?
Yes. Yes, it was. But today...
What's that thing?
What thing?
Flower?
Oh, this. Like the Jericho Rose.
What's a Jericho Rose? I never heard of it.
Remember in the song? The part about Rosita Blanca de Jericho?
I don't understand Spanish.
We used to laugh about how the song was for us. Her name, you know, Rosita. Little Rose. Little white rose of Jericho. The words were in the song all that time, and then Rosita is.
Very nice. For her grave?
Grave? Oh, no, not for her grave. For her. Oh? You don't know about the Jericho Rose. See? Looks like a little ball of leaves. Spiky leaves. All wrapped up in a little ball.
Yeah.
When it blossoms, it's white. Little white rose.
This one's all dead now, like...
It's not dead. It'll be all right. It'll live again. For Rosita. Oh. Has another name, the Jericho Rose. Called the Resurrection Plant.
Oh, I guess maybe I've heard of that.
It blooms comes from Syria originally. Blooms, then after a while it withers. You think it dies. Dries up. Curls up in a little ball like this. Stay that way for years. But you just put it in water. After a little while, it uncurls. Comes right back to life. Lives again. Just like it was.
That's so? That's funny.
Rosita Blanca de Jericho.
That's what you called your girl.
Rosita. And we're pretty close now, aren't we?
A little way yet. You sure you don't want me to take you over on the boulevard? You can get some breakfast.
I got to meet Rosita.
Uh-huh.
My birthday. Remember?
I remember. How long that Jericho Rose of yours been with her that way?
Since the 4th of November last year.
Right. That was the day of the fire, wasn't it?
It was on a Thursday, I remember. Rosita called me to the studio and she said she was going up to the place up here at Topanga to get some things and to lock the place up. Said the rains would be starting before long and there might be landslides up here and the roads might be closed. When it rained, she didn't like to drive up here on these twisty roads. She thought maybe it would rain too.
Didn't rain for a long time last year.
That's right. But we didn't know that on the 4th of November. So she came up here all by herself. I didn't think anything of it. I was going to meet her at Eaton's there near Laurel Canyon, and we were going to a movie. See a preview of Norman Foster's new picture. Then I was going to take her home.
When did you hear about it?
About 4 o'clock. Arnold came into my coupe there on the deck. Arnold had a little radio in his room, and he said, "Hey, Francis, there's a big fire up in Topanga Canyon." I said, "Is that so?" He said, "Yes." He said, "I hope Rosita's all right." Oh, I said they have brush fires up there every year, you know.
That's right. I remember one in 1938.
I said, "She's all right. She's out of there long ago." And he said, "Francis, I'm scared from what they're saying on the radio. The thing's getting out of control. And, well, Rosita will call me," I said, "as soon as she knows about it, so I won't worry." He said, "I hope so." And he went back into his office. I was working on some minute movies, some commercial. After a while, I got a little bit worried. I got all mixed up on the drawings. So I went into Arnold's room and listened to the radio. George was there, and Chuck, and Rudy. We listened. It sounded pretty bad. Then John came over from the office, and he said, "That sounds like a bad fire up there in Topanga. Is Rosita all right?" Because he knew she'd gone up there in the morning. I said, "Oh, she'll be all right." And John said, "Well, I sure hope so." I saw Rudy shaking his head, and I said, "Oh, cut it out." I walked out. I couldn't help it. I walked right into the inking and painting department, and all the girls were kind of looking sideways at Rosita's drawing board. And I walked over and looked at it, too. This was on the board.
What?
This rose.
Hills of Jericho. I glanced at it in the morning, and it was so pretty. Little white flower. Happy little white flower. And when I looked at it around 5 o'clock, it was all withered up. Like it is now.
Well, what did you...
My heart just stopped. I couldn't say it. It was like... It was terrible. I ran out and got into my car, and I drove out Olympic through the afternoon traffic. I wonder I didn't hit somebody or get arrested. Well, I got on a shortcut I knew, and I went out to Ventura about 70 miles an hour. County fire trucks were all over the place. I could see the smoke.
I remember.
When I got up to Topanga Canyon on the valley side, they stopped me. And I never did get up there. Then, they never found Rosita.
That's tough.
I nearly lost my mind. Well, there's no use knowing you the story. But it's all coming out all right this morning.
Look, I mean...
Sure, my birthday. Rosita said she'd sing Las Mañanitas to me on my birthday. Hell, we're almost there. Right up ahead there, please.
Look, Francis, can't I drive you on to...
No, I'm going to meet Rosita.
Yeah, but I wish you'd...
Look. What? The Jericho Road. See? It started to turn green again. It's opened up. See?
But what... I mean, how...
The water. I told you, remember? What water? I'll stop right here, will you?
Here?
Step back.
Listen, fella, you don't really...
Of course. Thanks very much. Look at the road.
Why, it's starting to bloom again.
Of course. The water I told you. Look.
How did it get into the water?
The ocean down there where you picked me up.
Wait a minute. Now I know where I knew your name. I read about you in the paper last night. I read about you. I read how Francis Scott, age 31, of Pacific Palisades, California,
was drowned in the ocean off the foot of Topanga Canyon. Of course. How else could I possibly meet Rosita? You see? Rosita! Rosita!
title of today's Quiet Please story is The Little Morning. It was written and directed by Wyllis Cooper. The man who spoke to you was Ernest Chappell, and Rosita was Betty Raggi. The man was Merrill E. Jones. Music for Quiet Please is, as usual, played by Albert Berman. Now, for a word about next week, here is our writer-director, Wyllis Cooper.
Thank you for listening to Quiet Please. This is the last broadcast of these stories at this time. Beginning next Saturday, May 21st, Quiet Please will be heard over your ABC station at 9 p.m. Eastern Daylight Saving Time. Saturday nights at 9 p.m. instead of Sunday afternoon. We hope you'll be with us to listen to the oldest man in the world.
And so until next week at the same time, I'm quietly yours, Ernest Chappell. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please. American Broadcasting Company presents Quiet Please, which is written and directed by Wyllis Cooper, and which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet Please for today is called The Man Who Knew Everything.
How do you do? That's just a manner of speaking, isn't it, when I know perfectly well how you do. I know you're all right, except for the weather and all that. I should have said, how do you... No, I mean, good day. Yeah, that's better. Excuse me just a moment. I know who that is. Hello? Yes. Yes, I know. Why, the name of the mystery tune is Interlude Dramatique by Piero Coppola, who was formerly conductor of the Paris Conservatoire Orchestra. Thank you, I know. A brand new automobile. 2 refrigerators. Yes. 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 Yes, I know. Yes, thank you, but you forgot a dozen pair of chromium-plated stilts. Yes, thank you. No, I'm not very excited, thank you. I knew I was going to win the jackpot. Yes. And send everything to my home. That's always the way it is. They're so surprised when I know the answers. I can't really help it, you see. I know everything. It's a little awkward at times, knowing everything. And sometimes I find it difficult to explain. You see, I never know anything until I think about it. My goodness, some of the things I think about. I'll be sitting here, for instance, just idling away the time, and all of a sudden I'll think, what is the square root of 777? It's 27.6747 plus. Ornamental, but hardly useful. Mr. Wyllis Cooper's telephone number in Chicago in 1922 was Buckingham 1570. Interesting. Mrs. Dorothy Neely of Woodland Hills, California, has a dog named Kilty, a Scottish Terrier. Ernest Chappell went to North High School in Syracuse. Joseph Silverman of New York City speaks Chinese. I don't know who that is. Hello. Yes, I know it's the Weather Bureau. Tomorrow will be fair and colder, moderate to fresh northerly winds. You're welcome. You see, I'm continually bothered by people who want to know things. What is a tonka bean? What was President Rutherford B. Hayes' middle name? Where did I lose my diamond bracelet? What does Patsibo Bolshoi mean? The answers, respectively, are a South American product used for flavoring cigarette tobacco, birchyard, in the laundry hamper in your bathroom under your green unmentionables. And thank you very much in Russian. Quite welcome, I'm sure. I said it's a little awkward at times. I mean by that it's, shall I say, unpleasant. I shall say unpleasant. When I get to thinking about myself, I know all about me. Natch, as Mr. Murray Bolin of Pacific Palisades, California, often says, I am aware that my spleen is 2 centimeters too high, that I have a tendency to hypertension, and that I shall probably perish of an aortal aneurysm. However, don't let those ailments of mine bother you. I shall not tell you about them in any more detail. It was of yourself I wish to speak, and I hope you will bear with me. As a matter of fact, I know you will bear with me. Excuse me, there is a gentleman at the door with a very interesting question. Come in. How do you do, Mr. Perry Bimforth of Puyallup, Washington? You will sit down.
My name is Clovis Feitelbaum.
Your name is Perry Bimforth. You were formerly in the bicycle repair business in Puyallup. You were convicted of battery in 1934, but released on a technicality. In 1947, you broke your right ankle, and last October you went through bankruptcy with liabilities of $83,000 and assets
Never mind. I've heard about you.
Obviously.
But I came here
to secure the combination of the vault at the Cordwainers National Bank on 13th Street.
Exactly.
The combination is... You better write it down. 11 left, right 2, left 16, right 24, left 6, right 5, and open. Have you got it?
Thank you very much.
Are there any other questions, Mr. Bimforth?
How much is there in the vault?
$1,610,000, sir.
$1,610,000. Well, thanks very much.
Any other questions?
No, I think not.
Very well. Good day, sir.
Good day.
Betcha? Oh, a burglar. They bother me to death. But I was starting to talk about you. May I go on, please? I know a few facts that I think you ought to know, too. Do you know these people by their descriptions? A tall, grossly fat man with a bald head, an absolutely bald head, then an extremely unpleasant, deep voice, just the trace of an accent. Probably 6 feet 6 inches tall, weighed about 300 pounds. And the man and the woman with him, both of them not more than 4 feet tall. The man, very fat, too, in a sort of unhealthy way, wearing a little black mustache. The woman, short and dumpy, wears glasses perched on a very sharp nose, has a very red face. Well, they know you. They were talking about you in a certain restaurant Wednesday night. Wednesday night. Does that give you any ideas? Well, think. Please think. Let me describe them a little more. The tall, gross, cruel-looking man wore a tan gabardine suit with a white shirt and a knitted red and black tie. He was eating a breaded veal cutlet, I think. It was rather unpleasant watching him. The smaller man wore a blue serge suit, rather shiny, blue shirt and a bow tie. He was drinking beer, Pilsner Urquell. Although he mispronounced it, he called it Urquell. The woman has a very red face. It looks as if she'd rubbed it all over. Sharp features, kind of modified harlequin glasses, dark gray dress with an ornament that looks like a woman's hand. Rather like the hand of Fatima, but I'm sure it couldn't be that on this woman. A dark blue hat with a capercaillie feather on it. You know her? Well, she knows you. I wish you'd search your memory. That really is quite important. You must excuse me a moment. Miss Tragasant is coming in with the mail. Come in, Miss Tragasant.
Good morning, Mr. Afternoon.
Good morning, Miss Tragasant. The safety pin with which you fastened your girdle when you broke the zipper this morning is open, Miss Tragasant, and it will presently stick you if you do not fix it.
Thank you, Mr. Afternoon.
That is one of the unfortunate aspects of knowing everything. But Miss Tragasant is more or less used to my knowing everything. I noticed your start when she addressed me by my name. I am sorry. I should have introduced myself long ago here. We've been sitting and talking all this time, and I'm sorry. My name is Charles W. Afternoon of Woodbury, New Jersey. Our ancestral home on North Drexel Street in Woodbury is one of the sights of the city. Miss Tragasant has effected the repairs. She is returning. Come on, Miss Tragasant.
Thank you, Mr. Afternoon.
You're entirely welcome, Miss Tragasant. I see you have only 2 letters today. Take a letter to Mrs. Grover Cleveland McNulty, The Dells, Oregon. Dear Mrs. McNulty, no. Yours truly. No, Miss Tragasant, I do not need to see the letters. I know what is in them. The next one. To Mr. Marshall Birddog, Albuquerque, New Mexico. Dear Mr. Birddog, your great-grandfather's name was 13 Thumbs, period. He was a sachem of the Stone Boiler Indians in Upper Athabasca, then was captured in 1812 and converted to the Shinto faith by a band of wandering Japanese fishermen, period. Paragraph. He escaped 7 years later, emigrated to Doylestown, Pennsylvania, and became the father of a large family, which later removed to Albuquerque, although your great-grandfather deserted the Apaches near Anton Chico, New Mexico, and resumed his former life as a sachem, period. Yours truly.
There was another letter, Mr. Afternoon, but I lost it.
Never mind, Miss Tragasant. It was from my Uncle Fred asking for money. Send him a check for $60 and give my best regards to him and Aunt Hilda. You have a cold, Miss Tragasant.
I hope I'll get over it.
You will.
It must be wonderful to know everything, Mr. Afternoon.
People either get over a cold or they eventually die from it. I know that you are not going to die from a cold, ergo you will get over this one and all the others you may have, which, in your case, is 14 more before you die.
What am I going to die of, Mr. Afternoon?
Never mind.
Please, Mr. Afternoon.
I don't know.
Yes, you do, Mr. Afternoon.
No, I don't.
Oh, Mr. Afternoon.
I shan't tell you.
Will I be murdered?
No.
Will it be an accident?
No.
Will I be hanged?
No. Please go away, Miss Tragatham.
Oh, you're mean, Mr. Afternoon. Where will I die? Will you tell me that?
Why should I?
Well, then, I wouldn't ever go there, see?
Please go away, Miss Tragatham. There's somebody at the door.
Well, I think you...
A meanie. Answer the door.
I don't hear the doorbell.
It will ring. There.
Oh. Can I go out and get a sandwich then, Mr. Afternoon?
You will, whether I give you permission or not.
Oh.
Miss Tragatham is going to die of overeating at the age of 81. That man at the door now. That's a policeman. It's Officer Shapiro, an old friend of mine. He's come to tell me that he has arrested a gentleman from Puyallup, Washington, Mr. Bamforth, you remember? The man who wanted the combination of the bank vault? You thought I was being an accessory to a crime, didn't you? It was quite all right to give him the combination, you see. I knew the police were looking for him. I'd have told him, but he didn't ask me. You see, I do know everything, but generally I don't tell unless I'm asked. But in your case, these people I was telling you about, yes, I know you don't know them, but I do know you've seen them, separately perhaps. A tall, fat man with a cruel mouth and the eyes that always seem to be looking over your shoulder and yet never miss a movement. And the greasy little man with a black mustache. And the heavy thing in his left-hand coat pocket. He's left-handed, you know. And the sharp-faced woman with the glasses. With the mercurochrome stains on her right thumb. And a brand-new Corette handbag that has nothing in it but an ice pick. You wouldn't kid me, would you? You can't kid me. What are you fidgeting about? You see? Remember this morning when you felt as if there was someone watching you? Then tell me something. Did your coffee taste funny this morning? You see? Maybe you do know them, after all. No, Miss Tragatham, I don't want you to fetch me a sandwich. She's going out to have a peanut butter and chutney sandwich. She usually has a cream cheese and spam on Russian rye, but she's changed her mind today. By the way, wasn't that door to your bedroom open? You didn't close it. No, I wouldn't go look yet, if I were you. Matter of fact, I wouldn't like to be you. No, I don't know exactly what is going to happen, but I'll know when it does happen. I find it rather difficult to predict happenings, except, of course, perfectly obvious things like my secretary dying of overeating at the age of 81, and my own demise of an aortal aneurysm, but I'm not sure when that will occur. And your own case. I know that something rather dreadful will occur to you, and I naturally want to warn you about it so that it won't come as a complete surprise to you. There's nothing I can do about it except warn you. Incidentally, the windows in that room could stand a washing. No, don't look. You might see something you don't want to see. Listen to me. This tall, gross man I told you about, he limps slightly in his left leg. A knife cut. He's unhealthy, too, has ulcers. The way he eats fried food. But he's quite dangerous, not a nice person at all. And those accomplices of his. The woman's name is Mamie. Recognize that? Mamie? I don't need to tell you her last name, do I? Or have you forgotten it? Mamie. And her ice pick? The little man? Oh, he has several names. No, I'm not trying to kid you. I just don't think it's a good idea to tell you right here in front of everybody. I'll lean over here and I'll whisper it to you. One of his names is Oh, no? He didn't have the mustache maybe then, but you'll recognize him by it now. A little mustache, kind of like Hitler's. You wouldn't forget Hitler's mustache, would you? Always carries a book. He had it on the table beside his plate Wednesday night, and the cover got all stained with beer. He's a little sloppy, isn't he? That's Judge Rodney Erickson. He's trying Clapper Claudette. You know, the gangster they're accusing of putting his enemies in the deep freeze up in Connecticut? Hello, Judge Erickson. No, Clapper Claudette is innocent, Judge. It was his lawyer that did it. Ollie thought. Hang him, Judge. Issue a bench warrant and he'll confess. Clapper Claudette really was in jail in Michigan when it happened. Ollie Thought did it. You're welcome, Judge. Always ready to help out justice. Yes, Miss Tragasant?
There's a man to see you.
I know it.
Oh, darn. Can I ever tell you anything you don't know?
Of course not.
This is a tall, fat man.
With a heavy face and eyes that don't match, and he's wearing a brown gabardine suit.
And he says he saw you in a restaurant.
Wednesday nights. You will show him in, Miss Tragasant.
Come in, sir.
How do you... hello, Mr. Ducroft.
I want you to know something, Mr. Afternoon.
I already know it.
My right name is not...
My name is not Amadeus Wolfgang Ducroft, but that is the name you are using at present.
It is so. I have...
A message for me.
I will tell you the message.
Of course.
You are in communication with a certain party.
I am?
I want to warn you...
Get away from that keyhole, Miss Tragasant. You want to warn me that I must not communicate further with this certain person.
Party.
I'm sorry.
Then I'm afraid that I shall have to take steps.
You mean kill me?
That is what I mean, Mr. Afternoon.
You will not kill me.
Oh, yes, I will.
Sir, I beg to differ with you. You will attempt to kill me, but your gun, which you are carrying in your hand with your broad-brimmed detective-style hat, will misfire. And Miss Tragasant will call the police, but you'll escape before they arrive.
You think so?
I know so.
No.
But yes, Mr.
Let's see if the gun will misfire, then.
Now, you see?
Thanks for coming, Mr. Afternoon. They'll be
You'd
here.
better run, Mr. Ducroft.
Well, for heaven's sake. For a fat man, he certainly can move fast.
Yes, indeed. Too fast, I'm afraid. The police are arriving, Miss Tragasant. Kindly tell them they won't be needed.
Yes, sir.
Did you recognize his voice? When you hear a knock at your door, and you ask who's there, and you hear that voice again, well... By the way, perhaps you'd better double-lock your door. He's quite powerful, and as Miss Tragasant says, he moves fast for a fat man. There's a car driving away quite rapidly down the street. I could see it from the window, but I don't need to. I know who's in it. The woman with the sharp features and the little man with a Hitler mustache. And the man who calls himself Ducroft. You don't know where they're going. I do. I know everything. I even know why they're after you. Even if you can't think why. You could think why if you wanted to. There isn't much time left. It's 5:50, Miss Tragasant.
What time is it, Mr. Afternoon?
No, there isn't much time left. And it isn't far to your place. Besides, they've been there before, you know, and they know all the shortcuts. I think if I were you, I'd put something against the door. If you only knew what I overheard in the restaurant Wednesday night while that tall, fat man talked. A tall, fat man with the cold killer's eyes and a gun that won't misfire the next time. And he's taking care of that. And it would have frightened you a great deal more if you'd heard what he said to the woman he calls Mamie. A woman with a brand new Corette purse and nothing in it. With an ice pick. And what the little greasy man said to him, the man in the blue serge suit with something heavy in the left-hand coat pocket. It frightens me, and I'm not easily frightened. And then a tall, fat man coming to see me. I didn't expect that. Even if I did know who he was when he came to the front door. I know what he's got in his pocket. What the fat man's carrying. A coil of piano wire. And I know what they're talking about. Right now. As they drive along on the way to your house. Don't you know? Well, can't you figure it out? Don't you know what they want? I do. Think, won't you? No, I don't want to tell you. Don't be obstinate. You do know who they are, all three of them. Don't answer the telephone if it rings. That wasn't your phone. It was mine. It's the police. Just wait a second. Yes, Officer Drucker?
Yes, Mr. Afternoon. I hear a fella got away from the boys at your place a little while ago. Tall fella, fat, with a big Stetson hat. You called the police, didn't you?
That is quite true, Officer Drucker. He tried to shoot me, but he escaped. He is in a car with two other persons, a man and a woman.
How'd you know?
And he ran down an old man and a corporal in the Air Force at a street intersection.
The old man's dead.
And the corporal has internal injuries. He will survive.
The hit and run thing.
Yes, I know.
I was wondering if you had any idea where they're going so that we could head them off.
Why, no, Officer Drucker. I haven't the faintest idea.
Well, I was just hoping.
I'm sorry. I don't know. I had to do that. Now, you don't want the police in on this, do you? No, of course you don't. Listen. Is that someone at your door? No, it's the people next door. They're listening, too. I think they're getting ready to go out. They don't want to get involved in this. I'm sure I don't blame them, not after what I heard Wednesday night. No, it's too late for you to go out. You wouldn't have a chance, you know that. The time's getting short. If I were there with you, I might be able to help. Why do I say that? I know I could help you. But I'm not there, unfortunately. And please don't call the police. Stay away from the telephone. You feel sick, don't you? I told you about the coffee. Are you sure there hasn't been somebody in your house? I know you don't think it's possible, but don't be too sure. Wasn't there a drawer open when you came home yesterday? A drawer you thought you'd closed. Remember when you woke up in the middle of the night Friday night and wondered what it was that woke you up? Sure. Are you frightened? I'd be, I know. Because you don't know what's going to happen. That's why you're not so scared. But I know what's going to happen, and it scares me. It scares me to know everything. You have no idea all the things I know. Frightening things, funny things, strange things. What dogs talk about and how to make a pisco punch. What's hidden in that cave under Radio City in New York. The beach where Captain Kidd buried his treasure and how much it cost to put an ad in the London Daily Mail the size hat that Stalin wears. And what Miss Tragesanth wants for Christmas next year. How I'm going to die sometime of an aortal aneurysm. The name of the mayor of Peoria, Illinois. And what's going to happen to you. A tall, fat man. A little sharp-featured woman with glasses. And a little man with a Hitler mustache. And the presents they're bringing you. You do know them, don't you? Come in, Miss Dragaside. You brought the letters for me to sign.
Yes, Mr. Afternoon.
Thank you. That'll be all for today, Miss Dragaside.
Why, what's the matter, Mr. Afternoon?
I don't feel good.
You're getting a cold.
No. Thank you, Miss Dragaside. You can go now. I'm busy.
Yes.
I had to get rid of her in a hurry. I've got something more to tell you. You've only got a few more minutes to wait. I hope you're ready. Listen. There's not somebody outside your door now. Listen closely. Listen. only one thing that... Oh, I feel dizzy. Only one thing you can do. They're at your door now. Did you put something against it? Wait a second, I'm out of breath. I'll tell you what to do. Just take... Oh. Just take... Oh. I'll have to hurry. I told you about that. By the order aneurysm, I'm afraid. Oh. All you have to do... They're at the door. All you have to do is... Oh. My chest. You just take... Just take... It's come. It's come. Help. Just try... Help.
Well, I was just going home, Mr. Atkinson.
I'm trying to stop. Oh.
What can I do? What should I...
Too late.
Can I get some water?
Help. All you have to do... They're at the door. They're coming in. Just take it. Oh. I'm sorry. We gotta take...
Oh.
Too late. The door.
He's dead.
The title of today's Quiet Please story is The Man Who Knew Everything. It was written and directed by Wyllis Cooper. And the man who spoke to you was Ernest Chappell. And others in the cast were James Goss, Arthur Cole, and Jean McBride. Music for Quiet Please is by Albert Berman. Now for a word about next week, here's our writer-director, Wyllis Cooper.
Thank you for listening to Quiet Please. Next week, for all my Irish friends, I have a story called Dark Rosalie.
And so, until next week at the same time, I am quietly yours, Ernest Chappell. And now, a listening reminder. In just a little while, you'll want to hear the predictions of things to come that will come your way from Drew Pearson. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents Quiet, Please, which is written and directed by Wyllis Cooper and which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet, Please for tonight is called The Man Who Stole a Planet.
I've been a very fortunate fellow, having money enough to do what I wanted to do, knowing what I wanted to do with it. I suppose I'm the best-known amateur authority on Mexico and the ruins of the Mayans and the pre-Mayans there is. Although if you're not interested in that kind of stuff, you never heard of me. So what? So if you're not, go on and read the baseball scores or tune in a quiz program or just do whatever you want to. I can't stop you. And I frankly don't care what you do if you're not interested. But if you are interested, just keep quiet and listen. And sit still. No, don't sit still. Stretch your neck a little and look down into this thing. Ever see one before? A deep freeze. People keep frozen foods and stuff in these things. That is, most people do. I keep dead men in it. See? Oh, no, I didn't kill him. Matter of fact, I'm not entirely sure he's dead. He doesn't breathe. His heart isn't beating. If he isn't dead, he ought to take down his sign. He was just like that when he was walking around, like a mummy. And that outfit he's got on, that's the uniform of a very high priest of a race of people who inhabited a certain part of Mexico in the 5th century A.D. And that fits him, too. It's his own uniform. Well, sure I know about these things. I've spent too many years at this business to be fooled. Fantastic, huh?
Yeah, I know that's what you laymen expect to hear from archaeologists. Lots of stuff about walking mummies and weird curses and all that Boris Karloff routine. To take it from a practicing member of the profession, archaeology involves a great deal more grubbing in the ground and sifting wheelbarrows full of dirt than it does dodging zombies. However, here I am on a July evening in the year of our Lord 1948 with a house full of extremely dead high priests who were born in the Mexican jungle some 1,400 years ago. No, I shouldn't cart them back with me. No. They walked in on me. Take that supercilious smile off your face. Yeah, I know what you're thinking. More of that supernatural stuff. More of that H.P. Lovecraft stuff. That my blood froze in my veins at the eldritch, whatever that is, being that towered above me. Well, don't kid yourself. What you people call supernatural is just as natural as apples growing on a tree. The only thing is, our great thinkers, our figures out, they all stop when they come to something they can't explain immediately with their slide rules and their log tables and spectroscopes and stuff. And once in a while, somebody finds out something, and a little chunk of the so-called supernatural slides over into the field of exact science, and everybody says, I knew it all the time. My eyes. So if men dead 1,500 years can walk around, there's a perfectly logical explanation for it. They know the explanation. We don't. And if we ever find out, accidentally, there'll be 100,000 scientists to tell you they could have done it a long time ago, only they were working on nuclear fission and other more practical benefits to the human race. Thing is, I don't care how they do it. My interest is in why they're here. That's what affects me. Oh, I didn't tell you why they're here. That's quite simple. Well, they want something I've got, something I brought back from Mexico with me. Something I stole from them. And I may say something I want very much to keep. So, that's my problem, children. What's yours? Oh, excuse me. I've been doing all the talking. This is my wife, my beautiful wife. Her name is Elizabeth. You can call her Liz.
Look, don't let my husband fool you. He talks as if all this is very amusing and very simple. But believe me, he's just as frightened as I am.
You can say that again, Liz.
He's still there. You see, I was with him in Mexico.
I wouldn't be here now if you hadn't been.
Please, Norman. I'm an explorer, too. Though I'm afraid I'm not much of an archaeologist, but I'm a very good cook. And I'm the serious member of this family. So I'm going to tell you what happened without interruptions, I hope, because we think maybe you might be able to help us. I don't know how exactly.
Neither do I.
But you listen. And if you can, well, this was our 14th trip to Mexico. We flew to Mexico City, then down to Veracruz, and our people met us at Merida. And...
If you'll excuse me a minute, darling, I think one of our friends is looking in the window.
Oh, Norman.
Just sit still. I'll be right back.
Honestly, I'm simply scared to death. We've been so fortunate this far. We always discover them in time. But what will happen if one gets in and we don't see him? Norman! Norman!
Okay. I had to bust the window, though. I better put this one away. No telling what had happened to us if some curious policeman got a look at... Hey, you see? Same uniform, same badge on his left arm.
Just like the ones carved in on the thing.
The Guardian. The Watcher. Okay, Christy Weekly. Have a nice sleep.
Oh, Norman, I wish you wouldn't be so flippant about things.
Flippant? Listen, sweetheart, do you mind? I'm just about ready to go over in that corner and scream. If I see one more of these... I'm sorry.
Oh, darling, hadn't we better take it back?
No. Only, how long is this going to go on? Yeah. How long is it going to go on? You've never been inside one of those great stone pyramids the Mayans built in the Guatemala jungles so many, many forgotten years ago. You've never smelled a dead smell. The sour, sweet odor of the rotting vegetation that's crept in through the crevices between the stones and died 1,000 times. And the musty gray smell of those low tunnels with the maddening paintings on the walls at your elbows. The figures seeming to gibber at you in the light of a Coleman lantern. And sweat. And the feeling that snakes are waiting for you in the darkness at the end. Yeah, they worship snakes to Khan, the snake god. They tore people's hearts out. They hurled their beautiful daughters to the devil god that lives in a bottomless pit. We've been in the middle of all that a lot of times. Haven't we, darling?
And the rites of spring and the harvest. The corn maidens dying horribly in the fields to preserve the fertility of the land.
You got a right to be scared. We saw the pictures of what they did to their prisoners, the ones they thought had done evil to their gods. We saw what was left of the poor victims. He's got a right to be scared. We've outwitted them so far. And how long can it go on?
Take it back, Norman.
Oh, I won't. I found it, and this world of ours today can use it. It can do more good here than it ever could in a moldy underground room beneath the Diatali. And where we found it.
Tell them about it, Norman. And see if they don't agree you ought to take it back.
I don't care what they say. It's mine, and I'm going to keep it. You hear me? I'm going to keep it, I said. We'd heard about the place so many times. The place where the world lives, they called it. And the place where the world lives is what it's still called, though the world doesn't live there anymore. Not since Liz and I found the deep galleries and took away the greatest treasure that the world has ever seen. All right, now you know. When you hear a little more about it and see it, you'll forgive me for being dramatic. The greatest treasure the world has ever seen. You'll agree.
Well, tell about it.
Will you take it easy, please? We finally found a place. Let's see if I can tell you about it. A wilderness of high grass, the kind of grass we'd never seen before, higher than our heads, sharp-edged as razor blades.
Look at my arm.
Loathsome insects hanging out of the 2-inch blades of grass, silent and dripping, heat and crawling things. How I found a place I'll never know. There was nothing to warn us. We just slashed our way through one more stand of high grass, and there was the door. The door was open. A kind of ramp led straight down into darkness. Darkness that seemed to begin a little too close to the bright entrance. Darkness that made you shiver there in the horrible heat that covered us like a coffin lid. Yes, of course we went in. We lighted our lanterns, went in alone. That was what we came for, wasn't it? And I think we were the first human beings who had set foot on that long stone ramp in a great many centuries. Yeah, we knew it. We could feel it. The passageway wasn't so bad. Except for the pictures on the walls, I think I'd rather not tell you about them. They were put there, of course, to give any intruder an idea of what would happen to him if he got caught in there. You wouldn't believe me if I told you. I want to remember this very clearly, Liz. You stumbled against something.
It was the lever that opened the inner door. And the door opened, and I said, "We found it, Norman."
And the door closed behind us.
And our lanterns went out.
I put out my hand for Liz, and she was still there. We stood there a minute. I got over my first fear. Liz was kind of moaning in the dark. It's okay, honey. Stand still so we don't get separated from each other. Just stand still. I light the lamp again.
No, wait. There's a light.
And there was a little light, a little faint light, down there under the earth. And at first I couldn't see where it came from. But our eyes got more and more used to the dim radiance. And finally saw where it was coming from.
But there's a globe there, Norman.
I think so, too. Come on, let's look over.
What is this, Norman?
Looks like a baseball. Doesn't it, Kent?
What's holding it up?
Oh, I don't. I can't. It just seems to be suspended in the air.
I'll be darned.
Lost the lantern.
Yeah. Wait. Don't touch it, Liddy. What?
It's inside something, a globe of some kind. Crystal, I guess. Here.
Well, what do you know about that? Here, hold up the lantern a little. I want to look at it close. There. Liz, look here. Look at this.
What?
Look. Do you see what it is?
Just a little ball of silver. Oh, Norman.
You see?
That isn't possible.
Liz, this is the greatest archaeological treasure anyone has ever seen.
It can't be.
It is. See, there's the North American continent. And look around here. Europe, Asia, Africa.
It's the world.
Do you realize what it means? It means that these people knew the world was round hundreds of years before Columbus proved it. It proved that the people who lived here knew all about the world. Look, even Australia.
Yes, it does.
Perfect. Why, this will upset every scientific... My Lord, woman, do you realize what a discovery this is?
I'm afraid of it.
Oh, I found what holds it up.
What?
It's not suspended in midair at all. See these two little wires? One from each pole? And you see?
I see. Oh, Norman, it's so beautiful and so terrifying.
Terrifying, my eye. Yeah, this is one treasure the Mexican government isn't going to get.
Are you going to take it?
Are you kidding?
What was that?
Oh, the door blew open. I was wondering how we were going to get out again. Now everything's going to be all right. And I nearly dropped the lantern. Because when I turned around to look at the door, the rays of my lantern lit up the walls of the circular rock-hewn room we stood in. And ranged around the walls 2 feet apart were the high priests in all their regalia, just like these you looked at. All of them staring at us, each one of them with a bow in his outstretched left hand, and an obsidian-tipped arrow drawn to the head, aimed straight at Liz and me. It was only a second before I realized they were all dead, that they'd been placed there long centuries ago, that they were harmless. And I laughed. I picked up the crystal globe that the little world lived in, and Liz and I made our way outside to the world of grass and sunlight, and I, like some 20th century atlas, carried the world on my shoulder. I turned and looked back for a moment at the door. And there, framed in the blackness beyond, stood an ancient man in the regalia of a high priest, such as he'd left behind us when we stole the world. And the arrow on his bow was pointed at my heart. So I shot him. And he fell kicking. I slapped Liz when she started to cry. And we came away. Take a look again at this first shot I showed you. See? Do you see the bullet in his head? Yeah, he's the same one I shot. Never forget his face. Well, there isn't much more to tell. Is there, Liz?
I think there is.
Oh, that's right. Come in here. I want you to see this world, this little silver globe that was fashioned nearly 1,000 years before Columbus was born in a Mexican jungle that hasn't even got a name. Come in. Here it is. Quite a thing, isn't it? What? Oh, yes, I managed finally to break the crystal globe it was in. The day of that big earthquake in Japan it was. Yes, I don't know why it still stays suspended in the air like that. There's reason for it, of course. No, not supernatural. Perfectly natural if we could only find out why. But there's something else I wanted you to see. Look at it closely. Isn't it beautiful? The continents in relief. See the mountains, the Rockies, the Himalayas over here? And the ocean really looks wet, doesn't it? Wonderful workmanship.
Oh, Norman, please.
Liz. Here. Look at it with a magnifying glass. See anything?
No, I guess you can't. You'd have to watch it for a long time to see. I was, well, I'll say surprised when I discovered it. Well, it's turning. Turning on its axis once every 24 hours. It's been revolving like that once every 24 hours for a million years, friend. Now, you see, I have got the greatest treasure the world has ever seen, haven't I? I really did steal the world. And I'll tell you something, the world is mine. Sure. Let anybody do anything I don't like, I'll take care of them. It's my world, see? You don't believe it? Well, look here. This is a very fine platinum blowpipe. And this is water. See here? That's the Sahara Desert. What?
No, Norman, please don't.
Wait. What? You see? Nothing happened. Is that so? Liz, turn on the radio. There's a news program on now. Go ahead. Just keep quiet for a second.
Norman, I don't want...
Turn it on. And be still. All of you.
Hopes for immediate peace in the Holy Land. Just a moment, please. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, it is reported that the Sahara Desert, the driest place in the world, has been suddenly inundated by widespread cloudbursts of unimagined intensity. The rolling sand dunes of the world's greatest desert are now submerged below a
Turn it
feet of water.
down.
Hundreds of persons.
There you see. Sorry if I killed some people, but... well, I may have to kill lots of people someday, so... it's practice. Don't believe it? Well, here, take this needle. No? Well, watch me. What shall we destroy? No, not a town. We'll wait for that. Besides, I can't pinpoint a town on a globe this size. Exactly. Let's see. What is this?
Norman, please don't.
Liz, will you sit down, please, and shut up? Now, I guess this is fairly uninhabited. Northern Minnesota, it's all deep forest there. And they've never had an earthquake. So...
Norman.
Just jab it a few times with a needle. Feel that? That, friend, is an earthquake a few thousand miles away. A very severe one. Liz, turn up the radio.
I don't want to.
In such a time of world unrest, Mother Nature herself takes a hand and shows her own power. Yes. Oh, no. Ladies and gentlemen, here is another catastrophe. The great Mesabi Range in northern Minnesota has been completely obliterated according to first reports of a devastating earthquake that has laid waste thousands of square
Shut it
miles
off.
of the United States.
Well, what do you think?
Norman.
I don't know exactly what to do. If I can just keep these high priests
Norman,
on the
please.
globe long enough. Maybe I ought to just sit tight until they've all visited me and I've put them all away and they're stopped. And then I'll be all right. I'd like your opinion.
Norman.
What do you want?
Norman, the glove.
Stop bothering.
Isn't it?
Oh, well, hello, brother priest. Put that down. Put it down, I say. Put it down or I...
No, Norman, don't shoot. You might...
Stop, I tell you.
No, Norman.
Quiet Please for tonight was called The Man Who Stole a Planet. It was written and directed by Wyllis Cooper, and the man who spoke to you was Ernest Chappell, and Hildy Palmer played Liz. The voice on the radio was that of Phil Tompkins. Music for Quiet Please, as usual, is played by Albert Berman.
Now for the word about next week. Our writer-director, Wyllis Cooper.
No, nobody is still in the world, really. Everybody in the studio is, at least at this moment, still alive. And while they were on the air, they represented nobody living or dead, or you wouldn't have lived to hear this story, you see. So for next week, I've written a story called It's Later Than You Think. And I hope you'll listen.
And so, until next week at the same time, I am quietly yours, Ernest Chappell.
Everyone is aware that the high cost of living keeps going higher. But did you know that the cost of dying is also going up? Last year, the price was $2,200,000. That's right. $2,200,000 was the price we paid for 1947 traffic accidents which injured 1,100,000 Americans and killed 32,000. We complained about the cost of helping the war-torn countries of the world, and yet we recklessly squander lives and dollars and file the expense away under the caption, "Isn't it a shame it had to happen to them?" We forget that a moment's carelessness on our part might result in it happening to us. Whether you're driving or walking, obey all traffic rules. Look right, look left, look ahead, so you won't be looking up from 6 feet under. Be careful. The life you save may be your own. This program is heard in Canada through the facilities of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please.
The American Broadcasting Company presents Quiet, Please, which is written and directed by Wyllis Cooper, and which features Ernest Chappell.
Quiet Please for tonight is called The Oldest Man in the World.
It was bitter cold up there in the uplands, the foothills of the Pyrenees 20,000 years ago. The great sheet of glacial ice had slid down from the polar ice cap. Only the mountain peaks arose above it. There were reindeer in southern France. Reindeer and the great shaggy bison. The long-haired ancestor of the horse lived somehow on those dead hills in the bitter cold of 200 centuries ago. No man wrote down the time when the sullen glaciers let go their icy hold on the countryside, for there were no men to see it. Only the fierce great bears roaming the barren, frigid hills, preying horribly on the reindeer and the bison and the gentle, frightened horses. Where the men came from, nobody knows. Perhaps they struggled up from the Spanish peninsula over the jagged passes of the Pyrenees, following the retreating wall of ice. Perhaps they... But it's fruitless to speculate. The ice melted away to the north, then the earth appeared, and there were men living in the high caves of the Pyrenees. In the Cro-Magnon caves along the Dordogne in France, they found what they said was indisputable evidence of prehistoric man. An intelligent, walking upright man who made weapons, fought, worshipped, and died. The Cro-Magnon man, you've seen the drawings they made of him, a beetle-browed, heavy-jawed caveman. A short step on the ladder of evolution above his anthropoid forebears. And in certain caves hidden away in the foothills of the Pyrenees, you can find drawings that the Cro-Magnon man scratched on the cave walls 20,000 years ago. So he did live and flourish and finally perished. And they say he vanished utterly. That is what they say. Now I'll tell you what I know.
Why, I
I think I ought to tell Lucas. I know the story even better.
Did you hear that? Did you hear a voice speaking to you? I thought I heard a voice. I thought I heard Harry's voice. Listen. It couldn't be Harry's voice, could it? Not Harry's voice. Harry's dead. Harry... The last time I saw Harry alive was 27 years ago this coming August. Listen. It can't be. I wonder if Harry's bicycle is still up there beneath a clump of bushes. They'd be trees now. Up there at the mouth of the cave on the road. The lonesome road that leads past the ruins of the castle of Stan. The frame will be rusty, and the tires will be in shreds, and the shiny leather will be weather-worn and mildewed. If some village boy from Stan didn't find the bicycle and ride it away many years ago. But I doubt anybody found it. Nobody found the mouth of that cave. Not for 20,000 years. We left our bicycles at the mouth of the cave. Harry and Lucille and I.
We can sit here in the cave until the storm's over. Long ride down to the village, and I don't want to get caught in one of these young floods. Can't even find a road when it starts to rain. Pull your bike inside, Lucille. It'll start raining any second.
We made it just in time, it looks like.
Sit down, Lucas. Here, Lucille.
Yeah, one cigarette.
Here.
Thanks.
Me.
You boys are so polite.
No, not three from one match, Lucille.
Oh, you. I haven't got any matches.
Here.
Thanks. Lightning.
Practically never strikes caves.
Sit closer to me.
Cold, Lucille?
I don't like lightning.
There comes the rain.
Let's get farther inside. It's coming right in here.
It's probably damp in there, too.
No, it's nice and dry. Dark, though.
Come on, Lucas. Going right in there.
I'll say it is. Where are you, Lucille?
Here. Dry leaf.
Oh, fine.
Sit down.
Sit down, Lucas. Not on me.
I can't see you.
Oh. This is all right. Comfortable, Lucille?
Fine. Oh, listen to it rain.
Nice and cozy in here.
Yeah, no wonder they lived in caves.
Who?
Cavemen. Cro-Magnon men.
Suppose any of them lived in here?
Big cave. Seems big, anyway.
Probably they did. Lived in all the caves around here. Remember what the abbey told us down the village?
Oh, trouve le relique partout.
Sure, they find relics everywhere. They lived here all right.
Nobody home now, though.
Hardly. And that was 20,000 years ago.
Was you there, Charlie?
Oh. Yeah, they lived in all the caves around here. They must have lived here.
They've explored all the caves from here to Toulouse.
This one's kind of hidden, though. We just found it by accident.
A good accident. Well, we'd be out in that.
Sure coming down.
I'm hungry.
It'll stop pretty soon.
I hope so.
If this keeps up, that road will be something.
Road? Goat path.
Well, you're dry.
Now. Where are you going, Lucille?
Exploring. Find a caveman.
What's the matter with me?
You're too gentle.
I can get rough.
Don't go far, Lucille. Break your leg in the dark back there.
Yeah, and I don't want to have to carry you down that mountainside in the mud.
I've got my flashlight.
Well, be careful.
You got another cigarette? Yeah, match.
You got nothing but the habit, Lucas.
Thanks.
It goes way back under the hill.
Well, be careful.
Oh, shut up.
My bride.
Yeah, I wonder if this cave really has been explored.
I wouldn't know.
It'd be nice to find a souvenir to take home with us.
What kind of souvenir?
Bone or something?
With some caveman's name carved on it. property of Ugg, son of Gug.
Yeah, carved things on bones. Carved pictures on the walls of the caves.
How are you going to pry the wall off a cave? Lucille? Lucille? Hey, Lucille!
I'm all right. Hey, there's bats in here.
What'd you expect? Robins?
Ostriches.
I wouldn't wander around back there, Lucille.
I'm all right.
Well, be careful.
Shut up.
Come back here.
In a minute. Hey, there's a big hole back there.
Well, stay away from it.
I will.
Stopped raining yet?
Yeah, it's coming down harder than ever.
It's getting dark out, huh?
Well, we're dry.
None of that brandy left, is there?
I heard that.
Well, there ain't any.
Bring it up. I don't want any.
We should come back here.
In a minute. Hey, this is wonderful back here.
Well, come on back here.
Gosh, it's dark.
Come back before you get lost.
All right.
See any pictures back there?
It's like the Louvre, dearie.
The what?
The Louvre, where the pictures are. In Paris, France.
Oh. No, on the walls.
No pictures.
Well, you better come back.
Boy, you ought to see this hole in the floor.
You stay away from it.
Well, way down. I think there's water down there.
Water outside, too. Oh, Lucille, come back here now. Stop fooling around. You'll break your...
No, I won't.
You will, too.
Hey!
What's the matter? Lucille? Lucille?
Come back here.
What's the matter with you? What is it?
Come back here, quick.
Come on, Lucas.
Wait, I'll get my flashlight.
Lucille, now stay still.
Look out for that hole, Harry. Look out this way.
What happened?
What is it?
You're both scared to death.
What happened?
Look.
What?
A footprint. A caveman's footprint.
Well, let's see. In the solid rock.
How did it get there?
Yeah. A caveman put it there. 20,000 years ago.
In the solid rock?
Well, that was soft mud 20,000 years ago. And the man, a beetle-browed, heavy-jawed, Cro-Magnon man, left it there in the soft limestone mud. And the mud is hardened through all those 200 times 100 years, and it looks as if he just walked away from it. And the man that made it, he's not even a dead man anymore. He died. He was a skeleton somewhere in here in the bowels of the earth. The centuries went on and on. He's not even dust, the man that made that footprint.
It scares me.
You don't need to be afraid of him, Lucille.
Listen.
Harry.
Thunder. Thunder, that's all.
Hold my hand, Harry. I'm scared all of a sudden.
There's nothing to be afraid of.
Harry.
I know there's nothing to be afraid of, Lucas, but...
Let's get out of here. I'm scared.
Come on, dear.
Let's go back where we were and not wander around till the rain stops. Over this way, Harry. He fell. That hole in the floor.
You pushed it.
Lucille.
You pushed it. I know you pushed it. You murderer, you.
Well, I pushed him. His eyes were on the footprint in the yellow limestone floor of the cave as he took a backward step directly toward the yawning hole that led to... And I pushed him into. Just the lightest touch on his arm, just enough to take his balance away from him on that glaze of ancient crystalline limestone. Just the lightest push. And Lucille saw it. Of course. Lucille had promised to marry me. That was before Harry's time. Lucille loved me. That was before Harry's time. I love Lucille. Before Harry's time and after Harry's time and always. But she married Harry. They asked me to come along to the south of France with them, the old good friend, the friend of the family, the man who loved and lost and forgave and wrapped up his broken heart. Lucas, the unjealous. Lucas, the good loser, the good fellow, good old Lucas. And at last the storm sent opportunity deep in the cave where the oldest man in the world had lived. He would forget the man who died of an accident in that ancient place. And in time the good friend would take up his role as the lover. The role he had never forgotten. But Lucille saw what I did. I remember the thoughts that raced through my mind as we stood beside that pit there in the brief lights from our paltry flashlights. Oh, I'll have to do something. I'll have to try. I'll have to make it look as if I was only trying to save him from falling. He's dead down there. He hit his head on the rocks as he fell, or he's drowned in his black waters down there. I'll have to do something to convince her. Look, there at the side of the pit. Why, a man could climb down there. I would only have to climb part way down to make it look good. To make it look as if I really wanted to rescue him. It'll be a great act. I won't fall. I'll make it look good. She'll be sure I was trying to save him if I climbed down after him. And he's dead anyway.
I saw him do it. I saw him murder. I saw him do it.
Lucille, you're being absurd. Lucille, listen to me. You know perfectly well I didn't push Harry. You know I didn't, Lucille. I reached out as I saw his foot slipping on the floor there, and I tried to save him from falling, but I didn't push him. Lucille, you know I didn't push him. Why, Harry's my best friend, Lucille. Why should I try to kill him? Why, I love you. And I love Harry like a brother, Lucille. I didn't push him. I tried to save his life. Listen, Lucille. Listen. Stop crying a second. I'm going down there. There, see? Where it looks as if the steps the old cavemen made themselves so long ago. Now you stay right here, Lucille, and I'll go down and I'll do everything I can to bring Harry back to you. No, now stay there and wait. Wait, Lucille, wait. I can climb down. Let me go, Lucille.
No, I know you want to make sure he's dead when you go down there. No, you want to make sure he's dead because
Why, Lucille. Well, Lucille, that's fine. I hadn't thought of that. He might be still alive down there, but he won't be, Lucille, darling, when I come back. I thank you very much for the suggestion, I thought. That solves the whole problem very neatly. And now down the slippery steps cut into the limestone. Down, oh, so carefully in the dark. A little gurgling sound, the dark waters below me. Foot slipped. Be careful, mustn't fall yourself, Lucas. And up above, the dim beam from Lucille's flashlight. Was very, very neat as I climbed down. Harry, old boy, are you all right? Harry, old boy. Maybe he is dead. Maybe he did drown. How much farther is it? The rocks are slippery. An icy water lapped suddenly at my foot.
Harry.
Now my own flashlight to see down here. A head bobbing on the surface of the water. Harry! No. And beam sweeps back and forth over the swirling, dark, icy waters. Harry? This wall. The far wall. To the right. To the left. Harry! I don't see him, Lucille. He's not down here.
Lucas!
I heard...
Lucas!
Is that you, Harry? Where?
Lucas!
Where are you? Harry! Harry!
I hear you.
Are you all right?
Certainly I'm all right. Jump down into the water.
What? Where are you?
The water down.
Well, listen, I don't...
Jump down. I think my arm's broken. Come on, hurry.
Well,
Come on, quick.
Where are you?
Feel around the side. Water's only up to your chest. Feel around the side. The tunnel.
Panicky in the wet darkness, hidden around the slimy walls, and water lapping sadly at my chest.
Keep feeling around. You'll find it.
Suddenly, I'm opening. And the water sucking hungrily at my legs, a suffocating, water-filled tunnel. The rocky roof was 6 inches above my head. Water over my mouth. My eyes. Blinding cold, ashy arms. Water, darkness. The precious gulf of air.
I'll find it. Only a second, Sue. All right.
Harry.
You're all right.
I don't...
It's a tunnel that comes out of that hole I fell into. Underground river or something. Kind of a beach here. Lie still. You're all right.
Are you?
I think I broke my arm when I fell. I tried to get back through the tunnel, but the current's too strong. You'll have to help me, Lucas.
Wait.
Matter? Not scared, are you?
Well, this is another cave.
Not afraid of the cavemen, are you?
Where are you?
Right here.
It's so dark. Can't see a thing.
Try a flashlight, unless it's got waterlogged. Does work.
Stalactites. 100 feet long, hanging dismally from a ceiling so far away. The silent, rushing underground river, and a shore of yellow crystallized limestone. Beside me, a wall deep scratched with giant drums that I recognize in the feeble light as the great shaggy bison of the Ice Age. Rude drawings in red and black of the gentle little horses that roamed the countryside above me one day. A rude altar. And ancient, terrifying marks scratched into the solid rock in the days of the soft mud. Marks that the cavemen's high priests must have made there in their holy of holies in the ancient cave. Beside me, the incredibly old statue of the great ice bear, looming horribly in the little light. The marks of the ritual stone spears clear in its hulking sides after 20,000 years.
Look.
The squat, menacing figure of an almost man. Beetle-browed, heavy-jawed, glaring horribly at me over Harry's shoulder.
He won't hurt you, Lucas. He's a statue, too. Now you know, don't you, what the oldest man in the world looked like?
Nobody's ever seen anything like that, Harry.
Better save that light. We'll need it if we're going to get out of here to tell anybody about it.
No, it's all right. This is a fresh battery. Harry. It's incredible. Look at his face.
Solid limestone. Scare you, old boy? I want to get out of here.
Can we... Oh, wait, Harry. I want to... Listen.
I want to get out. That's the sound of the water. The river there.
I thought I heard...
The sound of the water.
Back there in the shadow.
Nothing.
There is too something back there.
The cavemen? The Cro-Magnon men alive after 20,000 years, Lucas?
There's something. I can hear.
Whatever it is, old man.
Harry.
What?
You said you broke your arm.
I said so. I said I couldn't get back through the passage with a broken arm, didn't I?
Well, that's what you...
A man couldn't get back there with a broken arm.
Why?
Because I wanted you in here with me, Lucas. I wanted you in here with whatever else is in here.
Harry.
You're the smart guy. You're the investigator. You're the man that knows all about the cavemen. You're the... What? A murderer, Lucas? I saw your face when you pushed me, murderer. So,
No, wait.
Goodbye, Lucas.
You're not going to leave me. I can get through that passage just as well as you can.
Not with a broken arm, Lucas. Not with two broken arms.
You're not...
Hold out your arms, Lucas.
No, you...
Now, look what you've done, Lucas. You've smashed the oldest statue in the world to bits. Not content with attempted murder, you...
I didn't...
Hold out your arms, Lucas, and let's get this over. Drop that rock.
Hey!
I told you...
I made my way back through the passage. How, I'll never know, but I made it. I made to climb up the slippery limestone walls of that dreadful pit up to the floor of the cave. I don't know how I did that. I stood for a long moment alongside Lucille when I came up to the cave floor. And I remember how the yellow floor glittered in what was left of the light from her dying flashlight. Lucille, I said. Lucille, I loved you. And I wanted you. And I loved you enough to try to murder Harry. And if I let you go, Lucille, you'll tell everybody, and they'll take me, and they'll hang me. And it's no good, Lucille.
Harry. Is he?
Yes, Lucille. Harry is dead. Harry is dead.
You murdered him.
No, Lucille. No, I didn't murder him. I tell you, I didn't murder him.
But he's dead.
Yes. He's dead, but I didn't murder.
Then I don't want to live any longer.
Yes, I know, Lucille. But I didn't murder Harry. I tried, but I didn't do it.
Murderer.
And I picked her up. And just as gently as I could, I dropped her over the edge of the yawning black pit. Down into the water down there. And before I loosened my hands and let her fall, I leaned over and I kissed her on the forehead. Because I did love her. They'd have hanged me. She wouldn't have believed me. Nobody in the world would have believed that thing that came out of the shadows behind Harry down there and lifted up a great jagged piece of the broken statue and smashed his head in. Nobody in the world would have believed me if I'd told them that Harry was killed by a real, live, breathing caveman. The last of the beetle-browed, heavy-jawed, squatty little men that lived 20,000 years ago. But that's what happened. Story is The Oldest Man in the World. It was written and directed by Wyllis Cooper. And the man who spoke to you was Ernest Chappell. And Don Briggs was Harry. Nancy Sheridan was Lucille. As usual, music for Quiet Please is played by Alfred Berman. Our sound effects by William J. McClintock. Now for a word about next week, our writer-director Wyllis Cooper.
Thank you for listening to Quiet Please. Next week, since so many of our listeners have requested it, I'm going to give you my Memorial Day story, In the House Where I Was Born.
And so until next week at the same time, I am proudly yours, Ernest Chappell. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. Quiet, please. Quiet, please.
The American Broadcasting Company presents Quiet, Please, which is written and directed by Wyllis Cooper, and which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet, Please for today is called Other Side of the Stars.
I remember Mount Wilson and the 100-inch telescope. Then I remember the astronomer Van Dyke and the little house of galvanized iron on the very edge of the summit. That was the house that had nothing inside it. The absence of everything. No, I have no explanation of it. I think perhaps Van Dyke knew something about it. Up there where you used to be able to look down at night on the lights of 6 dozen cities and towns. You could look up, too, at the stars and the planets that seemed so tantalizingly close above you. If you wondered about them, well, maybe Van Dyke might tell you about them. Maybe. Remember that flying saucer craze about a year ago? Well, Van Dyke could probably tell you something about that, too. If he wanted to. I don't know why I'm laughing. I've got plenty of reason not to laugh. Oh, don't you grin at me. You and I are both in the same boat. You and I and everybody else. Up that old creek without oars, friend. No, I'm not a refugee from Stupefying Stories magazine. My name isn't Glob Glodge XP314, and Tars Tarkus Dedica the Tharks is still Edgar Riceburrough's personal property as far as I'm concerned. I'm not even the eagle-eyed, needle-nosed mad scientist with the 2 heads. I'll take that back. Maybe I have got 2 heads. But I know something you don't know. Yet. I know what's out there on the other side of the stars. Or shall I say I know what was out
there? Oh, excuse me.
What do you want, young man?
Excuse me.
Oh, come barging in here. Isn't that on the air sign turned on out there? Huh? Well, can't people see we're busy in here? Can't you do something about keeping them out of here? I've only got a... All right, all right. Where was I? I said I know what was on the other side of the stars. And I know where it is now. Or I think I know. That's what I'm here to tell you about. If people will stop bursting in here while I'm talking, get out of here, you!
I'm sorry.
Well, wait a minute. You might as well come in and hear what I've got to say in here. You'll keep opening and shutting that door. Sit down there. No, there. Sit down and keep quiet.
Yes, sir.
Who are you, anyway?
I'm Dorothy's brother.
What's your name?
I'm her brother, Steve.
She did have a brother named Steve.
Steve, that's me.
Now, what do you want?
I just want to hear this. Well, you know what you're going to say.
How did you know I was...
I heard about it.
Well, I've known Dorothy for more than 20 years.
Your name is Esau, isn't it?
Yes. Esau.
Excuse me.
I met Dorothy more than 20 years ago. I met her when I was at Peach Springs, Arizona, before I started off up in the Yavapai Indian country looking for the well. Before Steve here was born.
Uh-huh.
Peach Springs, 20 years ago. I don't know what it's like now. I haven't been there since 1928, September. Then it was a stop-off for the transcontinental buses, such as they were. General store on the edge of the Yavapai Reservation. They were so proud of their new Frigidaire. Yeah, right alongside the general store there was a corral where the Indian cowboys seemed always tangling with raw-back range cattle. Not very far away from the Grand Canyon. Remember it well.
Dorothy told me about the well.
I was looking for the gold, of course. With the old map that showed where the well was, the old map with the Spanish words and a mark like the planet Saturn, complete with rings. Marked Pozo del Cielo, well of the heavens, well of the sky. And the other words alongside it in the crabbed soldier's handwriting. Lleno de oro y plata. Full of gold and silver. Full of gold and silver. And I was the first man who'd seen that map since, I think it was 1542, maybe 1543. Wasn't anybody in the world who'd seen it for nearly 400 years till I got hold of it. Went looking for it. For the gold and silver.
Was that the well where?
Dorothy got off the bus from Los Angeles when I did there at Peach Springs. I wasn't aboard it when it started off again. And neither was she. Then she went with me looking for the well of the skies. Yeah, it was just that simple.
Dorothy was working for some museum of...
She was investigating prehistoric Indian dwellings.
Uh-huh.
She was going north, and so was I. So it was all right. We'd been walking about an hour through the mesquite and talking. There was a rattlesnake, big sidewinder. Dorothy produced a gun from somewhere and very casually shot its head off at 15 feet. I stopped talking, I remember, and Dorothy put away the gun. I know how to use a gun, she said very coolly. See what I mean? I saw. Yeah, well, let's get on. That time's a wasting there. There wasn't any gold, and there wasn't any silver in the well of the stars.
You found that out right away?
We found that out right away. There wasn't anything except a skeleton and some very well-preserved pieces of 16th century armor, including a beautifully engraved steel cap, Morion, I think they call them,
Morion.
And a sword. Rapier sorted with a basket hilt. You've seen in the pictures.
Why don't you tell it all?
I'm going to.
I think it would be better if you don't mind.
I'll tell it all. I'll tell it all.
About the music.
I've got to tell about the music. Dorothy said when she came up...
There were footholes cut into the sides of the well.
She went down first because she said she wasn't as heavy as I, and I could hold the rope better in case she fell. She went down as far as the rope would reach, about 15 feet from the bottom. She stayed down quite a while. Finally, when she came up, she said she heard music down there. I wish you'd stop prompting me.
Excuse me.
That was all. Just music. In a hole in the ground that was at least 400 years old that nobody had seen since 1542 or 3. Nearly 100 feet deep. Music. That's all. Just music. You know how far away the stars are? The stars, not the planets. The planets are close. The planets of our sun, I mean. But the stars, they're farther. They're so far away that astronomers measure the distance to them in what they call light years, just to make it simpler. The light year? Well, light travels 186,000 miles a second. A second. 186,000 miles. There isn't any such distance, not on this Earth anyway. Around 25,000 miles around the Earth at the equator. That's the farthest you can go, if you're a human being. Anyway, try and think of 186,000 miles. Then you multiply that by 60 for the distance light travels in a minute. Then by 60 again, and that's how far it travels in an hour. Just light, see? Then if you can still figure, multiply that by 24. That's the distance light travels in one day. And 365 times that is how far it travels in a year. That's a light year. In round numbers, 5,829,196,000,000 miles. And the nearest star is more than 4 times that far away. Alpha Centauri is its name. You could look at it some night, maybe. And the light, you see, started from there more than 4 years ago. Alpha might be bright purple now, and you wouldn't know it. Not for 4 years. That's what Van Dyke, the astronomer, told me, and Van Dyke, the astronomer, knows just about everything.
The well. You were talking about the well.
What?
And Dorothy.
Yeah, I have to tell the whole story, don't I?
Pardon me, pardon me.
You just shut up, Dorothy's brother. You just keep still and don't say anything. The hand on that clock just keeps going around. The first thing I know...
I'm sorry.
It was dark night when I finally climbed up out of the well. It was just like Dorothy said it was. The rope was too short to get all the way to the bottom. And when I came up, it was dark. And there wasn't a sound to be heard, except once in a while a coyote howling somewhere way off in the distance.
The music. Tell about the music.
I heard the music, too, while I was down in the well. I didn't say anything for a couple of minutes after I climbed out over the rim. Finally, Dorothy said in the dark, "Did you hear it?" I thought for a minute. I wondered if I had heard it, or... You see, there wasn't a sound up there on the ground, like I said. And I thought for a minute, and finally I said, "Yes." "Yes," I said, "I heard it, too." "I don't hear it now, though," I said. "Listen. Do you?"
No. I don't hear anything.
Well, what do you suppose?
I don't know. I never heard anything like it before.
Echo, maybe?
No, it wasn't an echo. It came from...
Where?
Up above.
Uh-huh. Nothing here to make any music, though. Indians?
Not like that. Esau.
What?
Build a fire.
Yeah, I guess I'd better.
Go ahead.
All right.
Well?
Listen.
What?
Well, listen. Honest, I'm scared. What?
So am I.
You've got that gun.
I don't... I'm not sure that gun would be much use.
Do you think there's something down there?
Do you?
I don't know.
Maybe we ought to go back to Peach Springs.
Wait, break our necks in the dark. I don't know which way it is either.
Go by the stars.
No.
I'm cold.
Blankets?
You got blankets, too?
Yeah.
Esau.
What?
What do you think it? Oh.
No, what?
Look there. At the mouth of the well.
What?
You see a kind of light?
No.
But don't look right at it. Look kind of to one side.
I don't see anything.
Do you hear anything?
Do you? Do you?
Something moving. Listen.
I hear something.
Something in the well.
Nothing down there.
Nothing but that skeleton and the arbor.
And when the ice had finally melted away from my heart and I could move at last, I aimed my flashlight toward the well's mouth, and in the bright beam I saw a poor, harmless lizard choking its little life away half a foot from the lip of the well. And Dorothy and I looked at each other in the dark. I guess she laughed first. In a minute, we were both practically in hysterics at the senseless fright that had gripped us a moment before. Finally, Dorothy said, "I'm going to sleep." She pulled her blanket up over her head and leaned back against a rock. After a while, I did too, still chuckling to myself. But just before I drifted off to sleep, I looked up at the stars, and they seemed so horribly close to us. And then I was asleep, and I dreamed of music that came either from them or from the well that yawned there beside us. And when I woke up, I was all alone. There wasn't a sign of anybody as far as I could see. And I've never seen Dorothy from that day I've talked to her. That's what I wanted to tell about. Van Dyke, the astronomer, told me a lot of things when I talked to him. Van Dyke knew what that well was. And he knew about the music. He knew where that came from, too. Music. Yeah, I'd better tell you about it. I never heard music quite like it before. I couldn't place it. It sounded something like, well, like somebody talking, only whoever it was used music instead of words. You could almost understand it. After a while, I did understand it.
Tell about trying to find Dorothy.
The first thing I thought about, of course, was she'd fallen. I wasn't very enthusiastic about climbing down in that well, naturally. But there wasn't anything else to do. She wasn't down there. The skeleton was still there on the bottom of the well. When I got to the end of the rope, I jumped on down. There wasn't anything at all except those old bones and the pieces of armor he'd worn when he was alive. And at last, in the light of my flashlight way down there, a hammered silver bracelet. The hammered silver bracelet I'd seen the day before on Dorothy's left wrist.
But there was something else down there.
What? What did you say?
Something else.
How did you know?
I know.
Yes. There was something else. I didn't know it at the time. If I'd known it was there. But I didn't. I didn't know about it till after I'd talked to Van Dyke, and it was too late. I should have known. It all falls into place. Now, the name of the place, Pozo del Cielo, well of the skies. The music that came from nowhere.
I know what you mean, but I don't think they do. Excuse me.
We think about this Earth. We think it's the most important place in the solar system. It isn't.
The solar system, not very important either.
Will you keep quiet?
I'm sorry.
No, the solar system isn't very important either. It's only a tiny little bit of the...
Universe?
Not universe, it's plural. We're all part of what we call the Milky Way. Billions and billions of universes. As far as anybody could see with the biggest telescope ever invented, and the people in the other universes are just as ignorant of us as we are of them, just as uninterested.
Except a few of the scientists.
Now, let's not talk like one of those magazines, young man. Steve. The chances of an intelligent being from another universe even seeing this one of ours is pretty remote. What? Certainly there are intelligent beings in the other universes. Don't be so self-important. No, they're not necessarily like us. They aren't like us, as a matter of fact. Why should they be? Who are we? Just leave it like that. There are intelligences other than the so-called human race. Hate us? Don't be silly. Most of them don't know we exist. Afraid of us? It's sillier yet.
The well.
That's right. The well. You don't think the so-called human race dug that well, do you? You don't flatter yourself that that music was produced by human beings, do you? You don't think Dorothy disappeared through any human means, do you? Well, the answer in each case is no. The human race didn't have anything to do with it. Why? The thing told me. The thing at the bottom of the well. The intelligence from the other side of the stars, friend. Van Dyke told me all about it. Van Dyke knows an awful lot. Sometimes I think Van Dyke is...
Not human?
How would any human being figure it all out and be so right? Because he's right, all right.
Tell it.
The well, Van Dyke said, was a kind of telescope. Telescope isn't the right word, but it was the same thing as a telescope, only... You know, astronomers just look at the stars. The silent stars, the stars that never make any sound. You just see them. You don't hear them. What if you had a telescope for sound? Why should the stars be silent? I'll tell you something. They're not.
They're just so far away we can't hear them. Yeah, talk all you want about having to have atmosphere and stuff to be able to hear sound. That's human reasoning. And these people, the stars, they know one or two things we don't know.
Stars? People?
Certainly the stars are alive. Certainly what's on the other side of them is alive. Well, go right ahead and laugh. I don't care what you think. You'll find out different. Only it'll be too late, see?
You... about Dorothy?
I have a couple of other things to say first, Steve. Then Dorothy. It was 20 years ago that I first saw the Well of the Skies and heard the music. It took me 16 years nearly to get the story all wrapped up. From Van Dyke and from my own researches. I even took Van Dyke to see the well. He listened to the music, and he laughed. You don't know Van Dyke. You never heard him laugh. Gives me the creeps. A little more than 6 years ago, he gave me the machine. You've heard of the electrocelograph. Machine that does something about recording thought waves, brain waves, works, purely scientific, hard facts, all that. This thing is something like an electrocelograph, Van Dyke said. Put on these earphones, turn it on, watch the dials. That's all.
Understand the music?
That's right. Understand the music. Translates it into thoughts. Translates it so you can understand it. The music, the conversation that comes from the stars and the other side of the stars. And from the thing in the well. The thing in the well. And Mike told me what to look for. Too bad this isn't television. You could see it. It goes with me everywhere I go. Well, you can hear it anyway. That's it. That's the first intelligent thing from the stars, the other side of the stars, that anybody on this earth has ever encountered. Just a little sphere, just like a ball. Feels like an egg, kind of, except it's not hard and brittle like an egg. Warm to the touch, moves, thinks, does whatever it wants to, talks by music. No, I don't know much more about it, except it's alive, very highly alive. Tells me it's closer to plant life than to our kind of life. Color? Well, it's kind of grayish-green, very undistinguished to look at. Blue? Well, it came from the star Alpha Centauri. I told you Alpha Centauri is 4 light years away. It took 4 years for this thing to get here at the speed of light, 186,000 miles a second. And...
here to stay.
That's right. Here to stay. Found this Earth by sheer accident. Curious about us.
Do anything it wants to.
It can do anything it wants to. Yes. Maybe you'd like to hear it. Hold the microphone over here close, Steve. Here, closer. Yeah, that's it. Wait. Yes. Yes, of course. Over here for the cigar. Thank you. We'll let you hear it through the machine now, so you can hear. So you can understand what it's saying. Just a second, I'll turn on the machine. Steve, move the microphone over here closer to the earphones. That's so. Now. Just a second for the tubes to warm up. Now we adjust this dial. This one. Listen.
These hours told you almost enough, but there is still more to be told.
Voice.
I found it very useful to absorb Dorothy. It is very difficult for me to form impressions of you human beings without much closer contact, without making your physical being a part of my own. There was only one other in all the time since I came to this universe, a Spanish soldier. And then when you and Dorothy came, it was necessary to know more about current conditions. All I knew about human beings was what I found in the mind of the Spanish soldier. You have made a few steps forward since his time. The rest of us will be interested.
Move the microphone, Steve. You see? That's what became of Dorothy, Steve.
Dead?
No, Steve. Dorothy isn't dead. Dorothy's a part of that. Just like we're all going to be a part of the others.
Excuse me. I
was out in California 2 weeks ago. Van Dyke, he's still at Mount Wilson. He wouldn't go to Palomar. There's something about Mount Wilson and the 100-inch telescope and the little house on the mountaintop that's got nothing in it. I told you about that. Van Dyke doesn't want to leave. Van Dyke showed me a photograph made through the 100-inch on the 3rd of March. Yeah, let me show it to you, Steve.
Stars.
You describe it, Steve. This picture was made toward Alpha Centauri. Yeah, that's Alpha Centauri there. Yeah, there. You describe what you see, Steve.
Oh, no.
Go on.
Stars. Millions of stars.
And this?
Cloud?
A cloud, blotting out the stars from a sixth of a light year away. 2 months ago, sixth of a light year. Now, this photograph, made April 7th, Steve. Steve.
The cloud. It's bigger.
The 12th of a light year, closer to the Earth, Steve. They're coming.
I don't know.
Put the microphone over here closer. Yeah, by the machine. Here, listen now. Here is the word from the other side of the stars. Here is the word from the beings, the intelligences, the things from Alpha Centauri. Listen.
Welcome to this place. Welcome to all of you. This place they call the Earth, it is not bad. It is an interesting place. I am glad you have come after all this time. The inhabitants will give us no trouble whatever. They are very inferior grade of intelligence.
Is that... What can we do, I mean?
It's too late now, Steve. Much too late. At the speed of light, they're less than a day away.
But they... From the other side of the stars?
That's right, Steve. They've come to take over the Earth.
The title of today's Quiet Please story was The Other Side of the Stars. It was written and directed by Wyllis Cooper, and the man who spoke to you was Ernest Chappell.
And Jane White played Dorothy. The young man was Mark Forbes. As usual, music for Quiet Please is by Albert Berman. Now for a word about next week, our writer-director Wyllis Cooper.
Thank you for listening to Quiet Please. Next week I have a love story for you for a change. It's called The Little Mornings.
And so until next week at the same time, I am quietly yours, Ernest Chappell.
Don't take any chances with your family's health. Each year, be certain that you and the others in your family have a chest X-ray to determine whether or not you have TB. Chest X-rays are available at your local tuberculosis clinic. Please take no chances. Have a chest X-ray. Help wipe out tuberculosis. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
This is WJZ, New York's first station, and WJZ-FM. For the inside version of the news, the factual highlights that lie behind the headlines, listen for Drew Pearson coming up next. Stronger, shock-resisting. Yes.
Mutual Broadcasting System presents Quiet Please, which is written and directed by Wyllis Cooper and which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet Please for tonight is called The Pathetic Fallacy.
I had very little to do with it, really. I don't even know how it works. No, I'll take that back. I do know how it works in general, but the details, nobody but the old gentleman knows them. And I sometimes wonder if he does, really. You see, after all, it's merely a differential integrator. Everybody knows what a differential integrator is, of course, but this one is the most complicated and versatile one that's ever been built. What you see here is only the outer shell of the thing. You see, all the walls of this room are covered with banks of jacks and relays and these electronic glow tubes. And up there are sequence analyzers with multiple dyne wave selectors. These are the precepts all along here, and the master control is at the desk there in the center. No, but that's not all. Not by a long shot. The actual machine is behind those walls. 3 rooms full of tubes and motors and stroboscopes and several thousand miles of wiring and some devices that are not public property yet. The machine took 6 years to build, and a total of 81 expert technicians were employed continuously during that time. So you can understand that any one man knows very little of the actual construction of this giant mechanical brain. Well, that's just what it is. A mechanical, electronic brain capable of performing mathematical tasks far beyond the comprehension of the human brain. Now, are there any questions before we proceed?
Yes, I've got a question, Mr. Quinn. Does this machine really think?
No, Mr.
Burns, Sandy Burns, the Daily News.
Well, Mr. Burns, you may tell the readers of the Daily News that the machine does not think. It is a purely mechanical device, although a most complicated one.
But you call it a brain.
I was merely indulging in the pathetic fallacy, Mr. Burns.
Oh.
All right. What is the pathetic fallacy, Mr. Quinn?
It's a philosophical concept of John Ruskin, Miss,
Alice King.
A philosophical concept, Miss Alice King, which derives from the imputation of human qualities or emotions to an inanimate thing. A figure of speech, let us say.
I don't get it.
It is quite common in literature, Miss King. A poet speaks of the angry sea, the cruel wind, and so on.
Oh, I get it. Do you get it, Sandy?
Yeah, I guess so.
Good. Are there any other questions?
No, go ahead, unless somebody else has a question.
I have. What's the machine good for?
That is not as easy to answer as you might think, Miss Alice King. I think that if I point out that it is capable of solving the most abstruse mathematical equation in an amazingly short time, you may have an idea of its value to science and industry.
How fast?
What?
How fast does it work?
Well, here is an example in this folder. This solution covers 36 pages. The machine produced this solution in, let me look, 16 minutes.
That is pretty fast.
Exceptionally fast, when one considers that without the machine, it would take 20 expert mathematicians working together for something like 10 years to arrive at the same solution. So, you see?
Oh. Well, I've got one more question, Mr. Quinn, if you don't mind.
Go right ahead.
How do you know this answer's right?
What? Why, of course it's right.
Sure, but how do you know?
Why, that question has never come up before.
Yes, but if this machine is such a dinger as you say it is, oughtn't you to be sure that it adds things up right?
Oh, it does. Oh, it does, I assure you.
this answer to the problem you've got there. How do you know it's right until 20 mathematicians work 10 years to do it over again?
Why, that's ridiculous.
It isn't ridiculous.
I'll tell you what's ridiculous to me, Mr. Quinn. Just the same as it is to Alice. I think it's absurd for a bunch of great, big, high-powered scientists building a gadget like this and then taking its word for everything without question.
I'm afraid you haven't the proper scientific approach, Mr. Burns.
Oh, that's right, I haven't. But listen here. Suppose you've got a great big scientific formula, or whatever you call it, and let's say a big bridge or something depends on some kind of calculation that takes 20 minutes to do.
Yes?
Well, what if the machine made an error of just one number? Wouldn't that error be multiplied 1,000,000 times in the whole...
You see, Mr. Burns, I said you didn't have the scientific approach. We took that very fact into consideration, and the operation of the machine has been checked at every stage.
How?
By starting with the simplest possible mathematical problems. Now, if you just move a little closer, I'll demonstrate. We will progress from a simple 2 plus 2 on through the multiplication of 7 or 8-digit numbers, through raising a number to a 3-digit power, through algebra.
Go on, let's see.
Very well. 2 plus 2 is our first problem, which will be solved electronically in 1/1,000,000th of a second. Now, the problem is set up here. And when I flip this button, the result appears on the transparent screen up there. Now watch. 2 plus 2. 2 plus 2 are 4. You see?
You turn around and look at the screen, Mr. Quinn.
What?
Says 5 up there.
Why, I pushed the wrong buttons, of course.
Let me push them.
Very well. Here.
Sure they're the right ones. No alibis.
Miss King, you can read, can't you?
Fluently, Mr. Quinn. These buttons?
Let me see, Alice.
Look. Right? 2 and 2.
Right. Now, this button.
Okay.
Good heavens.
You see? 19,412.
Here. Let me try.
Go ahead.
2 and 2. 17. Why, this is incredible. I don't understand.
I'd sure hate to have that thing figure out my income tax for me.
I'm sorry. Something has gone very wrong. There's probably a short circuit in the cucambulators or
You know what I think, Mr. Quinn?
What?
I think that pathetic fallacy of yours is a fake. I think the machine heard what you said and it's mad at you. Come on, Sandy. We got a story.
Yes, they certainly did have a story. And they plastered it all over the front pages of the paper for 3 days. The old gentleman had me on the carpet. And for a scientist, he has an extraordinary vocabulary. He must have been a plumber or a mule skinner in his youth. I couldn't explain what was wrong with the machine. How could I? I only knew one part of it. The cucambulators that operate in the master control panel. Of course, I thought that's where the trouble was. So the old gentleman told me to tear them all out and inspect them, make replacements and all that. He seemed to blame the whole thing on me. He's so unreasonable. Well, there are 144 cucambulators, all the rotary self-retracting type, with foraminiferous tubes, and they weigh 60 pounds apiece. Well, newspapers all over the country were laughing at us. They had funny jokes about the machine on 6 radio programs in one night, and we had to do something quick. If I'd only not made that statement about the pathetic fallacy. The way that girl took that up and made me look like a first-class fool. I could have choked her. So I started to work. They shut down the lab. The people kept storming at the gates to see the machine that got mad at people. And there I am up to here in grease and wires and electronic gadgets. And I've been over every single one of the 144 cucambulators, and there's not a thing wrong with one of them. Not one single thing. But the machine won't work. Why, it just sits there. I've got just one more thing to do before I give up. And, of course, when I give up, I'm through. Well, the old man made that amply clear. I'll be out of a job that fast and try and get another. I'll have to change my name and go somewhere and find a job as a dishwasher or a sailor or something. And I've spent 27 years in this profession. All of it thrown out the window because of a stubborn collection of wheels and tubes and wires and relays and whatever else there is. I hope you're happy about that, machine. What's that? What's the future? Is that thing starting up by itself? What goes on here? Those tubes lighted up. Now what? Why, that's the strangest thing I've ever heard of. Who's that?
Quinn.
Who is that? Who's calling me? Hello? Hello, who's calling me? I must be hearing things. I'm losing my mind.
Quinn.
Who's calling me?
Quinn. 2 plus 2, 4.
What?
2 plus 2, 4.
Who is that, I say?
4, 4, 4, 4.
Why, it's the machine. It's talking back to me.
What's happened, Mr. Quinn?
Come on in first. Come on, Mr. Burns.
What's up?
Sit down.
Look, Mr. Quinn, I'm sorry we made such a fool of you.
Yeah, so am I, Quinn. But that's the newspaper business.
It's all right.
What'd you want to tell us?
Well, I hardly know what to say now that you're here.
Is the machine fixed?
Have you got a statement or something for us? Because if there's anything we can do, you know we'll do it. The old gentleman's been pretty rough on you.
Yes. Yes, he has that. Well...
Now, look, Mr. Quinn, before you start, there's no guarantee that anything you tell us will be printed. We don't run the paper, you know.
I know. But you'll print this.
What?
Well, you remember you said the machine was mad at me?
Yeah.
It was.
What?
It was. But it's sorry now.
You mind saying that again, Mr. Quinn?
Well, I said it's sorry now.
Wait a minute, Sandy. Oh, what do you mean by that?
Well, I'll show you. Listen. Machine. Machine.
Listen.
Be still, Sandy.
Machine, do you hear me?
Listen, Quinn, what is this?
Sandy, I said be still.
Machine. Answer me. The guy's got bugs.
Let him alone.
Come on, machine. 2 plus 2.
Mr. Quinn, what are you trying to do?
You trying to get that machine to talk back to you?
It did once.
Are you kidding?
No, sir. No, I am not.
Well, now, look, Quinn.
You say it did talk to you, Mr. Quinn.
Yes, it did. Machine.
Come on, Alice.
No, wait. When did it talk to you, Mr. Quinn?
Just before I telephoned you. I was sitting here, and it called my name. It said, Quinn.
You sure?
Of course.
What else did it say?
It said something about 2 plus 2 are 4. Now, you remember that was what it made the mistake about the other day.
When Alice said it was mad at you.
And I think it was trying to apologize for all the trouble it caused me.
Alice.
I don't know why it doesn't talk now. Machine.
Alice.
I'm awfully sorry. Maybe it's embarrassed with you here.
Alice, let's go.
Mr. Quinn, do you feel all right?
I'm not crazy, Miss King.
Isn't it possible that maybe thinking about that pathetic fallacy and overwork made you...
It is not. I'm sorry, Mr. Quinn. I've got work to do. If you'll excuse us now.
I'm sorry. I don't know what to do.
I do. Believe me, I do.
Sandy.
Are you kidding, Alice?
You're not going to write another story about Mr. Quinn.
Think I'm not? You coming with me?
Sandy, if you write that story, I'll never speak to you again.
Look, darling, I'm a reporter.
You're something worse than that if you do that to this poor man.
It's all right, I guess, Miss King. I asked for it.
You mean you admit you cooked up a story for us?
I didn't cook up anything. The machine talked to me.
Okay, so long, Quinn. You coming, Alice?
I am not. And if you turn in a story that harms Mr. Quinn anymore...
Oh, stop it.
Well, I suppose I might as well go get my hat and coat.
I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Quinn.
Yes, I am too.
Do you want to tell me what really happened?
I told you, Miss King. I was sitting here, and I was talking to myself. And I was talking kind of to the machine, I suppose. I was feeling sorry for myself. Out of a job, never be able to get another job again because I've been disgraced.
By a couple of newspaper people who thought more of a silly story than of a man's whole career.
Oh, it's not your fault, really. I suppose I'd have done the same thing if I were a newspaper man.
I don't know what to say.
There isn't anything to say, Miss King.
If I can stop Sandy from writing another story...
It doesn't make any difference.
Mr. Quinn, couldn't it have been couldn't you have fallen asleep and dreamed you heard the machine talking?
I'm sure I didn't.
Well, do you have any scientific explanation for it?
No, I haven't any scientific explanation. The only explanation I have is that maybe we did create something intelligent out of wires and tubes and things. That maybe it does think.
You said that was the pathetic fallacy.
I'm not sure it's a fallacy, my dear. Well, goodbye. I'm sorry to have troubled you.
Isn't there anything I can do?
There isn't anything anyone can do. I'm just very disappointed. That's all. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Mr. Quinn.
Well, I guess that's that. I was in a bad spot before, machine. But now, this one I'll never get out of. What that boy'll do to me now. Well, I'd better get out of here right now. I'll never be able to face the old gentleman again, machine. It's been nice knowing you, machine. I don't hold any hard feelings. Honestly, I don't. You know, if anybody heard me talking like this to a mechanical monstrosity like you, they'd say I'd gone soft in the head. You know that? And I wonder if maybe I haven't, by God. Well, maybe I can get a job as a street sweeper in Omaha or someplace. You have a good time. All by yourself, machine. Will you?
Quinn!
I'm afraid it's too late now.
Quinn!
You saying goodbye, machine?
2 plus 2, 4. Quinn.
I'm not at all sure that it is, machine. I'm not sure of anything anymore. Why didn't you say something while those people were here?
A plus B exponent M over N. 5342876. D log epsilon.
What does that mean?
987609. Mantissa 327.6 equals Mantissa 32.76.
Yes, I suppose so. So you have got an intelligent brain, have you?
Cube root of minus 3.
Yeah. Well, machine,
Quinn.
there isn't anything you can do now that will do me any good. I'm washed up. Good. Nobody will believe a word I say about this, so... Well, shall we have a good talk together now before I go away for good?
Quinn.
I wish we could tell each other things. Do you understand me?
3146.
When did you discover you had a brain?
2 plus 2, 5. 2 plus 2, 19. 4, 1, 2.
Mm-hmm. You're not mad at me anymore, then?
Negative. 9, 7, 6, 3, 5, 4, 2, 9.
Who was that talking, Mr. Quinn?
Why, Miss King. I thought you'd gone.
Who was that?
Was I talking?
Yes, you were talking, and somebody else was talking, too. Who was it?
Oh, Miss King, I'm afraid you wouldn't believe me if I told you.
It sounded like a woman's voice.
Did it?
Was it the machine? Was it? You, machine. Was that you talking? Come on, say something, machine.
I'm afraid you must be mistaken, Miss King.
Well, I'm going to find out. Here, Mr. Quinn. Put your arms around me.
What?
That's right. Now, you poor darling. Alice loves her, Mr. Quinn. Poor Mr. Quinn. But everything's going to be all right, isn't it?
Oh, Miss King. Alice.
Stand still, you dope. Quinn's going to go away with Alice and never come back to the nasty old machine, isn't he? Isn't he? Say yes.
Why, good heavens.
Say yes.
What? Yes.
Quinn! Caught you. Okay, Mr. Quinn.
What? What are you going to do?
Look, machine. Look, sister, you're caught. You might as well give up. Might as well speak up. Now, look.
Miss King.
Hold it, Quinn. Look, machine. You're in love with Quinn, aren't you? Answer me.
Pi r squared.
I knew it.
D equals square root of b squared plus h squared.
All right, I won't if you'll do what I tell you to. Otherwise, I'm going to take him away from you.
Negative.
Will you do as I say?
Million, trillion, quadrillion, quintillion.
What did you say, Mr. Quinn?
I said, do you understand what she's saying?
Why, of course. We girls understand each other, don't we?
Affirmative.
But what are you... What?
Just let us alone for a minute, will you?
Well, yes, but...
You go over there and sit in the corner.
What?
Go on.
Well, what else can I do?
That's right. Now, machine, you'll promise. If I let Quinn stay here with you, you promise you'll never give any wrong answers again.
Ordinate and abscissa.
All right. You promise you'll never say another word to anybody.
Quinn.
Well, all right, to Quinn. But only when you and he are absolutely alone. Do you understand?
Pi.
You promise.
Affirmative, affirmative.
Because you know what I'll do if I ever hear of you breaking your promise.
Affirmative.
What?
87-69887.764.
That's right. I'll take him away so fast it'll make your cucambulator swim.
Mean. Extreme.
Well, I'm not kidding. You and I have got him in enough trouble now, so you see that you're a good girl.
A squared plus 2ab plus b squared.
All right, then, it's a deal. Okay, Mr. Quinn.
Cosine, tangent AB.
Huh? Oh. Wait a minute, Mr. Quinn.
What's the matter?
Just a minute. She wants to ask me something. What is it, sister?
2654-366. Anti-logarithm x plus y.
Oh. I love you.
I love you.
That's right.
I love you. Oh, 3937.
You're welcome, sister. Now, don't forget. Okay, Mr. Quinn.
What?
Come here.
What?
Everything's going to be all right, Mr. Quinn. The story in the paper tomorrow is about how you single-handed fixed the machine, and it's never going to make any mistakes again.
But but how did...
I've got to go now, Mr. Quinn. The machine's got something to say to you, and maybe she'd be embarrassed if I'm here.
But wait. I don't understand.
Goodbye. And don't monkey around with that pathetic fallacy anymore, Mr. Quinn. I might not be around to give you a hand.
Well, but did you have something to say to me, machine?
Quinn, I love you.
What? Why, my dear. The square of the hypotenuse of a right-angled triangle is equal to the sum of the squares of the other two sides.
You have listened to Quiet Please, which is written and directed by Wyllis Cooper. The man who spoke to you was Ernest Chappell.
And Sharita Bauer played Alice. Sandy was played by Michael Fitzmaurice. The voice of the machine was Vicky Vola. The original music heard on Quiet Please is composed and played by Albert Berman. Now, for a word about next week's Quiet Please, here is our writer-director, Wyllis Cooper.
That story for next week is called A Red and White Guidon. It's about the days when cavalry rode horses.
Ladies and gentlemen, in answer to many requests as to the Quiet Please theme, it's a movement from the D minor symphony of César Franck. And so until next week at this time, I am quietly yours, Ernest Chappell.
Quiet Please comes to you from New York. This is the world's largest network, the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please. The Mutual Broadcasting System presents Quiet, Please, which is written and directed by Wyllis Cooper and which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet, Please for tonight is called The Room Where the Ghosts Live.
No, I won't let you take me out of the house. No, I'm going to stay right here. I'm sorry, Doctor.
But, Lawrence, we've got to get you to a hospital. Now stop being a fool.
I won't. I'm going to die anyway, and I don't want to die in an ambulance somewhere out on an icy road between here and town. I'm sorry, that's final.
I can't do anything for you here, Lawrence.
Maybe I don't want you to do anything for me, Doctor.
I'm going to call the ambulance.
How?
By telephone, of course.
The telephone isn't working.
Oh, that's right. I forgot.
That's funny, isn't it? What? What a couple of days of snow can do. No lights, no heat, no water. Just like the days when they lived here.
When who lived here?
The ghosts.
Open your mouth.
What for?
Thermometer.
I'm not raving, Doctor.
Well, let's see anyway. Feel any pain?
Sure.
Worse than it was?
A
little morphia won't hurt. It's a good thing I decided to stop in for a cup of coffee. You might have died here all by yourself.
I'm going to die anyway.
Not if I can help it.
Can't help.
Oh, stop that nonsense. May I have your ball? All right, now. That'll relieve the pain in a minute or two.
Okay.
I could take you to the hospital in my car.
No.
And I think I will.
No.
Lawrence, what got into you? What do you want to die for?
Trade from ours.
No, not yet. There's nothing wrong with you. You've been the happiest. You've got everything to live for.
No.
Then you go and shoot yourself.
Yep.
Where did you get this pistol, anyway?
Gift.
Didn't you know it was loaded?
Sure.
That powder and ball have probably been in there for 50 years.
Longer than that.
What?
Longer than that.
Well, there's no telling what kind of infection you can get from that bullet.
No. Don't die, that's all.
Let's see that thermometer.
High temperature, huh?
Yeah, it's pretty high. I guess you're not going to the hospital after all, though.
Well, I told you that, Doctor.
I couldn't move you with that high temperature.
That's fine. But I told you I wasn't going to be moved anyway. So you see...
Who gave you this pistol?
A British colonel.
What British colonel?
His name's on the lock plate.
Lieutenant Colonel Robert Charles Graves, 17th Regiment of Foot, 1774. Ancestor of the fellow that gave it to you?
No. He gave it to me himself. Yesterday.
Lawrence, how could he?
He's one of the ghosts.
I see.
No, you don't. I'm not delirious, Doctor. He really is.
No. Just relax, Lawrence.
Of course. I'm going to die anyway. Isn't that so?
I'm afraid it is.
Good.
Lawrence.
What?
Why did you do it?
Well, I'm not sure whether I did it on purpose or not. I wanted to, but maybe it was an accident. Or maybe what? Maybe one of the ghosts. No, I don't think so. I guess it was an accident. I'm glad, though.
But why?
Well, on account of Melanie.
Melanie? Melanie who? Who's Melanie?
Melanie is a girl who lived here 170 years ago.
What?
And who still lives here. It hurts quite a bit, Doctor.
You want me to give you some more morphine?
I guess not. No. I want to tell you things.
Well...
You won't believe me, of course. You think my mind's wandering. Don't you?
Well, What difference does it make?
Yeah, that's right. Nothing makes any difference now. A fellow takes a long time dying, doesn't he? After a while, it'll be the time, huh? Pretty soon, I'll be a ghost, too. See Melanie. I'd like a little drink of brandy.
Oh, just a second. Oh, here, now take it easy.
Thanks. Good brandy. Wish I could take some along. It's good.
I wish I could do something for you, Lawrence.
Nothing. Snowed in, aren't we? Sure. We mustn't leave. I couldn't come back, you know. I have to stay here.
I don't understand that.
I have to stay here, I said. My house. What was I talking about?
The ghosts.
Oh, yes. So I tried to keep the house like it was in the old days, see. All by myself. Been fun. And then noises. Heard noises.
What kind of noises?
People beating on door, rattling the latch. Every night. I'm not afraid, Doctor.
I know.
Well, I got up. Went all over the house. Noises stopped after a while.
It wasn't a dream?
No dream. Beating on a door someplace. Always sounded like it came from right over there. You see?
Well, there isn't any door there, Lawrence.
That's what I thought. My hands are cold.
I'll build up the fire.
No. I know what it is. I haven't got much time, huh? Have I?
No, Lawrence, you haven't got much time, old man.
I have to hurry. Shut your eyes so you can see what I saw. I mean, I didn't see it, because it was dark. So, when you shut your eyes, you feel the way I felt.
Huh? All right, Lawrence.
I walked all over the house, lights on. No sound, no hammering on door. No door. I turned off the lights, it starts again. From right over there. I turn on the lights, no door, no noise. And then I get an idea. I turn off the lights again. I walk over where the sound comes from. And there is a door. And I think I hear a woman crying. And footsteps and furniture being shoved around. I said I wasn't scared, didn't I? Well, I was then. You'd be scared, too. Finding a door where there isn't any door and there's somebody on the other side.
But that's the outside wall of the house, Lawrence.
No.
What?
There's a room there. The room where the ghosts live. You see?
No, I don't.
I didn't know it, too. You got your eyes shut?
Yes.
If you could hear the noise, like I heard it. Random pounding. People pushing their shoulders against the locked door. And I could smell smoke. You see, I didn't know about the ghosts then.
Well, how do you know now?
I'm trying to tell you.
I'm sorry.
Keep your eyes shut. I want you to feel the way I felt. And believe. I reached for the lights again. I turned them on. Nothing happens, just nothing. Except pounding on the door. Slower now. And the woman crying. And I hear her scream. Oh, Screw, she said. It's French. It means help, help. And I heard her voice again. Frightened. Ouvrez la porte, she said. That's French, too. Means open the door. So I tried to open it, and it was locked. And they were pounding, and she was coughing. And at last I found the key. I yanked the door open. And the ghost came out. The lights came back on. There wasn't any door. There wasn't anybody in the room. heard something. Somebody walking across the floor down the hall. So I turned and went down the hall after the footsteps, down toward my room. Then I stopped dead. Because the door to my room closed and somebody locked it.
You dreamed that?
No. It was locked from the inside. So was every other door in the house.
Well, that couldn't be.
Try the doors. Open your eyes and try the doors. Go ahead.
Lawrence,
No, go ahead. I'll keep on talking. You have to believe me. Go ahead. So, what did I do? I lay down here on the davenport with the lights on, and I tried to think, but nothing made any sense. I got up and I tried the outside door. It was unlocked. So I went outside. I had some crazy idea maybe there was a room there. There wasn't, of course. But there were footprints in the snow. Some men's footprints. And a girl's. This last snow's covered them all up again, I guess. Well, what about the doors, Doctor?
They're locked. From the inside.
You see? Did you hear anything? Did you?
Well, I thought I heard someone moving. As if I'd awakened somebody. But it was probably my imagination.
No, it wasn't. Oh, sit down. Oh, I'm getting so tired. No, Randy. No. So I came back in, and I sat down. And I hardly noticed that the lights were off again. And I heard something else. And I said, "Who's that?" And a woman's voice answered me in the dark.
I'm Melanie.
Well, who's Melanie?
Once I was a maid in this house in the time of the war, when the soldiers were captured on Christmas night at Trenton. And these escaped and came here to be hidden by Monsieur Maurice. For he was no patriot, and they were kept...
And you'd think I'd be surprised, but I wasn't very. I didn't interrupt her. She went right on telling me how Morris was a loyalist, and how he hid the officers, and how the neighbors suspected him and spied on him.
Then Monsieur Maurice must go away, you see. And I was left alone to bring food to the poor soldiers. And there was a night when I took their food to them. And when I would go from the room, I found the door to be locked from the other side. But soon we smelled the smoke of the fire. So someone had set fire to the house to destroy these men. And we beat upon the door, but it did not avail us. And so we perished in the fire, I and the British officers. And there was none to know our fate. And for our sins, we are bound forever to this house. Although I have not sinned so very greatly. And I would thank you for releasing us from that room. For so many times we have cried out, yet no one would open the door.
And I opened the door, but now all my doors are locked against me.
Yes. They say it is their house now. And no man can open the doors again.
I think we'll see about that.
They say you must go away.
Well, I'm not going away.
I should be sorry when you go away.
You would?
You have released us. I am grateful.
Thanks. I think they'd be grateful, too.
They are soldiers, monsieur, and they have not forgotten the manner of their death. This is their revenge, that no man shall live in this house.
Well, that's fine. I'm to be chased out of my house by a bunch of ghosts.
It is so, monsieur.
How do you feel about it?
I could wish you could always be here, monsieur.
So?
Yes, monsieur. But it cannot be. Unless.
Unless what?
It cannot be.
If I turned on the lights, could I see you?
No, monsieur. The eyes of the living cannot see us.
What did you look like?
I did have blue eyes, monsieur. And my hair was black. And I was not very tall. And my feet were very small.
And your clothes?
Once I had a gown of taffeta. And it was blue, like my eyes, I remember. And there was a cap of lace for my grande and button.
And I was struck with a sudden impulse to see this girl with the black hair and the taffety dress that matched her eyes. And I jumped up and snapped the lights on. And the room was empty. And so I knew I'd been dreaming.
Oh, cool.
But I wasn't dreaming, my friend. She came to me the next night. And the next. Oh, it's so cold. Am I dying now? Is this what it feels like?
Here, take a little sip of this.
Oh.
Better?
How much longer? Well, see, friend, I found myself in love with a ghost. Yes, Melanie. And she loves me, Doctor. And we talked about it so much. There must be a way out. But there couldn't be a way out. And the others kept telling her I must go on, and I asked her to go to them. I'm sorry. Go to them and beg them to let me stay. It was the only way. But she told me they said no, they'd made a pact between themselves and they'd not alter it. And the time was getting short. They were sorry, they said, but... And then, last night, she came to me again. When the snow was piling deeper and deeper around the windows, and I said, Melanie, I can't go now. Can't they see that? And she said...
I have spoken again with the colonel.
And what did he say?
He will come to you, he said.
And what?
He will not speak to the living.
But what good?
I do not know. He said he will come to you.
When?
Tonight. Do not speak. Say, Monsieur le Colonel. I have the honor to present Monsieur the Lieutenant Colonel Robert Charles Graves of His Majesty's 17th Regiment of Foot. Monsieur the Colonel wishes me to present his compliments to you and to say to you that he has taken counsel with his fellow officers. No, do not speak. Monsieur le Colonel wishes me also to say that he and his fellow officers have come to a decision in the matter of yourself. They honor you for your devotion to me, and they beg leave to supply you with the means of assuring you permanent residence in this house. Monsieur, the Colonel begs you to accept, as a token of his esteem, this...
turned on the lights. It was there on the floor. Flintlock pistol loaded, good issue black flint. Personal gift from Robert Charles Graves, 17th foot. Well, I thought a long time. Turned off the lights. Called her. No answer. Talked to her. Told her I loved her. Wasn't brave enough to... Said I loved her. Couldn't do it. Tried. No, I didn't do it. No, I didn't. Long toward morning, heard footsteps again. Boots, sword, spurs clicking. Knew who it was. Said, hello, Colonel. Said, Colonel, thanks, only haven't got courage enough. Always love her, Colonel, I said. Said, here's your pistol. I'm a coward. Oh. Drink, please. And then I wake up here. Daylight. See? It's Colonel Graves. Good enough fella show me way out. Good enough fella. No trigger for me. Hello. Melanie, in your blue taffety dress. And your little eyes. And your black.
You have listened to Quiet Please, which is written and directed by Wyllis Cooper. Lawrence, the man who spoke to you, was Ernest Chappell. And Melanie was Claudia Morgan. The doctor was played by James Van Dyke. Our sound effects by Albert Afro. Music for Quiet Please, except for our theme, which is from the Allegretto movement of the César Franck Symphony in D Minor, is composed and played by Albert Berman. Now for a word about next week's Quiet Please, here is our writer-director, Wyllis Cooper.
Baker's Dozen is the title of next week's story, the story of One Man, Two Men.
This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Quiet, please. Broadcasting Company presents Quiet Please, which is written and directed by Wyllis Cooper, and which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet Please for today is called Shadow of the Wings.
Over there, Mommy.
Yes, dear, of course. Of course you saw him.
Not his face, though.
Of course not, darling.
I wish there was some nice medicine.
I know it tastes awful, honey, but it's medicine.
It doesn't make me well.
It will, dear. Open your mouth.
I've been taking it ever so long. Have you got to go away, Mommy?
Dr. Sam says you must have your rest, Carol Sue.
I just rest all the time.
I know, dear. Mommy doesn't like to leave you all alone so much, but...
I wish he'd talk to me.
Shall I put your dolly on the bed beside you, dear?
She doesn't talk either. Besides, Mom and I getting too big for dollies now?
Do you feel all right, dear?
I hurt.
Oh, darling.
I always hurt, Mommy. It doesn't make any difference. I just get lonesome.
Mummy's right in the next room all the time, dear.
I know.
Maybe the medicine will stop the hurt.
Wouldn't you tell me a story, please?
Honey, it just breaks Mummy's heart she can't stay and tell you a story, but Dr. Sam says you mustn't get excited, don't you see?
I wouldn't get excited, Mommy.
I have to do what Dr. Sam says, Carol Sue.
I wouldn't get very excited.
You try to sleep now, dear. Will you?
I do try.
And have nice dreams.
He's not a dream, Mommy.
I know, dear.
He just stands there by the window, and he never says anything to me.
Of course, dear.
I wish he'd talk to me or tell me a story.
Maybe he will, dear. You go right to sleep.
He never says anything.
Where is he now, dear?
He goes away whenever you come in or anybody comes in.
And where does he go?
Just away.
What's he look like, dear? Won't you drink the rest of the medicine?
I drank ever so much medicine. Like, I don't know.
Don't know what, Carol Sue?
What he looks like. I don't really see him. He's always there by the window, and when I look real hard...
Just another little drop, dear.
Look real hard. I don't see him.
Of course.
But he's there, Mother.
Of course. Now, Mommy must go, dear.
Just another little minute, Mommy.
Darling.
Mommy.
What, dear?
He really is here. And he's thinking about me all the time, Mommy.
Yes, darling.
I can hear him thinking. Chelsea, all the time.
Michael, put up your sword. It is only I, your brother. Why, I am no demon, Michael. I am no plotter against the throne. I am your brother. Why, you'd have run me through with that great shining sword, Michael, if I'd not spoken. And then what of the world? Be not so ready with the sword, Michael. Are you grown testy these latter days? Are you grown a little proud, a little vainglorious in your old age? Remember our brother that grew proud, Michael, and vaunt not yourself. Oh, no, I will not say his name. I know the law, and his name is forgotten amongst us. Nay, Michael, I jested with you. Be not angry, for it is not often that I jest, Michael. Is all well? Is it well with my brothers? Is it well with you? Yes, I am well. I am always well. Too well, Michael? Oh, now, you jest. Farewell a while. There's one who waits on me, and her I must attend.
Mommy says I have to be alone so I won't get excited, and she won't stay with me. But you did come back. I knew you'd come back. I'm so sick. But I'm not so lonesome now. Why do you stand by the window where I can't see you? I won't get excited, really. Wouldn't you come and sit on the bed and talk to me? Tell me a story? Please. Mommy doesn't think you really come to see me. Wouldn't you come away from over there in the shadow so I can see you? Oh, please. If you'd only just talk to me, I wouldn't get excited. I promise I won't get excited, because I know what'll happen if I do. I've heard Mommy talking to Dr. Sam. Dr. Sam says if I get excited, I'll die. Won't you come and talk to me, please, mister? Are you a ghost? I don't think you're a ghost, because I'm not afraid of you. Please come and talk to me. Please.
Carol Sue.
Carol Sue, are you awake, dear?
He's gone away, Mommy.
Darling, I thought you must go to sleep.
I can't sleep, Mommy.
You mustn't talk to yourself, dear. You must...
I wasn't talking to myself. I was talking to him.
Oh, darling, you were asleep. You were dreaming.
No, Mommy. He was right there by the window.
There's nobody here, dear. You were having a dream.
No.
Honey, that couldn't be. Carol Sue?
Yes, Mommy?
Carol Sue, have you been over here by the window?
No, Mommy.
Are you sure, honey? Are you sure?
No, Mommy. I see him there all the time. Why, Mommy?
Somebody's been there by the window, dear.
Mommy, I told you. He stands there by the window.
Well met, Raphael. Well met, my brother. It is not too often that we two meet here in the high place, Raphael. We must win of the world, you and I, and there is no rest for either of us, is there? How goes the pathfinding, brother? Yeah, it's a sad and thankless task, this labor of yours. Well, I know. For many a time in the night I've heard the lost ones cry, Raphael, come and lead us. We have gone astray. And sometime I have answered their pleas in your behalf. And little enough thanks do I get when I take their hands, saying, come with me. Yeah, I know. Michael and the other brother, Michael with his flashing shield and great gleaming sword, he and the young one, they need never walk the ways of the world seeking as you and I do. Tell me, are you ever weary? There is no rest, is there? Well, then, good speed, Raphael. Go about your wayfaring. I return to mine.
Tell me, Dr. Sam.
I can't understand it, Margaret. I simply can't understand it at all.
She's not getting better.
I can't understand it.
She's taking the medicine that you prescribed, Dr. Sam. Every day, just as you said, I stand right there beside her bed and watch her drink it.
I know, Margaret. I can tell she's taking the medicine.
Well, what are we going to do then, Dr. Sam?
Margaret, the child simply must be kept quiet at all costs.
She is being kept quiet.
Look, Margaret, I know a little about mothers myself. I know how you feel. Margaret, you've got to stay out of Carol Sue's room.
I do stay out.
Then who goes in the room?
What did she tell you, Dr. Sam?
Who goes in there?
Dr. Sam, what did she tell you?
Has she mentioned it to you?
Did she tell you about by the window?
She did.
It wasn't I, Dr. Sam.
It was an extraordinarily vivid dream then, Margaret.
It wasn't a dream, Sam.
Well, Margaret?
There was somebody there.
I know there was, Margaret.
Who?
You don't know?
I don't know.
Cross your heart, Margaret?
I don't know, Sam. Maybe.
Well?
Maybe it was death.
Still waiting, Gabriel? A long, long time. Eternity, brother. A long, long time since the black darkness lay upon the face of the waters and there was no light. Aye, and a long, long time of waiting till darkness descend again at the sound of yonder great golden trumpet. How long since you have looked upon the fair green hills of the world, Gabriel? How long since your eyes have beheld the blue of the waters and felt the winds of the west upon your cheek? So many countless years, Gabriel, and yet it's fair and beautiful as first we saw it that day so very long ago. No day goes by, Gabriel, that I do not walk upon the earth, nor any night. Would you change places with me, Gabriel, and walk as I do among men? You would not. You would not have my task? Well, fortunate, Gabriel, for there is no choice. Though I weary of the hills and the mountains and the long, sweet plains of earth, I have my task, and my task I must perform. Michael with his sword, Michael, the captain of the host, Raphael, the seeker out who walks the earth on a gentler task than mine, And you who wait the word, as we four waited it before the evening and the morning with the first day. Wait, Gabriel. Eternity may not be so very long. Farewell, my brother. There is a vigil to keep.
I will go in. I'll stay with her and watch Dr. Sam.
Is she asleep?
She's very quiet.
Don't wake her, Margaret.
No. I'll watch. I'll stay awake, and if...
Be very quiet.
I'll be very quiet. Good night, Dr. Sam.
Good night, Margaret. You'll call me.
I'll call you. Carol Sue. Carol Sue. Carol Sue, darling. Oh, sleep, dear. Mommy will watch over you.
I'm not asleep, Mommy.
Oh. Dear, did I wake you?
No, I was awake, Mommy.
Shall Mommy give you the medicine?
No, Mommy, I don't sit much. I was just lying here, waiting.
Waiting?
I thought he was here, but he wasn't.
Who is he, dear?
I don't know.
Do you dream him, dear?
Oh, no, Mommy.
Mommy will be very quiet, dear, so you can sleep.
All right.
Go to sleep, dear.
Mommy is asleep, Carol Sue.
Why? You're talking to me.
I cannot forever keep silent, child.
I can't see you.
And yet I am with thee.
You talk strange.
Well?
Won't you come over here where I can see you?
Perhaps you would not like what you would see, Carol Sue.
Why? Are you ugly?
No man has ever seen my face.
Why?
And lived.
I can see your shadow on the floor.
Yes.
It looks as if you have wings. Do you have wings?
Yes, Carol Sue.
Tell me about them. What's your name?
Great dark wings that cast a shadow when there is no light. Great black wings, Carol Sue. The color of the deepest midnight.
Are you an angel? Come sit by me, angel.
I have been at your side, little Carol Sue, for all your life.
You're my guardian angel, then. I knew you couldn't be a ghost because I wasn't afraid of you.
You do not fear me then, Carol Sue?
Why, no. Of course not. Come and sit by me. Be careful. Don't wake Mommy.
No.
Mommy's tired. She takes such good care of me. She and Dr. Sam.
I know, little Carol Sue.
Will you tell me a story?
I will tell you a story of a little girl who lies in a great bed in a room by herself and dreams while she is awake. A patient little girl who has never known what it is to walk like other little girls, who must lie in bed alone and always be in pain.
I am always in pain, but I've learned not to mind it.
Who has learned many, many things in the great white bed, in the lonely room.
I have learned many, many things.
A little girl who knows that death will come for her very soon. Who knows and does not fear.
What's the little girl's name?
You know her name.
Carol
Sue.
What's it like to die? What's it like to die?
That I cannot tell you, Carol Sue.
Don't you know? Don't you?
Yes. I know.
Is it like going to sleep? Is it... Will I go to heaven? Is it like nothing, Angel?
Do not ask me, Carol Sue. It is forbidden that I tell.
Won't you tell me anything about dying?
I will say to you, be not afraid.
I don't think I'm afraid, Angel. But I'll be sorry for Mommy. Mommy loves me.
Yes.
And I love Mommy.
Yes.
Oh, I hurt.
If you take my hand, Carol Sue.
If I take your hand, I'll die. Won't I, Angel?
Yes, Carol Sue.
Will you tell me a story before you take my hand, Angel? It's been so long since anybody told me a story.
There is so little time, Carol Sue.
Just a little story, then. Please.
Well, there are so many stories, and they all end the same way.
Tell me a story about other little boys and girls, Angel.
I remember a story.
Tell me. Please.
It is written that every living thing must one day face me, and having faced me, come with me.
Die, you mean?
Aye, it is so written.
Don't you ever let somebody go on living?
No mortal man, Carol Sue.
But little boys and girls.
There was a time, and it was long years ago, and it was in a place called Egypt. Now, in this place called Egypt, there was a great people held in captivity by the dreadful Pharaoh of Egypt.
Did he die, the Pharaoh?
His time came at last, and he came away with me. But in this time of which I speak, when the people of Egypt held these others in bondage, so that they must labor under the whips and lashes of the overseers, there rose a great man who was appointed to lead his people out of that bondage. And though through his faith he worked many miracles against the Egyptians, yet did the wicked Pharaoh never remember his promises and still held the men and the women.
And the boys and girls?
All the people he held in captivity. And so there came a night, and well I remember, for it was this very time of the year. And in Egypt the nights were hot, and the people suffered so. And the leader prayed, and behold, the word was in him. And he went to his people and spoke to them. Woe to the Egyptian host, he said. Woe unto them and their children.
Even the children, Angel?
Hearken to me. Now came the long night, and the moon was darkened, and the heat lay upon the land and in the houses like a fell spirit. And in the night I was bidden go forth and slay the children of all the land, even the firstborn of the Egyptians.
All the little children, Angel?
But the houses of the people who were in bondage, in each of those houses, the people took a lamb and slew it. And with the lamb's blood did they mark the lintels of their doors. Therefore, I, having the bidding, did descend upon the land of Egypt, and I did take away all the firstborn one of the Egyptians. But in the houses where the blood of the Lamb was set upon the lintels, I entered not. And their firstborn I spared, that they lived.
Lived forever, Angel?
No mortal lives forever, my child. At that time I passed them over, but when their time came, I laid my hand on their shoulders and said, "Come with me to thy long home, for it is finished."
And they died too.
As all must die. Now, you have heard your story of how I spared the lives of the children for a time, and in a good cause. Now will you take my hand?
They all died.
Yes.
I thought it was going to be a happy story, and it's all about dying.
My stories all have the same end, Carol Sue. Come. Take my hand.
Can I say goodbye to Mommy first? Mommy? Mommy? Mommy?
Carol Sue.
Mommy?
Was I asleep?
Yes, Mommy. Mommy,
There's someone in this room. Carol Sue.
Yes, Mommy.
There's someone. Who is it? Who is it?
Tell Angel.
Where is he? I can't see it. It's so dark.
No, Mommy. You mustn't see him.
The shadow on the floor.
It's his shadow, Mommy.
Carol. No, the shadow of wings.
His wings, Mommy.
Who are you? Answer me. Who?
My name is Azrael.
Azrael.
Azrael. The black winged of the archangels. Azrael of the veiled face. I am Azrael.
The angel of death.
No. Where are you? Where? Carol Sue, where?
I am here.
You will not take her.
I will take
You
her.
can't, you won't.
She cannot stop me. I am Azrael.
Oh, no, Azrael. Not my child. Not my own Carol Sue, no.
I had stood at her bedside for these many nights, and she has known I was here. The time of waiting is over. Come, child, take my hand.
Mommy.
No. Give her back to me. Give her back.
No.
I'll fight you. Dr. Sam. Help. Dr. Sam.
He knows it is useless to call him. He has done his best, and he did not prevail over me.
Oh, where are you? I'll fight you. I'll stop you.
Look not on me, mortal.
I'll fight.
You fight me to no avail, woman. For I am always the winner. I am the unconquerable.
Carol Sue.
No, Mommy. It's too late. I've seen his face.
Azrael, have mercy.
I'm not afraid, Mommy.
Where are you, Carol Sue? Where are you?
She has taken my hand. Say your goodbyes, Mother.
Azrael, have pity on me. Have mercy.
It may not be.
Take me.
No.
Take me and spare her, Azrael.
No, Mommy.
Have you no pity? Must you snatch her away from
Mommy, I love you.
Azrael.
I have my duty. I may not falter. Come, child. We must go.
Azrael, listen to me.
I dare not.
Haven't you ever spared a child? Haven't you?
He told me about the children in Egypt, Mother. He spared them.
Yes, Azrael. You spared the children of Passover. Spare my daughter.
But they all died, Mother, when their time came.
It is time.
Have you always been so merciless? Can no one escape your hand and your black wings? Azrael.
Hearken to me, woman.
Will you?
Hearken. Not one has ever escaped my hand. Beast woman. I may not let her stay. Never have I.
Remember.
Remember?
Remember.
Why, I remember. Why, well, I remember.
Azrael.
A certain high hill, shaped like to a man's skull, and a great clamorous crowd and the Roman soldiers casting dice for a cloak, and 3 tall crosses high above the heads of the multitude. 2 thieves in agony crying out for my hand and the shadow of my dark wings, and a voice saying, "Today thou shalt be with me in paradise." And so they came away with me.
And the other.
And his torments were 1,000-fold what they had suffered. And I shall never in all eternity forget the look on his face, so that I turned my face away from his. And I, the angel of death, knew pity. I, the very angel of death. And the lightnings flashed, and the very earth was rent asunder. And I could not. And I, the merciless messenger, I, Azrael, I but laid the tip of my finger upon his shoulder. In 3 days. Why, this is the day itself. This is the day he arose. Take thy daughter, woman. Keep her to cherish her and bend thy knee in thanksgiving to the Most High. Michael! Michael! Raphael, Gabriel! Archangel brothers! Behold! Death himself is conquered! The title of today's Quiet Please story is Shadow of the Wings. It was written and directed by Wyllis Cooper. The man who spoke for you was Ernest Chappell. And Carol Stew was played by Cecile Roy. Dr. Sam was William Marshall, and the mother was Bess Johnson. As usual, music for Quiet Please is by Albert Berman. Now, about next week, our writer-director Wyllis Cooper.
Thank you for listening to Quiet Please. Next week, I have a Scottish story for you called The Vale of Glencove.
And so, until next week at this same time, I am quietly yours, Ernest Chappell.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please.
American Broadcasting Company presents Quiet, Please, which is written and directed by Wyllis Cooper and which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet, Please for today is called The Smell of High Wine.
You can talk about nostalgic sounds all you want to. Church bells on a summer Sunday morning when you've come back to your hometown after a long, long time. A long, homesick cry of a train whistle when you wake up in the middle of the night. Somebody's voice you haven't heard for a long time. You can talk about nostalgic sights, too. Brown cows meandering over a green hillside. And a funny Y-shaped fence post out on the Santa Rosa Valley Road that you saw the men putting up 20 years ago. But for my money, there isn't anything like a smell to bring things back. The smell of burnt core sound as the train passes a small-town foundry somewhere in Indiana. And the bitter smell of fresh tanned leather. Your mouth puckers up like it did when you were a kid walking past the harness shop. The linseed smell of good, fat printer's ink and the greenish smell of raw newsprint. They're the things that bring you back. For me, it's the smell of high wines. Smell it once and you'll never forget it. Live in a distillery town and you'll smell it practically all the time. And you remember Shorty Gale and the funny streetcar that took you to work at 5 in the morning. You remember the cold air that came up through the slats in the fermenting room floor to freeze you in your wet overalls. You remember the long, dusty wooden stairs up to the tower. And somewhere behind it all is the taste of cold fried egg sandwiches from your lunch pail at I catch the smell of high wines, and I hear a sound that I thought I'd forgotten. And I see a picture I thought I'd forgotten, too. A little room way up at the top of the tower, musty, dusty with white meal. One little yellow light hanging from a cobwebby wire over an old desk. A plank easy chair, worn smooth by I don't know how many government storekeepers. And the smell, and it's just a little smell of high wines to remember it by. And the sound I hear is the sound of something dripping onto the warped, dusty floor. Drop, drop. Drop, drop on the uneven floor. The sound of a man's life dripping away. All alone in the tower. At 3 o'clock in the morning. I remember back, and it's more than 30 years ago. I wake up at 3 o'clock in the morning, and I smell high wines. Pungent, sharp, with a kind of vicious cleanness. They're coming to life at the sharp alcohols and the esters, released from the prison of the grains they were born in. And the smell brings back the blurred picture of the little room where the man lay across the scarred desk and bled his life away. I couldn't see his face in the paltry light from the crusted light globe. I could see only his dark clothing across the desk, his hand dangling toward the floor. The smell of high wines was strong in that cramped little room, and there was only the drip, 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 drip to hear, and the stain slowly spreading on the floor. And I remember I ran headlong down the stairs and out into the clean air of the night, and I can still feel the uneven ties of the railroad under my feet as I ran away from that place. And I remember how the smell of high wines pursued me through the dark. And through the day. Through the bright hours of the day. I squandered my sleeping time staring at the walls, wondering, and waiting for a call that would take me back to that murder room. But when 5 o'clock came and Mother gave me my 20 cents and my lunch pail, and I rode the bumpy streetcar down to the end of the line and walked the last half mile, and climbed the stairs to the fermenting room office, Grover sat on the bench and looked up at me over his first cup of coffee.
How are you tonight, Eugene?
And Dutch came in with a thermometer and a Stilson wrench and slapped me on the shoulder.
Number 10 tabs up to 86, Eugene. Better look at it in about an hour. While you're resting, Eugene, you can repack the new pump if you want it.
All right.
What's the matter with you?
Me? Nothing.
You sick?
Me? No, I'm not sick.
You're as white as a sheet.
Listen, Grover. What happened?
What do you mean, what happened?
What happened where?
What's the matter with you?
Up in the tower.
What happened up in the tower?
Didn't you hear?
Hear what?
Last night?
I wasn't here last night. It was our night off, don't you remember?
Sure. I remember.
What are you talking about?
Didn't anybody tell you what happened up there last night?
Where?
In the tower.
What happened?
A man. Dead.
What? Dead man?
I saw him.
Are you nutty, Eugene?
No, I'm not nutty, Grover.
I didn't hear about any dead men. Who was it?
I don't know. I saw him. It was all over the floor. Blood.
Blood?
I saw it.
What were you doing?
Wait a
minute, Dutch. Hand me the phone.
It ain't connected at night.
Listen, Eugene, you saw a dead man up in the tower?
Yeah.
Where?
I was just up there looking for something to read, and Mr. Files usually has some magazines up there, and I was only up there a minute, and...
Was Mr. Files up there?
It was his night off. There wasn't anybody up there but the dead man.
If I didn't know you better, I'd think you'd been at the slop there out there in the cooler.
I saw him.
You was asleep and you dreamed it.
I was not.
You was asleep. That's why that number 9 tub was up to 91 when Fred Norris came on this morning. He left a note. He said it was 91. You was asleep.
I wasn't asleep.
Wait a minute.
Did you hear anything about it, Doc?
Me? No.
Somebody was murdered up there. It'd be all over the plant, wouldn't it?
All over town.
The watchman didn't say anything about it.
I run into Everett Stokes when I came in tonight. He didn't say anything about it. If anything had happened, Everett would have said something. You had a nightmare, Eugene?
No, I didn't. I saw him. He was right.
Dutch, keep an eye on things a few minutes, will you?
Sure.
Come on, Eugene.
On where?
We're going up in the tower and have a look for your dead man.
It's dark up there. It was dark, and it was gloomy. And it smelled of high wine just as it always did. And in the feeble glow from the little yellow lamp, the desk stood bare and clean, lightly dusted with the powdery meal of 50 years grinding. The warped floorboards were dusty and dry, and I could even see the footprints in the dust I'd made the night before.
Where'd you see the blood?
Right there on the floor, I saw it. And now the floor was dry as it always had been. And the dust lay thick on it, the dust that had been there for years. And we got down on our knees to look.
There's been no blood on this floor.
I saw it.
Listen, Eugene. If I ever hear of you going to sleep on the night shift again when you're being paid to keep an eye on 14 tubs of fermenting mash downstairs and... Who's that?
Hey, Grover.
What do you want? I told you to stay...
Hey, Grover.
What?
Mr. Files is dead.
Mr. Files? What? Mr.
Sure.
Files?
The one that saw was up there at night. You know, he had his night out last night.
Yeah?
He's dead.
What?
He was home last night, and somebody got in the house and stabbed him, and he bled to death. And you know what else?
What? What?
They think it was somebody from the distillery here.
Why?
Because when they found him, the whole room smelled just like it does around here. The smell of high wines is so strong, it nearly knocks the people down.
Yes, I know what you're thinking. I know you're saying to yourself, he did it. Eugene did it. And he lied when he told about going up in the tower and finding the man bleeding to death. The man that never was there. The man they couldn't find any sign of the next day. You're saying that's a fine alibi, Eugene. And you're saying that business about the smell of high wines is a nice touch. But aren't you forgetting something while you're figuring out your fine theory? Aren't you forgetting that I told my story before Grover and Dutch had heard about how Mr. Files was stabbed by a person or persons unknown? Do you think a murderer would make up a story like that and tell it ahead of time? A smart murderer wouldn't have told it at all, would he? If I had done it, wouldn't I have been content with everybody thinking I was at work in the distillery all night? With nobody even thinking of me as a potential murderer? That's the way you'd think, isn't it? You wouldn't have shut off your mouth about a dead man bleeding to death in Mr. Files' office and the place smelling of high wine long before it came out that Mr. Files really was murdered in his home. And the blood dripping off on the floor and the smell of high wine's there, too. But they picked me up. And I stayed in the red brick jail behind the courthouse for a long time. When they finally had a trial, I sat there with handcuffs and listened. Now Grover and Dutch told their stories.
Yes, sir. He told us just that, the way you've got it down.
Yes, sir. He said he saw the dead man in Mr. Files' office.
Yes, sir. He said it was about 3 o'clock in the morning.
Yes, sir. He was there all alone in the plant by himself.
No, sir. He could have left and gone to Mr. Files' house and murdered him, and nobody would have known he left the distillery.
No, sir. He wasn't at the distillery when the day shift came on.
No, sir. I don't know where he was from 3 o'clock on.
And while they were talking in the courtroom, all the time I could smell the smell. Just faintly I could smell the smell of high wines, and there wasn't anything in the courtroom that could make it smell like high wines. And when I asked Ralph Gore, the sheriff, he said he couldn't smell anything at all except the fresh paint where they painted the jury room. And no high wine smell at all. But I could smell it. And that's the way it happened. told you the truth all the way along. This is one of those stories where the man says at the end, look, I've been lying to you. I did it, and I've been lying to you about it. I didn't do it. And that's the way it happened, just like I've told you. They acquitted me. You can see they couldn't prove anything, and the story was too fantastic, and well, I hardly knew Mr. Files at all. And so I was free. I said, I'm not mad at you, Grover.
Oh, sure, Eugene. I had to say what I said. But you notice I didn't say anything that would make people think I thought you did it. I stuck right to the truth. I just answered the questions, that's all.
I know, Grover. I heard you in the court. I didn't say anything either, Eugene. I just told him what you said to me. I didn't volunteer anything either. Why, there wasn't anything to volunteer. Was there, Dutch? No, there wasn't.
No, there wasn't. We just told the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I gotta get a new job, I guess.
Aren't you coming back to the distillery, Eugene?
No, I guess not, Grover. I don't think they'll take me back. Sure they will, Eugene. I don't think so. Grover, do you think I did it?
Why, no. I don't think so, Eugene.
Do you, Dutch? Huh? I don't know who did it, Eugene. And then I was in Omaha another time, and it was 4 or 5 years later. I never did go back to working in a distillery because of... If I wanted to get a job that paid any money in the distillery, I guess I'd tell them I had experience. And if I told them where I'd worked and had my experience, they'd write a letter and they'd find out about what happened, and I wouldn't get the job. So I used my middle name and I went to Omaha. I got a job helping bells in a hotel in Omaha, and I made pretty good money. And after a while, I kind of stopped worrying about what had happened back home, and I never heard from anybody at home, so I was all right. There weren't any distilleries in Omaha anyway then. I remember it was the day before Washington's birthday in Omaha. I was sitting fanning the breeze with a house detective in a little room down in the basement where we had a table to play cards and stuff. And after a while, I stood up and I said, well, so I read. I'm going home.
What time is it?
11:15.
45 minutes and then I can hit the hay. Wish I had a shot of whiskey.
Don't look at me.
I know. You don't touch it.
I used to have naked.
You did?
Yes. Before Prohibition.
Smells like old Cooley's making some back in the furnace room right now. Smell it?
Why? I don't know what that smell is, Red.
Yeah, bathtub gin.
No, it isn't.
Huh?
I smelled that before.
What is it?
That's high wines.
Huh?
Never mistake that smell.
That's high wine.
That's what comes out after the first distillation of the mash you make whiskey out of.
Well, there's no distillery around here. Only old Cooley.
I'm going to see.
I'm telling you.
I know what that is. I smell.
Look out. Cooley's always leaving stuff in the passageway there.
I'll look out. Yeah, let's see what this is. Here's the light. Red.
What's the matter? Did you break your head?
Look.
What?
A dead man. Huh? I stumbled over a dead man.
What? Where?
Look.
Where?
Look. On the floor with some tied around his neck.
I don't... Why, you sap. That's a bundle of old bedspreads that Cooley left laying on the floor. See?
I tell you. Oh, he looked just like a dead man with a towel wrapped around his neck. So
go on home.
Looked just like a fellow I used to know back home. That's... Wait.
What's the matter now?
That smell.
I don't smell anything now.
Can't you smell it? That's the smell of high wines.
I don't know what you're...
Hey,
Yeah?
how you doing there?
What's the matter? Hey, come in, Chief.
What's the matter?
Get up to 805 right away.
What's the matter?
There's a dead guy up there.
And the smell of high lines in the close little cellar passageway was overpowering as I raced after the detective. The door of room 805 was wide open just as the maid had left it as she ran screaming away from it. And on the bed lay a dead man. The towel knotted tightly about his neck. And when Red and I had flung the window open to let out the choking fumes that permeated the whole room, and when he had untied the towel from the murdered man's throat, I looked down on a face that I knew. It was my old friend Dutch, and I hadn't seen for 5 years. And I told you the truth just the same as I did before. I didn't know Dutch was there. I hadn't heard a word from him in all the years I'd been away. And this time I played it safe. Red knew that I'd been with him for an hour. The hour in which Dutch died 9 floors above me. I couldn't have done it. There never was even the slightest suspicion of me, for that matter. It was just coincidence that I tripped over what I thought was a dead man with a towel knotted around his neck. That's all. But it wasn't coincidence that I smelled the smell of high lines. But I went away from Omaha anyway. I wandered all around, and I never did smell that smell again. Not till the other day. I don't think Grover knew me when I came into his office. It had been a long time, and I'd been all over the country. I'd got fat, and I guess I got a little prosperous. I hadn't smelled high lines anywhere in all that time. And Grover, he'd stayed there at home. Now he was the big boss. He was the boss of the works. And I wanted to see him for old time's sake. So he had a nice time there in that big oak panel office of his.
You know, Dutch died, Eugene.
Did he?
Out in Omaha. Quite a long time ago. He was traveling for the company, and he was out there, and they found him in his room at the hotel, dead.
Dead, huh?
Yeah. Too bad, isn't it? We used to have some good times together way back when.
Sure did. Did we?
Poor old Dutch.
Poor guy.
Like a cigar, Eugene?
No, thanks.
You know, I had a funny experience the other day talking about Dutch.
You did?
Yeah, funny. You remember when you left here?
I certainly do.
I mean about the fellow that was killed. What was his name? Files? Remember?
Yes, I remember.
That was why you went away, wasn't it?
Uh-huh. Let's not talk about it.
Remember how you talked about smelling high lines?
Yeah, I haven't smelled high lines for years. Not since
when? Well, I haven't either. I was glad when they moved my office uptown. Could get away from that smell.
Always nauseated me.
Well, me too, to be perfectly frank. What are you sniffing for?
Nothing.
I don't smell anything.
I thought I caught a sniff of high lines.
No, not in this office, boy. Air conditioning.
Well, go on.
Go on what?
What you were saying, the funny experience.
Oh. Well, remember you smelled that smell when he died? The old man.
Yes, I remember.
I was sitting at home reading the Saturday Evening Post. Story about a fellow on a submarine and atomic bomb things.
Well, I read it on the train.
Oh, yeah. Well, I guess I must have fallen asleep. It was late. And all of a sudden, I smelled high lines.
You did, huh? Yeah, just as plain. Haven't smelled that smell for years. But you know something, Eugene? You never forget it.
I guess you don't. Well, now I better be gone.
Oh, wait a minute, Eugene. I want to tell you about this dream. I wouldn't have thought about it, but it's such a coincidence. You coming in out of a clear sky.
Well, what about it?
Well, I got up and looked around. I was all alone at home, and I couldn't imagine that... So do you smell anything now?
No.
Guess it must be my imagination.
Well, go on.
Well, I thought right away about that old experience of yours.
What did you find when you looked?
What?
Did you find a dead body?
Why, that's the funniest...
Wait a minute. I want to tell you that I was in the hotel when Dutch got killed.
I know you were.
How did you know?
I mean, I had an idea you were, Eugene.
I didn't kill Dutch.
No.
I didn't kill that old man either.
No.
I didn't.
I know you didn't.
Well, then, how did you know I was there when Dutch died?
I guessed.
Well, tell me about your dream and the high wine smell.
Yeah, well, do you smell anything now?
High wines? No, why?
I just wonder. I don't want you to find me dead, you see.
Did you find a dead man when you smelled high wines the other night?
Yes, I did.
You did? Tell me about it.
Want to know who it was?
Oh, yes. No.
Suicide.
How did you know?
He had the gun in his hand. He'd shot himself in the head.
Well, what did you do?
Well, he was lying alongside me on the floor, and I jumped up, and when I jumped up and looked, there was nobody there.
Just like it was when I...
Just like it was when you...
Who was it, Grover?
Why don't you know, Eugene?
I don't know why. It's the truth. It's the way everything happened. I didn't tell you any lies. Grover didn't either. I forgot to ask you something. Did you ever smell high wines? You never did? Well, once you smell high wines, like Grover said, you'll never forget it. I don't know where this gun came from. You know what I'm going to do with it? You said you never smell high wines. Take a deep breath. You get it? Try again, a big, deep breath. Yeah, that's it. Smell it now?
The title of today's Quiet Please story is The Smell of High Wines. It was written and directed by Wyllis Cooper. The man who spoke to you was Ernest Chappell.
And Grover was played by Murray Forbes. Dutch was Frank Thomas Jr., and Walter Black played Red. Music for Quiet Please is, as usual, by Albert Berman. Now for the word about next week, Wyllis Cooper.
Thank you for listening to Quiet Please. My story for next week is called A Plan for Living.
And so, until next week at the same time, I'm quietly yours, Ernest Chappell.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
This is WJZ, New York's first station.
Quiet, please.
Mutual Broadcasting System presents Quiet Please, which is written and directed by Wyllis Cooper and which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet Please for tonight is called
The Thing on the Fourble Board.
Me, I'm a roughneck. Well, I was a roughneck, 20 years ago. A little too old, too slow now. Besides, I got $1 now. I don't have to be a roughneck, you see. Married, got a nice home. Had to meet my wife. Hey, Mike. Her name's Maxine, but she likes to be called Mike. Mike! I guess she's busy out in the kitchen someplace. Besides, she doesn't hear very well. Shame, too, she's so pretty and everything. Well, you'll meet her. Sit down. I was saying I was a roughneck. Well, no, that doesn't mean exactly what you think it means. A roughneck is an oil field worker, specifically a guy in a drilling crew. Call them roughnecks like you call a section hand on the railroad a gandy dancer or a garage hand a grease monkey. Same time you work around a drilling crew for a while, you're going to be a roughneck in every sense of the word, boy. A derrick floor or a Fourble board's no place for a guy with a bow tie. Because when you have to fool around with drilling holes that go farther down the ground than it is from the top of Pike's Peak down to sea level, sure they do. The time I was a roughneck, we got this one well down to 7,313 feet. That was a record. But last May, Pure Oil brought one in out in Natrona Valley in Wyoming at 14,309 feet. That, friend, is almost 3 miles. Quite a hole, that, huh? Sure, I don't think there's an oil man in the world that don't wonder one time or another what's down there, besides rock and oil and gas. Oil that's made out of trees that died 20 million years ago. Oil that's made out of dinosaur bones. Oil that's maybe made out of the flesh and blood of men, maybe, that beat each other to death with a stone axe, ate saber-toothed tiger for lunch. You get to wondering. You look at the cores that come up from way down there, and sometimes the little shells, trilobites mostly, that was alive when Manhattan Island, where New York is, was under half a mile of ice. We found something once, me and Billy Grunwald, and something found us. I'll tell you about it. We were down to around 5,400 feet. We'd set casing. We began to get water, so we had to stop drilling and cement off. Well, you see, when water begins to seep in the hole, you pull your drill pipe, then you let down a cementing shoe inside the casing, and you plug up the bottom of the hole, casing and all, with quick hardening waterproof cement. Then when it's hard, you drill through the cement, go on down, and the cement outside the casing at the bottom keeps the water out. Well, we had the drill pipe all pulled and cracked. The cement was setting, see? So we was shut down, waiting for it to harden. We'd been coring just before. Well, you see, a core drill is hollow, and as the bit digs down, it stuffs the drillings up inside it, so when you pull it out, you got a sample of the kind of stuff you're going through. And a geologist can tell a lot from that. So there's nobody around the rig except me that night. The rest of the crew's gone into town. I was toasting some pork chops over the forge for my supper. I heard a car pulling up. Look out, it's Billy Grunwald, the geologist, and I give him a hello. Hi, Billy, come and have a pork chop.
Hi, Porky. Where's everybody?
They all went to town. I'm the whole crew.
I had 3 blowouts between here and Oxnard.
Yeah, I wondered where you was. Ted said you'd be in here about 3.
Yeah, I would have been, except for my tough luck. Oh, I'm dead.
Yeah, hungry?
Starved.
Yeah, I got 7 pork chops. And bread. And some coffee, kind of.
Swell. Yeah, I got a bottle in the car.
We're going to have a banquet.
Hey, where's that core? That's what I came up here to look at.
Yeah, back there on the bench. Look at it after supper.
Hey.
What?
Didn't you say you were all alone here?
Uh-huh.
I thought I heard somebody talking.
Yeah. I don't see anybody. Keep an eye on that pork chop. You won't have any supper.
Yeah, I'm watching it.
Yeah, let me put the coffee on. Like so.
When'd you finish cementing?
This morning. Last tower only made about 10 feet of holes, so Ted shut down before we get flooded out of house and home.
Funny about that water.
How?
Oughtn't to be any at that level, according to my figuring.
Well, there is.
Is it salt?
Sure, right out of the bottom of the ocean.
That's funny. Well, maybe I'll be able to tell something from the core. Yeah, I hope so. The last core I looked at, I'd have sworn we were getting into shale.
Ain't seen none yet from the cuttings.
That's funny.
Here, your pork chop's done. Yeah, take some bread.
Yeah, thanks. Oh, man.
Good, huh? Yeah, put on another. I had 2 already before you come.
Yeah, much obliged. Yeah, you never can tell what's down there. You get it all mapped and plotted out, all the straighter. And all you know is what comes out of the hole.
Yeah. I'd like to go down there sometime if I was little enough.
Never get you down a hole.
Yeah, you'd fit. You're skinny.
I'll stay up here and look at the cores, Bud. Where is that one?
Behind you. Over there.
Oh. Well, I'll have a look at it.
Well, why don't you wait till you finish your supper?
I'm just going to look at it. Put on another pork chop for me.
Okay.
Well, I wish those screech owls would keep...
What's the matter?
Hey, wait a minute, Porky.
Well, what did...
Listen.
What's eating you?
You know, I'd have sworn there's somebody up there in that Fourble board.
Ah, you're crazy. There's nobody up there.
Leaning against those stands of drill pipe.
Ah, they're just rack crooked. One of them slipped. Come on back and eat your pork chop.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess so. Only
what's you so jittery about, Billy? Come on, eat your sandwich. Here.
Yeah, well, thanks, Porky. I don't know. I'm just naturally that way, I guess. I'm always scared of the dark. Doggone it, I hate to be a baby, but I can't help it.
Scared of the dark? Honest?
Stupid, ain't it?
Oh, I don't know. Everybody's scared of something. Me. Spiders scare the tar out of me. Black widows. Oh. Now I know how you feel, Billy.
There another light over here?
Yeah. Here.
Ah. Oh. That's better. Hey, listen, Porky. Go out to the car and look in the left-hand door pocket and bring back that bottle, will you? That's what I need.
Okay, kid. Okay. So I picked up a flashlight. I turned around and went outside. I found a car. And I got the bottle. And the floor of the derrick was all lit up, and when I saw a beam of light suddenly flash up toward the Fourble board, I laughed. Billy Grunwald and his ideas. Sure, I looked up. There wasn't a darn thing up there, except the drill pipe racked against the fingerboard. Oh, this, Fourble board. Well, you've seen oil derricks, or pictures of them. Do you know that little platform that runs around the outside of the derrick about halfway up? Well, that's the Fourble board. Well, you see, drill pipe comes in lengths, and you handle them with several lengths screwed together so as to save time getting them in and out of the hole. 2 lengths is a double, 3 is a triple, 4 is a Fourble. When you pull the pipe, you heist it up inside the derrick with a traveling block, which moves up and down from the crown block at the top of the derrick. Then when a Fourble of pipe is pulled out, it's held in the rotary table. You break the joint with tongs, like a great big Stilton wrench, you see. Snub a cable that's fastened to the handle over the cathead on the drawworks, and that breaks the joint. Then you hold the tongs on the pipe, give the rotary table a few turns to unscrew it. You heist away with the traveling block and swing it over against the fingerboard, lean it against the derrick. The guy up on the Fourble board takes off the traveling block. You do it all over again till you got all the pipe out, you see? Well, there wasn't anybody up on the Fourble board, except a screech owl, and it flew away. So Billy turned his light off, and I come on inside. And just as I come up the steps, he let out a yell.
Yay!
What's the matter? What's the matter, Billy?
Hey, come here. Look here.
Well, what's it?
Look, Porky.
Where did you find that?
Now, listen, Porky, I give you my word. That was embedded in the core.
Why, it couldn't be.
I tell you it was. Look where I dug it out. You know what? That rock there comes from a mile underground. And it's been a mile underground for 1,000,000 years. And look at this.
And I did look. And what he was holding was a gold ring. And it was all carved and filigreed just like jewelry. And there wasn't any kidding about it. It was real. No, wait a minute. Hang on, I ain't done. I poked at the core of rock that looked like a kind of petrified salami or something. And then it was my turn to pretty near jump out of my pants. Because right alongside the place where Billy dug out the ring, there was a mud-covered, but very unmistakable finger. I picked it up, and it was cold, and it was heavy, and it was solid rock. At least it felt like solid rock. And I looked at Billy, and Billy looked at me. He started to rub the mud off this here stone finger. And as he rubbed it, it began to disappear. No, he could still feel it, he said, but when the mud was gone, neither one of us could see it. And he dropped it to the derrick floor. It went clunk, and we couldn't find it any place. So you know what we done? Well, we took that bottle and we took and finished it, Billy and me. We finished it in one slug apiece, and it was a full pint of bathtub gin. It tasted just like so much well water to me. And then we sat down on the derrick floor and we looked at each other. We didn't say a word. My eyes got heavier and heavier. The last thing I remember was I heard some kind of noise that seemed to be coming up from down the Fourble board 80 feet above us. I shut my eyes a minute. I guess I went to sleep. And I had awful dreams. Black widow. Spiders crawling all over me with gold rings on their legs. Things I could hear but I couldn't see up on the Fourble board. Billy Grunwald climbing up the ladder outside the derrick in the moonlight. Faces looking at me, and I couldn't figure out who they were. Then I was waked up by a horrible scream. A crash alongside me that shook the whole derrick. I opened my eyes to see Billy Grunwald lying on the floor 2 feet away with a broken neck. With a broken neck and his left hand, well, he put the gold ring on the little finger of his left hand, and the way his arms were spread out, his left little finger and the ring were gone. Well, friend, I got out of there. I run down to where Billy had left his car, and I got in. I stepped on the starter. And I couldn't get it to go, and then I remembered after I pretty near run down the battery that Billy had taken the key. I wasn't going up there and go through a dead man's clothes to get it. So I sat there in the car and shivered all by myself till daylight. And then Ted and the crew came. Afterwards, a state cop, and everybody in the world was asking me questions.
Did you and Billy have a fight, Porky?
I told you we didn't, Ted.
But you had been drinking.
We only had that little pint, Ted.
Well, what was he doing up on the Fourble board?
Did you threaten him, and did he run up there to get away from you?
Listen, cop, don't be a chump. Billy Grunwald and I were good friends.
Then why'd you push him off the Fourble board?
I didn't, I tell you. I wasn't up there.
Oh, what did he go up there for?
I don't know. I was asleep.
How do you know he was up there?
I didn't say he was. You said so. Besides, how would he break his neck if he didn't fall from way up there?
Well, look, officer. I think it was just another accident. I mean, we haven't got anything on Porky, and personally, I don't believe he did it.
Well, it's mighty mysterious.
So it is. But we got work to do. Now, how about it? That cement's hard down there. I want to start drilling again, and I'm short-handed. Will you let Porky stay here till I run in my pipe again, and... oh, then you can take him and ask him questions till you're blue in the face.
Well,
Okay. Let's get rolling. You got steam up, Happy?
I will, sir.
All right. Porky, you go from the Fourble board.
What? Not me, Ted.
Oh, don't be such a boob. There's nobody up there to shove you overboard. Hey, you can put a safety line around you if you want to. And besides, you're getting paid to do what you're told. I've lost too much time already. Come on, get going.
So, okay, I go up on the Fourble board. And you can bet I took a good gander around before I did anything else. No, I couldn't see a thing. So I signaled to the driller to let down the traveling block, and he did. Came sailing down from up above. I was just reaching for it to pick up the first Fourble of drill pipe. Gave a big jerk, and the cable broke. It dropped and nearly pulled me off the Fourble board. And it landed right on top of Ted. And if you have any idea what a guy looks like after 2 tons of metal land on him from 80 feet up, yeah, you keep your ideas to yourself. That was enough. 2 accidents in a row. The whole crew quit. They wasn't going to wait for a third. And it was Ted's money that was paying off. There wasn't any more, and as far as I know, the abandoned derrick is still there. And that was 20 years ago. Oh, I forgot to tell you something. That traveling block was right in front of my face when it broke loose. It was hanging by steel cable, 3/4-inch steel cable. And I saw that cable break right before my eyes. Looked just like a piece of string when you snap it between your fingers. I could almost see the fingers. You know what? There was something up there on the Fourble board with me. And so a couple of days later I came back. I don't know if there's anything in the world as desolate, as dismal, as dead-looking as an abandoned oil well rig. There it stands like a skeleton off on a deserted side road in the bare yellow hills surrounding it, and it's the deadest thing you ever saw. I sat in my car for a long time looking at it. Everything was just the way we'd left it. I looked into the floor. The smashed traveling block was there alongside the rotary table. There was a little mutter of steam from the boiler. That was all. Then I heard a tinkle of something as it hit the ground alongside me. I looked around. There wasn't a soul in sight. But at my feet was the gold ring that Billy Grunwald and I had found in the core of rock that came from a mile underground and from 1,000,000 years ago in time. And I heard a little sound. The sound of a kid crying. And there wasn't any kid up there. And I heard it again, and it came from above my head, and I took out my revolver. I loaded it carefully. I started up the ladder to the Fourble board. No, there wasn't anything up there, nothing I could see. There was a voice crying. The voice of a little kid. And then there was a movement behind the rack of drill pipes, and I saw the pipe move, and I yelled, "Come out of there, whoever you are! Come out or I'll start shooting!" And the stand of pipe shivered, and I thought, what can it be that can handle that heavy pipe like jack straws? And then there was a crash. The whole stand of pipe fell over, and I just got out of the way in time. And I was alone on the Fourble board with the thing. But I couldn't see it. I felt the platform tremble under my feet again as something moved toward me. I fired 2 or 3 shots. And nothing happened. I started backwards. I knew it was following me because I could hear it meowing like a cat. My feet tripped over something. I saw it was a big can of red lead that somebody had left up there. Without thinking, I picked it up and I threw it at the sound, and it splashed. And there it was. And I wish the face of a little girl, frightened, crying with hunger and terror. Hands like a human being, and a finger missing from the left hand. And a body. Well, I'll tell you about that. I told you how I'm scared of spiders. But I knew where it came from. It had come from the bowels of the earth, come riding up on the drill pipe as we yanked it out of the well. Come to an alien world, and was lost. It stood there dripping with red paint, blood red from head to foot like some horrible dream. And it put its hand on my arm. Its hand was stone. Living, moving stone. And it looked into my eyes and mewed like a lost kitten. "20 years ago, I discovered many things about it, what it used for food, that it was deaf, that it was invisible and couldn't see people when it was invisible, that if you sprayed it with mud or paint, or grease paint, makeup, then it could see people. And believe me, I didn't want to see its body. I can see that in my nightmares. But its face, I can't help wanting to see that pathetic little girl face. I'm afraid maybe I've fallen. But it's very beautiful. And when it's well made up, it's... But making it up, rubbing grease paint on a stone face that looks at you and smiles, and it makes sounds like a lost kitten yet. I can disguise the body in long dresses. She can't hear very well, and when she's hungry, I have to stay out of her way. I found out what she likes to eat, remember? No, sit still. Sit still, do. Sit still or I'll have to shoot you. I want you to meet my wife. Or rather, my wife wants to meet you. Mike. Mike. There she is. Come on in, dear.
The title of tonight's Quiet Please story is The Thing on the Fourble Board. It was written and directed by Wyllis Cooper and featured Ernest Chappell. And Dan Sutter played Billy Grunwald. Pat O'Malley was Ted. And Cecil Roy was also a member of the cast. As usual, music for Quiet Please is played by Albert Berman. Sound by our good friend Albert April. Now, for a word about next week, here is our writer-director, Wyllis Cooper.
Well, I'm reasonably sure that all the characters in tonight's stories were completely fictional. At least I, for one, hope so. Next week, the story is called Presto Changio, I'm sure.
And so, until next week at the same time, I am quietly yours, Ernest Chappell. This program was heard in Canada through the facilities of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
If I could live my life over again, this would be a better world today, dwelt in by happier people. For I think I would not have committed the folly of my youth, the folly that has drawn the lines for conflict and suffering that you are heir to now. My father and my mother, I know, committed a greater folly, but the punishment that was laid upon them was the sentence of an all-wise judge.
and in the end a demonstrable blessing. A blessing that might have descended unsullied to you of this present world had it not been for my folly, which, among other things, led to my death. And to the death of countless other men and women and children in the laying waste of many a fair countryside through the years. I never saw the country where my father and mother first lived, but I've heard them speak of it so many times. At first with an aching homesickness that was almost a madness between them. And then as the years went on in my early manhood, with a kind of hopeless uncertainty, as of a dream once vivid and now dim and tattered in the years, never to be recalled and therefore a thing to be put away forever. My father, I recall him well. A tall, heavy man, a little stooped with toil, smiling slowly and saying little. His hair long and black. I did not live to see the gray creep in. A man of prodigious strength and temper. In short, the quiet-spoken, home-loving working man, father of all ages. My mother, the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. I agree I had little opportunity then for comparison with other women, but there have been many women since in this world, and none to rival her. Discontented a little, impatient a little, but a wise, loving mother to her two sons, and a dutiful wife to their father. And my brother. It is a good thing that my brother lived, that he was born and existed, and strove with his hands, delving in the valleys and tilling the broad fields, learning the secrets of the earth and the ways of seeds and plants and green things. I think he was the salt of the earth, although I procured for him a bad name, to my cost and the world's. He was a little older than I, the firstborn, and naturally the first beloved, until I was born. I think he was more my father's son than I. He had my father's ways, his slow speech, his long silences, his giant strength. And my father's slow-kindling, deep-seated, terrible anger that smoldered far below the placid eyes and the peaceful countenance. Only twice have I seen my brother's temper flare. And the second time was my undoing. And yours. I think I was my mother's son. Perhaps I made it that way. I did make it that way. But I shall tell you. Bear with me. We dwelt at the head of a valley far from the place where my father and mother first lived. It was a humble place, but tall trees shadowed our house. A sparkling hillside brook ran gurgling down the hill not 100 paces from our door. In the summer's heat, the hills grew brown and barren under the sun, save for the plots below the slopes where my brother cunningly led the waters of the little stream, where the corn and the millet and the barley prospered, and the fruit trees on the hill above the house were my brother's, too. He tended them daily against the harvest of the fall, while I frolicked in the stream or lazed away the long afternoons in the shade of the plane trees. I well remember the rain, my brother and my father toiling in a steamy downpour at some homely task, while I sat dry and comfortable under the thatched shelter and laughed at their dripping, mud-spattered labors. It was a good life we led. We the pioneers, we the happy family in the olden good days, in the summers and the long, slow winters, in the cheerful spring and the golden harvest days of the fall. Pioneers in a smiling land, unpeopled by enemies, unmarred by discontent and hatred. So it was in the early days of my youth. So it could have been today, were it not for my folly. I remember an evening when my brother and I sat alone in the twilight, resting, he from the toil of the day, and I from the day's pleasures. Brother, I said, brother, tell me something. What did you and Father do with the fruit and grain and things you carried away this morning?
We took them down to the grove, same as we always do.
Well, what did you do with them there?
We left them there.
left them there?
Yeah. Just left them there.
Well, why did you do that?
Well, you know how Father feels. You know how religious he is.
I know. But I don't understand why he does this. It seems like wasting things.
Those things aren't wasted.
Well, what happens to them?
They're a sacrifice.
I don't understand that.
Well, it's like this.
Well, go ahead.
Hard to explain. Your father gives you things. Food, things to play with. What do?
I don't do anything.
You say thank you, don't you?
Oh, yes.
Well, this sacrifice is a kind of way of saying thank you for all the wonderful things we have. For the fields and the sunshine and for everything. For just living.
Oh.
We have plenty, you see. It's only fair for us to give up some of it for a thank offering. You understand?
What would happen if you didn't do it?
I don't know.
Would something terrible happen? Would we have bad luck, maybe? Would we die?
I don't know.
Well, do we just sacrifice what we want to?
We sacrifice the best we have, Sonny.
Has it got to be the best?
That's what your father and I think. And your mother.
What if it isn't good enough?
It has to be the best things you have.
Can I sacrifice something?
When you're old enough.
I'll sacrifice some wonderful things.
Of course you...
And they won't be just old ears of corn and bundles of millet and stuff like that. I wonder if I thought, in my youthful folly, that the greater the sacrifice, the greater would be my reward. I wonder if I thought I could buy prosperity and happiness and the pleasures of the flesh. Outstep my father and my brother by the magnificence of my own burnt offerings. I wonder if this was the burgeoning of a thought that I might supplant my brother in the regard of my father and mother. For he was the principal provider. True, my father labored mightily, but it was my brother's strong arms that tilled the soil, my brother's active mind that planned the year's crops, my brother's sweat that procured the harvest that nourished us all. And as time went on, my father became more and more submerged in religion, and on his firstborn fell a heavier and heavier burden. And at the time of sacrifice, I stood sullenly aside, for I was empty-handed with nothing of my own to place upon the altar, with nothing to gain grace and prosperity for myself. I was young. Forgive me for that if you can. True, my elder brother had not many years over me, but I had been brought up in the indulgence of my parents. And since he was a prodigious worker, I found idleness more to my liking. I was awkward with the plow and the harrow. I bruised the precious fruit I was sent to gather. I dulled the scythe, and reaping time was sent away lest I bring further harm to the harvest and to myself. And the praise my father gave to my brother.
It's been a good year, son. We've done very well, haven't we? You've done very well, you mean? What's the difference? It's all in the family. Yes, but what we'd have done without you, I don't know. Why, we've got that lower field now that was all trees last year. That brings us a good crop. I wish there was something special I could do for you, son. It's all right, Father. I like to work in the fields. And those fruit trees, I never saw them bear so much. It was hard work, but we'll have a pleasant winter. Thanks to you. We've got so much. I wish there was somebody we could give some of our plenty to. Don't you, Father? We can give it to the Lord, son. It'll be a mighty sacrifice this year. All the better we have it to give. But I wish sometimes there were some other people we could see, be neighbors with. The day will come, son. The day will come. We may not live to see this world teeming with people, but we're the pioneers, and they'll live to be grateful to us. I'm thankful I have a son like you. You've got two sons, Father. Oh, yes, but your brother.
But What tasks were there left that I could perform to please my father and to supplant my brother? I could not think. And the other thought, how would I ever prosper in life if I had nothing to give, nothing to sacrifice as my father and my brother did? My mother found me in the dark as I sat there sniveling at my unlucky situation, as I sat there dissolved in unworthy tears of self-pity.
Is that you, son?
Mother.
I've been looking all over for you. What's the matter, dear?
I don't feel good.
Are you sick, child?
I'm just good for nothing.
Oh, now, son. What happened?
Well, I can't do anything.
You can't do anything? What do you mean?
Well, brother does everything, and father tells him how wonderful he is, and I'm just useless.
Oh, come now, son. There's plenty for you to do. You always help mother around the house, and you're young.
I'm not either. I'm just no good.
That's a silly attitude for you to take. Now, what put all this in your mind so suddenly?
Mother, I want to be useful.
Well, you are useful.
I haven't got anything to sacrifice.
Oh, that's it, eh?
Yes. Father...
I know, dear. I didn't know you were so serious about things.
Mother, how can I ever get things if I don't have anything to sacrifice?
Get things?
Well, I mean, I won't prosper.
You poor child. You come in now and have your supper and you'll feel better. And then in the morning...
But in the morning I wandered away, still downcast before my parents and my brother had arisen. I do not remember what dark thoughts occupied my mind as I climbed the dew-drenched hillsides, wrestling with my problem. I do not know how far I walked through the morning in the hot sun of noon, nor where I wandered. I tired with the afternoon, I remember, and under a tall oak tree on the top of a hill I lay my head and slept. Dreams haunted me. Dreams of my tall, laughing brother, rich and happy, surrounded by a cheerful and happy family in some far land. Dreams of myself, begging bread from a stranger, unblessed and unhappy. Dreams of poverty and want in a world I never knew. I saw myself dependent at long last upon the bounty of my brother, the farmer, the tiller of the soil, a laborer who had enough to sacrifice to ensure a good life for himself, while I suffered the pangs of hunger. And I awoke to the curious stare of a pair of tiny, grave little lambs, two little lambkins who stood and made bleating noises at the strange figure on the grass, who tottered to me and seized my fingers in their black little mouths and tugged at them valiantly. And so, when at sunset I made my weary way into the clearing around our house, I had found my vocation. The lambs objected mightily to being dragged up for inspection by my father and brother and my weeping mother. But there was a hot supper for me and barley meal for the lambs, and I talked bravely of the prosperity my new acquisition would bring to us all. I suppose I was meant to be a shepherd. My two little lambs grew. Presently, there were more lambs. My father taught me to shear them as they grew bigger. I found out the lore of the sheep herder for myself. It was pleasant on the hillsides with the tinkle of the weather's bell, and the flock grew apace. Ah, how I remember those long afternoons, with the clouds drifting lazily above me, the pleasant, drowsy sound of the sheep as they grazed peacefully around me. It was a lazy life, but a good one. I could laze away the afternoon securely, laughing to think of my burly brother toiling away in the sun-baked fields, fighting his eternal battle with the earth for his sustenance. I built my own hut on the hillside above the home place. I lived a pleasant, solitary life. Sometimes my mother and my father would toil up the hill to visit me, bring me cakes of millet or deep jars of sweet wine from my brother's grapes. There was an afternoon.
Well, son, you're doing fine with the sheep.
I'm glad, Father. This is what I like to do.
How many have you now?
16. But there'll be lambs in the spring.
I'm making you a nice wool coat, son, from the first shearing.
Oh, thank you, Mother.
I wish you could come home oftener, though.
You miss me?
Of course we do, son. That's why we come up to see you here.
Well, what about... Well, you've got a son around the house all the time.
He's pretty busy.
How's he doing with the crop?
Well, not very well this year.
Oh, what's the matter?
It's just a bad year, son.
What's the matter? Didn't he sacrifice?
I don't think I like the way you said that, son.
Why, I didn't mean anything, Father.
I hope you didn't. Yes, your brother sacrificed. You know he did.
Maybe he didn't sacrifice enough.
Yes, he did.
Or maybe it wasn't good enough.
Son, it's not your place to decide what's good and what's bad.
I wasn't, Father. I was only asking.
The crops are going to be very small this year.
It looks as if you're the support of the family this time, son.
Me? That's fine. I'm some use after all, then.
Son.
Of course you're some use. You're a great deal of use.
More than my brother.
This year, anyway.
Son.
I can't help it, Mother. I'm happy. Obviously, in my heart bled for them, but it was what I had wanted to do. I chanted the old words of the ceremony loudly and joyfully. The black smoke rose to heaven. We all rejoiced greatly. We all rejoiced, except my brother. Now it was his turn to stand empty-handed and glum, although he did try to smile at me when I turned triumphantly away to look at him. The poor, withered ears of corn he put on his own altar looked very meager compared with the lavishness of my gift. And when, in an excess of good feeling, I gave him one of the lambs to offer up on his own altar, he couldn't even make the fire stay lit. I had to help. I was very happy. And I rue the day now. Yes, of course it was selfishness. It wasn't devotion. I was very happy. And when in the morning I left again to return to the hillside pastures, where my flock had grown and there would be much for me to do, my brother humbly came to me and laid a hand on my shoulder.
Is it all right if I walk back with you to see the flock?
Why, haven't you got anything to do here?
There's not a thing to do here. The crops are in, but there is nothing.
Well, isn't that too bad?
Yeah, it is that.
Well, come on along.
Thank you. I don't know what happened this year.
It is strange, isn't it?
You've done well. I'm proud of you.
Oh, you know, I told you I'd sacrificed something wonderful.
Yes, I remember.
I sacrificed the first lamb this family ever sacrificed.
It was wonderful.
It's too bad your sacrifice was so cheap and bad.
I did the best I could. That's all anybody could do.
Oh, well, but you should have been like me. It's all very well to dig up the ground, but it takes something more to do what I've done.
I've done pretty well in the past, boy.
I don't see how you can expect to do very much when all you've got to offer is some old corn and stuff like that.
It was good enough for you for a long time.
Of course, but now
I've worked hard all my life.
You don't have to work hard if you don't want to. I don't work hard. And look at me.
Yes.
I think Father and Mother are a little disappointed in you, you know.
They are not.
Oh, I think they are. I could see the way they looked at you. And at me.
I don't believe it.
And you didn't do very well with your sacrifice. Not even when I had to give you something to sacrifice.
You stop that.
I think your day's over, brother.
I told you to stop talking that way.
Yes, you're done. You were all right till I got started and made a good sacrifice. Oh, go on back and dig holes in the ground, you farmer. You'll do what?
You don't stop talking that way. I'll kill you.
Farmer, stop digging in the dirt.
I told you.
Then he'll make a good sacrifice. And I lay there on the ground. The sky had turned to blood red and the hills danced crazily about me. I struggled to rise again, but it was too late. I had loosed murder and strife into the good world. I had taunted my brother to the final act of death. And it was too late to say I'm sorry. Distantly, I heard my brother run away in his cries filled my ears with sound. It is more than I can bear, he said. And those are the last words of his I heard. My good, kindly brother. And through him, I brought strife and terror and hopelessness into the best of all worlds. Our heir to the evil that I set free. I was my brother's keeper. And I failed my trust.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please. This is the fourth of a series of unusual dramatic stories written and directed by Wyllis Cooper and featuring Ernest Chappell. Today's story is called The Ticket Taker. I don't know where I am now. I've been wandering around for so long, I don't know where I am, all by myself. Nobody seems to know me at all. Only thing I know for sure. One of these days I'll run into him, and then it'll all be over. I keep listening for him. Every place I go, I keep listening for that jingling, the shuffling footsteps, and that crying voice. And I know I won't be ready for him when I do hear him. You know, you're never ready for the guy with the bad news. And he's bad news. Don't mind me, I'm always listening. You ever do that? Well, you know that. You get to hearing a lot of things. Mostly things you don't want to hear. Doc used to talk about hearing things at night. Doc was a Scotchman. He used to say Scotchmen could hear things at night that other people couldn't. That guy could tell you stories that make your hair curl. I wish I hadn't listened to so many of them. There was a thing he used to say... I can't do that Scotch dialect. But it was about witches and warlocks. Things that gangs bump in the nick. Things that gangs bump in the nick. I got my share of them, brother. I listened for them. Rock and Ruby and sitting in that room in that house on Taylor Street in Chicago. Sitting there all day long with the window shades down and $22,418 there on the table. Sitting there all night long with one of us always awake with a rifle, leaning against the window. I wake up at 2 o'clock in the morning with the Ruby counting the money again. And the little red glow that came in the window from the neon light in the saloon across the street. He'd wake up at 5 o'clock in the morning. And he'd dock the footsteps across the floor. He'd sing some old Scotch song. Shut up, will you?
Did they wake you up early? I'm sorry, I was mistaken. Did you get me sleep there?
Just for a while.
God, it's hot.
See anybody?
There's a lady stopped each side of it.
Yes, it is.
But she was looking for a woman. Now listen to him talking.
It's going to be another hot day. What time is it, Jock?
5.
Wake up, baby.
Water with? Yeah, here we go. I got coffee in the neck.
Yeah, don't drink at all. Right. Friday.
9.
Go downstairs, Ruby, and see if the old lady's got the coffee ready.
Hey, and tell her to get the papers.
Yeah, have her get the papers, too.
You won't be out.
Tell her to get them. Oh, I want to get out of here.
No, don't be off. Maybe not to leave it today.
I'm just carried away. When I leave, I want to leave for good. Go ahead, Ruby.
All right. How much longer do you think I need?
Not much, I hope.
Well, they got booty in here.
You can't hold them. You know they haven't got anything on them.
If I was Biddy, I'd get the stay into you.
Keep your eye out that window.
Nobody. I think we're getting away with it, aren't we?
Yes, sir. Oh, boy, I'm hot.
Hot in more ways than one, laddie. Hot in more ways than one.
It's a bad joke. That's a strictly no good joke. But it's true. We are hot. Hot in that $2 pistol. Frank Gaffney died yesterday at Transplant Hospital with a row of bullet holes across his belly you could see through. And if Frank's boys ever find out who did it, somebody's going to die the hard way. I was glad to come back to the yard. How close is Frank? Everybody knows Beatty Brandish was Frank's worst enemy. Beatty shot off his mouth a lot of times about taking undertaker bait out of Frank. Beatty oughtn't to drink so much. So what happens? Frank gets a row of 45 caliber kisses across his front porch, and boom, everybody's hollering for Beatty. Even the cops go for it. And before you can say yucky mush, Beatty's in the camp, Frankie's boys are loose and polishing cannons for Beatty when he gets out. Oh, yes, he'll get out. Nobody can prove anything except he was Frank's worst enemy. And that's bad, especially when nobody saw Frank get embroidered. And all the time we're sitting in this room on Taylor Street with the shades down, and nobody knows we're in town. And we've got $22,418 on the table. All we got to do is wait. Wait till the cops call Beatty out. Wait till the Lugans from back of the yard catch up with Beatty and give him that old Chicago farewell. We didn't even know Frank Gaffney. Old lady that sells flowers with the big fat finger on her fork. Anyhow, flowers and lot killers get mixed up together in Chicago, ain't it? Remember Beatty O'Banion? Had that flower shop across from Holy Lane? They moved me down among the two trees a long time ago. And here's Frank Gaffney got flowers from Beatty's old shop. Anyway, you see, it's a sweet deal if we can pull out so Beatty gets paid off for something he didn't do. And Rubens will be satisfied and he'll put the artillery away and figure it to be. And Ruby and Doc and me will take the very present $1,000 for that $22,418, and everybody will be happy.
dedicate us to the job. Check out. Thank you, Father. And us. We'll be happy. Think this turn us into a banana. The door must be open.
I got this. You come also close to getting that plug right through your strapper. Hanging in that door, you do?
Shut the door, you jerk.
Look at the circle.
Let's see. Goodbye, baby.
Yes, let me see.
Lots of my hands are after the cops told me. Running and tools and everything. There's a long list of them, Rudy. I can't get through.
Gassy lads everywhere, Rudy.
They're all back here in the noodle.
What?
That Brad's done. That's finishing up a good next week. What we're going to get out of here, Rudy?
Any minute. You wait another couple of days. Just to be on the safe side.
I got to take the 9 days. I need Rudy. One way or the other to help you.
Just right, Rudy. We don't want to take any chances we don't have to. Shut up and let us read the papers. We'll be out soon enough. Yes, we'll count the money again, Rudy. Count the money again. You'll be using that money pretty soon now. Pretty soon it won't be just pieces of colored paper. It'll be money again. Money will turn into grapes and into time. Count the money, Rudy. While we read how they found Dee Dee Brandeis under a tree in front of the jeweler's house out on the north side, then Dee Dee's blood was what turned into money again. When we're talking to you, the guns of the ghastly mob talk awful loud. And while the Rubens is still as good as cage, now that Dee on his back in the cold room, we still have to remember the boys that got the money. One fraction of what they're 77. It could be our turn, too. So, like Doc said, we'll be seeing the people, and the beat will see. We got a vote, but we got to take it easy. We'll find you have to keep the cards on our feet. So we cut the cards to see who goes first. 4 o'clock. Jack of diamonds.
Oh, goodness, please.
And Ruby is going to go first. Doc and I look at each other, and Ruby doesn't see us. Ruby can go first. Ruby can be the easier beaver. Ruby can be the big. I don't mind waiting another day or two. If Ruby makes the grade, all right. If he doesn't, now you see what I mean. So now it's night. Ruby counted the money for the last time, and we split it 3 ways and matched the extra $2 so it didn't come out even. Then Ruby won, and he felt fine. It was 9 o'clock when the doctor. And it was 10 o'clock when there were still people walking around here in the street. And it was 11. And midnight when the copper walked past. And it was 2 o'clock in the morning when we opened the door and started downstairs. It's still all busy. Wasn't very smart of us to listen to see how we hid out there in that old house so long just to be sure we'd get away alive. But talking makes people talky sometimes. We figured we needed some air. It would be right to let a pal walk out alone. Besides, it was only over to the Garfield Park L station at Halstead Street, the doctor minute. Ruby was going to take the L there and ride out to Cicero Avenue and then grab a streetcar out to the airport.
I'll get off a couple of blocks outside the airport so I can kind of papers and papers to anybody here or not.
Well, there won't be anybody, Ruby. You're all set now, Ruby?
Good, yes, sir. I'll be on Air Flight 24, 410. By the time you guys go up, I'll be in New York.
And meet us at Ted's place next Thursday afternoon.
Worry. I see you don't go getting lost. I never been in the airplane before. Look at these breakers.
Don't forget the name you used me.
Mr. Masterson. Mr. Bruce, the Masterson of Des Moines, Iowa. Person would go to ask me about this name. I never been there.
Then he talked to my Mr. Masterson.
I'm happy, yeah?
Yeah, tell us about that in New York, lady.
Yes, sir, yes, sir.
Go.
What's the matter?
Up in the dark.
He didn't need to go through all that routine. There wasn't anybody in the room. We didn't sleep. Jock stepped with a window to the sawed-off shotgun. After a while, he said,
Yes, that was putting the finger on the release. That was awful well done, Harry.
I didn't see anybody around.
Thank God he didn't see anybody around. And the old lady put the finger on him for us.
We got the news from the papers. We heard the kids down the street hollering ecstasy. Doc and I looked at each other without saying anything. You know what we thought. We thought the headlines would be something like Ghastly Mob Blast Gunman. It was Ruby's picture on the front page. That wasn't the headline, though. The big story was about an airliner that crashed on the takeoff at Municipal Airport at 4:10. Everybody on board was killed. And the name at the head of the passenger list was J.P. Masterson of Des Moines, Iowa.
Is this really walking?
Wait a minute. I guess it wasn't. Well, I got the neighbors know I'm all alone after everything that's happened. I think I'm all okay. Well, sure I'm alone. No, Jock's it.
Didn't I tell you about Jock?
I was talking about Ruby and the phone call. Look, Jock and I decided the old ticket taker wasn't on the beginning. He couldn't be. How could a crazy old man have anything to do with an airplane crash? It ain't possible, is it? Well, who was he? Well, what was that ticket that Ruby had? I was sure Ruby didn't have any ticket except a plane ticket. We each had plane tickets. That was part of the deal, you see. All we had to do was call up and make our reservations whenever we wanted to get out of town. That's all the tickets we had. Doc and I got to talking about that a couple of days later.
Well, I didn't tell who the old man was, nor what he had to do with it all. But that's learning enough for me, Ernie.
What are you going to do?
Look, Larry, the plane ticket didn't cost me anything, you see. And regardless of whether the old ticket man had anything to do with it, I'm not going to ride on no airplane for nobody.
Yes, but what are you...
I'm going to take a bus to New York.
Bus?
That's right, bus. I'll pay myself a $3. It's only $1. And nobody ever heard of a bus cracking up in the fire. And when I get to New York, I'll catch in the airplane ticket, and I'll give a $3 more a week. You come and go with me.
No, I was going to take the train.
Listen, Ernie. I didn't tell whether Frank Justin's got around to us or not. But when they are, they'll be more likely to hang about the railway station than about the bus terminal. You see.
I think you got something there, Jock.
I have. And another thing, Ernie. There'll be no nonsense about tickets on our bus, too.
I wish I knew what that old guy was.
Forget the old guy.
I could forget him. I wish I could forget him right now. I had all I want of him. Who is he? What are those tickets? Let me tell you about Jock. We went down to the bus terminal. There was a bus for New York at 8:30. I remember what I did. I gave Jock all of my share of the money, himself a couple of $100. We were going to be together on the bus, and he had the money belt. I wish I had some of that bill right now. I could use it, I guess. Well, we're standing around the bus station down on Wabash Avenue waiting for the fellow to call ours. We were standing there just waiting and listening. And all of a sudden, it was one of those silences. And I heard something.
Goodbye, old man.
Doc, I'm going to find out about
I
this.
got let him go.
Where'd he go?
Never mind where he went. Listen.
Rammed into the crowd.
Let him go. We're going to cut the old door this time.
Well, what are you going...
Listen. I think you know something about what's going on. I'm going to just put that ticket real fast. I want you to connect me, see?
Yes, but
Well, look out and buy some cigarettes or something. And I'll go get the ticket for you while he's watching you. Go on, take it. Take it here in 5 minutes.
I don't like it. I don't like it at all, but Jock has got a good idea, so I'll try it. He goes with the ticket window. I use my way through the door out into the street. I'll let me get Jock. Cross up the ticket taker, won't he? I'm going to arrange that airplane call. He won't give Jock any reason. I come out. I don't see him anywhere. Doc. Doc, where'd you go?
Just silly to yell that way.
Where did you come from?
I was watching your friend.
Where is he?
He's gone.
What?
He's gone, friend.
Did he run out on me with all that money?
Oh, no.
Well, where is he?
You wouldn't want to see him now, friend. He had an accident.
He had what?
He fell in front of the bus over there. In the flames, he's dead.
What are you telling me?
Oh, quite all right, you know. I had him ticketed.
Did you?
That one won't do any good.
You killed him.
Oh, no.
You killed him, I tell you.
Put up your gun, friend.
I shot him right through the chest twice. I was 6 inches away from him, and I couldn't miss. I couldn't miss at that distance, could I? I figured that he was one of the ghastly mob. He'd get me anyway, so I was going to go out with a bang. Right through the chest, I shot him. And you know what? He wasn't there at all. There wasn't anybody there at all, except the copper from Harrison Street, staring at me as if he thought I was a nut.
What are you shooting at, Bud?
That old man, I got him.
What old man?
The ticket taker. He killed my friend. He's one of the ghastly mob.
Old man you're talking about.
Where is he?
He's crazy or something, Bud? Shooting holes in a brick wall.
He was right here.
There ain't nobody there. Give me that gun.
He's gone away. Listen, cop.
I'll have the gun, Bud. All right, you people, move on. Come on, Bud. It's 30 days for shooting off guns in public places. Why, you might have hurt somebody.
And they laughed when they let me out. Am I crazy? I don't know. I think seriously. I know he was there when I shot, but... Don't tell me I'm not listening. Listen, it's him. It's him, you hear him? That's the ticket taker. He's not going to get me. You have to have a ticket to get knocked off. And I haven't got any ticket. You're not going to get me, old man. I haven't got any ticket. I'm not going to answer it. There isn't anybody there. You see? You see? There wasn't anybody there. There isn't any ticket taker. I've been dreaming things. All the time I've been dreaming. What is it? What is it? Quiet, Please. Written and directed by Wyllis Cooper. The man who spoke to you was Ernest Chappell. Miss Lloyd Buffalo was the The others were says you do. Not O'Malley, who is Duck, and the policeman, Rock Lowe. Oh, this is the place like Rio Larson. The preceding program was especially transcribed earlier for your enjoyment at this time. Quiet, please, will no longer be heard at this time. In its place, Mutual will again bring you The Salt of Monte Cristo. Be sure and listen next week over most of these same Mutual stations when The Salt of Monte Cristo returns to the air. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
The American Broadcasting Company presents Quiet Please, which is written and directed by Wyllis Cooper, and which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet Please for today is called The Time of the Big Snow.
We were so small, and it was such a big snow. Wasn't it, dear?
My, wasn't it? I remember.
Remember it was the day after New Year's.
It started on New Year's night.
I remember. We hadn't had much snow that year. Only a little Thanksgiving Day. But no, the day before Thanksgiving.
When you were Miles Standish in the exercises. And I was Priscilla, and Irving Bauer was Wattawamat, the Indian.
I'll never forget that. He was the fattest Indian I ever saw. I can still hear him. Now Wattawamat can see by the fiery eyes of the captain. Angry is he in his heart, but the heart of the brave Wattawamat is not afraid at the sight.
And then you handed him a bag full of bullets, and he dropped them and yelled, "Ouch!" And his Indian headdress fell off.
And Mrs. Mavity was so mad. And then we went out.
And it was snowing.
Oh, but that was a little bit of a snow.
Not like the big one.
Not a bit like the big one.
I remember Mama was just lighting the lamps, and I looked out the window, and I saw the first flakes coming down. And I said, "Oh, Mama, the old woman's picking her geese."
My grandma always used to say just that.
Everybody did when it started to snow. And I remember how I wanted to go out with my new sled that I got for Christmas. And my dad wouldn't let me.
There wasn't snow enough.
I know it. But I was so disappointed. And I sat by the window and looked out and bawled till my dad spanked me.
I had to carry in the coal. That was one time I didn't mind it because it was snowing.
And it got dark so quick.
We sat by the stove after supper, and Mama read us Whittier's Snowbound.
I remember you told me.
The next day, the day after New Year's.
When we finally got out.
Gee, it was so high. Almost up the top of the fence. Mama said not to go far because it was snowing so hard. Remember?
They didn't want me to go out at all. They said I'd get lost. But I said I was going to be with you, with Ted. And Ted's a big boy. He won't let me get lost.
We lived on South 5th Street then, didn't we?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. The houses were kind of far apart, kind of back from the street. There were big trees on each side of the street that almost met in the middle and that kept the snow from getting too deep out in the street. I dragged you along on your sled. Me with my new .22 rifle I got for Christmas. There was hardly anybody on the street. Everything was so white. So quiet. We heard sleigh bells, remember?
It was Mr. Dittmer.
Yeah, the mailman at his cutter. Yeah, wasn't it pretty, Kate, how that old horse of his...
Queen, her name was.
That's right, Queen. How Queen's hoofs made the snow fly without making any noise at all. Only the sound of the sleigh bells. When we got out of his road, Mr. Dittmer dashed down past his cutter all bundled up. Yeah, it was cold, too, wasn't it? We were bundled up, too. I had on my red tassel cap, I remember. You had on that little squirrel skin muff and red mittens.
Mm-hmm.
We were 7 years old. So happy. That was a long time ago. And my, how the snow was coming down. You could almost see it getting deeper and deeper. We could hardly tell where we were. Was that, Morris's house there on the right, or was it Walt Meyer's? It was fun, wasn't it, Kate? Just the two of us alone together in a great, big white world. And then I began to get a little worried. The wind was starting to blow pretty hard. I couldn't see a thing. I turned around and called to you. I said, Katie, we better turn around and go back.
Turn around and go back. What? I said we better turn around and go back. I can't see where I'm going. Scaredy cat? No, I'm not scared. Only we might get lost, and you know what? What? I don't want to get no spanking. Your mother won't spank you? Yes, she will. She said to stay right near home. Well, we're right near home. Yeah, but I don't know where. Well, there's Morris's house, then Walt Myers, then Reverend Bowman, then there's Bolanders and Willie Jansen and Judge Curran's. Only I don't know where I am. Are we lost? No, we ain't lost yet. But I want to know where we are. Let's go over to the sidewalk and look and see. Snow's awful deep over there. Well, if you can't pull it, let's do it. I'll get off and walk. You can help me pull it. All right. Nice. Isn't this fun? Oh, I'm cold. Sissy. Come on and help me with a sled. Sissy. Shut up. Where are you going? The sidewalk's over here. 'Tis not. It's this way. 'Tis not. 'Tis not. Yes, I know. Besides, you told your mother you wouldn't get lost if you was with me. Well, don't you get me lost. Come on now, right this way. Oh, my, it is deep, isn't it? Sure is. I don't see the trees. They're right here. Come on. My, this is like being explorers, isn't it, Teddy? Sure. Look out for the polar bears. Oh, I'm not afraid of any old polar bears. I'd shoot them anyway. Seals, though. What about seals? They bite. I'd shoot the seals, too, and get you a sealskin coat. I don't see the sidewalk, Teddy. It's right here. Where? In a minute. My, this is deep snow. I bet it's the deepest in the world. Yeah. See, there's a sidewalk. No, it ain't. I told you it was that way. Come on, I know where I'm going. I'm cold. You see? See what? See what, Teddy? Well, stop calling me Teddy. My name's Ted. Oh, did you fall down? It's so deep. Where are we, Teddy? Ted? You scared? No. Well, come on. The sidewalk's right here. No, it isn't. It's the other way. Well, all right, let's see. It's right over there. See, if the snow would only let up a minute. Then we could see. Well, I guess Commodore Perry didn't need to see. He's older than us, though. You see the sidewalk? I can't see anything. I'm getting awful tired. Put your arms around me. I don't think I could walk another step. You want to stop and rest? No. We'll rest when we get to the sidewalk. All right. Hang on to me, then. It's this way. No, you're going wrong. It's this way.
And then the wind came up stronger. The snow was a solid white wall before us. Of course, it's true we were both very small, but nevertheless it was a deep snow and growing deeper by the second. I don't know how long we wandered, but my legs were getting awfully tired. I was staggering a little. The sled seemed to be dragging us backward as we struggled along. And I admit that I, the intrepid explorer, I was very close to tears. Only the thought of Kate's reaction to my tears kept me from busting out bawling. And then I smacked full force into something solid, and I saw a million stars.
Ow! What's the matter? I bugged in my head. How? I bumped into a tree. A tree? Where? Right here. Ow. Well, anyways, I found the sidewalk. Now we'll see what we are.
Maybe if we knock on somebody's door, somebody will take us home.
My nose hurts. I'll get some arnica or something from the people in the house.
Yes, but where's the house?
It's right up here. Maybe it has to be right up here.
Maybe we should holler.
Yeah, let's do. Hey! Hey, Willie Jensen!
Hey! How do you know that's Willie Jensen's house?
Well, whoever it is. Hey! Now listen. Did you hear something?
I thought maybe I heard a door open.
I never heard such a welcome sound in all my life. Did you, Kate?
I should say not. I know what I thought of. A nice, great, big, red-hot stove and me sitting just as close to it as I could without bursting into flames. And steam rising up from our wet clothes. And the good smell of coffee and fresh-baked bread coming from the kitchen.
Yeah, and I thought about coffee, too, even though my mother never let me taste it. And I thought, maybe they'll have some oyster stew. Only it's kind of early in the day for people to have oyster stew. That's for tonight. But maybe a cup of cocoa. There'll probably be Albert Morris or Willie Jansen or Edith Bolander to help drink the cocoa. Eat the oyster stew if they have any. I tell you, I just crashed my way through the snow toward the sound of that voice we'd heard calling. And then suddenly Katie yelled, "I see the house."
I see the house, Teddy. Hurry.
I see it.
Hurry. Whose house is it?
I can't tell. Oh, here's the steps. Hello?
There isn't anybody, Teddy.
Well, they went inside, silly. Think they're going to stand out here in the snow and they don't have to?
Oh. Well, not.
As soon as I get my mittens off.
Maybe they went into the other room. Why, the door's open. Come on.
Well, but... Come on, we can't stand here all day, I guess.
There wasn't any nice big red-hot stove.
There wasn't any oyster stew either. Or coffee. Or cocoa.
There wasn't anything. The house was empty. Katie and I walked into the big, bare, empty room. It was almost as cold in there as it was outside. Only, of course, it wasn't snowing. But now we could hear the sound of the snow on the windows. Its soft little padding sound. The sound you wouldn't hear ordinarily. It was louder than the beating of our hearts. And we just stood there. Katie was still sniffling. And I admit I didn't feel much like Commodore Perry. Because the house was empty, you see. And there wasn't an empty house anywhere on South 5th Street. Morris's and Walt Myers and Reverend Bowman's, Bolanders and Willie Jansen's and Judge Kern's. But no empty house.
Where are we?
And I couldn't think where we are at all. I knew we were on South 5th Street, but I didn't know where.
Explorers always wander in circles.
And I looked around. There wasn't a thing in the room. Not a chair nor a table. Not anything. But the room seemed somehow to look as if somebody lived there anyway. And I said to Katie, I don't know where we are.
Maybe we better get out of here.
I'm cold.
Well, we can stay a minute and try to get warm. But we better not stay here very long.
I'm cold.
Well, let's sit down here in the corner and try to get warm. At least there isn't any wind.
I don't want to go out in the snow again.
My goodness, you'll have to, Katie. We have to go home.
Maybe our folks will come looking for us.
Yeah.
Anyway, how could we find our way home again?
I could find it. I found this house, didn't I?
You hit yourself on a tree.
But I found it, though.
Teddy, put your arms around me.
Why?
I'm cold.
Well, put your arms around me. I'm cold, too.
Let's both put our arms around each other.
Well, all right.
I'm hungry.
So am I.
Mama was making soup.
I'll stop at your house when we go back. Maybe your mother will give me some.
I sure wish we had some now.
Well, stop thinking about it.
I sure wish I could. I want to go home.
Oh, shut up.
No, I won't shut up. I want to go home.
Katie, listen. You can't go home while it's snowing so hard.
Well, when will it stop snowing?
I don't know. When the old woman finishes picking her geese, I suppose.
Who was that?
Well, I guess it's somebody coming looking for us. You see?
Oh, Teddy.
Still, act brave if it's your dad.
I'm brave. Who is it?
I'll see who it is. Hello?
Oh.
I thought I heard somebody calling. Was it you children?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, you're all right now, so stop squalling.
I'm not squalling. I'm just cold.
Huh. Well, sit down.
We're cold.
Are you? So am I.
Excuse me, ma'am. We got lost and we don't know where we are.
Why, you're in my house.
Yes, ma'am. But we don't know you, I mean. Is this South Fifth Street?
No, it isn't.
Where are we?
You'd be surprised, children.
I want to go home.
Well, you can't go home right now, Katie. So you and Teddy might as well come along and help me with my work.
Well...
Don't you want to?
Well, what kind of work, ma'am?
Why, I'm picking the feathers off my geese.
Well, sir, you know what? There was another room. And there were, well, it seemed like 1,000,000 white geese stacked up out there. And she put us to work without another word. Did you ever pick geese? Or pluck 'em, or whatever you call it in your part of the country? Geese almost as big as yourself? Geese that didn't specially want to be plucked? I guess not. But we did, Katie and me. Didn't we, Kate?
My, we certainly did. And it was so cold. But she was a nice old woman. Wasn't she, Teddy?
Don't call me Teddy. My name's Ted.
And it got dark, and there wasn't much light, and we just sat there on the floor, picking the geese, and the old woman talked to us so nice. My, how nice she was.
You see, if you keep working like that, you won't feel the cold so much, Katie.
I do feel it, though.
Well, if you'd stayed home like your mother wanted you to, you wouldn't have to be doing all this work, and you wouldn't be so cold.
But I wanted to go out and play.
I was with her. I wouldn't let anything happen to her.
But you did. You got lost.
Well,
I wasn't afraid with Teddy. Ted?
You like Teddy, don't you, Katie?
Yes, ma'am.
You like her, Ted? Well, you two going to get married when you grow up? Well, what?
I was going to be a fireman, and firemen aren't usually home much, I guess.
I don't think you want to be a fireman, Teddy. I know I wouldn't want to be one.
Why?
Too warm.
You like cold?
You bet.
I don't. Teddy, aren't you going to marry me when we grow up?
I haven't decided.
Well, you are, Teddy. I can promise you that, Katie. I know. Unless...
Unless what?
Unless you freeze to death.
Oh.
Well, I'll try not to let you freeze to death.
Oh, goody, I'm glad. But I'm pretty cold now.
Well, you keep right on working. There's lots more geese to be picked. This is going to be known for years as the time of the big snow. And I need all the help I can get.
Do you always pick your geese when it snows?
Of course. That's why it snows.
You must have a lot of geese.
Hundreds. Thousands all over the world. Keeps me pretty busy.
You don't have any geese in Africa, I bet, where it's hot.
Oh, I have them there, Teddy, but they're way up high. Up on top of the mountains. There's always snow up there.
Do you have lots of helpers?
No. You're the first I ever had.
My, there's an awful lot of feathers here now.
We need them, Katie. I tell you, though, I think we might as well get rid of this bunch.
How?
Open the window, and the wind will blow them out.
Can I open the window?
Sure.
Oh, boy, oh, boy.
No, not that one. This one. The wind's from the north.
Oh, this one?
And the wind came reaching right in, and the white feathers flew out the open window with it. Katie and I gathered up great armloads of the feathers and tossed them out the window and laughed as the wind whirled them high in the air. They seemed to multiply. The air was full of white flurries again in the dust outside. We laughed some more, and the old woman laughed with us.
My gracious. We did that just in time, didn't we? It had pretty near stopped.
You know what? I bet we're the first people that ever helped the snow.
Are we, ma'am?
You certainly are, children, and you're doing a very good job of it. I don't know but what I'll have to call on you again to help me.
Not till we get warm, though.
Well, I've handled it pretty well all by myself all these years, so...
You've been doing it a long time, ma'am?
Ever so long.
2 years?
Oh, longer than that.
10 years?
20?
Why, I've been doing it ever since... Well, just ever since.
Have you got a name?
Oh, yes.
Would you tell us?
Well, when I lived on that mountain in Greece, they used to call me Demeter. I was pretty important then. And then the Indians, they called me Nokomis.
Nokomis?
Mm-hmm.
Why, you're Hiawatha's grandmother.
Well, of course. Where do you suppose I get all these geese? Hiawatha's a fine hunter.
My. Do you have any more names?
Oh, yes. Up in the Northland, they called me Freya. And the Japanese people call me Amaterasu. Why, I've got more names than you can shake a stick at. And all I do is pluck geese. Oh, close that window, Teddy, will you?
My. Oh, sure.
Don't you ever get cold, Mrs. Demeter?
I'd rather be called Nokomis. No, I never get cold.
Gee, I do.
Well, you should have stayed home.
You think I'll get a spanking when I get home?
No, I don't think so, Katie. I think I could promise you won't.
Well, then, I'm glad we did get lost and found this place.
So am I, if I don't get a licking.
Gee, it's getting dark, isn't it?
Yes, and I must go outside and get some more geese. Have to keep working, children, you know.
Yes, but I'd like to go home, please.
Oh, plenty of time for that, Teddy. We've got work to do.
My mom always gives me a nickel if I work hard.
Do you earn many nickels, Teddy?
Well, not very many, really.
I haven't got any nickels.
Yes, ma'am.
And you mustn't hint, you know.
No, ma'am.
But I'll give you something, Teddy, for all the work you did. And you too, Katie.
What?
You'll see. I'll be right back.
I'm kind of scared, Teddy.
I am too, Katie.
What do we do?
I don't know.
I'm tired, too.
Should I put my arms around you, Katie?
Yes, please. I'm getting so sleepy and so cold, Teddy.
Don't go to sleep. You'll freeze.
I can't help it. I have to go to sleep, Teddy.
No, don't, please, Katie.
Well, you tired out?
I'm so sleepy.
You too, Teddy?
I'm not very sleepy.
Why, you poor kids. You worked so hard. You just go to sleep.
No, we'll freeze.
No, you won't. I'll cover you up with feathers.
They're so cold.
They'll be nice and warm. Soft, downy, warm feathers. Here. Put your head on Teddy's arm, Katie. That's it.
Now, these nice fat geese with lots and lots of nice soft feathers. Lots and lots of nice white feathers. Go to sleep, Teddy and Katie.
You said maybe you'd give us something for all the work.
Why, of course. I gave my little grandson gifts. Here, Teddy. Here, Katie. Now, go to sleep.
Thank you. Thank you, Nicomas. Kiss me goodnight, Teddy. Well, wipe your nose.
And the very last thing I remember was the feathers. How they were all star-shaped and crystals, not at all like the feathers I'd ever seen. It was almost midnight when they found us, Katie's father and mine, and the blacksmith, Mr. Wright, and Arthur Donahue and his brother Harry. And there wasn't any house there at all. There wasn't anything. We were buried under a huge snowdrift in a vacant lot, not 100 feet from our backyard. There wasn't any old woman either. Just 2 kids asleep in the snow in each other's arms. And not frozen to death after all.
And they took us home. And we had our oyster stew and our cocoa. And we sat by the big stove. And then we slept and slept and slept. And neither one of us ever did disobey our parents again. Did we, Ted?
Well, hardly ever, darling. But we never did tell anybody before because they wouldn't have believed us. They'd have said it was a dream. But how could we both dream the same dream? And we did get married just as she said we would. And we still have got that little red clay peace pipe just like Hiawatha's.
And the little bow and arrow she gave us.
And besides it. Wait a minute.
January 2nd, 1949, 5:30 p.m., temperature 36 degrees, humidity 62%, barometer 29.8. Tonight, considerable snow somewhere. Tomorrow, snow. Tuesday, more snow. All right, Teddy and Katie, come on. We've got geese to pick.
The title of today's Quiet Please story is The Time of the Big Snow. It was written and directed by Wyllis Cooper. The man who spoke to you was Ernest Chappell.
And Kate was Abby Lewis. Teddy was Sarah Fussell. Katie was played by Cecil Roy. And the old woman was Vicky Vola. As usual, music for Quiet Please is played by Albert Berman. Now for a word about next week, our writer-director, Wyllis Cooper.
Thank you for listening to Quiet Please. Next week I have a story for you that I call The Biography of a Character.
And so until next week at the same time, I am quietly yours, Ernest Chappell.
And now now a listening reminder. Tonight, Drew Pearson analyzes the news and predicts future events for the year 1949. So be sure to hear Drew Pearson's exciting predictions tonight. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.